Ancient Buddhas are such dangerous creatures, and the water in the capital he is in is also very deep. If you are not careful, you can easily lose your life. But who made me the main character? Super lucky. Fall on one's feet. Pick up money every day and go to the hook bar. Life is worry-free. But this is only the surface of Xu Qian'an. Behind his back, even he didn't know. It's just a pawn in the hands of an old silver coin. The beginning of the story. Xu Qian'an is still dreaming. But suddenly, a pungent smell rushed to his head. He thought it must be the big smart guy in the family. Ran to the bed and again. When he opened his eyes, he looked. A huge ass is facing his face. Xu Qian'an subconsciously tried to push him away. Just the next moment, the dog is gone. On the contrary, there is something more in his hands. He is now imprisoned in Jingzhou Mansion. But he remembered. Yesterday was not at the bar. Celebrate yourself with that rabble? But suddenly a tingling pain came. Xu Qian's brain seemed to explode. A memory that doesn't belong to you. It was constantly in his mind. Xu Qian's words are rather reading. My father died 19 years ago in the Battle of Mountains and Seas. The mother then died of illness. He was raised by his second uncle since he was a child. Perennial martial arts. At the age of 18, he cultivated to the peak of alchemy. Since then, it has stagnated, relying on the relationship between the second uncle. It has become the catcher of Changle County, which is under the jurisdiction of Jingzhou Mansion. Xu Qian'an realized it. I've crossed over. Or a catcher. This is the old man who has crossed over and is also going to be back to the police. As for why he's in prison now, it was because of 3 days ago. The second uncle, Xu Zhiping, is a 7th-grade green planar sword captain. 3 days ago, escorted a batch of tax silver to the complimentary way. 150,000 taels of silver were lost. The Holy One was furious. He personally ordered Xu Zhiping to be beheaded 5 days later. The men of the 3 ethnic groups are assigned to the border. The female dependents were sent to the workshop division. As Xu Zhiping's own nephew, Xu Qian'an was removed from his post and sent to prison in Jingzhou Mansion. And the day he was sent to the frontier. There are only 2 days left. Is this a bad start to hell mode? The world was still in a state of feudal dynasty rule. There are no human rights. What is the borderland? The territory is desolate. The climate is harsh. Most of the prisoners who were assigned to the border, they don't live more than 10 years. And many more are yet to reach the border. He died on the way due to various accidents or diseases. Xu Qian'an swallowed, fantasizing that there must still be a chance. So he whispered about the system. System Dad, come out of here. Just after a long time, only Xu Qian'an was always like a fool. Call Daddy there. There is no system at all. I had to find a way to save myself. I can't just take it with me. So he thought of the first way to escape from prison. He is the 9th product of the martial arts system. That is the pinnacle of alchemy. The physical fitness is scary. But in this world, it belongs to the indomitable silver rank. The plan to break from prison was stillborn. The second option, by clan and friends. But the Xu family is not a big family. And the people were scattered all over the place. And a full 150,000 taels of silver were robbed. Who would dare to intercede on this bone-grubbing eye? It's definitely not going to work. Then there is only one way left. According to the law of Taiho, making amends excuses for capital offenses. I want to finish, unless the money is recovered. And now he's in prison again. There is no detailed information on the case file. The current situation is really broken. It's useless in my throat. It's just this time. A man came in with a jailer to visit. This person just stopped in front of Xu Weifan. The person who came was Xu Xingyan, the son of his second uncle, Xu Zhiping, who resigned himself. Own cousin. Dafeng is a new lifter. Studied at Yinlu College. He is the strongest king who is good at spitting fragrant mouths. He remembered that the original owner did not have a good relationship with this cousin. And the purpose of this time is to tell Xu Qian. The soldiers who escorted him to the border received 300 taels from Xu Qian'an. This is the only silver left in their family. It can be guaranteed that Qian will have no accidents on the way to the road. And this Xu Qian'an, the fame has been removed, but there is the mayor of the academy to protect him. You don't have to be assigned. Xu Qian stared at Xu Qian'an, who had a breezy face. He knows. Fear. Xu Qian'an is not just as simple as being dismissed. You have to be naturalized. Children and grandchildren shall not be harsh. Never turn over. And the daughters of the Xu family were sent to the teaching department 2 days later. Humiliated, Xu Qian'an is a scholar. How can he still have the face to survive in this capital? Xu Qian directly stated his purpose. Do you want funds? Xu Qian'an looked at his cousin in front of him in horror. Just a few words, with a few facial expressions, I guess what I wanted to do. But he still stubbornly turned his head, coldly threw out a sentence that has nothing to do with you. Then there was a pause. It's still a little unbearable. After all, it's all family. And then with a resolute word, you live well. After saying that, he turned around and left. Xu Qian grabbed him. Are you kidding? Now is not the time to give up. He stared at Xu Qian'an, said solemnly, the file helped me finish the file of the lost silver case. Modern forensic methods, crime scene investigation, surveillance, and autopsy are indispensable. But there was no monitoring in ancient times. In the case of the loss of tax money, no one died, but he was killed, imprisoned. Now the only breakthrough is the dossier. Fortunately, the dossier can restore the crime scene to a certain extent. It's just that. Xu Qian'an didn't understand why Xu Qian wanted a file at all. If Xu Qian said that I want to solve the case, something like that, Xu Qian'an probably thought that his brain was what? Xu Qian could only make an excuse casually. I want to know what happened. Those who die will also die understand that it is not. Xu Qian'an didn't think much about it. I've read the dossier. I can tell you. It's just that Xu Qian refused. You go and write it down. There is no point in dictating. He needed to know all the details of the case. It's easy to dictate. Subconsciously ignore a part. Something that you don't think is important. Xu Qian'an didn't say anything. He turned around and left, looked at Xu Qian'an's back, getting farther and farther away. Whether you live or die depends on what follows. After a long time, as a burst of footsteps got closer, Xu Qian'an is back. He wrote the dossier verbatim. Xu Qian couldn't wait to sit down. Look, I didn't hear what Xu Qian'an behind him was saying. Xu Qian'an was also helpless. Maybe this time, it's the last time we'll see each other in this life. You have to take care. After saying that, he turned around and left. And Xu Qian is still immersed in the file. Just after a long time, Xu Qian sighed and proved it. Reading is still useful. He was mainly illiterate. I don't even recognize these ghost symbols. 3 days ago, it was 2 o'clock. That's 6:30 in the morning. Yudao escorted a batch of broken silver into Beijing for Xu Jiping. Hour and moment. The procession marched to Guangnam Street. Just after crossing the bridge, a strange wind suddenly set off. The horses were frightened and rushed into the river by the street. Then a deafening explosion was heard. The river rises 6 feet high. The turbidity is surging. The soldiers leaped into the river in search of silver. But only 1,250 taels of silver were recovered. The rest of the silver was gone. Xu Qian looked confused. What is this all about? The other side. A group of bigwigs in the back hall of Jingzhou Mansion are really deliberating. Jingzhou Prefecture In Chunhongguang said, "The Holy Lord ordered me to wait before Xu Jiping was beheaded. Catch back sleepiness. But now there are only 2 days left. The 2 adults need to hurry." Li Yuchen heard this. Xu Jiping. Is there anything new there? Fu Yin was helpless. A martial artist will only shout loudly about wrongdoing. He didn't even know how he lost his tax money. And Chu Kaiwei on the side said that I had forgotten to count him. Xu Qian'an did not lie. Chu Kaiwei is the youngest disciple of Xu Qian'an's supervisor. The crowd began to worry. Fu Yindao, we investigated and tortured Xu Qian'an. Interpersonal and financial situations are touched. And then cooperate with Xi Tianjin's forgotten number. Suspicion has now been ruled out, but the tax money is lost. Xu Qian'an's dereliction of duty is still a capital crime. On the other hand, Chu Kaiwei on the side. It didn't affect his appetite in the slightest. Still eating sugar cane there. I can see that Li Yuchen has black moss in his head, and at this time a piece of bagasse, and didn't fall where he should be. Li Yuchen's heart tightened, hurriedly ventilated his hands, lifted the bagasse up, put it back where he was supposed to be. Li Yuchen felt comfortable all over his body at this moment. You can see it. Another obsessive-compulsive person. And then there was a sound of footsteps. A subordinate came in with a bag of buns. There is also a letter from Xi Tianjin. Handed it over to Chu Kaiwei. Chu Kaiwei glanced at the letter. Xi Tianjin said that it was 20 miles along the way. No demonic energy was observed in Hanoi. There is no trace of demonic energy on the shore. Hearing such news made the two of them nervous. Where can 150,000 taels of silver be brought? He's got to go ashore. It's been 3 days. We couldn't even find any trace of each other. And Li Yuchen is very calm. Could it be that our investigation is in the wrong direction? Maybe it wasn't the monster's doing. It's not a monster. Then where did the demon wind come from? Name into the river. How did it just disappear out of thin air? At this time, Xu Qian'an was fascinated by the dossier. It's just this time. He uncovered a key clue. Monsters. How can it withstand the waves of water several feet high? There will also be an array on both sides of the river. There are yokai in this world. The demon clan has existed since ancient times. Hunting with humans. Devour each other. In the 100,000 mountains of southern Xinjiang, there is one of the largest gatherings of demons. 10,000 demon kingdom v. 100 years ago. The Western countries are under the leadership of Buddhism. Declare war on the 10,000 demon kingdoms in southern Xinjiang. A war was fought before and after. In the end, the 10,000 demon kingdom was leveled. The history books call this battle the Jiazi demon. Since the luck of the demon clan is damaged. Fade away. And Buddhism has soared to the sky since then. Blessings and prosperity. But I don't know what to do. Is there any use for these monsters to rob the broken silver? Although demons never ask their hearts when they do things. Get away with murder. Li Yuchen sighed. He couldn't figure it out either. It's just this time. Chu Kaiwei opened her mouth and said that it was the monster's doing. Isn't human flesh more delicious? What do they want for money? But wait until he finishes. Looked at the buns in his hands full of human flesh. It's disgusting to think about. But for a foodie, waste is shameful. He gobbled up one by one. It didn't take a while. All the buns in his hand were wiped out by him. Only then did he say lightly, "Silver in the eyes of demons. There may not be a temptation from a living person, even if you want to steal or rob silver. It's safer than robbing the tax money directly in Dafeng capital." Fu Yin pondered for a moment. It makes sense. However, it cannot be ruled out that he was instructed by others. It's just that Li Yuchen is puzzled. Then who would point the demons to steal the tax money? What is the reason? Why does it have to be this batch of tax silver? It had to be 150,000 taels. Fu Yin is also a big head. Or behind the scenes. The lordship needs a huge sum of money. But you can't accumulate money unscrupulously. That's why I'm eyeing tax silver. But Li Yuchen also pointed out a suspicious point. The route of the tax silver escort is random. It is up to Xu Qian'an to decide on an ad hoc basis. But the monster can ambush in the river in advance. There is a high probability that there will be infighting in the escort team. Then he proposed, go to Yunlu Academy to find a Confucian sage to ask your heart. But Xu Qian'an, who was in a plate, was unhappy. Do you look down on our Xu Qian'an's banner technique? I've said it all. The soldiers who escorted the tax silver in the factory were unaware. Li Yuchen didn't dare to reply. He can't afford to offend Xu Qian'an. Just the next moment, Xu Qian'an diverted her attention by herself. Before sunset, I have to get rid of this errand. Depart Zhangzhou Mansion. Enter the palace to find the eldest princess. Think of the food in the palace. He couldn't help but laugh. Fu Yin can't help it. At the moment, the progress of the case is slow, and time is of the essence. Lord Li might as well go and ask Duke Wei how to do it. Li Yuchen heard this. He drank coldly. You civil servants have been inspected. We also have a watchman. This is the assessment that Wei Gong gave me. Bao Yin helplessly. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Now the government and the opposition are watching us. And in prison, Xu Qian'an was holding the file with a dull expression. I thought about traveling back in time. Copying the scriptures of poetry is pretending to be forced. Take the opportunity to flirt with your sister. Who would have thought that he would be beaten by society after crossing over? If it's really a monster, there must be nothing I can do. But this is just Jin Zhaofu's speculation. You can't be influenced by their speculation. You'll have to analyze it yourself. Maybe salvage. Why did the witch steal the sleeping silver? For them. Isn't human flesh more fragrant? Even if there is a lack of silver, there's no need to stare at sleeping silver. The scriptures say, the demon girls of the demon clan are all charming. Exquisite. I don't know if there are cat girls and dog mothers who have their thoughts drifting. Flying too far, Xu Qian'an decisively gave himself a slap. After all, he is a well-known, upright gentleman. What is effective reasoning? After Xu Qian'an gave himself a slap, he analyzed it with a solemn face. There are two doubts about this tax and silver case. One is the demon wind. Except for Takeo, the major cultivation systems all possess the ability to blow demon winds. Therefore, the peak can only indicate that there are practitioners involved. The suspicion of the second uncle, who was born in the fifth husband, was alleviated, although it cannot be ruled out that he conspired with others. The second is the explosion. It's normal for a high-ranking cultivator to explode during a battle. But in this case, there is no such thing as armed fighting. Therefore, the appearance of the explosion was unreasonable, unless it has to explode in the major cultivation systems of this world. What profession there is, you need to explode to achieve your goal. Come to think of it, he suddenly found himself being led astray. I made the same mistake as Jin Zhaofu. Judgments are made only on the most obvious clues in the case. It's just too hasty. I need to change my thinking. Suppose this is a well-planned man-made event. Perhaps the flaw is not in the two most conspicuous clues. It's on these all sorts of traces. Suddenly, Xu Qian'an's mind seemed to explode. Suddenly the thought came to mind. He hurriedly knocked on the iron door, shouting loudly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the jailer to find out. Say something impatiently. But Xu Qian'an looked proud. Tell you to serve Yin. I have important clues to the Yin case. And the other side, Fu Yin, they really can't think of a way. I plan to take the file and go to the guard yamen to ask for a guard. Xu Qian'an kindly reminded. It will be up to the great powers of our great power. You two don't have to be held accountable by your majesty. But in Wei Gong's heart, losing points can be more serious than being held accountable by his majesty. Li Yuchen was speechless. But what can be done? At this time, a subordinate came to appease Lord Yin. The jailer reported to Su Zhiping's nephew Xu Qian'an. It is said that there are important clues in the tax and silver case. Fu Yin was taken aback. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Bring someone over and ask for it first. After a while, Xu Qian'an wore a bracelet and anklet. Slowly walked to the yamen of Jingzhou Mansion. Xu Qian'an observed. The one wearing the flying robe should be the 4-rank official Fu Yin. and the uncle next to him embroidered with a silver snail on his chest. It should be organized by the watchman. Just next. He froze where he was. This girl is so good-voiced. I don't know if I'm married. Then Xu Qian's gaze slid down. I saw grassland. Immediately the interest was halved, so he hurriedly bowed. It's not nonsense to see adults Fuyin. Xu Qian was released from prison 3 days ago. You didn't say you had any important clues. You know the consequences of concealing and not reporting it. Xu Qi was relieved to slander his abdomen. This officialdom old fritter is even in a hurry. Never asked for clues, but I can come here myself. The plan is also halfway there. My lord Xu Jiaolang just came to me. I asked him for the dossier. The grass people deduced the truth of the case from the file. Fu Yin and Li Yuchen couldn't sit still at all. With the dossier alone, Xu Qian replied unhurriedly. Adultery is not the work of monsters. It's artificial. When someone says something more than you know, man's subconscious is to refute. Then it's a matter of finding all kinds of arguments. Go and prove what you say wrong. Xu Qian said that the tax and silver case was not done by monsters. It's about being human. Fu Yin directly scolded you, hairy boy. It's just nonsense. The monster robbing the tax money is almost a foregone conclusion. Someone drag him down. Cain scolding 200 Xu Qian didn't react for a while. That's all I said. Just hit 200 and there is no royal law. The next person doesn't care about you so much. When he came up, he planned to press Xu Qian. It's just this time. A word came slowly. That's exactly what Li Yuchen said. He was very curious why Xu Qian dared to say such a thing. Xu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. According to the confession of the guards of the city gates, my second uncle entered the city at 2 o'clock in the morning. Hour and moment. The procession escorting the tax silver arrived at Guangnam Street. At this time, a strange wind suddenly rose. The horses were frightened. Rush into the river. Fu Yin interrupted impatiently, and we all know this. Monsters hide in the river, waiting for an opportunity to snatch the tax money. Xu Qian also interrupted him. No, the demon wind and the explosion are just tricks. In fact, it's to make you ignore a fatal flaw. Fu Yin and they were shocked. There are also flaws that they don't see. Xu Qian went on to say that my second uncle escorted 150,000 taels of tax silver. Dare to ask the 3 adults? 150,000 taels of silver weighed a few caddies. All 3 were silent. The devil knows how many pounds. Xu Qian also took it. Isn't it handsome at all? It was 9,375 pounds. In addition to Kai weighs doubts. What does this mean? Xu Qi is tired with peace of mind. What to say? It means that little sister, you are not very smart, Yazzie. Xu Qian continued to ask from the city gate to Guangnan Street. How much is the distance? 30 miles, and then the 2 of them were here to ask and answer. On the way, it passes through several downtown areas. How the feet of the 4 slaves become. Li Yuchen just wanted to answer. But he suddenly realized a very serious problem. The timing is not right. Guangnam Street is 30 miles from the South City Gate. With the strength of the crossbow's feet, there are 4 downtown areas along the way. Enter the city at 2 o'clock. It is impossible to arrive at Guangnam Street at the first moment of the hour. Li Yuchen was horrified, but the not-so-smart little sister still didn't understand. The tax money was indeed escorted to Guangnan Street at the time of the hour. Then, there were also many people who saw horses rushing into the river. It can't be fake. This river explains. Li Yuchen couldn't answer when he heard this. Come up, because he just knows that the time is not right. Xu Qian explained, because the escort was not silver at all. Fu Yin couldn't sit still. Isn't this nonsense? Let's not talk about it. Do your second uncle and the escort soldier have glasses? The file contains the confessions of the people who were present at the time. The horses rushed into the river. The silver of the white flower rolled into the water. Is this also fake? Xu Qian'an knows. Now it's no longer convincing to rely on words. So I borrowed pen and paper. I drew a random stroke on it, then hand it over to Fu Yin and say that the Lord, please follow the grass people's request. Prepare what you write on paper. Fu Yin took a look, although I don't know what Xu Qian'an is going to do. But his first reaction was that it was really ugly this time. Chu Kaiwei took a look. I thought it was something. It's just an ordinary thing written by a vulgar Takeo. And everybody watched. Li Yuchen naturally wants to take a look. Just when I took it, the top corners of the paper are crumpled, seeing that Li Yuchen's whole body was uncomfortable. Then he waved his little hand impatiently. Finger pulls out Zhang Yunji. Instantly, I felt like the world was a little better. After a long time, Xu Qian'an has all the things he wants. The floating shadow said faintly, everything was here. Be sure to give us a satisfactory answer. But Xu Qian'an was not in a hurry. Rather, it was defeated. If the grass people solve the case, can His Majesty Shangshu absolve my Xu family from responsibility? Fu Yin nodded according to the law of Daebong. Meritorious service for his father. Naturally exonerated from guilt. This time, Xu Weifan has no worries. I turned around and started to prepare. Modern people travel back in time to do chemistry experiments. What an experience. Xu Qian'an prepared raw rice paper with water, salt, iron wire, porcelain cups, bamboo sticks, candles. Everything is ready to go, although he wasn't sure if the tax silver from the explosion was him. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is to open up a train of thought. Explain to them the phenomenon of how tax silver explodes. And what he has to do now is simple. Sodium metal is extracted using the chemistry knowledge learned in high school. The first step is to melt the coarse salt with water. Step 2. Cover the rim of the cup with raw rice paper. Then slowly pour in the salt water. Step 3. Place the filtered brine on top of the candle and grill it. Step 4. Stir constantly with a bamboo skewer until the brine is steam dry. Sodium chloride precipitation. The next part is the hardest part. Melting point of electricity and sodium chloride. Resting in ancient times, these two simply could not be completed. But there is a profession in this world that can do it. Then he reached out to Master Rose. It's Si Tianjin's disciple. The reason why Xu Qian'an asked. It's because Chu Kaiwei is wearing a gossip. This thing is except for Si Tianjin's disciples. I don't think anyone will use it. I saw Chu Kaiwei say proudly. The family background is the supervisor of the heavens. Xu Qian'an ignored his arrogance. Trouble my sister to help me melt these shortcuts. But Chu Kaiwei was a little difficult. An ability that only firefighters and alchemists have. I'm just a feng shui master. However, his master gave him a magic weapon. He waved it slightly, and there was a flame of fire. Xu Qian'an hurriedly stepped back. The flame fell right in the crystal. Xu Qian'an saw the opportunity to stop, then put the wire in, then called Chu Kaiwei to power up. Xu Qi sighed with peace of mind. This step is hard. Probably fail many times. Chu Kaiwei drew thunder out of the gossip when she changed her hand. Then there was a crackling crackle, and it slashed towards the crystal. Xu Qian'an hurriedly stopped, and then all that's left is apprehension. But fortunately, the O Huang possessed a shock. The metal was extracted successfully. Xu Qian'an poured him out. A few adults, please take a look. It's much lighter than silver, but the appearance is extremely similar. Is there anyone going to use this thing to impersonate the real thing? Inzi Fu Yin picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was a lot lighter. If that is the luck of the day. That makes sense. It's just that Kai Wei is confused. You're also an alchemist. Xu Qian'an scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just a chemical porter. And Fu Yin noticed the key point at this time. What about that explosion? Xu Qian'an was not in a hurry to explain. Take over the sodium metal, then put it in the water. Then the water in the cup seems to be boiling. A moment later, the whole cup exploded. This scene shocked everyone's hearts. How is this possible? What kind of time-traveling drama is this? Let netizens call out that they don't understand chemistry. I didn't even dare to cross over. Xu Qian'an put sodium metal into the water and caused an explosion. This explains it. Why what happened after the silver fell into the water? Li Yuqian groaned. Let's put it this way. We were misled from the start. The mastermind behind the scenes uses explosions and demonic winds as bait. Shift the focus of the investigation. It's no wonder that Xi Tianjian's vigorous qi technique can't observe monsters. Chu Kaiwei is also a bit brainy. At the beginning, it was said that no monsters were observed. You are not unbelieving. Xu Qian'an hurriedly took over the conversation. I'm afraid they're really arguing here. After the tax, silver fell into the water. The soldiers recovered only more than 1,000 taels of silver. If you guessed correctly, the silver was spread on top to hide the eyes of the people. Only then did Li Yuqian return his attention to Xu Qian'an. This kid in front of you, I actually got all the suspicions right. What a genius. Thinking about it, I planned to praise Xu Qian'an. It's just that. Then I saw Xu Qian'an's crumpled opinion. That damn obsessive-compulsive disorder. It went straight to Li Yuqian's head. But he pretended to be calm. A hand was heavily placed on Xu Qian'an's shoulder. Take advantage of the situation. The next moment, the whole world was beautiful. However, Xu Qian'an would be wrong. I was tapped on the shoulder. Could it be that this adult appreciates himself? And at this time, Fu Yin spoke, since the silver is fake. Where did the real silver go? Chu Kaiwei guessed. Tax silver out of the warehouse into Beijing. Layer by layer. As for sin, a large number of officials were imprisoned. Recovering the silver is no less difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. And this matter is beyond our remit. I have to tell your majesty. Li Yuqian sighed. The tax baby was escorted all the way into Beijing. Layer by layer. If it's fake, it's long overdue. The only possibility is that it was only recently dropped. Fu Yin was taken aback by this sentence. I just dropped the bag recently. Then he hurried out. Calling a man is told that he wants to travel. Xu Qian'an looked at him in a hurry. Also, hurriedly caught up. Lord Fu Yin, don't forget your promise to the grass people. Fu Yin did not respond. Xu Qi sighed with peace of mind. Hopefully, the tax money will be recovered before he is exiled. If it is after his own exile, even if it's recovered, can't change the ending of the Xu family. And in case this Fu Yin is a maggot with a black heart, I want to take the credit to myself. That's just a matter of fate. It's just this time, a sweet voice came. Why salt turns into silver. Then, I saw Chu Kaiwei rummaging for something in the bag. Then a sugar cane was taken out. Xu Qian'an exclaimed that this was the 8 treasure bags of the robot cat. Then, Chu Kaiwei stretched out the sugar cane in front of Xu Qian'an. This one is for you to eat. Xu Qian'an was stunned and used this to buy me. Take this to test the cadres. I wanted to challenge my weakness. But he then said, the grass people were in ancient books. Seen the alchemy that turns salt into silver. Chu Kaiwei hurriedly asked what kind of ancient book it was. Xu Qian'an said, in the middle of the Fei High School chemistry. Do you understand? An ancient book. However, I still remember the contents below. But the grass people are now in danger. I'm not in the mood to think about ancient books. Chu Kaiwei is helpless. You are slippery. Our Xi Tianjian never interferes in government affairs. Your Majesty has the final say on what to do with you. Xu Qian'an said with a flattering face. You will not accept me as a disciple. With the position of the superintendent in the court, it's okay to ask an incorruptible person to commit it. But Chu Kaiwei is puzzled. You are obviously a martial artist. Why be a warlock? Xu Qian'an said righteously. Because I admire the demeanor of the supervisor. Chu Kaiwei could see at a glance that he was lying. But he said it anyway. Tell me the contents of the ancient alchemy book first. Xu Qian'an pondered for a moment, and the content was a little profound. I'm afraid you can't understand it. It takes nuanced explanations to be ingrained. Chu Kaiwei snorted disdainfully and looked at Kyushu. On alchemy, I think of heaven and warlock as the leader. Xu Qian took a deep breath. Then, I memorized all kinds of terms in high school chemistry. Chu Kaiwei was dizzy when she heard this. What is this? Could it be that he is playing with himself? Then the sugar cane was snatched back. He turned around and left. When you can walk to the door. Chu Kaiwei glanced back at Xu Qian. Then he said to him, "We are both disciples and disciples. Only children are accepted." Xu Qian stretched out his hand and wanted to say something. Can't wait for Chu Kaiwei to leave. He just said that I'm also a child. Said it, and the eldest brother of the jailer next to him comforted Xu Qian. Say this sentence. Don't you feel ashamed? Besides how old you are. Don't you have points? Xu Jiping's royal knife is a 7th-grade green robe. Because of the loss of tax money, he was beheaded. The men of the 3 tribes were exiled. The female dependents were sent to the workshop division. The 5-day deadline has expired. He knew that his fate was not long in coming. I just thought about it and affected my family. Xu Jiping was loyal and patriotic all his life. Conscientious. In the end, it ended up like this. But the jailer on the side couldn't listen to it. Go out and sign the draw and postpone. You can leave. Xu Jiping thought he had misheard. But the jailer returned the official uniform to him directly. Xu Jiping looked at his official uniform. It's like a dream. What the hell is going on? The lady on the side immediately jumped out. Said it must be our son. These are the days of the new year running outside. The court just opened up the net. But Xu Jiping was puzzled. It stands to reason that it can be exonerated from the death penalty. But it's impossible to reinstate the official. Xu Jiping asked suspiciously. The jailer said lightly that the case had been solved. The tax money was also recovered. According to the law of the gray bag, there are elders in the family who have broken the law. The offspring can make meritorious contributions to the father's sin. The lady tearfully praised her son for his success. It's a dragon and a phoenix among people or something. But then he stared at Xu Jiping viciously. Said that I let him practice martial arts back then. You don't promise. I have to let Xu Qian's little cub practice martial arts. The implication of blame is obvious. But Xu Jiping didn't want his son to practice martial arts. He's not that material at all. The jailer on the side couldn't stand it. Coughed twice and said it was your nephew Xu Qian. He blessed Lord Yin to solve the tax and silver case. People have just left, and they should be waiting for you at the back door at this moment. The couple spurted out a mouthful of 82-year-old blood. And Mrs. is even more thunderous. Didn't the son dredge up the relationship and save the family? How could it be that unlucky nephew? Isn't he in prison? I feel dizzy at the thought of it. And through the back door of the Zhao mansion. Xu Qian waited for a long time and didn't see anyone come out. Just a little impatient. Xu Jiping, they came out. Xu Qian hurriedly said hello. The moment Xu Jiping saw his nephew, a man from a 5-man family, felt a warm current in his heart. Tears in the eyes. Stride forward. Slapped him the shoulder. Ningyan is good. Almost died on the spot without taking Xu Qian. Second uncle, you are at the peak of love. Peak? Are we a grade off? Xu Qian naturally said this. It's not unfamiliar at all. However, he was soon attracted by a figure. I actually have such a beautiful and refined sister. Xu Qian was shocked. Su Lingyue is the daughter of Xu Jiping and Li Ru. Is Xu Qian's cousin. In the memory of the original owner, memories of my sister are vague. And because of Li Ru, I kind of hate the house and the black. Not very kind to cousins. There's one exception, though. Xu Qian's cousin, Su Lingyin. The original owner didn't like his cousin. It's not bad for this cousin. Because of the appearance of my sister. It's finally not a fucking inheritance. Su Lingyin ran over with a fart. Find Xu Qian to ask for candy. but he had just come out of his cell. There is no sugar at all. Su Lingying was lost for a while. Xu Qian'an looked at this young girl who was not very smart. Now it's sure it's inherited from his mother. Reason stiffly skimmed his head. Reluctantly say thank you. Xu Qian'an, who read the facts. A vague memory comes to mind. When he was driven to the courtyard adjacent to Su's house by his aunt. Xu Qian'an was furious. Pointing to the sky, I promise that Qian will definitely get ahead in the future. Don't regret it. It's embarrassing to think about it now. Isn't this an aunt's version of Mo bullying the poor boy? Xu Qian'an is now from the objective point of view of a third party. Look at the relationship between the original owner and the aunt. Actually, it's not all about this aunt. Xu Qian'an practiced martial arts. Eat more than 100 taels of silver every year. And this is equivalent to the savings of ordinary people for 20 or 30 years. It has to be a diligent family. The aunt was resentful. Naturally, it is not surprising. So Xu Qian'an said to his aunt sincerely, "Don't rush to say thank you. I'll talk about it when I get home and eat." Once Li Ru was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Su Pingji's scalp was numb. "Hurry up and go home first. Do you know what social death is? Heaven does not give birth to me for the new year. The wind is like a long night." Xu Qian'an kicked open the door. The family, who had lived for 19 years, went to the empty building. It was very desolate. Crossing the threshold, after staggering a few steps inside, he turned back and closed the door. It can't attract the attention of the government. Readers want face. He walked from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard. It's like going through a long life. Literacy at the age of 3. Reciting poems at the age of 5. At the age of 10, he was already familiar with the scriptures of the saints. At the age of 14, he entered Yunlu Academy to study. 18-year-old lifter. It's not too much to say that he is talented. His intelligence, his blog posts are intellectual, shaped his proud character. He has always been proud in front of his family. There's a prophet. It's scenic. It is the pillar of the Su family in the future. As a 7-foot man, willing to die a vigorous death. Nor is it a humiliating life. Come to think of it, Xu Qian'an drank the wine jug in his hand, smashed the ground, with a breath of wine, sharpened the ink, and picked up the pen, wrote the pinnacle of his life's farewell poem. Life is a carefree person. Death is a rebellious ghost. Xu Qian'an roared 3 times. Remove the prepared hemp rope, hanging from a ginkgo tree in the inner courtyard. However, heaven is unfair. Heaven does not give birth to me for the new year. The wind is like a long night. Under the ginkgo tree, a scholar standing on a chair. Suddenly, he took off the crown of his hair and threw it away. He shook his head vigorously. With hair disheveled, he swept wildly. He was uninhibited. He put his head in the rope loop. So I saw a family member with a stiff expression and a dull gaze. I promise that in the new year, I will be uninhibited and love freedom all my life. I promise to be talented in the new year. Heaven is unfair. Heaven does not give birth to me for the new year. The wind is like a long night. Xu Qian'an looked at his family, who had returned unexpectedly. I still died 1 step too late. At this moment, the new year, his soul is dead. There are many different cultivation systems in this world. In addition to the martial arts who are known as non-chieftains, there are also warlocks, Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and wizards. Division 600 years ago. The first generation of the founding of the country. Xi Tianjin is also in power. It divides the major systems into flats. Xu Qian is the 9th-grade refining sword of the 5-husband system. The second uncle is an 8th-grade peak chi refining sword and a 7th-grade refining divine sword. After that, Xu Qian didn't know. On the contrary, it is the warlock system of Xi Tianjin. Xu Qian knows a lot, because Xi Tianjin is a cultivation system that belongs exclusively to the Dafeng dynasty. An unusually high profile. Among them, the invention and creation of the six-rank alchemist. Integrate into thousands of households. What grade can be in the future? He didn't know. And Xu Qian'an of the rest of the system also knows the name. Crossing over. But I only learned about the rarity of this world. But you can't blame the original owner. The original owner lived in the capital since he was a child. There is a limit to what is known. However, Xu Qian'an was puzzled. Why is there nothing about the death of the original owner? Or, what about the memories before the coma? As for themselves, after resigning from the police department, chose to go to the sea to do business. Become a diligent social animal. I should be able to afford the mortgage in the future. Afford to pay the bride price. Marry a wife and have children. As long as the next-door neighbor is not surnamed Wang. That's the quiet years. But I never expected it. Had a drink while celebrating with a few friends at the bar. Alcoholism. Alas, I finally got a ticket to the middle class. Turn around and was assigned to the feudal society. There is also a down payment of 600,000 yuan in the bank card. The most tragic thing in the world is that the world is gone. The money is still counting. It's an inheritance for your parents. Just at this time, he suddenly remembered. There are still 120 sentences in the computer hard drive that my wife has not deleted. What it's like to be called a big guy. A girl in a green dress came in at the courtyard gate. She is the aunt's personal maidservant, replaced with a green moth. Master Lang changed you to dinner. The corners of the green moth's eyes and eyebrows were filled with joy. At the age of 10, he was sold into the Xu family to serve his aunt. After the Xu family's suffering, the slave was dismissed. He is worried about his future livelihood. I didn't expect it to be only 5 days. The Xu family turned over. Xu Qian'an was extremely awkward. Don't call me DeLang. Louis wondered. But DeLang is DeLang. Xu wife and was helpless. Forget it, I don't believe in Wu anyway. The two left the courtyard side by side. Enter the Xu mansion. Louis hesitated. Said that the lord and the lady were arguing just now. What's going on? Xu wife and asked. It seems that madam must know. How was the tax and silver case recontracted? As for who did it, the old man couldn't answer. They quarreled as soon as they came and went. Louis whispered, DeLang knows. Xu Qian'an pondered. On the way back from Jiangzhou province, I told the second uncle, tax money is not robbed. Instead, it was transferred. My aunt didn't say anything at the time. It turns out that I have always kept it in my heart. Xu Qian'an just stepped into the threshold, and I heard a crying voice. Xu Linging, the size of a bean ding. 2 small arms were raised behind him. Leaned forward. With his head held high, he unleashed a piercing sonic attack at his mother. The second uncle drank a little wine calmly. Su Lingwell lowered her head to eat. Su Xingyan has not yet recovered from the blow of the collapse of the human set. The aunt put her hand on her forehead. A headache. I saw Lu Yi coming. Take it away immediately. Took away Su's wife and looked at Yu Mei, who was crying in her eyes. What's wrong with Yin Yuesa? Xiao doubting accused his mother of deceiving people. My mother said that if I could go home, take me to Guiwe Tower. Daddy just said that. Katsura Lu Katsuki Lu is one of the top restaurants in Kyoto. Entering and exiting the street are dignitaries. Civilians and wealthy businessmen are not entertained. As a stupid child who can't remember the names of his brothers and sisters, I can remember Guiwe Yuelong. Mostly once I went to eat it. It can be seen that this child is not stupid. It's the talent that is being used in the wrong place. You can. I know that the troubles are leading to the east. Even the girl is a tool man. Xiao doubting is the life of the aunt. It was a joke at the time. It's all like that, Annie. Annie sighed. Like-minded people lie to their aunts. My aunt didn't believe it. Xu Qian'an instinctively treated him. And at this time, a small hand pulled Xu Qian'an's clothes. Big brother took me there. Little doubting grabbed his pants and climbed up. What kind of place is Guiwe Tower? The per capita consumption is 1 tael of silver. Xu Qian'an lifted Xiao, doubting up, gave Louis Zia doubting a scream, and was taken down. The aunt kicked her husband, vaguely crossbowed Xu Qian'an with the corner of his mouth. Second Uncle Xu felt a little embarrassed, glanced at his son, who has always been very curious. It's a pity that Xu Qian'an died socially. Dead people can't speak, only eating. The meals tasted average. The main thing is that there is no dashi. After all, everyone had just come home. Xu wife and ate like chewing wax. She stared at Qingli's sister angrily. Linyu, why do you keep peeking at Brother Wei? Xiao Nizi's face turned red instantly. I just want to know, how did the eldest brother solve the case from the file? There is no such thing as perfect sin, except for coincidences. Any man-made case can find clues. Xu Qian said. Xu Qian'an couldn't help but straighten his waist. Listen carefully. First I traveled through the escort tax silver. The weight of the silver. I noticed a problem with the tax bank. Xu Qian told his reasoning process again. The more Xu Qian'an listened, the brighter his eyes became. It's like getting a doctor's explanation at a private school. His hand at the bottom of the table clenched into a fist. The beautiful 16-year-old sister bowed her head. Hide the look of adoration in your eyes. Su Pingji slapped the table excitedly. A swear word was cursed in slang. I see. I didn't even notice it. But the second aunt ruthlessly dissed her husband. You're a rough blank. I can't even weigh it. What is a pig teammate? Su Zhiping is a good example. Xu Qian asked. When they counted the money, did they bring a guard? Second Uncle Su recalled for a moment. It seems that there is. How do you know that's Su? Qian looked at him resentfully. Why didn't Su Zhiping be mentioned in the confession? It doesn't matter. The Tao is a trivial thing that doesn't matter. What is there to say? Speaking of which, Second Uncle Su scolded and said, it's all because the surnamed Lu handed me a pot of osmanthus nectar at that time. You also know that Second Uncle, my alcohol consumption is unfathomable. So I drank a little greedy. Didn't pay much attention to it. If you don't say anything else, I'll forget it. Xu Qian was almost speechless to death by this teammate. If there is this in the dossier, you will be able to analyze the truth faster. Why bother dying so many brain cells? And at this time, Xu Qian'an, who was listening on the side, hit the nail on the head. So it seems, the surname Lu in Dad's mouth. 9 times out of 10, he is the one who framed his father. Xu Zhiping suddenly realized. But suddenly, he looked at the people in the house. I remembered a bitter past. It's all my fault. Almost hurt the whole family. Su Pingji's voice was full of guilt. Ning, I was in the battle of mountains and seas with your father back then. Diberjean said. To survive together. So together. I survived. But your father died in battle. That's when I thought. To live better, you have to change your life. You can't be cannon fodder anymore. That's why I let you go to school. Chose to let you practice martial arts. In fact, there are still selfish intentions. Auntie said with a roll of her eyes. Yes, my heart is in my nephew's place. Xu Qian instinctively said to the road. Listen to Andy. Jiro is not a pro anymore. The aunt slapped the table angrily. You little bastard. You are right to say such things. Second Uncle Su's scalp was numb. Enough is enough. Lao Tzu finally picked up a life. Why do I have to listen to you arguing? The people bowed their heads to eat. Speaking of the meaning of the mountains and seas, Xu Qian was a little impressed. The world is vast. The Dafeng dynasty dominated the Central Plains. The number of the world is orthodox. Dabong, to the country by force. Confucianism governs the country. In its heyday, all nations come to court. Until now, the national work has lasted for 600 years. 20 years ago, Dafeng joined forces with the countries of the western regions and the north. Fong's grass barbarian. The southern barbarians in the southwest fought a decisive battle at Shanhaiguan. Millions of war clans have been invested by all sides. It took only half a year from the beginning of the war to the end. It was one of the most tragic wars of all time. It is known as the Battle of Mountains and Seas in history. Xu Qian's father died in that war. And at this time, Xiao Doubting, who fled back because of hunger, said a word. Almost let my aunt die on the spot. Mother, why do we live in a black house? I can't get enough to eat every day. The crowd was speechless. Xiao Doubting treats the cell as a black house. Su Jiping guiltily said that his father had done something wrong. Little Beanie was hungry. He said, I woke up hungry yesterday. Caught a bug. Then he made a gesture of what it looked like. My aunt was very distressed. You eat spicy cocoa. Little Doubting continued. I heard my mother's stomach growl later. Then I stuffed my mother's mouth. Mother eats fast. Now, this sentence kept echoing in my aunt's head. Stuffed in the mother's mouth. Mother eats fast. Annie squirted directly. Then, there was only a screaming sound left for Xiao Doubting to be beaten. A modern chemical of sodium metal. How far can the ancients go crazy? The tallest building in Dafeng City, the Stargazing Tower. It is the office of Xu Qian'an. The yellow group of girls climbed up with light steps. When passing through the 7th floor, I heard a loud commotion coming from the Dan room. A group of alchemists dressed in white. The quarrel was red-faced. Why failed again? It's such a simple step. I told you. It must be the wrong amount of salt. I think it's water. It's fire. Just now I saw a senior brother want burn the salt. It's too difficult. It's too difficult to evolve the alchemy spell of silver. I won't. The corner of the girl in the yellow dress named Kai Wei twitched. This group of people is still refining fake silver. The tax and silver case was solved. Your Majesty felt that fake silver was extremely powerful. Quite divine. Then ordered Xian to supervise the production of fakes. The sound is so. The alchemists of the heavenly prison started the work of bursting the liver. Day and night devote yourself to the blessings of 996. I've been working since 2 days ago. Repeated defeats and battles. Repeated defeats. At this time, someone found Chu Kaiwei passing by. Chu Kaiwei's heart instantly cooled in half. Then Chu Kaiwei was carried into the alchemy room. Sister Kaiwei, come and help me take a look. Is there something wrong with the steps? You are the only one who has succeeded in refining fake silver. Chu Kaiwei looked at the materials on the table. I feel so tired. The refining process of the senior brothers is no problem. This is how he refined fake silver in Su Mansion at the beginning. But afterwards, I privately refined it again. But it failed. Senior brothers, don't be impatient. This is the alchemy that has been passed down since ancient times. Esoteric obscurity. It's not like you just learn it. It must be simple to understand the animal mark to be deeply rooted. I will teach you a mantra. I hope that the senior brother will keep it in mind. A group of alchemists took a listening gesture. Chu Kaiwei is a dantian. Spit out what Su Qian said in one breath. Various chemical terms. The alchemists heard the clouds and mountains of mist. What a sense of this. Understood every word. But when combined, it's fierce. Chu Kaiwei laughed twice awkwardly. Bandit in the heart. Who knows what the hell it is? Anyway, it was Su Qian's guy who said it. A senior brother in white side. Wizard, the one who wrote this mantra. He is a genius of alchemy. Sister Kaiwei. Who taught this mantra? Chu Kaiwei said in her heart. Good question, this pot can be thrown out. The man's name was Su Qian. The royal sword welcomes the 7 green robes. Su Tingji's nephew. Just look for him. I heard that it was a martial artist. The whites were upset. Joke about my dignified Si Tianjian. Talents. To refine Jane, you have to find outsiders. And he's a martial artist. Wouldn't it be a joke to spread the word? It varies according to the system of practice. Several strips were formed. Very interesting chain of contempt. Daomen looks down on Buddhism. Buddhism is contemptuous. Warlocks look down on wizards. The wizard looked down on the ancient master. The ancient master looked down on the warlock again. And then, Dao Buddha, warlock wizard, and Gu master looked down on Wufu together. As for Confucianism, sorry I'm HO. Everybody in this room is garbage. However, it is a pity that modern Confucianism has weakened. The alchemists continued to pester Chu Kaiwei. He squeezed out of the white coat's breast dress. Continue up the stone steps. Actually, he didn't understand either. He just wanted to get out of this place of right and wrong as quickly as possible. The roof of the stargazing tower is not a normal rock roof. Rather, it is an octagonal platform. The dark river Bagua is therefore known as the Bagua Terrace. The edge of the gossip table. An old man in white crouched in front of the desk, holding a wine glass in his hand. The other hand is on the crutches of the head. Seems to be drunk, but not drunk. Looking at the capital below, Huang Kun went when he was a girl. Didn't bother. The master doesn't do the right thing on weekdays. I like to sit on the gossip platform and drink and watch the scenery. This one did not hook Xu Qian'an. There are times when the face is black. Changle County Yannai, a mysterious figure, frightened everyone as if they had seen a ghost in the blue sky and daytime. Someone pointed at Xu Qian'an and said in a trembling voice, "You are a human or a ghost." Li Jianshi noticed Xu Qian'an's shadow on the ground. My heart was slightly relieved. The tone is calm. What nonsense is there in court? Do ghosts have shadows? Xu Qian'an thought for a moment. Maybe it's the Walking Dead. Li Jianshi heard this. Eyes rolled. I was ready to faint. Xu Qian'an hurriedly hugged his fists and made a joke. I've seen Master Jianshi. Colleagues, I'm out of prison. Li Jianshi asked what was going on. Xu Qian'an immediately repeated the incident again. It dawned on everyone. Xu Qian'an took out the voucher given by the Yamen of Jingzhou Mansion. After the history of doubts, he said that the point was over. Let's disband. A few acquaintances immediately came up to congratulate him. Survived. There will be blessings. You'll have to treat me. I heard that there is a fence on Lingshui Street. I bought a new batch of Qing officials Ningyan. Come with us tonight. Xu Qian's face darkened. It's okay to have a drink. The sleeping woman still wants me to please. It's too much. Xu Qian'an just wanted to shirk and said that he had no money. Suddenly, I stepped on a hard bump under my feet. Looked down. It was a grain of silver. At this time, Li Jianshi ran back out of breath. When he was a lot more angry, said Lao Wang. The county magistrate asked us to go to the inner hall. Lao Wang Anteo was unlucky. But I still followed Li Jianshi. Xu Qian'an took this opportunity. Quickly pick up shreds. Peace from generation to generation. Xu Qian'an asked the official on the side suspiciously. The face of the head is not very good looking. What happened? The official has no choice but to squat in prison. In the past few days, Kongping has been exposed to a murder case. A businessman with a rather past life died. The county commander was furious. Every day, he caught Wang gambling and scolded him. Xu Qian'an was puzzled, but he was just a dead businessman. There's no need for the county magistrate to be angry. The official said. The merchant had a relationship with someone in the generations. I guess it's the pressure over there. And this year is the year of Gengzi. Gengzi Nian, Xu Qian'an reacted after investigation. After investigation, it is the evaluation system of Dafeng officials. Check every 3 years. Unqualified officials are demoted or even dismissed. For the sake of piety, it is a matter of piety. That's understandable. The other party has a relationship of several lifetimes. If you talk about impeachment, it's basically cool. And then the door was slammed open with a punch. Then I saw the king catching the head scolding and killing people and thieves. Where to go to find it? The officials on the side hurriedly went up to comfort them. But I saw Wang Zhutu sighing repeatedly. It's really a bloody mold today. Not only was he scolded, I also lost a penny. Xu Qian'an heard this. Hide aside and snicker. It turns out that you dropped the money. It's just that at this time, the whole body leaned forward, whispered about the fish whose head should not be touched. The sound is small, but Xu Qian'an returned. It's a real listen. Touching fish means finding a substitute for the dead. Wang Zhudu thought that this was a good idea, so he commanded you to go to the slums on the west side of the city. Pick a few old bastards who are often traitors. Older ones. But at this time, Xu Qian'an grabbed the officer's shoulder and threw it behind him. The murderer who said that he couldn't be cheap for nothing. The rest saw this. Also hurriedly stepped forward to grab Xu Qian'an. Ning Yin, I know that your family has just encountered a big disaster. It's inevitable that you will be a little sensitive to this kind of thing. But the head is now scolded by the county lord every day. There's no way around it. But Xu Qian'an didn't pay attention to it at all. Wang Zhu's head slapped violently, stared at Ning Yin, and said, "Then you tell me how to check." Xu Qian'an shook off the hand that grabbed his shoulder. Pose in a very handsome posture and say, "Give me the dossier." After Xu wife and took the file, Xu's reasoning began. The deceased's name was Zhang Yurue. He is 51 years old. It is a big dog who lives on Kongping Street. There are thousands of family fortunes. His wife died young. Renewed the title of a Liang family who is 20 years younger than himself. Zhang Yurue has an only son. It was left by his deceased wife. There were no more children, 20 years short. Xu Qian'an complained in his heart that this was an old cow eating tender grass. Pear blossoms press begonias. 4 days ago, Zhang Yurue went to the countryside to collect rent, rushing home left and right. The sleeping wife in the house suddenly heard a scream. Wait for him to go out and check. Zhang Yurue has died in the hospital. The wife also saw a dark shadow go over the wall. Xu wife and asked Sun Ye's attendant if he asked. The official on the side said, there were no suspicious people in the vicinity that night. The capital has 3 walls, although there are night guards in the outer city. But there was no curfew. The gates of the city were not closed at 12 o'clock all night. Merchants only need to report in advance. With your voucher, you can come and go freely. Xu Weifan asked again how much silver had been lost. The official was also very speechless and did not lose it. The deceased had just returned from collecting rent. Collect all the things that come up. It was taxed silver, copper coins, and some rice grain. After the thief kills someone, how could he escape with a large box of money? Xu Qian'an immediately sensed that something was wrong. If I were a thief and stepped on the point, then I will definitely choose to vote the next day. And not today. Wang Zhutu honestly blew on tea and said, then may I ask Xu Catch, who was the murderer? Where is it? Xu Qian'an hurriedly snorted. Don't rush. I saw footprints on the outer wall of Zhang's house in the file. Is that what you deduce from this? The thieves escaped over the wall. The little woman was right. Wang Zhutu still looks like he doesn't care about himself. What's wrong with that? Xu Qian'an asked. Why do you leave footprints? Wang Zhutu was a little impatient, because there is a flower bed next to the wall. When a thief climbs over the wall, he has to pass through, so there will be footprints on the exterior walls. Xu Qian'an said immediately. So, why don't there be footprints in the courtyard on the file? Wang Zhutu was stunned. The officials on the side came out to relieve the siege. It may be that the thief noticed this when he came in. That's why there was no trace. But after the killing, there was a rush to escape. Only then did he leave footprints in a hurry. Xu Weifan closed. This is the first suspicion. If only the thief could jump up outside the wall, over the flower beds, leave no footprints. If you have this light skill, then when he fled, there's no need to put your foot on a wall. Leverage the second. The deceased died from a blow to the back of the head with a blunt object. Why blunt instruments? The murderer did this kind of thing. Swords kill. Wouldn't it be a little more neat? Wang Zhutu took the case. A blunt object hits the back of the head. Kill with one hit. It was indeed murderous. But he didn't understand why he was using a blunt object, and not a sharp weapon. At this time, Xu Qian woke him up with a word. Unless the killer didn't have the weapon at his disposal at the time. The last point is one that I am more concerned about. The family of the deceased was brought back to the county government for interrogation. Zhang Yang suddenly fainted because of the expensive wine. The doctor diagnosed him and found out that he was pregnant. The officials on the side heard this. Immediately lamented again and again. Compassion arose. Xu Qian was a little annoyed. If you eat melons, the masses will eat melons well. Can you not interject? Xu Qian coughed twice. Interrupt them. Zhang Yang is 20 years old behind the deceased. It's been 10 years since I married the deceased. How did Du get pregnant at this time? Wang Zhutu was shocked when he heard this. Is there any other way to say this? Xu Qian continued. Maybe the child wasn't dead at all. Wang Zhudo's breathing suddenly became heavy. Mingyan, you make it clear. Xu Qian took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Maybe it's not a burglary. It's a cheating homicide. Zhang Yang was stealing from her husband behind her back. The adulterer is either an outside man, either the son of the deceased. The two took advantage of the deceased's outings to collect rent. Secret offers on both sides. Who would have expected the deceased to return early? Caught red-handed. The two sides clashed. So the adulterer was furious. Grabbed a vase or other blunt object and killed the deceased. Zhang Yang and the adulterer hurriedly dealt with the scene and dragged the deceased to the courtyard, disguised as a thief to steal from the house. Since the adulterer wants to be preferential, so be sure to step on it in advance. I figured out the rules of the night watchman. This was not met by the soldiers who met the place. If the thief really wants money, I would never have chosen to do it that night. Instead, they would wait for the deceased to bring the money they had rented. Redeem for a silver ticket. Put it in your pocket and take it with you. Publicity is the rhetoric given. It happened to be borrowing the east wind of rent collection. Take your thoughts in the direction of seeking wealth. A room full of catching and witnessing snakes. The murderer can be judged just by looking at the file. Ning Yin, this is not a joke. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Zhutu was still puzzled. Why do you think? It is possible that the adulterer was the son of the deceased. Su's wife took a slow sip of tea. I suspect him for two reasons. Zhang Xian, the son of the deceased, said in his confession. That night he was in his study looking at the accounts. Zhang Yang was awakened by the screams. It shows that the movement is very large. And he was a sober man. But I didn't hear the slightest movement. Is this reasonable? The second point is that if you can't find the thief sneaking in, traces left in the flower beds, then this so-called thief, most likely it doesn't exist. Speculate on this. The suspicion of the deceased son is very great. Wang Zhutu asked, so the footprints on that wall, most likely it was deliberately left to confuse us. Xu Qian nodded and said, let's go directly to the boots of the deceased son. I knew that Wang Zhutu said. Fools also know that they can't leave their footprints. Xu Qian decisively slapped a rainbow fart. It's really a great god to catch it. Then, Wang Zhutu went to explain the case to Xu Xianling. But he took credit for solving the case. It's all on your head. Xu Xianling also directly said what level you are. Don't you know? A bunch of incompetent vanity. He is very shrewd when he fishes for oil and water. When doing business, it's all about incompetent dogs barking. Wang Pudu was so frightened that he was covered in cold sweat. Don't dare to bow anymore. Directly explained everything. Xu Qian is the one who solves the case. After a long time, the Yamen raised the court again. The deceased wife and the deceased son were pressed again. Xu Xianling was shocked with anger. Lang Dao said, how did you two kill Zhang Yurue? Recruit from the truth. Zhang Xian shouted that he was wronged. Why do you say that? How could the grass people kill their biological father? Xu Xianling glared at them and pretended to be stupid for Lao Tzu. Xu Xianling moistened his throat and said that when the incident happened, Zhang Xian, where are you? I'm in the study. Why not share the tower with your wife? The grass people are watching their mother-in-law. There can be witnesses. In the dead of night. Where did the witnesses come from? Xu Qian'an then asked. Zhang Yang's official asked you. You have been married to Zhang Yurui for 10 years. No, where is it? Why is she pregnant again now? Did you and your stepson murder your husband? Zhang Yang collapsed to the ground and shouted wronged. Akio is not in good health. In recent years, it has been conditioned day by day. Finally conceived her husband. How can an adult rely on this to accuse Ming's father of murdering his husband? Xu Qian was also speechless when he watched it from the side. Zhu County order. Judging like you. How is it possible to find out the truth? Xu Xianling slapped the wood. You said that you saw a black shadow kill people and then climbed over the wall and left. So why search the flower beds under the walls today? No footprints were found. There are no traces of trampling of flowers and plants. Zhang Yang was speechless. Zhang Xian on the side said that the county magistrate. How thieves infiltrate. How does the mother in the house know? Your county government can't find out. You can't impose the blame on my mother and son. Xu Qian squirted in the hall when he heard it. The mother and son of the 82-year-old blood god specials. Don't insult those two words, okay? Xu Xianling was also angry. If you pick up the token, you will be sentenced to 2 people. Zhang Xian was also undecided. My lord, this is going to be bent into a trick. The family letter is the Ministry of Etiquette. Aren't adults afraid of impeachment in several lifetimes? Xu Xianling's face suddenly fell. Who are the errant people in the past few lifetimes? A self-proclaimed official. Catch the mad dog who bites whom. If you don't like it, you will be impeached. Thinking of this, Zhu County Ling was also angry. A grass farmer dared to threaten his own official. The cane that comes to the man is rebuked 20. But he understood. Even if Zhang Xian confessed after the fight, the case was referred to the criminal department. It is still possible that he will be close to his relatives in the middle of the house to commit crimes. At that time, Xu Xianling may be detained. A hat that bends into a trick. And at this time, Xu Qian patted behind him. Help me bring a message to Master Xu. Xu Qian, why are you here? Tell Master Xu to suspend the church for the time being. I have a good idea. After a long time, Zhang Yangsher was taken to a separate room and locked up, just as he was falling and restless. The door was opened. Xu Qian came in with a pot of tea. Don't be nervous. Just have a casual chat. You can call me Su Seer. Zhang Yang's ornament is a bit fierce. Horsewhat plum. Xu Qian poured him a cup of tea. Behold that thou shalt wear gold and silver. Zhang Yurui is very good to you. Actually, I think so. At your age. I can't conceive a child for so many years. Most of it is Zhang Yurui's problem. Zhang Yang's grievances were aggrieved. It's all the people's fault. It's the people's women who don't fight for their stomachs. It took so many years to conceive a child. Xu Qian went on to say that Zhang Yurui usually goes to the Qinglu, naturally frequented, from ancient times to the present day. How can the old men and officials not go to the Qinglu? Xu Qian was embarrassed. This Zhang Yang's is really difficult to do. Zhang Yurui is in his 50s. I also often go to the Qinglu. The vault is definitely empty. Now I'm almost sure. The child in your belly belongs to the old king next door. Xu Qian said, I suddenly understand you very well. Zhang Yurui is over 100 years old, and he still lingers in the Qinglu and snubs you. It is also reasonable for you to go out of the wall. But it's not right for you to kill someone. Publicity is a carelessness. The teacup in the hand is dropped. The woman didn't know what the poor man was talking about. I've read the dossier. That Zhang Xian is a full 7 years younger than you. What does this mean? You're an eagle eating chickens. Zhang Yang is pretending that I don't understand. Xu Qian went on to say Zhang Yang. You're the one who keeps the empty room. Loneliness is unbearable. So he seduced the prostitute. doing shameless and unethical things. The night of the incident, you took advantage of Zhang Yurui to go to the countryside to collect rent, and cheated with a prostitute, who knew that Zhang Yurui would return early. Break through the adultery between the two of you. Father and son fight. You smash Zhang Yurui to death from behind with a vase. In order to cover up the crime, you dragged Zhang Yurui's body to the courtyard, disguised as a thief to steal and kill. Zhang Xian deliberately left footprints on the wall to substantiate your claims. Zhang Yang slammed up. I am wronged without me. Xu Qian'an looked at him tremblingly. The hand knew that he had guessed 10, 7, or 8. Don't you wonder why I know so clearly? Zhang Yang was shocked. Could it be that Zhang Xian has already confessed? That's impossible. Xu Qian'an took advantage of the victory to pursue. Do you think that it is impossible for your adulterer to confess his guilt? Because you think you handle it seamlessly. In fact, there are many flaws. Zhang Xian only left footprints on the wall, but there are no footprints left by entering the house. If the thief has a good body, when you escape, you can get your potential out of it. There are no footprints left at all. Second, Zhang Yurui died from a blunt force blow, not anger, according to the law of Dafeng. Those who enter the house without reason. At 8 o'clock, the main family ascended to the World Pavilion to kill the killer. Misconception: what burglar would be unarmed? But Zhang Yurui died on the go. Third, why the county government will insist on it. It was you who killed Zhang Yurui, and not thieves. It's because you made a mistake. Zhang Yurui's body had his feet facing the room. The fatal wound to the back of the head was directed outward. This shows that the murderer moved from behind him, attacked him with a blunt object. The gentleman on the beam saw that the master had returned. Either stand still or retreat, deliberately attacked and killed. He went back empty-handed. How is this possible? Zhang Yang is a clenched hand. This moment was also completely loosened. He never expected that there would be so many flaws. Xu Qian'an then said, "You have nothing to say." Zhang Xian had nothing to say. That's why he confessed you. He also said that you were incorruptible and shameful to seduce him. He didn't want to be entangled with you, but you threatened him with the child in your belly. That night, you also took advantage of the chaos to kill Zhang Yurui. Zhang Xian knows that there are so many flaws. Doomed. He confessed his guilt to the county magistrate. May I offer 500 taels of silver? Unblock relationships. Put all the blame on your head. Let you bear the guilt of murdering your own husband alone. What is Zhang Xian? You know best, people. Zhang Yang couldn't help but be a little flustered. Su Qi sighed with peace of mind. I don't know who Zhang Xian is. I just believe in this kind of unrelated love. Only the relationship of desire will be how unreliable it will be. And Zhang Xian is a rich second generation. He has a family and is young. What awaited him was an ocean of oceans. Why would you sacrifice for a woman? Xu Qian'an went on to say that the county commander was honest and just. He does not believe Zhang Xian's one-sided words. Ordered me to come and inquire. If you confess leniency, the county magistrate promised to absolve you of the capital crime. Zhang Yang seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. I didn't hesitate to recruit it. In fact, Xu Qian'an lied to him. According to the laws of the Great Bong, adultery or murder of a husband, the woman was executed at Lingqi. The adulterer was beheaded for public display. It is impossible to exonerate the death penalty. And Zhang Xian, who saw Zhang Yang's confession, was caught off guard. No more quibbles. Desperate confession. Zhu Xianling looked at the two confessions in his hand, scolded the bastard repeatedly. But he didn't forget to praise Xu Qian'an. Xu Qian'an also hurriedly threw blood. Take a rainbow fart, by the way. They are all taught by adults. The villain is familiar with it. I learned some tricks. Wang Zhutu, who was watching from the sidelines, was a little stunned. That's not right. When this kid first arrived, the character is honest and stubborn. Will only do things with a dull head. It's a real stun blue. How can the case be decided like a god in the blink of an eye? What is Qinglu culture? Today, Xu Qian'an will give you a popular science. Qian'an is the shrine. It is aimed at the common people. The green building is a higher level. The customer base is wealthy businessmen and dignitaries. These two are the equivalent of modern enamel and clubhouse. In Dafeng, when it comes to Qinglu culture, you can't get around the Jiaofeng temple. The beauty in the temple is all a character. There is one more striking feature. That is, they're all the family members of the convicts. Xu Qian'an helped Lao Wang solve the case. When he was happy, he was going to take Xu Qian'an to run to the hook railing. The colleagues around looked at Xu Qian'an with a smile on their faces. Heineheim is going to grow up. But alas, Lao Wang didn't plan to treat him. Rather, to each his own pay. Xu Qian'an suddenly lost interest. Besides, it's broken. Xu Qian'an will not be able to cultivate to the qi refining realm in this life. So he put on a serious face. Say, I'm not that kind of person. It's just that no one birds him. Lao Wang continued to blow the floating incense. It is the oiran of the church division. If it weren't for the fact that there was already Anka that night, I've already had something going on with him. Su's wife suddenly became interested. How much money did you get that night? Lao Wang stretched out 3 fingers. 32 Su wife and snatched the peanuts of a colleague on the side. Stretched out his head in front of the old king. Don't just drink, but where you eat something. I won't get drunk like this. Su's wife is on Sheen in the middle of the belly, and what kind of jokes? 30 taels can buy several little ladies. It's okay to put together a table of mahjong at home. The brain is teased. I went to call Fong Si to sleep with the oiran. Soon after, Su wife and went home alone. The first thing I do when I get home is to keep a journal. Anyway, I'm not a serious person. Today is the first day of the month of Bingshu in the year of Gengzi. That should be the modern year of the rat. October 18th in the solar calendar. The second uncle was right. I gotta change my life. This shit like society is not necessarily a good thing to mix too high. 5 generations of officials who have been rated abound. What kind of person can live a nourishing life? I looked into it. It's the middle class. Richer than ordinary people. It doesn't involve high-level fighting. It doesn't matter if you suffer a small loss on weekdays. People in this class are the most nourishing. In addition, today I found a penny of silver in the bazaar. The weather was cloudy on October 19th. I have to be rich. More reliable than silver in the world is gold. Although the merchant has no status, it can only be said that there are gains and losses. I'm going to spend a few more days. Resigned and was not caught in the yamen. 2 taels of silver a month and a bag of rice. When can I go to Jiaofeng Division to sleep oiran? October 20th, the weather is cloudy. I'm not in a hurry to resign just yet. Let's talk about getting the business up and running. Today I saw a colleague taking a card ticket to blackmail a businessman. I don't feel very comfortable, but I know it's the norm in society. But I can't change anything. In addition, today I found a penny of silver in the yamen. The weather was fine on October 21st. Today, Wang Zhutu took me to play in the hook fence. My impression of the tick bar has changed. He's a place where he listens to music and opera, and where the soul and the flesh blend. I was so saddened. I'm still working on my muscles. The tendons can't be broken. Then I found a penny in the checker. It's just right to pay for listening to music and eating food. Lately it's not shit luck. On October 22th, he listened to the music. On October 23rd, Gao Lan listened to the music. On October 24th, Gao Lan listened to the music. Wang asked me why I was so happy. 4 white prostitution makes me happy. On October 27th, Gao Lan listened to the music. No silver was picked up today. You'll have to pay for it yourself. Phew, the place of the miasma will never come again. October 28th, there is gunpowder in this world. There are also firecrackers. There is also soap. The effect is surprisingly good. In this way, the soap project was also ruined. By the way, I can burn glass. This group of ancient people must not have seen it. October 29th. I didn't expect glass to have it too. I had to find another way. Today, I picked up the second uncle's private money at home. A penny. On October 30th, he listened to the music. October 31st. I found another money-making scheme today. That's improving paper. As long as you can make better paper, I'll be able to make money every day. Eat the best food. Sleep the most beautiful oirin. Think about it. The process of making paper is to know a fart yourself. Today I found a penny in the bazaar. November 3rd, the deposit has been tossed up in the past few days. Borrow money from the second uncle. The second uncle is a poor ghost and has no money. After Xu Qian'an knew, first expressed his disdain. Then he taunted me. In the end, he gave me 5 taels of silver. Heaven does not give birth to me. The New Year's wind is as long as the night. I say so. Xu Qian'an walked away with a red face. Except for some poisonous tongues and tsundere. My cousin is actually pretty good. Erlang, if it weren't for us, we would be worshippers. I'll make you the heroine. Today, November 5th, and the fishers in the yamen went to the tea house to fish. The first time I heard a storyteller tell a story, I suddenly thought, if you put the martial arts novels of later generations, 4 famous books were written, I can make money lying down. I'm such a little clever. Today I picked up another penny. The money to go to the hook bar tomorrow is back again. November 7th, I was so naive. A novel is hundreds of thousands or millions of words. This is what I can write with a brush. Although I can make charcoal. But I can't remember the novel. It's been a decade. Nothing has been accomplished. I'm gonna crack. The man traveled through the decade. But nothing came of it. At the moment, I really realized it. The failures of modern test-oriented education. He knows a little bit about everything. But they're in a state of ignorance. It is impossible to turn what you have learned into money. But that's not the worst part. He discovers the world he is currently in. Corrupt officials are rampant. A little greed can be regarded as a good official. Not to mention the Qing officials. It's rarer than the yellow flower girl in the hook bar. It was cloudy on November 9th. Why hasn't Si Tianjin's Kaiwei girl come to me yet? He didn't want to get the legendary alchemy secrets. That girl's appearance is no worse than Lin Yu's sister. Cute and delicate goose egg face. With my perfect flirting skills, maybe I can catch her up. I also want to be in this indifferent society. Find a love. Come to me. I don't want to fight anymore. On November 10th, I was still not reconciled. Novel plan stream. Produced by to 2 younger sisters. Talked about the general plot of Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai. They listened. Lin Yu's eyes were red. But Lin Yi didn't cry. I punched him. She cried. I think that's what she's supposed to be at her age. On November 11th, I drank with Li Dianshi today. Drunk and slightly drunk. She said that the princess of King Jinbei was the first beauty of the dynasty. I asked him how beautiful he was. He couldn't describe it. Because Li Dianshi also listened to what the county commander said. When I got home from work at night, I quietly asked my second uncle. The second uncle's expression was very strange. He went to great lengths to use his rating vocabulary. Described Fei Wang's beauty. I extracted the core elements of nada. This makes me interested in Fei Wang. There was a lot of interest and anticipation. November 12th to this day. Nothing. I have disgraced the motherland. Disgrace to the traverser. November 13th. This is my first month in this world. It was sent down. I'm going to work hard. Take your time in business. On November 14th, Galan listened to music in the courtyard. Xu Qian'an stood under the eaves. He threw a prismatic weapon. He didn't aim at all. But it accurately hit the stake red star 20 paces away. It's not. How clever Xu Qian'an is at throwing hidden weapons. It's his luck. In a month, he picked up a total of 2 or 2,000 pieces of silver. It is equivalent to half a month's salary. The money. It's enough for an ordinary family of 3 to save money for 3 months. But the weirdest thing is, I only picked up 1 penny of silver each time. That's not luck. You don't need to ask Yuan Fong to know that this matter is strange. Xu Qian sighed. System Dad, come out, don't play hide and seek with me. The system ignored him. In the past month, he made countless attempts to wake up the system. The facts tell him, not at all. The system can't think of me like this. I have never won a lottery ticket for 5 yuan since I was a child. Of non-chieftains can one day evolve into the emperor of Europe. But the lifespan of the emperor is extremely short. One thing is for sure. The original owner had no amazing luck at all. He has to have words, and he won't dislike him. We'll offer him as an ancestor. The whole family is no longer fighting. Rely on him to pick up money to get by. This gift of unknown origin, it's inexplicably panicking, is not steady. Su's wife's eyes are calm. Sai can only take one step at a time. The small courtyard where Su's wife lives. Originally, it was lived by an old housekeeper of the Su family. It is separated from the Su family's mansion by a wall. Later, the old housekeeper died. The courtyard was left unused. Later, after the owner and the aunt fell out, in a fit of rage, he moved here. Closed for today. Xu Qian climbed over a 1-foot-high wall. I went to my second uncle's house for breakfast. Mainly to save money. There's that money to go to the tick bar and listen. Isn't he fragrant? In the inner hall, the family is eating breakfast. But suddenly, the aunt saw Xu Qian come in. The good mood just now disappeared all of a sudden. Xu Qi installed it as invisible. Staring at your own breakfast. A martial artist in the alchemy realm, the appetite is much larger than the average person. These breakfasts can only be half full. Xu Qian glanced at Xiao doubting. Kind face and pleasant color road, Kobayashi sound. Is it good to divide the eldest brother with a meat bun? Little Bean, Ding, immediately opened his arms. The baby hen guards the food like a cub. Say no viciously. Don't worry. Big brother won't let you suffer. Xu Qian picked up a meat bun and put it on his plate. Pointing to the 4 meat buns, he said, My meat buns are here for you. Do we all have a share of these 4 meat buns? Su Lingyin pecked at the brain. Xu Qian continued to bewitch. Shouldn't we split it evenly? The official account of Xiao Ding Quan runs. My CPU rang for a while. Then he nodded firmly. Xu Qian's treacherous plan succeeded. Take advantage of the victory and chase after you, 2 buns. Big brother 2 buns. Later, the eldest brother will give you half a fritter. You are not earned. Annie shook her head. How could I have given birth to such a stupid girl as you? I'm so angry with my mother. At this time, Su Xingyan staggered over. Su Jireling, Su Xingyan resigned himself. Because hanging is not a reflection of death, he is famous. It's even more because of an adult. I didn't have a home and reached the pinnacle of my life. Su Xingyan followed the path of Confucian practice. Yunlu Academy was a great disciple of a Confucian sage. Founded 1,200 years ago, it is a holy place that scholars all over the world dream of. The transcendent status of Yunlu Academy. It's not just about opening a patriarch. He is a disciple of a saint. The most important point, he is the only remaining academy that can practice Confucianism and Taoism. Su Xingyan's opening mirror. It belongs to the 9th product of the Confucian system. Can increase memory. 10 lines at a glance. Strengthen learning ability. But it's still the 5 scum of war. These days have been fruitless because of the retreat. Now he has become a puppet that does not possess his soul. What he's good at is strategy. Poetry is his weakness. My aunt was very distressed and did a good job of poetry. People have strengths. The inch is short. Mole pays attention to the gossip of outsiders. Xu Qian suddenly asked to say goodbye. When will you break through the enlightenment? To the 8th grade of self-cultivation. Su Xinglian shook her head regretfully and had no clue for the time being. The teacher said to be self-conscious. Xu Qian said that you can refer to the opening mirror. How is the opening mirror cultivated? Su New Year's reminiscences. Recite the saints' scriptures upside down. Use it for yourself. It's the opening mirror. The former takes a lot of time to memorize. The latter relies on a certain amount of understanding. Xu Qian'an was speechless. This is the same as the refining of the martial arts system. It's all been fought for many years. Boil your blood and temper your body. Xu Qian'an asked the words of cultivation. Do you also have to temper your physique? Xu Qian'an pondered the Confucianism of the self-cultivation realm. Fearless. Every word and deed can be convincing. I'm trying to start with the self-cultivation realm. The ability to show up is to reverse the method of cultivation. Did that work out? Xu Qian'an was silent. He's a little annoyed with this big brother now. But Xu Qian'an still stretched his neck curiously. Waiting for the answer, Xu Qian'an pretended not to see it. He turned to his mother and said that something had happened to an elder in the academy. It's a long way to Qingzhou. The students of the academy will see him off tomorrow. Speaking of which, Xu Qian'an said bitterly, I haven't written a send-off poem yet. Su Lingyue said softly, the second brother has no poetic talent. The aunt glared at him. Displeased, your second brother is talented. The way of poetry was just not taken to heart before. Su Pingji dragged his cheeks and said casually, write a few sentences. I think you blurted out that sentence that day. It's very courageous. Xu Qian'an coughed dryly. Stiff digression. That elder is a world-famous Confucian. Extremely good at poetry. The people who saw him off were all talented poets. In addition to the admiration for the elderly, I also have the idea of making connections. If only it could be appreciated by that senior. The benefits are numerous. Xu Qian'an is arrogant. Always make the gentleman's friendship as light as water. The gentleman is not a party. After this crisis, he finally realized the benefits of PY trading. Xu Qian'an is the eldest brother. Very gratifying. Su Pingji said out of place. Your grandfather was like you. Only write articles. No poetry. Annie is not convinced. What do you mean by this? It was my father's fault. In the new year, I can be admitted to the lifting person. It's all the credit of my Li family. For he follows me. You look at the shade of the trees. It's up to you. There is no enlightenment so far. Second Uncle Su was speechless. Xu Qian'an disobeyed his aunt. As you will. It's to say that my Su family is clumsy. Annie instinctively replied that you were the material for studying. I won't go to learn martial arts. Even the words are written crookedly. Mrs. Su, Director In, and Director Chen didn't care about her aunt first. To Su Erlangs. The stinky temper wants to take the initiative to split outside. The status of that scholar should not be low. Jiro's connections are my connections. My connections are still my connections. Gotta help him. Soon he had an idea. Locked a poem. Write poetry, right? Good day. Let my aunt know that all of my Su family are talents. The second uncle was a little embarrassed and choked. Let's not get involved in the affairs of the readers. Xu Qian'an ignored it. Lightly said, thousands of miles of yellow clouds and daylight. Everyone was shocked. The north wind blows geese and snow. Xu Qian'an was stunned for a moment. The picture in my mind is spontaneously born. Don't worry about the road ahead. There is no one to know. No one in the world knows you. Su Erlang was so excited that the chopsticks in his hand fell. He muttered to himself, immersed in the artistic conception and unable to extricate himself. Don't worry about the road ahead. There is no one to know. No one in the world knows you. Big Brother was able to make such a masterpiece. Unexpectedly, I promise that there will also be a time of apparition before people in the new year. Although it is borrowed from the east wind of the eldest brother. Although it is only half a poem, but it's enough. Outside of Kyoto, the students of Mianyang Pavilion saw off Mr. Except for students, there are also two big shots. The great power player Li Mu Baitung. It is known as the first in the world. 5 years ago, he talked about 3 games with Wei Gongshou. They were all defeated and ashamed. slammed the chessboard in a rage. Never play chess again. 6 books on the art of war written by Zhang Shun, a master of war in his early years. To this day, it is still a must-read publication for military attaches and generals. He is the only one of Daebong, the art of war on a par with the Duke of Wei. Yang Gongzi is humble, known as the Xiang layman, the champion of the 14th year of Yuanjing. The following year, he left officialdom gloomily, returned to Yunlu Academy to study, become a world-famous Confucian. Now, 22 years later, he went to Qinzhou to serve as a political envoy. All 3 of them are from Yunlu Academy. Yunlu Academy and Guozijian have a history of grievances. Cloud Road College. It was founded as an academy founded by the great disciples of Confucian sages. Self-proclaimed Confucian orthodoxy. But 200 years ago, because of the true fruit, the incident was completely disgusted by the emperor at the time. And it just came at the right time. A gentleman from Yunlu Academy. Take this opportunity to stand on your own. In order to save the principles of heaven. The idea of destroying people's desires pleased the emperor at that time. With the support of the emperor, the Guozijian was established. As a result, he became a grandmaster. After that, Guozijian replaced Yunlu Academy. It became the main transportation agency for court officials. The debate over Confucian orthodoxy thus lasted for 200 years. Yang Gong went to Qinzhou to guard Yunlu Academy. Expand your territory. Lay the foundation of officialdom. But I want to revive the former glory of the college. It also depends on the young students. Speaking of which, Li Mubai stood up. Look at the students. Is there anyone willing to write a poem song? Song Xiang. Yang Gong was also not stingy. Took out his own jade pendant. As a gift from the leader this time, the students were eager to try. Just such an hour passed. The 3 Confucians only felt that they needed to wash their ears. Since the country has been re-enshrined in the spine of the saints' canon, students all over the world can only stick to the classics. Immerse yourself in words. The poetry of the article is no longer spiritual. This is also the reason why Confucianism began to weaken in modern times. Confucianism at the beginning. Invincible in the major systems. However, to the present. Yang Gong was a little disappointed though. But I'm still willing to listen. Is there any other student who can do good things? And then an arrogant voice came to Mr. I have a division. Everyone was embarrassed. I don't understand the situation. Even Zhang Shun poked his head out. Because he heard. This is the voice of his own student Xu Qian'an. Students quit the old. There was a division to see off the Xiang monks. He was deliberately silent until now. He was low-key and humble. I don't want to throw out a good thing too early to embarrass my classmates. He's definitely not trying to be in the limelight. Zhang Shun hurriedly came out, and Su Ci was my student. The art of war is outstanding. It's a manufacturable talent. After talking about the heart, silently added, but he just can't write poetry. Xu Qian'an looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Take a deep breath and slowly close your eyes. Thousands of miles of yellow clouds and daylight. The north wind blows geese and snow. The sun is stunning. These 2 sentences are really a bit of a charm. He had an accident this time. It seems to be reused by the imperial court, granting authority. But the forces from the Guozijian will watch him rise to prominence. He will be allowed to lay the foundation for the Egret Academy in the officialdom. This goes to Qinzhou. In fact, the future is uncertain. The road ahead is slim. Suddenly, Xu Qian'an opened her arms. The handsome face is reflected in the warm sun. It is as flawless and delicate as jade. He raised his arms and looked directly at the Xiang monk. Spit out the last 2 sentences loudly. Don't worry about the road ahead. There is no one to know. No one in the world knows you. The voice fell. The people present got goosebumps. The 3 great Confucians were shocked at this moment. Hurriedly asked the second half of the sentence. but I haven't seen Xu New Year speak for a long time. The corners of Xu Qian'an's mouth twitched. This is only half a day. The readers present immediately exploded. It's hard to accept such words. How can anyone write poetry and write half of it? Is this still human? Yang Gong calmed down. The smile is deep. It doesn't matter. Bonk is already shocking, although it is a half-K, 7-word poem. But Dafeng's poetry is now weakened. The poem spread. It's sure to be a sensation. It is widely sung by students all over the world. Xu Qian'an's poem has a name. Yang Gong asked Xu Qian'an to remain arrogant. Wei Shi didn't know how to explain it, only to maintain a lonely posture, so that people don't ask anymore. The poem has not yet been named. The Ziyang monk's smile widened instead. This poem is for me to see me off. Qin nod to Xu Qian'an. Why don't you think of one for you? Li Mubai, a great power, and Zhang Sheng, a master of the art of war. Suddenly I understood his intentions. I felt like I had eaten a lemon in my heart. Then call Mianyang Pavilion to send Yang Gongji's light boat. How to make a new year respectfully. It's all up to the gentleman. The two great Confucians were even more sour. Shameless old thief. Poetry is weak. Now the poem is circulating. It will definitely cause a sensation in Confucianism. It is sung by students all over the world. The reputation of Ziyang lay people will also rise with the tide. The key is what he does. It's equivalent to binding your name to the poem. It can be seen that this old thief is in order to make a name for himself. I don't even want my face. And at this time, Xu New Year coughed. Tell the teacher the truth. Two gentlemen. I didn't do it. It's someone else. Xu Qian'an may never have thought of it in his life. There can be two great Confucians fighting in order to collect themselves. Just as Xu Qian'an said, this poem is not self-authorized. It's when it's a family murder. The three Confucians were taken aback at first. Then Zhang Shun showed a look that was really like this. It's just that all the students are crazy. They all searched to see if this great talent belonged to our academy. The more the discussion ensued, the more intense it became. Where did Uncle Xu C's brother study? Why haven't I heard of this person? Who did your brother learn from? Well, you say. Such teachers. We didn't know anything. The students were in a hurry. Xu Qian'an suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. I was influenced by the rough daddy. I shouldn't have said the rough guy. Everything is inferior. Only reading is high. It can be seen that the reader is proud. Xu Qian'an himself is too. If you know, Xu Qian'an is nothing more than a vulgar tooth. A low-level difference can also write the best 7 laws. Whereas our networking, Xu Qian'an stiffened his head. My brother studied the classics hard at home, not in Yunlu Academy. Nor is he in the country. He has a lackluster personality. There is no dispute, and the people do not like the public. I only wish that the first poor spirit. The students of White Deer Academy were shocked. The heart of friendship swells up. There is such integrity. It's just a role model. Officially, after the end, Ziyang Jusher set off for Qinzhou to invest. There was no accident to Xu Qian'an. Years in this time. Yang Gong poked his head out with a red face. Meaningfully said, such a great talent. The pearl cannot be dusted. Pure words. What do you think? The two Confucians didn't know if they really didn't understand. Still pretending not to understand. Silently sent off the Ziyang monk. Wait for the carriage to go away. Li Mubai suddenly grabbed Xu Qian'an's hand. Take him aside to say goodbye. The old man suddenly became a disciple. Thankfully, nothing happened today. Take me to meet your brother. Zhang Shin flew directly. Li Mubai was born and said goodbye. If you and your brother worship under the old man's seat, it's not a good story. It doesn't matter if you write poetry or not. The main thing is that I don't want to bury such a talent. If in the future, you will come across a poem that will be handed down to the world. For example, my teacher Zhang Shun and the like. Is it also excellent? Li Mubai was displeased, and the art of war was not the mainstream. Scholars must first learn the general theory of experience. Slim the family. Zhang Shun snorted coldly, and Qi Dao is the mainstream. And he's a man who can't afford to lose. In Wei Yuan's hands, there was not a single victory. Shut up, old thief. He wants to be in front of Wei Yuan in front of me. The old man has always cherished talents. The old man of the student has accepted it. Old horseman, do you cherish talents? You're a corpse who covets him. Shameless old thief. Look at the old man's righteousness and shock you to death. As if the old man didn't. The two Confucians quarreled with red faces. I simply started my hand directly. On the other side, Xu Qian'an was competing with second Uncle Su. The two fought back and forth. Second Uncle Su's praise is good. Skills have improved again. Su wife and modestly said that he had won the award. Second Uncle Su couldn't help but sigh and said that he was promoted to the Qi refining realm. In addition to the desire for medicine, there must also be a master of the God refining realm to open the gate of heaven for you. Otherwise, for the rest of your life, you can't step into the Qi refining realm either. I was born and died in the battle of the mountains and seas. Only then did he accumulate his exploits. In exchange for a master in the army, he opened the gate of heaven for me. Step into the refinery. Second Uncle Su sighed. The second year after returning home, there was a new year. Xu Qian'an wiped his sweat. Second Uncle, what do you want to say? You read the Second Uncle, and you're old. My only wish is to see you marry and have children. I'm worthy of your dead father. Xu Qian'an was speechless. If you want to be promoted, you can't just accumulate credit. There's one more way. That's throwing money. Wu Fan Jing in the narrow sense. Therefore, the imperial court strictly controlled the number of martial artists. Expressly, a master of refining nerves. You shall not open the gates of heaven to anyone in private. If you want to open the door of heaven for the heirs of the family, it needs to be reported to the government. However, the bureaucratic atmosphere of the Dabong today is extremely poor. Corrupt officials are rampant. The majesty of the imperial court was weakening. Even if they dare not openly disobey the law, there are still many masters of the God refining realm. They will look for trading partners on the black market. Xu Qian'an worked hard to make money. It is the idea of replacing meritorious deeds with silver letters. Otherwise, you will not be able to break your body if you have been stuck in the alchemy ban. So what use do I want this iron rod? Since the end of the silver case, the relationship between Xu Qian'an and his family has eased a lot. After a month of getting along, Su Lingyue's perception of her cousin has changed a lot. It's not as estranged as it used to be. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has gone shopping with his big brother. At this time, Xu Qian'an stared at him. Suddenly, I thought of a way to make money. Isn't it possible to improve your clothes? Make women's clothes more beautiful, more seductive. Moment. A lot of epic-making women's clothes flashed through his mind. But he quickly cut off the idea. In this conservative society, if you get these clothes yourself, I guess I'll be dragged to be beheaded. A childish but anxious voice interrupted Xu Qian'an's thoughts. Xiao Doubting pointed to a merchant on the street and said, "Sister, I'm going to eat sugar gourds." The Xu family suffered a catastrophe. Running out of money. It's been a month. The son is quite poor. Su Lingyue didn't have copper money on her body to buy sugar gourds for her sister. Xiao Doubting turned his head and called the big country. Su's wife had no choice but to go out with no money. But soon enough, as soon as the words were finished, something is stepped on under your feet. He leaned over and picked it up. Sure enough, it's a penny. Today, the money that Gulan listened to is back again. But this is really unscientific. Every time it happens to be the money that Golan listened to. Could it be that it is providence that I soak hook orchids every day? But let's find a way to break through to the refining wonderland first. I don't know the force value of this world yet. What about the ceiling? In the future, the ability will be strong. Maybe you can figure out the reason for this shit luck. Xu Qian generously bought 3 strings of sugar gourds. Xu Lingyue said in a reserved, soft voice. Thank you, brother. Xu Qian looked at him, sighed in my heart that my sister was really eye-catching. And at this time, a pair of small hands kept dangling in front of Xu Qian. Cauldron, cauldron, is your sugar gourd sweet? Xiao doubting asked Xu Qian vaguely. Broke the careful thinking of the female doll. You want to eat it? Xu Lingying was taken aback. I didn't expect my thoughts to be known by my eldest brother. Big brother is amazing. Xu Qian snorted. Sugar gourds eat too much. Worms will grow in the mouth. Xiao Doubting's little face showed vigilance. What worms will grow? Xu Qian thought for a moment. Give him a description. It's the kind of white fat. Greasy bugs. He just finished speaking. I saw my little sister swallow my saliva. There was a look of anticipation. Xu Qian was convinced. Directly gave him the sugar gourd. At this time, Xiao Doubting was attracted by the scene in front of him. Guiyue building is a third-class green building. But even if it's a third-class green building, if you go in, you have to pay $2 of silver for the weaving of wine. I'm going to sleep with a girl. According to the low quality, about $5 or $6 is enough. Expensive one? $2. Xu Qian pondered for a moment. Confirm that you are someone who cannot afford to spend. Shadow Ding Shui said loudly. The ladies upstairs in the cauldron are so beautiful. Xu Qian replied. The ladies are in business. Dress modestly, of course. Little Doubting asked curiously. What kind of business? The eyes of the little bean cube selling the bag are bright. Looking up at the green building. Reluctant to go. Xu Lingyue stomped her feet and shouted, Big brother. Shame and resentment. Blame Xu Qian for not discussing this with his younger sister. Xu Qian hurriedly ran away. Shadow told Xu Qian that the eldest brother was so good. Xu Qian kissed softly. Not long after, Xu Qian came back with a roasted fishball. Just at this time, Xu Qian saw 4 or 5 guards surrounding Xu Lingyue. The 16-year-old Qingli girl is like a trapped and lost. While protecting yourself, while trying to break out of the encirclement, he was so anxious that he almost cried. Su Ling saw that her sister was being bullied. I'm too anxious to be at a loss. He ran to Brother Gongzi on his short legs, pointing at his nose and scolding. Brother Gongzi looked at the little bean in front of him, screaming and screaming here. Subconsciously raised the horsewhip in his hand, forcing the horse to raise its arms. Trampled towards Su Lingying. Su Lingyue let out a terrible wail. An evil fire surged in Xu Qian's heart. The moment when the horse's hooves are raised, he pulled out the string of copper plates in his arms. Throw it with all your might. 72 copper plates rubbed out the slope in the air. Sprinkle it to the brocade boy. Brother Child did not react to the oncoming killing move. Instead, it was a protector who reacted. Pounced on Brother Child. Threw him off his horse. A portion of the copper coins were shot in the air. The other part is embedded in the blood of the horse coop. Met Su Lingying. Xiao Doubting, who was stunned in place. Haven't figured out what's going on yet. He sat down on the ground with a limp of his feet. He raised his little hand and wiped it on his face. His hands were stained with the blood that had just jumped out. Xu Qian hurriedly put his hand on Xiao Doubting's hand and refused to let it. He looked at it and hugged Xiao Doubting. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. It was so thrilling just now. Little Doubting didn't cry. But when I saw the eldest brother coming, immediately let go of all precautions. Wow cried out. Through so long. This is the first time Xu Qian has been angry. Xu Qian rescued Zia Doubting. Immediately said to Su Lingyue, take Lining to the Yamen of Changle County to beat the drum. Just say, I told you to go. Then let the king catch the head, send someone to feed the pigs with the sword. Hundreds of families invite the second uncle. It should be on Huangling Street. Su Lingyue looked at Xu Qian deeply. Said a word, big brother, take care. took Xiaodaoting, and left. And at this time, the boy brother, also recovered from the panic just now, said viciously to Xu Qian, "Did you kill me?" Xu Qian slowly stood up. "That's right. It's me, but I still want to kill you." Xu Qian at this time. Unprecedented anger. The horse that Xu Qian had just killed. It is a hard-to-buy Shuidi Oolong mark. In the army, it can only be ridden at the rank of deputy general or above. The value is also equivalent to a modern Lamborghini. In ancient times, you could afford to drive a supercar. That's definitely the second generation of top officials. Xu Qian also collected his anger. Because he knows it well, only the second generation of officials can be defeated. In my current identity, it's really like there's nowhere to spill it. Xu Qian endured his temper. Good words are here. Xu Qian met his nephew to protect Xu Pingji. The two of them are my sisters. I don't know where I offended child. Just now, in a hurry, I accidentally killed child's love horse. I will definitely compensate. Brother Gongzi was stunned at first. You said that Xu Pingji lost the photography one. Xu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It was Brother Gongzi's face that suddenly sank. And it shall be measured that you will go and abolish him. Just take a breath. The guards stepped forward one after another. Xu Qian looked at this scene, almost burst into foul language. This man is insane. Two guards joined forces. Xu Qian dodged sideways. The guards switched hands and flanked back and forth. Xu Qian bent down to dodge. Then tap on the soles of your feet. The ground then leaped into the air. Thinking about these two early alchemy stages, I can't help myself. It's just that at this time, the two guards jumped away from one left and one right. The top of Xu Qian's head. I don't know when there was one more person. Wait for Xu Qian to react. The three of them have formed a three-sided attack. Xu Qian is unavoidable. Wound in the abdomen. Before Xu Qian could make a move, the man above him threw his hands together and slammed them at him. The next moment, Xu Qian swooped into the ground like a cannonball. Brother Gongzi also trembled at this time. Kneel down and kowtow to me happily. Shout twice, Grandpa. Maybe this son is in a good mood. I can spare your life. Xu Qian responded loudly. Grandpa's grandma tastes so good. Brother Gongzi did not anger Xu Qian. Instead, he lost it. He shouted for me, kill him. Don't leave it in one breath. The guard surrounded again. Xu Qian continued to accumulate strength under his feet. The bricks are cracked. I secretly cursed in my heart that it was time for Grandpa to perform. Xu Qian rushed out like an envoy. The protector watched Xu Qian fly towards him. I haven't had time to make a move. Xu Qian came to him. The next moment, Xu Qian bumped into him. Several ribs were broken. He never expected that Xu Qian would hide his strength. Xu Qian is unabated. Go straight to Brother Gongzi. In the frightened face of the other party, he grabbed his neck. Brother Gongzi saw that the situation was not good. I'm planning to move the name of the parent out. Xu Qian clenched his fists. Punched the younger brother in the lower abdomen. The skin is formed. Blood spurts out of the mouth under the skin. Xu Qian said with a gloomy face, "Dare to bully my sister. It's not that easy." After the calculation, he punched a few more punches. He now has nothing but the sound of killing pigs. Can't say a word. The guards watched in horror, but he didn't dare to step forward to break the siege. Brother Child collapsed to the ground. Xu Qian stepped on his face with his foot. If you can't beat it, you can call someone. This has been true since ancient times. Xu Qian trampled Brother Gongzi under his feet. The surrounding guardians did not dare to step forward to relieve the siege. But Brother Gongzi's whole body is soft even now. But the mouth is still hard. You know who I am. Do you know who my dad is? You vulgar warrior. Wait until I get back. There is good fruit to eat. Xu Qian kicked his scar. All I know is that the puppet is angry too. And the puff was furious. Blood splattering is more than 5 steps. The two sides confronted each other for a moment. A group of people wore dark uniforms. The trapper with the waist ramp is coming soon. The leader is the king catcher. Bastard stuff. Dared to fight in the streets of Changle County. Take it all with me. The catchers took the test one after another. A moment later, Brother Gongzi and his party were pressed to the ground. He hadn't figured out the situation yet. What are you doing with me? Catch the one surnamed Su. This son wants to cut him with 1,000 knives. But the catchers didn't pay any attention to it. Pressed him and sent him to the yamen. Lao Wang turned back to Xu Qian'an and said, Brother, you're in trouble. The identity of the king and the 8 calves is not simple. Have you figured out how to solve it? Xu Qian'an slandered me in the middle of his abdomen, and Hu Hansan had no choice. But let's talk about it first. Let my second uncle know first. Inside the yamen, Zhu Xian said to Brother Gongzi with a charming face, Isn't this Zhou Gongzi? It's good for the waiter to come in. The brocade-clothed boy waved his sleeves suddenly. Pointing at Xu Qian'an, he said viciously that this person was murderous on the street. And, you want to kill me? Take him down quickly. Zhu Xianling can only accompany the smiling face to play around. Then glared angrily, flew up, and kicked Xu Qian'an. Bastard stuff. Even the son-in-law of Lord Zhou, the servant of the household department, dared to fight. You got a few heads to lose. Although Zhu County's order is superficial. But I still side in my heart. Xu Qian'an was confused this time. Zhu Xian turned his head again. Another licking dog grin. Zhou Gongzi, this is the big water washed the Dragon King Temple. It's all my own family. You don't remember the villain. Don't mess with him as a little person. Xu Qian's heart sank. He is actually the son of Tobshiro, in the officialdom of the Daebong dynasty. How much energy is in an official? It's not about grades. It's context and power. There are many first and second grade officials. But a knight who really stands at the pinnacle of power. Just a handful of people. The Shangshu and Shilang of the 6 divisions are among them. Even if you call the second uncle, the sword guard, over, I can't even use it. Hit the son of Tobsquiro. It's really a big deal. Zhou Gongzi was furious and gave me this set. You don't arrest people, do you? Then I'll do it myself. He waved his hand. Command obedience. Arrest this kid for me. He didn't believe it in the county office. Xu Qian'an also dared to resist the murder. Zhu County ordered he who dared to commit violence in the county office. Lawfully kill on sight. The officials drew their broken knives and rushed out. Stand in front of the guards who were about to make a move. Zhou Gongzi scolded the surnamed Zhu. You dare to touch my people. Zhu Xianling still licked the dog's smile. Zhou Gongzi, don't get me wrong. This official is an official of the imperial court. Just play by the rules. As he spoke, he took out a complaint. Here's a copy of the book. Bumped into Gongzi Ning and committed murder. Bullying the Liang family woman. The person who bumped into it was Su Lingyue. Zhou Gongzi drank disdainfully and committed murder. Who's hurt, please? Bullying the Liang family woman. If you have the surname Zhu, you go to the street and ask, have I ever moved a finger of this woman? Zhu Xianling took Uncle Song back. Maybe the woman recognized the wrong person. Xu Qian'an was a little panicked. Lao Zhu couldn't figure it out. I had to find a way to save myself. I really can't run away. But it will definitely affect the second uncle's family. Thoughts raced. He saw one of Zhou Gongzi's attendants. Left the county office. And Zhu County's order did not stop it. Or rather, it can't be stopped. Su's wife was relieved and a little colder. Walked up to Lao Wang and said in a low voice, Brother, I'm in danger today. There's something I want to ask you for. Lend me a tael of silver first. Lao Wang took out a handful of broken silver and gave it to him. Xu Qian'an took the broken silver and put it in his pocket. That's the end. You ride to my house as fast as you can. Go to the cupboard next to my bed and pick up a book. A blue book. Remember not to take the wrong one. After you took the book, immediately go to the Four Heavens sword to find a girl named Kai Wei. Help me with a word. Xu Qian is in trouble. Quick help! The Four-Heaven Sword is Xu Qian's only savior at present. He asked Lao Wang to take the blue book to find Kai Wei. Lao Wang hesitated after hearing this. How can a person like himself go to that place in the Four-Heaven Sword? He hurriedly waved his hand and refused. Xu Qian knew that this was the case. Whispered, "If something happens to me, no one will pay you back the money. If you help me do this, the next month's money is all yours." Lao Wang gritted his teeth. But what can be done now? He could only scold and rush out of the county office. At this time, second Uncle Su also arrived. He had just entered the yamen. Zhou Gongzi scolded and pointed at him. "Who are you? Is this kind of place you can mess into? Get out." Second Uncle Su ignored him. On the way here, I understood what the whole thing had happened. At this time, he suppressed his anger and said, "Zhou Gongzi, can it be good at this time?" Zhou Gongzi was taken aback by second Uncle Su's expression. Into his eyes, it was as if I felt the killing intent like Shiji. He remembered what Xu Qian had said on the street. The wild words stuck in his throat couldn't be squeezed out. At this time, a threat came from outside the yamen. "Su Baihu is such a big official. Why don't my son-in-law give up? You still want blood-splattered 5 steps." Second Uncle Su felt the opportunity coming from behind. The person who came was one, a master of refining nerves. "It's a tough deal." Zhou Gongzi was overjoyed. The old man saw the wound on Zhou Gongzi's face. I was distressed and angry. How could the young master be hurt like this? It's the hands of which damn beasts. The old slave grew up watching the young master. It was a little bit of a wound and a painful tightness. Xu Qian was anxious. The 7th rank refining nerve was 2 grades higher than himself. How else to play? Zhu Xianling coughed. "You are an old man, and you don't dare to interrupt without being salty. The old man is just an old slave in the state capital. Can't afford to be Lord Zhu. This one of you." Zhu Xianling smiled at the old man's words, which was polite. "I think it's all a misunderstanding. Now Kinka is imminent. Everyone should value harmony. What do you think, old-timers?" The old man sneered. "A few insignificant little people. It doesn't affect the old man's jinsha. Besides, our state capital has always been to convince people with virtue. Everything is done according to the rules and regulations of the imperial court." The voice just fell. The sound of chaotic and loud footsteps came from outside the yamen. It took less than a moment. Behind the old man were the guards. The leader was an official wearing a green robe with sleeves and white shoes. "Look around." Lang said that the criminal department was arresting criminals, idle people, and so on, such as a number of involved. Same offense. After speaking, the emperor squeezed out a smile on his face. "This son," the officer asked you where the prisoner was. Zhou Gongzi refers to Xu Qian. "Lock this dog thing up for me." Huang Longzhong waved his hand. The guards rushed forward. "Lock Xu Qian up. Su Pingji is lucky. My nephew is guilty." Wang Longzhong glared angrily at whether he was guilty or not. The official has his own decision. This official is Longzhong of the criminal department. We have always enforced the law impartially. Zhou Gongzi sneered. Watch Xu Qian being pressed and taken away. Su Pingji wanted to step forward to stop him, but he was stopped by Zhu County's order. Zhou Gongzi said to the old man, "I want Xu Qian." The kid died. The old man's eyes were fierce. Gone in a flash. "Child, rest assured, the old slave will do it." Second Uncle Su watched them leave. "Nothing can be done. I can only slap the ground and say that I am going to sue." Zhu Xianling sighed and forgot it. "You won't see the Holy Palace. How can 100 households of the Imperial Sword Guard enter? Besides, you don't have the right to play. The only thing you can do right now is just to find a way to say goodbye. He is the Bureau of Yunlu Academy. Maybe there will be a way. Although Yunlu Academy has been suppressed in officialdom, there is little room for survival. But he who lives in it It's not a powerless reader. It was a group of saint disciples. Not only are they good at dressing people, better at dressing people. At the beginning, Su New Year was able to escape the fate of exile. It relied on the group of people from Yinlu Academy. Sitian Sword is a place full of legends. The contemplation of the superintendent here is like the method of concentration. It is a philosopher's figure who can communicate with the heavenly immortals. The alchemists of the Sitian Sword benefit the people. In people's minds, it is a fairy-like existence, since it is a god. Then where they live, no one dares to come, except for the unlucky ghost of Lao Wang. He wanted to go home several times, but they all endured. And the first floor of the stargazing tower. Inside, gathered the disciples of the 9-rank warlock doctors. Lao Wang just came in, was discovered. Wang Zhutu was a little scared. The monkey rolls a little, stammered and said, "I am the head catcher of the Yamen of Changle County." He subconsciously hugged the blue book in his arms. On the other side, the stargazing building is on the 7th floor. Song Qing is the leader of the 6th-rank alchemists. The 4th disciple of the prison correction. See you in Xu Qian'an. Everyone can claim to be a disciple of the prison to the outside world. But in fact, there are only 6 apprentices who have been taught by the superintendent, known as the 6th son of Xu Qian'an. He specializes in Xu Qian's extraction of metals day and night. The alchemy of that. But it all ended in failure. And at this time, an anxious shout interrupted Song Qingshi. "Brother, there was a head catcher who came to find Senior Sister Kai Wei just now." And with the sentence, Xu Qian has difficulty suing. After speaking, he handed the blue book to Song Qing. Song Qing felt that the name Xu Qian was somewhat familiar, but can't remember. Song Qing turned the first page. It's a ridiculous word. Immediately the words were twisted like chicken feet. It's spicy to the eyes. But look at it. And he was on the right track. On the first page of the opening chapter, an oath is exchanged for equal value. The immutable principle of alchemy is Edward Rick. Song Qing began to think. The meaning of these words, Edward Rick. Is it a cipher or some kind of alchemical code? Song Qing took a deep breath, kissed the emotion, and couldn't wait to turn to the next page. The first sentence of the opening chapter is to enter the world of alchemy. This is to step into the realm of alchemy. It's arrogant. Song Qingxin said, "Alchemy has always been taught by word and deed. Gifted and intelligent. You can get started in a year and a half. Talented and dull. Nothing has been accomplished for 30 or 50 years. There has been no serious textbook for 4 days." Song Qing opened the first section and looked at it. Now he was even more shocked. He knew every word in it. What the hell can be combined? He has only one idea now. What is the chemistry mentioned in it? What is physics? What the hell are you looking at? The white-clothed men looked at each other. Don't dare to make a noise to disturb. Poor senior brother Song Qing's unpredictable face. Deeply worried. Could it be that the senior brother is thinking again? What an unacceptable alchemy. Yes, last year he tried to refine the cat's flesh and blood. In this way, if you cut off your head, you can get it back. But he was confined for a month by the supervising teacher. Song Qing was immersed in her own world. Look at it. His eyes lit up, because he saw about how to refine tack silver. Alchemy explained in detail. A key step in refining sleeping silver. The truth is at the back. He couldn't wait. Turned to the next page. But it was a blank slate. Song Qing had the heart to kill at this moment. Wait until he calms down. Remembered what Song Shu said just now. Xu Qian is in trouble. Complaining about wine, he suddenly became enlightened. It's an exchange. He slammed Song Qing to arrest him. The face is incomparably serious. Sweeping everyone's faces, listen to me, junior brothers. This is an opportunity for Xu Qian'an to rise rapidly. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alchemy may usher in unprecedented glory. On the other side of Kyoto, outside of Kyoto, Xu Qian'an rode back with a group of classmates. But at this time, he saw his father galloping towards him. Second Uncle Xu shouted goodbye. Then he told Xu Qian about being arrested. Xu Qian'an knew the seriousness of the matter. One is not handled well. Xu Qian may be here. He immediately called for help in front of the two carriages. My brother is in trouble. Mr. Qian and Mr. Mu Bai came to the rescue. The two gentlemen heard this. Poke your head out together. Speak in unison. It was the one who wrote Mo Cho, who had no clue about the future. No one in the world knows the genius of the king. Li Mubai scolded loudly. How could this be reasonable? Zhang Sheng was just about to speak. Li Mubai made a statement and said goodbye. Leave your brother's business to me. You and your teacher go back to the academy first. Zhang Sheng snorted coldly, and the idle people waited. Don't be overly eventful. I'll take care of my student's business. Xu Qian'an is a bandit in his heart. Don't quarrel at this time, okay? The teacher, Mr. Mu Bai, and his brother were taken to the criminal department. Sure was afraid to argue. Li Mu Bai heard this. It makes sense. It is important to save yourself a future disciple first. He poked his hand out of the car. The driver who waved the car was lifted by a fresh breeze. Fluttering down on the side of the road. Drive in person. Slowly, this is a good horse. Able to travel thousands of miles a day. Then something amazing happened. The brown horse suddenly neighed excitedly. Color under the skin. Tendons are raised. In the blink of an eye, it was nearly twice as tall as an average horse. Li Mubai drove the carriage away. Zhang Shun snorted coldly. You go down too. He drove the driver to the side of the road. Take the place yourself. Chun Sheng said, this horse is big and strong. It's not just 1,000 miles. There are also 6 legs. The same mutation happened again. He grew 2 new legs. Zhang Shen caught up with Li Mubai's carriage in a moment. Li Mubai was furious and shameless old thief. There are 6 horses. Zhang Shen smiled, and I said yes, yes. Li Mubai gritted his teeth. Then my horse is 8. The horses made a change of voice again. Once again, the overtake was completed in an instant. Zhang Sheng's face was gloomy, and the shameless old thief. You have to rob me of my disciples, right? My carriage is as light as tissue paper. Fly with the wind. Li Mubai's eyes widened. This old thief didn't want to die. On the flying car, Zhang Sheng turned around. Loud provocation, shameless old thief. Come here. Li Mubai was angry, and his uncle was bearable. And he can't bear it. He is a piece of paper. My carriage will ride the clouds. Then the wheel clouds rose. The next moment went straight to the sky. Su Pingji looked at this scene, dumbfounded, until the 2 carriages disappeared into the sky. Swallowed his throat. Scholars can brag about that point 13. Xu Qian'an looked at the sky. I yearn for it. Muttered that this is not bragging. These are the 5 virtues of Confucianism. He has another name. Drunken taunts from the governor. Such as the law is messed with. In the prison of the penal department. Su Qian with shackles. With his back against the cold wall. According to the information previously read from the case drugstore. There are countless examples of the Yamen in the capital bullying men and women. These things can't be passed on to the Emperor Lauer at all. It was pressed down. But this is the period of Jingsha. Aren't you afraid of political opponents? Su Qian snorted. They wanted to kill me quickly. And the life of the whole family. Forced the second uncle to endure the humiliation. In this way, the sequelae are smoothed out. Su Qian realized that he had thought about one thing wrong. The middle class is certainly well off. But it only takes one time to mess with the big guys. There is no return. I want to live like a human being. You have to have power and power yourself. At this time, there was a knock on the prison door. The jailer disdainfully said that he would die. Then I made a neck-wiping motion. It's time for a severed head. Do not perform Yamen etiquette. The criminal department Shangshu was looking at the file. But suddenly a strange wind whistled. The case files were thrown in his face. When he takes it down, it was found that there were 2 more carriages outside the yamen. The strange thing is that the sparrows are lying on the ground. The people who came were Zhang Shun and Li Mubai. Sun Shangshu hurriedly came out to greet him. Pure respect for a few years, brother. What are you 2 doing in my criminal department? Zhang Shun arched his hand. Chen Qingdao's criminal department arrested one of my disciples today. Teach Xu Qian'an to bother Sun Shangshu to release people. Sun Shangshu's cold sweat came out. Arrested the students of Yunlu Academy. In officialdom, though, Guozijian suppressed Yunlu Academy so much that he couldn't raise his head. Because Guozijian is an academy run by the imperial court. But Yunlu Academy has the Confucian cultivation system. It's not a soft persimmon that people can handle arbitrarily. This group of old things in Yunlu Academy is the most short, unless the disciples in their mouths are really traitors. Otherwise, who would dare to take the initiative to find fault with the people in the criminal department? Didn't wait for Sun Shangshu to say anything. An errand officer ran over in a panic. Said loudly, "Lord Shangshu." Outside, there came a group of white-clothed heavenly swords. "Break into the yamen." "We can't stop it." The voice just fell. Song Qin led someone to break in. "Lord Shangshu, let's do it. Ask the Ministry of Punishment for a person." Hear this. Sun Shangshu's heart sank. Who is Chun Sheng? Xu Qian'an was just arrested by the criminal department today for no reason. Sun Shangshu broke out in a cold sweat. It's Xu Qian'an again. What kind of god is this man? The saint attracted the great Confucianism of Yunlu Academy. Why, even the disciples of the traitorous government came. No one in Daebong wants to offend the traitorous government. Even the self-proclaimed Confucian orthodoxy Yunlu Academy was ridiculed by the traitorous government who loves to drink and mess with the law. I can only pinch my nose and admit it. The onlookers exchanged heads and ears. What's going on? Who is Xu Qian'an? You're lonely. Do you know about the tax and silver case? It was Xu Qian'an who solved the case. But this man is just a martial artist. How can it be related to Confucianism and Si Tianjian? Odd. There is no such person as Xu Qian'an in the arrest documents. Sun Shangshu's face sank. Whoever goes to catch the people. The retreater's eyes rolled, pointing to a green-robed man in the crowd. It's Huang Longzhong. Huang Longzhong is like falling into an ice cellar. Lord Shangshu. It happened suddenly. I didn't have time to get the papers. This is Zhou Gongzi sent someone to submit. Song Shu said that some thieves beat him in the street. He also said that he would make his blood splash 5 steps. Song Qin kept staring at him with hope. See if he's lying. Huang Longzhong continued, mainly because this person is a martial artist. At the same time, he met the nephew who did not promise peace. Have the ability to abscond in fear of crime. The lowly decided to take the people down first. Li Mubai stepped forward. Facing Huang Longzhong, Chen said that the sage should be a gentleman. The next moment, Huang Longzhong only felt that his heart was beating violently. Blood rushed to the skin, ashamed of lying. He hated lying himself. The spirit is fiercely protesting. Protest against his despicable deeds. The mouth was angry and out of his will. Uncontrolled openings to speak. Zhou Gongzi wants to kill Xu Qian'an. Let him die in the prison of the Ministry of Punishment. To vent the hatred in my heart. I want to sell Zhou Gongzi a favor. In a hurry, he collapsed to the ground, sweat on his forehead. After saying that, I felt much more comfortable. Sun Shangshu's face was completely gloomy. Coldly said to give me orders. Go down and let the people go. On the other side, interrogation room, in front of Xu Qian'an. There is a book of testimony that distorts the facts. If he did sign it, the lightest punishment is exile. But the surname Zhou casually operates. It is possible to sentence yourself to cut the vegetable market and behead the capital. Zhou Gong stretched out 2 fingers. said to give you two choices. The first is a plea of guilt. The second is to try all the torture instruments here. Then he pleaded guilty and drew a prisoner. Xu Qi's peace of mind is a spirit. This is clearly going to kill yourself. Zhou looked at his eyes. Is it really scary? Uncle Chun, what if he has to splatter blood for another 5 steps? The old man of the star beast sneered and said with a smile, Young master, rest assured. It's just an ant. The old slave can be slapped to death with a single slap. Xu Qian gritted his teeth. It's not good to go on like this. And why hasn't Chu Kaiwei come yet? Did Lao Wang's bastard go to see Tianjin? If it went, that book I wrote was very tempting. How could he not be impressed when he saw it? Zhou Li enjoyed Xu Qian's expression now. I heard that you were raised by your second uncle Xu Pingji since you were a child. The relationship must be good. I have reason to be skeptical. This matter was planned by you and your second uncle. The green tendons of Xu Qian's forehead protruded. It's not enough for this bastard to kill himself. At this time, the cell door was opened. A cold and harmonious voice came, and this was the Ministry of Punishment. Zhou Gongzi wanted to try the prisoner. Please go back to the household department for review. Zhou Li glared angrily at the blue-robed official. Who are you? Dare to disturb this son? The green-robed official ignored it. The secretary of the Ministry of Punishment ordered the immediate release. Xu Qian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Finally waited for myself. The officer of the criminal department compound released the handcuffs to Xu Qian. Xu Qian stretched. You should be glad you didn't torture me. Reintroduce yourself. I am a new disciple of the prison administration. Zhou Li and the old man's faces changed greatly. How is this possible, if he is really a disciple of the superintendent? But the tax and silver case will not affect the Xu family at all. However, in the tax and silver case, he successfully refined a fake silver jian. Face this alchemical genius. It is not impossible to make an exception and accept apprentices. He looked at the white-clothed old man in Si Tianjin who filled the courtyard. It seems that there is already an answer in mind. Su Weifan looked around. I found that Akima Pingchuan was not there. Could it be that something is tangled up? Please ask the same door to save yourself. Xu Qian smiled. Bow your hand and bow down. Xu Qian had met several senior brothers. Song Qing was a little confused. What is senior brother? But he quickly reacted. The blue book was written by you. Xu Qian nodded, glancing to the side. This is not the place to talk. And so on left the criminal department. What does the senior brother want to ask? Ning Yen knew everything. There is no end to the words. Zhou Li watched this scene. Some panic. Whispered to Master Sun. Why did Si Tianjin's people come? Sun Shangshu is not disgusted. But they only came directly to me for someone. Zhou Li's soles of her feet were soft. The old man pointed to the 2 big Confucians next to him and said, what about them? Sun Shangshu still had the same tone. They also came to ask for people. The 2 were struck by lightning. Is this next week's house going to be finished? What kind of monster did you offend? At this time, Li Mubai opened his mouth and said, You are Xu Qian. Zhang Shun untied him, said that I was the old division commander. Don't worry about the road ahead. There is no one to know. No one in the world knows you. But you wrote it. Xu Qian bowed. The junior table seat made the 2 seniors smile. Song Qin urged in the back. He really didn't want to stay any longer. It's over. Come back with me for 4 days. See all? Watch Xu Qian leave. Zhou Li breathed a sigh of relief. The monster is finally gone. But at this time, Xu Qian stopped, turned his head and glared at the 2 Zhou families. There's one more thing I haven't dealt with. In ancient societies, strength is the only truth. Xu Qian looked back expressionlessly. Zhou Li was taken aback. Hurriedly grabbed Sun. Shangshu begged him to pull him along. But Sun Shangshu turned his head. With a wave of his sleeves. Shake him off. Xu Qian'an took the shackles in the hands of the servants on the side, playing without saying a word. Then shake it hard. It smashed directly on Zhou Li's head, blossomed in an instant. The bloodsword dance step that Xu Qian'an said really appeared. Zhou Li looked at the old man when she was dying. Uncle Chen made a difficult voice in his mouth. Save me, and then fall to the ground. The old man's patience seems to have reached its limit. The veins on his forehead flare. Xu Qian'an looked at the old man expressionlessly. Shoot me to death. In front of my brothers and all the adults in the criminal department. In front of the two great Confucians. Slap me to death, an ant. Hurry up, the old man froze there. The anger on his face faded like a tidal wave. The body staggered back a few steps. Xu Qian'an also confirmed the thoughts in his heart at this moment. Sure enough, only the second generation of officials can deal with the second generation of officials. Xu Qian'an basks in the early winter sun. I feel like I've been given a new lease of life. And at this time, Su Erlang and Uncle Su rode fast horses and came late. Xu Qian'an bumped into them as soon as he came out of the yamen. Xu Qian'an happily shouted to the second uncle. Su Pingji saw that he was fine. I also completely settled down. It's just that he wonders, how did the people of the four heavenly swords come? Su Xingyan thanked the teacher. Thank you, Mr. Mubai. At this time, Zhang Xin regretted that your eldest brother is so talented. Why did you become a servant? Su Xingyan glanced at brother Su Qian next to him. What do you think? Just the next moment, Su Qian's hand was held by Li Mubai. You read it. Are you interested in coming to Yunlu Academy to practice Confucianism? Zhang Shun was sour. Was preempted by a shameless old thief. Ning Yin, who was still stinky and shameless, was called. I knew each other for less than 2/4 of an hour. Zhang Sheng untied him. Farewell to the old, and bowed down to me. Wouldn't it be better for you to be together? Seeing that Su Qian didn't agree, the two grabbed Su Qian's hand like this and didn't let go. What's going on? Su Qian glanced at his cousin. The latter turned away. Ignore the massage of Su's wife. Unclear situation. Don't dare to agree. The two seniors love Ming Yin. Struck with awe. Although I practice martial arts. But there is no end to learning. And the younger generation does have a talent for reading. If I go to the college, the latecomer will surely prevail. More than Uncle Tsu. Uncle Su Ci listened, snorted coldly. The tone is proud, and the teacher and Mr. Mubai are proud. It's your poetry that I love. For example, Nianyang Pavilion sent Yang Gongji a light boat. After speaking, Erlang's face froze. I didn't dare to go to see the teacher and Li Mubai. Nianyang Pavilion sent Yang Gong's light boat. Yang Gong turned out to be like this. Su Qian heard this. I know it in my heart. Care about Chenin. I understood the intentions of the two great Confucians. The road to officialdom in Yunlu Academy is extremely difficult. You can't be a big official. Naturally, there is no end to the history books. At this time, it highlights the role of Su Qian's poetry. Oops, old man. It was so bad that the corners of Su Qian's mouth twitched. Some are not convinced, because they take in apprentices. It's not that he shows talent and strong character. It's a teacher of Zen him. The two big ones have rough skin and thick meat. The smile remains the same. Su wife and hurriedly thanked the two gentlemen for their love. I'd rather focus on learning. It's disrespectful. Recently, I had a sudden inspiration. A few good poems were brewed. I've been waiting for this now. Then I went to Yunlu Academy to visit the two teachers. The minds of the two great Confucians immediately became active. How can this student become more and more cute the more he looks at it? Case. Then the two of us will be waiting for you in Yunlu Academy. Zhang Xin finished speaking. I took a deep look at Su New Year. It's been a year since you got the hang of it. Unable to break through to the realm of self-cultivation for a long time. Go home and transcribe the sayings of the saint 300 times. Give it to me in 10 years. Xu New Year was like a lightning strike. Xu Qian did not forget to fall into the well on the side. Zhang Xin turned around. The old man stepped out step by step, disappeared directly. Xu Qian was dumbfounded. What about the seniors? Li Mubai gritted his teeth. This old thief deliberately showed off in front of my apprentice. He drew a circle on his toes in the deep state, glanced at Xu Qian. Chen Dao said that the old man did not belong to this place within 3 inches. It belongs to the city gate. With that, his figure disappeared suddenly. Xu Qian's eyes widened. What is the realm of these 2 great Confucians? Xu New Year has not yet broken free from the despair of 300 quotes of the saint. Second Uncle Xu heard that the new year was the 5 virtues of Confucianism. Xu Qian was shocked. Is it as long as I blow the cowhide big enough? There's nothing in the world that I can't do. What could make Xu Qian's face ripple? Of course, it's the big brother's sable cicada on the waist. Confucianism has no moral behavior that regulates people's behavior. Manipulating others with words. The core ability of this realm. It is a preliminary grasp of the true meaning of words and words. It can tamper with the laws of things to a certain extent. Therefore, he also has a name, filial piety. Messing with the law. Su Pingji said enviously that all major systems have divine will. Only the martial artist is brave and ruthless. That's why Takefu is a rough fetish. Xu Qian looked at Xu Xian'an with burning eyes. Brother treats you well on weekdays. Xu Xian'an was speechless. Can you touch your conscience and say it again? Xu Qian doesn't care about this. It's still a yearning face, said Big Brother. There's one thing to ask for. If one day you reach the realm of virtue, I need you to tell me where his Big Brother's Diao. Oh, Big Brother Sable Cicada is on the waist. Su Erlang can't stand this lowly cousin anymore. Just brush your sleeves and leave. Song Qing, who had been watching from the side. It's also a little unbearable. Cough twice. Can you go if you interrupt the road? The Stargazing Tower is the tallest building in Beijing. The manpower and material resources involved in its construction. It is 1/3 of the annual tax revenue of the Daebong dynasty. He was an alchemist by the Tian sword. It was jointly designed and built by the Ministry of Industry of the Imperial Court. It took 12 years. The only one in the world. Anyone who sees it for the first time, anyone who goes to the Stargazing Tower will think. It's a majestic miracle. But Song Qing was puzzled. Xu Qian obviously saw Guanxinglo for the first time. Why is it so plain? Because of what? Xu Qian has never seen any high-rise buildings in modern times. Still, he explained, my second uncle often said, I've had a calm mind since I was a child. The landslide is in front of it and the face does not change color. Maybe that's talent. On the 7th floor of the Stargazing building, met Chu Kaiwei, who had a one-sided relationship. Her shore was filled with food. Why are you causing trouble again? Chu Kaiwei asked with puffed cheeks. Xu Qian picked up a string of fish balls in his hand. I just wanted to answer. Chu Kaiwei glared at him. Then the little hand slapped his pig's trotters open. The big eyes were full of vigilance. You don't think you have eaten yet? Senior Brother Song, take him back. Wait until you're done eating. Xu Qian seemed to see it. Su Lingying's appearance when he grows up. At this time, Chu Kaiwei opened her mouth and said that the tax and silver case was over. Do you know who contracted your second uncle's tax money? Xu Qian shook his head. The exchange of tax silver was the Senu Lusho branch of the Imperial Sword Guard. There is also the head of the household is Zheng Xing. I heard that Tobe is Lang. Zhou Xianping is their backer. Xu Qian almost couldn't help but burst into foul language. It was as if an electric current was running through my mind. He figured out a lot of things in an instant. No wonder Zhou Li heard her name, determined to put me to death. Because I solved the tax money case. Ruined his Lao Su's big thing. So he wanted to retaliate. Maybe it's happening today. Originally, he had been planning for a long time. Zhou Shilang's mansion is in the inner city. The two places are far apart. The surname Zhou walked around and slipped to the vicinity of Su's mansion, unless he deliberately wandered around the Su mansion. The surname Zhou checked me. Then how could you not know Lin Yu's appearance? Flirting with a woman from a good family is acting. The real purpose is to find fault. Take advantage of this to kill the head, though I have seen that it is near. But the whole death is a trivial example. It's hard to do it. It can also shake the dignified 3-grade Tobe squire. It seems that from the day he solved the tax and silver case, I've already offended the Tobe squire. I'm still thinking about staying away from Yellow Springs. Be a rich man with a group of wives and concubines. Lived a boring and unpretentious life. If it weren't for Erlang, he would just be going to send it to the elders of the academy. If it weren't for my sudden whim the other day, I wrote a little chemistry from memory. You may have been cold. I don't even understand the real reason why I was killed. It's just that it provoked the second generation. A succession of coincidences superimposed. It's weird. Su Qi's peace of mind is luck. My luck really helped. Xu Qian's heart suddenly moved. Miss Kaiwei, will you forget? Chu Kaiwei swallowed the food in her mouth. Said I would. The 8-rank warlock is called Wangqi Master. The vigor technique is the most basic ability of our warlocks. Follow-up miracle doctors, all built on the basis of vigor. But you know why the warlock's 9 pins are not Wangqi Master. Is it a healer? Xu Qian turned his head to the side. He was not interested in this issue, but it was still a compliment. It's not you warlocks who ask. They all have a heart to save lives. Chu Kaiwei straightened her small waist, put on a serious look. I seem to enjoy being a teacher. It is said that everything in the world has a Qi number. Among them, people are the most. The 8 hardships, 7 emotions, and 6 desires in life are all Qi numbers. Healers save lives. It is inevitable that it will be contaminated with birth, old age, sickness, and death. In time, a pair of bronze that can see through the number of Qi will be born. Xu Qian likes this kind of know-it-all. A girl who speaks endlessly. Asked, can you see my Qi number? Chu Kaiwei stared at half of it. When you open your eyes again, there was a breath of fresh air in his dark eyes. Occupy the pupil instantly. Even with Xu Qian Lingjue, he was touched. It feels like a blind stab in the back. I feel very uncomfortable all over. A moment later, Chu Kaiwei slowly closed her eyes. Say your gas count. Pale red mixed with black gas. Xu Qian hurriedly asked what it meant. The red color means that you are eating official food. But the color is light. It means that you are the underlying void force. Black gas is a symbol of bad luck. I think you know that. Xu Qian frowned. Temptation, is there no other color? For example, the color that symbolizes the child of destiny. Chu Kaiwei hurriedly interrupted him. Just say these things before me. If it is listened to by someone who cares, it is an inexhaustible sin. Except for the emperor. No one dares to call themselves children of destiny. Xu Qian didn't bother to care. If not, there is no one. Then he picked up something with ease. Chu Kaiwei had a clue in her heart. Slapped Xu Qian's pig's trotters away again, and wanted to steal it again. I'll give it to you when I'm full. Xu Qian was furious. You've wiped out half of this table. Is your belly a black hole? But suddenly Xu Qian remembered something. He opened his mouth and asked how the Tobe Squire was doing. The household department gave the waiter a few days ago the bullet to impeach Zhou Shilang, pressed down by His Majesty. As for the two who exchanged sleeping silver, they committed suicide in fear of sin. Other words, the evidence is gone. But these years, who does the emperor really want to kill? In fact, there is no need for evidence. Xu Qian took this opportunity to inquire about the court. So he grabbed Chu Kaiwei and began to ask questions. It's just that. Chu Kaiwei was not very interested in the affairs of the court. So not much is known. Soon he was annoyed by Xu Qian's question. Oops, you're so annoying. Our celestial eunuch doesn't ask about the court. Xu Qian'an said himself. This, it seems to have hit his self-esteem as a teacher. Hurriedly changed the topic. How much silver was on this table? I gave the shop 4 taels of silver. Give me back a couple or $3. 60 copper plates. Chu Kaiwei said distressedly. How much did I spend? Xu Qian pondered for a moment. I found myself not able to count. Chu Kaiwei happily handed him a pastry. Because it doesn't count either. I feel that Xu Qian is the same kind. I can't help but feel a lot more kind. Xu Qian tasted it. Commented that your dish tastes average. Chu Kaiwei was a little unhappy. This is a home for intoxication. It's the best restaurant in the south of the city. But next Xu Qian's words. Suddenly it made him feel unfragrant. I've had better tastes. Come to my house when you have time. I'll make something delicious for you. As a professional foodie. As soon as I hear about delicious food, I like to flow haha. Not long after, Xu Qian and Chu Kaiwei went to the alchemy room. A group of white-clothed people gathered in front of the lab equipment, staring at Song Qing's operation. Song Qing showed a solemn expression. Countless times in the past. It's all stuck in the next link. Song Qing subconsciously looked at Xu Qian beside him, including the big-eyed cute girl Chu Kaiwei. The other white-clothed men all looked at Su Dalong. Su Dalong nodded expressionlessly. Song Qing was settled. Snapped his fingers. Thunder and lightning are released. Proceed to the final step of extracting metal. Suddenly, Xu Qian shouted. Stop breathing. Everyone did not hesitate when they heard this. Synchronized the action instantly. The next moment, a scene that shocked Si Tianjian Bai happened. Irregular silvery white lumps are formed in compassion. It's like silver. Lumpy edges. It is a fine salt that has not been completely transformed by adhesion. They inexplicably succeeded. It's just that Song Qing is even more confused. I haven't changed anything. It used to be like this. He hurriedly asked Xu Qian if he knew the reason. Xu Qian pondered. Sure enough, it's because of my own shit luck. Last time, because I was by Chu Tsaiwei's side. She's also a one-time job. Train out the metal. But it was impossible to tell Song Qing about this. They then pretended to smile deeply. That's not what I should have asked. A full-fledged alchemist. You should learn to think for yourself. I think you should be able to realize where the crux of the problem lies. Song Qing was shocked when he heard this. The crux of the matter. Song Qing's brain was running rapidly, combined with the experience of several previous failures. And this success analysis. None of the previous steps have changed. What really changes should be the last step. Song Qing said excitedly. I get it. Everyone hurriedly asked. Song Qing went on to say the intensity of the lightning strike. After speaking, he looked at Xu Qian with a verifying gaze. Xu Qian smiled and nodded. I named him Voltage. Song Qing was stunned. Again, a word that has never been heard before. Electricity he knew, but voltage is something. What was it like to give chemistry lessons to ancient people? Xu Qian explained it to them. Voltage is something, but everyone clearly looks like who I am. Su's wife is tired with peace of mind. Let's put it another way. He picked up a teacup. Pour the water inside. Electricity is the same as water. He'll flow towards the drop. It's okay to pour this cup on anyone. But if it's a hanging waterfall, people are in it, will be hit by the impact of the water, and the bones will be broken. Even lost his life. The same goes for electricity. I call this phenomenon voltage. The white-clothed men suddenly brightened. A young man dressed in white. His face was full of curiosity. Asked, this is also written in that alchemy book. Xu Qian Qingdao is right. That alchemy book is the only one I've seen and studied. I asked someone to send the contents of Si Tianjian's notes. It's just a drop in the ocean. That ancient alchemical book not only records knowledge. There are also many unheard of alchemy. And I decided to share the alchemy cheats with Si Tianjian. The white-clothed people were on the spot, boiling excited. but it's not free. Xu Qian'an talked eloquently. Never forget, the principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Song Qing nodded. Agree with what Su Ningyan said. On behalf of the disciples, asked how much silver you want. Xu Qian'an said in a deep voice, vulgar. Alchemy is not measurable by silver? He silently added in his heart. Those who don't need money are the most expensive. Changle County Yaniai. Su Linghua pinched her handkerchief, sobbing and choking. The little beauty who looked at the pear blossoms with the rain. The fast workers of the fast shift are about to break their hearts. Unexpectedly, Su Ningyan actually has such a pretty and beautiful sister. Lao Wang hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Miss Su. The Lord of the 100 households will find a way to rescue Ningyan. Everyone also shouted comfort. Su Linghua was a little surprised. Looking at the angry expressions of the fast hands, it didn't seem to do anything. It seems that the eldest brother has a good relationship with his colleagues. Lao Wang seemed to see her surprise. So he smiled, said that Ning Yin is a person worthy of respect. Su Linghua was stunned. Then he whispered and whispered that the king of the Dao would catch his head. Can you tell me about my eldest brother? Wang Zhutu was silent for a moment. Unconsciously lowered his voice, actually. People like us, there is nothing clean under the hands. If you don't shoot at ordinary people, you have a conscience. As for those rich businessmen, isn't it a matter of course to get oil and water from them? But your eldest brother won't. Civilians too. Wealthy businessmen. He never extorts money. A while ago, I considered that the Su family was in a big disaster. I decided to take him for a fortune. He smiled and agreed. Afterwards, I gave him 5 pieces of silver, but he quietly returned it to others later. Let's say he's sensible. Don't you understand the truth that when the water is clear, there are no fish? But to say that he is not sensible. But he's very good at getting things done. I get along well with everyone. People are slippery, so something happened to him. Everyone is uncomfortable. Su Linghua listened stupidly. The image of the eldest brother in his mind has become tall again. It's bright and majestic. He has admired Su Qian'an since he was a child. Because everything is inferior. Only reading is high. Because his mother always instilled in him. The second brother is the only seed of the Su family's reading. It is the pillar of the future. This admiration reached the end of this fall. Su Qian'an reached the peak after being promoted in the annual examination. But the ensuing tax and silver case landed the whole family in jail. In times of despair and helplessness, Brother Shi is in a desperate situation. It has opened up a way for the whole family to live. And what has happened recently? Only then did he realize what a kin name this big brother was. At this moment, a man came in from outside the door. Su Linghua hurriedly stood up. The people are Uncle Su and Su Qian'an. Zhu Xianling also came later. He looked at Su Qian'an and asked how the magic was. Su Qian'an opened his mouth and said that he was fine. I hired the teacher and Mr. Mubai. There is also the white robe of Si Tianjian. Zhu Xianling was taken aback. Second Uncle Su also seemed to be relieved at the moment. No wonder Si Tianjian's white clothes were also there. Su Linghua was also a little surprised. When did the second brother know Si Tianjian's people? Zhu Xian ordered to immediately open the old fritter mode of officialdom. Facing Su Pingji is a compliment. This is obviously also very useful to second Uncle Su. Su Qingqing's untimely cough interrupted the two of them touting each other. You seem to have misunderstood something. Mr. Mubai was not invited by me. It's my eldest brother's own relationship. I don't know Si Tianjian's white clothes either. The same was found by the eldest brother himself. Everyone was stunned on the spot. My mind is full of 3 words impossible. Su Linghua smiled. His eldest brother seems to be becoming more and more mysterious. I sit down for 4 days. For disciples, Song Qing, a genius in the field of alchemy. At the same time, it is also a wonder among alchemists. Between fanatics, he is known as an alchemist, addicted to the alchemy of living creatures. Xu Qian'an was quilted, invited to Song Qing's alchemy secret room. It's full of weird things, but the most abrupt. It's the living cat that's all wood. This great work was born not long ago. Song Qing fused cats and trees together. It is hoped that the cat's head will be cut off, and like a tree it grows new heads. In fact, Song Qing was also close to success. Even if you cut off its head, it will also grow in 3 days. But the only thing that fails is that it's completely turned into a tree. I can't move, I can't think. It can only be kept in water. Song Qing looked at Xu Qian'an with burning eyes. What do you think of my idea? Xu Qian'an did not answer. It was just that the look in the eyes that looked at her became strange. Song Qing frowned, somewhat disappointed. You also feel that there is a problem. Xu Qian'an finally chose to comfort Song Qing. I just feel like you're going in the wrong direction, because I've also thought about alchemy in this area. But I'll call it hybridization. Hybridization techniques. Song Qing chewed on the word. The eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Xu Qian'an continued. We can start with small things. Hybridization of the same species. For example, crossing 2 different breeds of cats. Let them give birth to entirely new species. Perhaps a completely new and excellent variety will be produced. Maybe it's going to be the other way around. But that's the charm of alchemy. What do you say? Song Qing became excited all of a sudden. I think alchemy is not limited to inanimate objects. I think living beings are also in the realm of alchemy. So I changed the cat. But the teacher disagreed. The teacher said that life is not in the realm of alchemy. For this reason, he also locked me up for a long time. Sue's wife said with peace of mind that the supervisor did a good job. Still, if you want to refute it, the governor didn't want to be confined. I have a proposal. You can get from plants, aspects. Plants are also life, but the nature is much less. I've read it in ancient alchemy books. An alchemy that coincides with your thoughts. Speaking of which, Xu Qian'an didn't continue. Song Qing listened halfway, but there was no follow-up. I feel sick all over. You say. It's just that Xu Qi didn't see it. Senior brother Song, all the things you have here are pretty good. Then hint at an immutable principle of alchemy. Song Qing immediately understood what Xu Qian'an meant. I can give you 3 gifts. Xu Qian'an gave him a thumbs up directly. Song Qing directly picked up a crossbow. At your current level of refinement, I think this item is for you. His most precious place is this crossbow carved the formation. The formation will increase the power of the sword. It can pose a threat to the masters of the god refining realm, but it can only be used 3 times. After that, the formation will dissipate. Xu Qian'an was moved. This is the Dharma instrument. The second uncle once said. At that time, Dafeng was able to win the Battle of Shanhaiguan. Artillery made a big difference, and half of the power of artillery comes from gunpowder. The other half comes from the formation. The magic weapon is a weapon unique to the Daebong dynasty. It is also the confidence of the Dafeng dynasty to dare to claim to be orthodox in the world. Song Qing adheres to the principle of knowledge sharing. Answered Xu Qian's question. Do you know what a 4-rank warlock is called? Xu Qian'an shook his head. He even knows what the 7 qualities of his 5-husband system are. I don't know yet. Song Qing said that it was the town teacher. What alchemists refine is mortal. The town master made a formation in his class, and he became a magic weapon. Xu Qian'an seemed to understand a little. The technique is 9 grades. The pharmacist is laying the foundation for the 8 pins of Wanqi. Wanqi master is to lay the foundation for the 7 feng shui masters. But the feng shui master with his next grade, the 6th-rank alchemist, has nothing to do with it. In fact, the 6th-rank alchemist is complementary to the 4-rank array master. Alchemists forge powerful arrays of weapons. The division processed it into a magic instrument. Xu Qian'an sighed that there was something in the warlock system. No wonder. The status of the eunuch in the Daebong dynasty was so high. I must soak Chu Kaiwei in my hands. There is no special purpose. I just want to be in this cold society. Harvest a sincere love. Xu Qian secretly made up his mind. The second magic weapon that Song Qing took out was to protect the state of mind. What is truly precious is restraint. The formation above, it can resist the power of the Qi refining realm master. Can withstand 6 hits. Master of the god refining realm 3 times. Copper iron bone mirror once. The last one is called bone burner. Just smear it in the history of the sword. I can ask for the life of the master of the god refining mirror. Copper skin bonoscopes are ineffective because Kinshir can't penetrate the other party's skin at all. Xu Qian nodded. I love all 3 things. As the saying goes, the hands are short. Eat people with a soft mouth. Xu Qian took Song Qing's 3 magic weapons. He sold Yuan Lao's grafting technology to Song Qing. But this can't be blamed entirely on Xu Qian, although he has a wealth of theories and knowledge. But the practical ability is too miserable to see. But it doesn't matter now. Anyway, there is Song Qing, an alchemy maniac, to help practice. If it's the end, Song Qing failed. That is, his own ability is not good. But if it succeeds, it's all your own. Song Qing didn't know anything about Xu Qian's badness, still stupidly immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Xu Qian walked briskly on the steps of the stargazing tower, carrying 3 magic weapons. I thought I could use one of these weapons. To the black market, as a reward for opening the gates of heaven. Promoted to 8 pins for yourself. But these things are useful. A little reluctant. But he really felt it. Sure enough, there were only white prostitutes. It is the eternal source of happiness for human beings. Reward yourself with joy today. I'll go to Golan tomorrow and listen. Then again, if you exchange all 3 of these artifacts for silver tickets, wouldn't you be able to slap your aunt's pretty face? Come to think of it, Xu Qian became more and more happy, jumping and singing all the way downstairs. The prostitute is too beautiful to sing, and it becomes more and more flavorful. If it weren't for the fact that this place is not suitable now, I wanted to jump on it. It's just that Xu Qian turned a corner. I met a group of strangers. The 2 sides looked at each other. Xu Qian's singing stopped abruptly. Expressionlessly, he stepped aside. I feel goosebumps. If it weren't for his thick skin, it is estimated that he would have been shot to death a long time ago. There were 3 people down the steps. The one in the play wears an electric blue robe. Sideburns frost white. Alagan temperamen. Handsome facial features. His eyes were like a dark pool. Precipitates the wind and frost washed out by the years. When the 3 of them passed by Xu Qian's side, the young man with a gentle temperament laughed, squinted at him. This moment, Xu Qian felt. I was watched by something terrible. Involuntary acrylic heartbeat intensified. The 3 of them continued up the steps until it disappears around the corner. Xu Qian was relieved. The guy seemed very dismissive of me, and mixed with hostility. Could it be that the lyrics I sang were too crazy? There are some things to pay attention to in the future, especially in public. Yes, Xu Qian sang and danced all the way downstairs. I won't be able to cover my eyes again this day. The ground cannot bury my heart. The Buddhas in the sky will disappear. The 3 men on the other side went up to the 7th floor. Song Qing hurriedly bowed his hand to them. It's just that Chu Kaiwei is still eating beautifully. Ignore the trio. The leader is Ning Wei Yuan, the leader of the watchmen. The other 2 are both watchmen. To the left of the golden gong is Nangon Shinro. On the right is Yang Yin. Song Qing hurriedly beckoned Duke Wei to take a seat. Wei Gong always drank too much wine. Taking a nap. I have to ask for you. Wait a moment. Wei Gong didn't care much. Picked up the tea and took a sip before going upstairs. Meet an interesting young man. He doesn't seem to be Xu Qian'an's disciple. Chu Kaiwei was just about to speak, was stopped by Song Qin, laughing at an insignificant little person. It's funny, though. The beating is famous. In the eyes of civil and military officials, he is like a tiger wolf. You don't need a reason to make a whole person. This organization is engaged in detective arrests and so on. At the same time, he participated in the work of collecting military intelligence and plotting against the enemy's frontier. It does not belong to the six parts, nor does it belong to the military system. It is the intelligence organization of the royal family. All the officials of Daebong have heard a sentence. Don't do bad things during the day. Don't be afraid to beat people at night. Song Qin is not allowed, did she, and unintentionally, to displease this powerful eunuch. Wei Gong asked the kid just now suspiciously. What an interesting method. Song Qin hesitated. Evaluate a genius, an alchemical genius. If it weren't for the fact that he had taken the wrong path of cultivation, if he worships the four heavenly sword, his name will be on the history books. Nangong Qian. Ronyin sneered and wore it for the palace. Xiaorong nodded slightly. How high is Xu Qian's status in his aunt's heart? Under the inner courtyard of the Xu mansion, people are making cotton clothes for the winter. At this time, Louis whispered and said softly, Yesterday, I went to look for Dalang. I found out that he didn't have winter clothes. The aunt glanced at the big maid, snorted coldly, and said, What do you want to say? Louis lowered her head and whispered, If not, let's make one for Dalang too. Annie snorted coldly and thought about it. That little bunny got angry with me when he got the chance. Let me make him clothes. There are no doors. Come to the house every day for dinner. I don't know if it's subsidized for the family. Just the amount of food he eats. It's going to eat me up. Ben misses his unlucky nephew, who saved the life of his family. It is not impossible to improve relations with him. But the little rabbit stabbed him with words when he had the opportunity. I've been with him. It's better not to go to the old saying. Wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat. Dogs travel thousands of miles to eat. At this moment, an anxious voice came. Anne is crazy to diss nephew. Then the butler ran in panting. Something happened to Madame. The aunt froze in place when she heard this. Soon after, Aunt Lihua ran into the inner hall of Su's mansion with Rain. I saw Su Pingji holding the sleeping little bean. There were also Su Xingyan and Su Lingyue standing next to them. Second Uncle Su ran over in a hurry when he saw his daughter-in-law. So I said it in advance, reassuring that it was fine. Linning just fell asleep. By the way, he handed the young girl to his wife. The aunt hugged her daughter tightly. I was relieved when I was sure it was okay, but didn't go. Asked with tears as he asked, How about going out, and that's it? There is also Ningyan Tower. Su Pingji let out a sigh. Take what happened this morning. 1510 said to his wife. Lin Yin has already come out. This matter is settled for the time being. If it weren't for Lin Yin this time, Lin Yu and Lin Yin are in danger. He was a little stubborn, but it's not bad to treat your family. I'm replaced by ordinary people. Can you work so hard for our daughter? You're always looking at him unpleasantly. Felt that he cherished a lot of silver with 5 flowers. I felt like I was pulling him to grow up. How about saying a few words about him? I don't think he likes what he says. I'm honest against you. But have you thought about him? It's really so good to send people under the fence for 2 years. Isn't she sensitive? Lin Yu was bullied. She can rush up and fight people. Fortunately, there was no danger this time. Lin Yin really can't come back. You really don't feel distressed. The aunt was dumbfounded this time. It's just that the tears in the corners of her eyes speak for themselves. Su Linyue listened and listened. Tears flowed down again. I feel that I have to repay my eldest brother well in this life. Su Xingyan looked at his mother, who had always been strong. Now his eyes are full of fear and remorse. Mother, though always, a mouthful of a gold-swallowing beast unlucky name. That guy. In fact, my mother still reassures my eldest brother after all. After all, it has been raised for almost 20 years. No matter how you can develop feelings, you can still develop feelings. Su Pingji glanced at his son. Snort again and be accompanied by your son. This time, I can't say that even he was bullied by Mr. Liu. Su Erlang said hello with his head full of heads. Don't arrange your own son like this. Soon after, the aunt carried Xiao doubting into the room and slept with him. Suddenly, he said Louis, shrink the east one of the old man and Erlang by one piece. Wait for the big man to come back. Measure his size. Louis was a little incredulous, and Madame had changed her mind. Auntie snorted in your eyes. Am I the kind of mean aunt? Louis is a bandit in her heart. Aren't you? On the other side, Xu Qian'an was grinding ink. That's right, he's going to start writing again. The author adheres to the spirit of water word counting. Abruptly, arranged a good habit of writing a diary for Xu Qian'an. November 16th, it was a day to remember. Because I finally decided, give up the unpretentious and boring life of the rich. I need power and force. I have two thoughts on this. The first is to change the path of practice. Try to practice Confucianism. As long as the two big Confucians are licked comfortably. I am confident that they will support me. Then myself in the martial arts road. Much better. Su Qi sighed. Others are pretending to be forced by poetry. And I'm trading with poetry. Maybe that's what makes the emperor different. But the downside is, and to recall the fear of being dominated by the life of the third year of high school. And I'm not necessarily the material for reading. I'm going to be 20 years old soon. It may be a little late to change the route. Second, try harder. Hook up with C. Tianjin's Kaiwei girl. With the support of the superintendent. Even if I don't work hard, I can live a nourishing life. The vision is beautiful, but there are drawbacks. I may say goodbye to my life of 3 wives and 4 concubines. At the same time, Gulen listened to the song and said goodbye. It's a bit of a sacrifice. Third, sell one of the magic weapons obtained by C. Tianjin. In exchange for the opportunity to open the gates of heaven. Disadvantages. The strength of the trial is still not able to fight the household prison. And if there is no backer, it is difficult to continue to advance bravely on the path of martial arts. The second uncle has been stuck at the peak of Qi refining for nearly 10 years. Is the best example of this. For now, hug C. Tianjin and Yunlu Academy's thighs first. Planning a follow-up. I have a hunch. The turmoil of the tax and silver case will not end here. The front hall of the Su mansion. Xu Qian'an just climbed over the wall. I saw Su Linyin swaying with a swaying horse. Small fists hit left and right. Hey, hey, roaring, dubbing himself. Xu Qian'an stepped forward. A gentle kick on his little ass. What kind of wind are you pumping? The little one fell down with a thud. Little Bean Ding got up, touching the buttocks, pointing at the eldest brother and roaring. I'm practicing dance. Big brother, are you provoking me? Xu Qian'an was surprised. It didn't take long to think about it, though. Probably something I experienced in the morning. A shadow arose in his young mind. The 5-year-old felt that it was time for him to learn martial arts. Good, next time something like this happens, I can help my eldest brother. Xu Qian'an smiled. Ama, what's wrong with provoking you? Xiao doubting glared at the eldest brother and said, people fight for breath. Takeo is yes too. This is called venerable. What is it? Xu Qian'an helped him add. It's dignity. Xiao doubting snorted coldly, right? It's dignity. I'm going to duel you. Then he ran over on 2 short legs. Whistling his fists. Xu Qian'an pressed one hand on his head. Little Bean is good. While screaming. While beating Wang Baquan indiscriminately. Xu Qian'an annoyed him. Discuss and give you a chicken leg. Count you as losing. Okay. Xiao Doubting's eyes are shining. Okay. Your dignity. Xiao Doubting said big brother while biting the chicken leg. What is dignity? Xu Qian'an felt a pain in his skull. Patting little Doubting on the shoulder, he said. Promising in the study. Xu Qian'an got straight to the point. As for the opinion of the second uncle and cousin, for this afternoon's business, what do you guys think? Second Uncle Su's face was a little dazed. Isn't it in the past? Xu Qian'an frowned. You want to say that Zhou Li may still take revenge, right? Second Uncle Su waved his hand. No, it won't. If it's normal, it's fine. But today there is the great Confucianism of Yunlu Academy. And Xi Tianjin's white clothes came forward. I don't expect that the person surnamed Zhou will not dare to stir up the wind and rain again. Xu Qian said in a Chun voice. I've just got a message today from Xi Tianjin. The mastermind behind the tax and silver case is Zhou Shilang. Xu Qian'an pondered for a moment and said, so it seems what happened today is not accidental. It was Zhou Li's deliberate revenge. Xu Qian was a little pleased. Yes, it is worthy of being a reader who can take the exam. The brain works well. If only there was second Uncle Su. Today's secret talk is meaningless, because the second uncle was forced to be in a hurry. He would only say that he was a brother and he would go with me to cut people. It's really a vulgar martial artist. A scholar who is usually weak in literature. There is also a bloody side. Xu Qian'an faced the torture of his eldest brother. Directly threw out a sentence that the first strike is stronger. Raping, who suffered later. Xu Qian was taken aback. It's hard to imagine. Xu Qian'an would say such decisive words. But as the head of the family, Uncle Su, when Yen felt that he could no longer be silent. Put away your ignorant and arrogant thoughts. Don't say you're just a lifter. You're considered a winner. I can't afford to mess with the Tobe Squire. It's just that he just finished speaking. Was ruthlessly vetoed by his nephew. I think Jiro's idea is right. It is not the Zhou officials that we have offended. It was Zhou Xianting, the head of the household department. Zhou officials may not dare to retaliate again. But what about Tobe Squiro? Not only did we spoil his good deeds, he also wounded his sister-in-law. As long as this account is a person with fireworks, there's absolutely no reason to endure it. Moreover, Su Fu is one with ants in Zhou Shilang's eyes. He didn't have any reason to let us go. Su Pingji still felt that it was inappropriate. We can't fight Zhou Shilang's Ningyan. You got acquainted with the white clothes of Xi Tianjin. New Year's is a student of Yunlu Academy. Rely on these two layers of relationship. As long as we keep to ourselves, no one dared to provoke them. Xu Qian reminded. Second uncle, you may not know. Xi Tianjin's white clothes do not interfere in the political affairs of the court. Su Ci went on to say that the tax money was dark. I'm not also a student at Yunlu Academy. Big brother can come back today. It's because Zhou Li doesn't stand, and the means are too low level. But if it's Zhou Shilang who makes a move, another tax case, it is reasonable and legal to let the Su family be beheaded. Xi Tianjin and Yunlu Academy. Could it be that we can rob the prison for us to fight against the law of the Great Confession? Feel the majesty of the head of the family. Su Pingji, who suffered the impact. His brow furrowed. But what are we going to do with Tobe Shiro? People are dignified. Xu Qian was also helpless. I don't know. I'm just a simple traveler. Xu Qian set his eyes on the handsome little brother. Jiro thinks so. Xu Qian'an was silent for a long time. I said slowly, I have been thinking about one thing just now. The tax money was robbed. The emperor thundered and was furious. Apparently, there is a lot of emphasis on silver. Li Dang will punish the offender severely. But it didn't. There are two possibilities I can think of. First, there is a backer behind the Tobe Squire. Second, the emperor has concerns. For example, there is a delicate balance to be maintained. Big Brother said, in several incidents, the household department impeached Zhou Shilang for being greedy for money and grain. Why he was not impeached? The other squire was not impeached. Tobe Shoshu. Su Qi was relieved. Zhou Shilang's political enemies are dealing with him. Teacher Su Xian'an Han Shou said, from ancient times to the present day, The core of imperial art is always balance. The emperor did not move Zhou Shileng. It shows that it is very likely that the party and government are involved. Su Qi touched his chin, said after thinking, the emperor's mind technique may work in normal times. But right now, Jingxia is imminent. As long as you can catch Zhou Shileng's handle, there's a great chance you'll kill him. Gyoka is an ancestral system. Even the emperor can't just go his own way. The core of Confucianism's dragon-slaying technique is the word reason. So Zhou Shileng's political enemies will not stop there. Xu Qian'an was taken aback. I didn't expect to criticize my cousin's mouth. The word dragon slaying would pop up. This is still the same Kuaishou cousin. Su's wife said with peace of mind. I just watch a lot of costume dramas. Xu Qian'an asked in a more considerate tone. What does the big brother think should be done? Su's wife complained in her heart. You really won't admit defeat. If as a heroine, this Tsundra's character is not very pleasing. I prefer the 36D coquettish and cute royal sister. Xu Qian said with a calm expression. Why did Zhou Shileng make the tax and silver case? It's certainly not embezzlement. Because corruption can happen at any time. Why bother on the cusp of Jingxia? Unless he was in dire need of a sum of silver. The money is needed to fill the holes. And the reason for filling the hole, precisely to cope with the Qinxia. The corners of Xu Qian'an's mouth twitched, so we're going to find out. The real reason for Zhou Shileng's corruption and lewdness. We're going to solve the case. So that Zhou Shileng has nothing to hide. Confess your sins. Xu Qian wanted to say this. Suddenly saw Su Erlang's eyes that seemed to be smiling. And he did not say it. At this time, second uncle Su slapped his thigh. Excitedly stood up and said I understood. So we're going to expose it. Let the surname Zhou have nothing to hide. He was excited. I felt like my brain was finally bright. One Xu Qian'an snorted, and his father felt it. With the identity of your royal sword for 100 households, you can be a dignified servant of the household department. You can contact the family members of the household department. Su Dalong sighed and thanked the second uncle for his self-sacrifice. Scalding thunder for us. The second uncle went through a double blow. I don't think I'd better open my mouth. After a round of discussions, Xu Qian'an failed to suppress his cousin intellectually. Some dissatisfaction. Asked what the big brother thought he should do. Xu Qian pondered for a moment. Spit out 4 words to drive the tiger and the wolf. The main force against Zhou Shileng is not us. We're going to do it. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. As for how, though, I haven't figured it out yet. Xu Qian'an's sweaty hands are not bad. Take a step back. We don't have to deal with Zhou Shileng. A dignified 3-grade member. Definitely have the heart muscle and wrist. It's not something we can deal with right now. But as long as it's human, there will be weaknesses. Su Weifen's eyes lit up. Excitedly said. Xu Qian'an's eyes were as bright as the stars. A flash of cruelty. Yes, compared to Zhou Shileng. Zhou Li's gentleman is easier to deal with. The charges of impeachment are insufficient. Then we will create a crime. Give Zhou Xianping's main enemy a knife. Let them help us kill Zhou Xianping. It is imminent. If Zhou Shileng's son-in-law, something angry and resentful has been done. As a father, Zhou Xianping is to blame. The emperor is willing to protect. One time may not be willing to protect the second time. Speaking of which, Xu Qian'an's curse did not reach this entry point. Not bad, though. It's just that people aren't stupid. Blame setting may not work. Second Uncle Su listened to his son and nephew, and I said a word. Suddenly I found myself the head of the family. Has been pushed to the brink of this secret talk. I can't talk about it at all. But with the son's layer-by-layer dissection, Second Uncle Su's thinking is getting clearer and clearer. The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. I couldn't help but slap the table excitedly. My son's mercy has the posture of a capital. Sue's wife was not happy when she heard this. Take the opportunity to diss the new year. How else to talk about the book and the country? Erlang, you can't escape the blame. The corners of Sue Erlang's mouth twitched. Anti-General Road, please give advice to the eldest brother. Xu Qian'an didn't panic at all. What we have to think about is not how to calculate Zhou Li. Instead, he went to observe Zhou Li, gather information about him, and then put it all together. Be bold in your plans. In a careful process of scrutiny, to judge the feasibility of the plan. Say goodbye to the old, and you have a reputation. I can get in touch with Taoist students. Use them to learn some information about officialdom. You go and collect Zhou Li's information again. Unavoidably. Don't make mistakes. The second uncle, Zhou Fu, was guarding the sword in the inner city. On weekdays, he is responsible for the night patrol of the inner and outer cities. You are responsible for monitoring the movements of the Zhou mansion. Don't do it yourself. Find a trusted henchman to keep an eye on. Where did Zhou Li go in a day? What was done? What people came into contact with? I want to know. Second Uncle Su nodded confidently. Something suddenly came to mind. Staring at Xu Qian'an, what about you? Xu Qian'an smiled mysteriously. I want to find a way back for Sue's house. We'll discuss the details later. By the way, I'll ask you a little bit more. I'll stay in your house tonight. At midnight, Xu Qian'an quietly asked the eldest brother. Did you sleep? Xu Qian'an responded with a no. Just at this time, Brother Xu Qian'an said, You've got me. Xu Qian'an was taken aback. Yes. I also heard Xu New Year say to collect your pork knuckle. Xu Qian'an hurriedly removed his hand. There was silence again. Listen to each other's breathing. Xu Qian'an asked, How long have we not slept with him? Xu Qian'an thought about it after he was 10 years old. Since you spend 100 taels a year on martial arts? After the relationship with my mother was stiff. We're getting rusty. Xu Qian'an was embarrassed. I thought you'd be arrogant. We have never slept with him. Xu Qian'an couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now we can sleep together. But Lin Yu's sister will never be possible. Aunt is in Xu Qian'an's heart. The status is actually not so bad. Tonight, Xu Qian'an and Xu Xingyan slept with him. I can't help but think of a lot of the past. Xu Qian'an sighed, but he didn't blame his aunt. I can't get any oil and water from the errand that I encountered. The second uncle worked hard and was angry. It's only more than 200 taels of silver a year. Half of it was fed to me. The other half is your expenses. It is inevitable that the aunt will have resentment in her heart. Xu Xingyan diverted the topic. If this crisis cannot be overcome, the Xu family may really be finished. Zhou Shirlang can't fall if he can't do it. After Jingsha, it was the time when the disaster of Shufu came. Sue's wife sighed and said that I will arrange the way back. It's a big deal after Jingsha. Our family left the capital. My second uncle and I are very skilled. Don't worry about no way to survive anywhere. It's just that Erlang, you studied hard for 10 years before you were able to pass the exam. Xu Xingyan snorted. Fame and fortune are just a passing thing. I'm a reader. I read the books of the sages. It is the way of the sages. How can you care about fame? Xu Qian'an said with deep agreement. God does not give birth to me, Xu Xingyan. The wind is like a long night. The boat of friendship is capsized. Xu Xingyan rolled up the futon and ran away. Then, no matter how Xu Qian'an called, he didn't care. Early the next morning, Xu Lingyue opened the window. Deliver the first rays of morning sunlight to the boudoir. She was enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly, I saw a figure passing by. By the window was Xu Qian. The brother and sister stared at each other silently through the window for a few seconds. Xu Qian's gaze subconsciously slid down. Xu Lingyue screamed. The windows were closed. Xu Qian was relieved to think that her sister had grown up. although I didn't bring it up by myself. But I grew up watching it myself. In the boudoir, Su Lingwa squatted on the ground. His face was red, and his ears were red, and he hugged his chest. The maid said, "Miss, it's time for you to change your habits. You have to freshen up before opening the window." Now it's been seen by the big wolf. Fortunately, it is my own brother. If you show it to outsiders, how are you still alive? Su Lingyue's cheeks were crimson. My mind is full of the scene just now. On the other side, Su Lingyin was squatting on the ground. Little paws hold bristled toothbrushes. Brush your teeth very seriously. It's like it's a big job. I saw Xu Qian'an coming. He had bubbles in his mouth. Vaguely said a word about the cauldron of drama. Xu Qian'an is curious about how you write it yourself. Xiao Doubting said seriously. Daddy said that men should be self-reliant in order to practice martial arts. Xu Qian'an was speechless. Do you know you're a girl? Xiao Doubting looked innocent. I know, Xu Qian'an said. Do you know the difference between a boy and a girl? Little Doubting was puzzled. What a difference. Xu Qian'an was a little distressed. This brings us to physiology lessons. The tirade goes on and on. The shade of the forest may not be understood. However, Xu Qian'an soon had an idea. In simple terms, the boy grew up teasing. The girl grew up to be trick-or-treating. Su Lingyin suddenly realized. Happy to say, no wonder my mother always said that I was a troublemaker. She ran around the room, shouting happily, I'm a trickster. Xu Qian'an silently closed the door. Decide today. Breakfast or don't eat it at home. This morning's capital is full of flowers. There are breakfast stalls everywhere on the streets. Xu Qian'an solved the problem of food and clothing in the breakfast stall on the street. It's just when Xu Qian'an is about to check out. The stall owner looked at Xu Qian'an wearing a hairpin suit. Refused to ask for money. Xu Qian'an pointed to the empty plate and said, I really don't want it. The stall owner swallowed. Xu Qian'an ate the amount of 4 or 5 people for breakfast. The stall owner's heart hurts very much. But he didn't dare ask for silver. Unless you don't want to set up a stall in this area. Xu Qian'an saw this. Waved the stall owner away. I sat and disappeared for a moment. You go away. Leave me alone. The stall owner was helpless. I can only count myself unlucky. Today was a wasted effort. The system of the Daebong dynasty has been killed for a long time. Sully does not rectify it for a day. The lives of ordinary people are not any better. Xu Qian'an looked at the busy figure of the stall owner. I remembered that he was in pain just now, and did not dare to ask for money. Poor like a beggar. From ancient times to the present day, it is the one who has done the most harm to the common people. It will always be an ant that the big people can't see. Xiao Xie after class. Xu Qian'an left in silence. The stall owner breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. Then wilted over to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Just the next moment, the chopsticks were smashed onto the table. The stall owner hurriedly ran out. I want to catch up with the bad man just now. It's just a street full of people. Xu Qian'an has long been gone. He opened his mouth. It was like choking on something. For so many years. For the first time, he met Su Li, who gave money for dinner. Soon after, Xu Qian'an asked for leave from the yamen and returned home. Because he was going to go to Yunlu Academy with Su Xinyan. Qinyan Mountain, 60 miles away on the outskirts of Beijing. There is a world-famous Yunlu Academy in the mountains. The two are neck and neck on the official road. Xu Qian'an asked his old brother to say goodbye. Always curious. Do you say that the saint is a good product? Su Xinyan raised his chin proudly. You think of me. Will know that Xu Qian'an is speechless. If you don't know, you don't know. Why do you still have such a proud expression? Xu Qian'an rolled his eyes. Go on and talk about how long the saint lived. Su Xinyan. He was 82 years old. Xu Qian'an was a little surprised. A saint. He is also the founder of Confucianism and Taoism. Even if there is no product. It's not bad, is it? He only lived to be 82 years old, although for the average person in this era, it's a long life. But the force value of this world is unusual. Even saints cannot live forever. Xu Qian'an is no longer cranky, because the purpose of this trip is to find a way back, before they decide to go into action. First, send the female dependents of the family to Yunlu Academy. In this way, even if he is really retaliated against by the Tobe squire, Yunlu Academy can also shelter the female dependents of the family. But Xu Qian'an said at this time that Yunlu Academy does not accept outsiders. It's the rule. Even me. Nor can I get the teacher to agree. Big brother is really sure. Xu wife and shook her head. It's man-made. Inside Yunlu Academy, Li Mubai, a great player who vowed never to play chess again. Stand with your hands over. Stand on the edge of the porch, listening to the heated argument between the two friends behind him. I made a mistake at this step. I'm going to do it all over again. Mrs. Zhang replied. There are no regrets. It's the rule. Prince Chun and Pingyun Road Academy, one of the four great Confucians. There is a talent for governing the country. The essence of governing the country is quite sought after in Dafeng officialdom. Li Mubai watched them arguing, shook his head. Two stinky baskets. So he opened his mouth to interrupt the two people who were arguing. Dean Zhangsheng stared at the chessboard. The eldest princess is here. The dean is with you. Mrs. Chun sighed. Another 3 months. It's Chunwei. The students of the academy are not very interested in reading. I went to the dorm last night for a walk. There are very few readers. The few lights that lit up the chessboard were also the ones. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and scrambled on the chessboard. The chess pieces are heartbroken, and the first plaything is demoralized. Zhangshin was furious, and if he lost, he was a plaything. If you win, you will show off your might. If you can't afford to play with Li Mubai, student studying at Yunlu Academy, it is destined to have a difficult career. Even if you are in the exam, you will be raised or jinsure. It is also difficult to rise to the top in officialdom. They are often sent to the backwoods to watch, or throw it into a corner and get moldy. It was a great blow to the demanding enthusiasm of the students of the college. There was a moment of silence. Zhang Shunshin said that this win cannot last long. It is necessary to bring up the enthusiasm of the students for the imperial examination. Mrs. Chen's serious face and sweaty hands were struggling to support. I have to hold on. Yunlu Academy can't stop the road of officialdom. Li Mubai and Chenin said that they should open the hall and persuade them to learn. Let the dean come forward. Zhangshin covered his forehead, and the dean persuaded him to study every year. It goes on and down. It won't have much effect these days. Chen Taifu frowned. So change the way. What do you think of writing an article? He proposed. Li Mubai shook his head thanklessly. Zhangshin said, then there are only poems. Since ancient times, poetry has touched people's hearts. Write a deafening poem. It's much better than opening a class to persuade students. But the great dedication is coming. Poetry has been weakened for a long time. If Yangtze River did not go to Qingzhou, this job can be pushed to him. Let's get a few miles. He's the best at it. The minister is too filial. Brother Jin Yin is more suitable to be an official in the court than me. You got the ball to kick the ball. I saw that there was going to be a quarrel again. Zhangshin's scholar bowed his head and hurried in. Bow down and say, sir. Your student Uncle Su Ci is here. Take the book, boy, and leave. Zhangshin showed up. The old man recently accepted a new student. It's Uncle Su's cousin. The loss of talent is shocking. Li Mubai immediately added that he was also my student. Mrs. Chen's heart moved. That song is not worried about the road ahead, and there is no confidant. No one in the world knows a poet. You are all blinded by fame and fortune. Yang Ziqian's name must have been passed down to future generations because of this poem. It's really enviable. It's hard to find a good sentence. How many people read in their lives also? There are only a few good poems. There is no one that can go down in history. Came out with a sentence of no worries about the road ahead. No one in the world knows you. It's already a stroke of genius. Smell soft. I hope for one or two more, so that the two of you may be famous together for eternity. The two are too famous in the stage. In time, how can the righteousness in your belly survive? Furniture that has been passed down through the ages. It can be made casually. Besides, the other party is not a reader. A good hand even got a hand. It's already a great fate. Zhang Sheng and Li Mubai also seem to have realized their mistakes. It's true that they are too utilitarian. So Kiki bowed her hand. Zhang Tai saw this. He laughed, knowing that mistakes can be corrected. Good is great. The two brothers originally came to Yunlu Academy to seek refuge. I didn't expect to be careless. It has become Xu Qian's super blind scene again. Xu Qian and Xu Xian'an enter the elegant room. The two of them are in the same room. The student has met the teacher. Li Mubai tested Ning Yan. You come to the academy. Is it because there is furniture to be appreciated by the teacher? Xu Qian shook his head. Said the students came to this room. There's one thing to ask for. Xu Qian told the two teachers his intentions. But he concealed the idea that he wanted to take revenge on Tobe Shiro. Li Mubai glanced at Zhang Shun, who also looked embarrassed. Helplessly, Dao Academy forbids outsiders to stay overnight. It's the rule. Xu Xian'an said that the eldest princess does not live in the academy from time to time. Zhang Shun shook his head. What kind of identity the eldest princess was? Xu Xian'an nodded, and the academy forbade outsiders to stay overnight. Unless it is a relative of the emperor. Xu Qian almost laughed out loud. Erlang's poisonous tongue is still so sharp. Li Mubai said with a smile on his face, Brother, you student, I'm kind of looking forward to him stepping into the realm of destiny in the future. The corners of Zhang Shun's mouth twitched. Mrs. Chen looked at Xu Qian with a smile. You are Xu Ningyan, dressed like a shirt, pretending to be really Xu Qian, a scholar. Exactly the students. I've heard that you have a talent for poetry. It's not as good as this. If you can make a song on the spot, a poem that satisfies all three of us. The old man is in charge. Let the husband and wife sponsor the college. And keep them safe. Xu Qian heard this. I have the bottom in my heart. Allowing the daughters of the Xu family to keep the college is not the point. The focus is on his last sentence. Keep them covered. That's what the brothers are here for. Xu Qi sighed with peace of mind. You're trying to prostitute me for nothing. He didn't say yes right away. Rather, he said it carefully. Write poetry spontaneously. It's still a fixed theme. The three great Confucians exchanged glances with each other. Zhang Shindao advised. Xu Qian sighed in his heart. Sure enough, it's impossible to do things rashly. Otherwise, I can come up with a swan song for the ages in minutes. At the same time, he was relieved, because there is no over-the-top outline in this question. His little bit of literature. You can also cope with the field of persuasion. Words on popularity. There is a house of gold in that book. The book has its own yin ryu, which should be suitable. If this poem is not mistaken, it seems to have been written by the emperor of the Song dynasty. It is mixed with the smell of fame and fortune. And the students who graduated from Yunlu Academy have always had a difficult career. I sighed when I lifted people in the old exam. I don't know which backcountry I will be sent to in the future. If I copy this poem, isn't it the heart of Izumo Shoin? Everyone was silent for a long time. Xu Xian'an's brows became more and more furrowed. The three great Confucian writes, Zhang Sheng and Li Mubai, have been looking forward to it. Mrs. Chun waited with a smile. Xu Qian retracted his thoughts. The student was ugly. Resignation for me. Mama can. I thought of my own sparse calligraphy. It's a shame. So he simply called for his resignation and wrote for himself. Xu Qian tapped a few times on the table. Said 3 watches, 5 watches, chickens. It was when the boy was studying. The brunette doesn't know how to study early. Bai Shoufeng regretted that he was late in studying. Xu Qian'an finished writing. The face is slightly revealed. Excited, Li Mubai and Zhang Shun sighed at the same time. Good poetry. Ning Yin is indeed a peerless poet. 3 more lights, 5 more chickens. It was when the boy was studying. Mrs. Chun savored this poem of persuasion. I only feel that I am 3 points into the wood. Long aftertaste. Brother Ian still remembers when we were younger. Days of study at the college. Zhang Xin also recalled the scene of studying in the first half of his life. Isn't that what we were talking about at that time? When I was young, my family was poor. You can only eat 2 steam buns a day. I was hungry in the middle of the night. Hold on to the lamp and read hard. Li Mubai said leisurely. That's why you stole my eggs 2 times in 3 days. Zhang Shun was displeased. How could the matter of the scholar be called thoroughly? That's cheap. Didn't I pay you back later? Li Mubai blew his beard and stared at a chicken egg when he was poor. It's not like it's thousands of pounds now. Chun Tai coughed. Interrupt the argument between the 2 friends. Looking at Xu Qian'an after bidding farewell to the old spring crisis. It doesn't matter where you stand. All have the qualifications to be born. Have you thought about the future? History is always strikingly similar. Zhang Tai had never met Xu Qian before. I still maintain my disdain for fame and fortune. It can be seen that after Xu Qian made a persuasion to learn poetry, but pestered Xu Qian and asked him to worship under his door. Xu Qian naturally couldn't agree, so he diverted the topic and said, 3 gentlemen. Ning Yin has a question and asks the juniors. Stuck in the alchemy realm for a long time. Because he has no meritorious. The family is poor. There are never resources or opportunities to step into the wonderland. Please, sir, help me open the gate of heaven. This is the second purpose of the academy. Although you can sell the magic weapon given by Song Qin in exchange for the silver that opened the gates of heaven. But that wasn't a joy at all. Xu Jian is a prostitute who pursues ability. Someone who absolutely doesn't spend money. Zhang Xin shook his head and smiled. You are in a hurry to go to the doctor. We are practicing Confucianism and Taoism. How to help you open the gate of heaven. Xu Qian was a little disappointed and unwilling. The junior didn't understand. Since the gate of heaven is opened, need the help of a master above the nerves. How did the first person open the gate of heaven? Li Mubai asked him rhetorically. You feel that the path of martial arts was pioneered by someone. It was done overnight. Li Mubai then said slowly. It was carved out by generations of people. Perhaps the alchemy mirror was already at its peak at the beginning. Someone opened the gate of heaven by chance. As a result, the Qi refining mirror became the pinnacle of martial arts. It took years to form a perfect martial arts system. Xu Qian captured the key word by chance. Chun Tai took over the topic. The master of the divine refining mirror helps. Opening the gate is the safest and most convenient way. But that's not the only one. Babies are born with an innate sense of innocence. As you get older, the gates of heaven are closed. The innate true Qi is hidden in the body. If you want to regain control of this gas engine, the closed gate of heaven must be opened again. There are many ways to do this. In addition to the well-known opening of the gate of heaven, there are 2 more ways to do this. One is the tuna method. The method of tuna needs to be practiced from an early age. Soak in a medicated bath every day. Wash the meridians through the gate of heaven. More than 10 years down. It costs a lot of money. Now this method has been eliminated. The second method, the external forces of the world open the gates of heaven. It is also a stupid method adopted by the original predecessors. For example, the demon-devouring pill. The demon pill is the essence condensation of the demon clan's Daoheng. Majestic energy within. After swallowing the demon pill, use the majestic energy to forcibly open up the 8 veins of the Qi Sutra. But because there is no control, so it's a way to die and live a life. Su's wife was stunned. I see. Although it was not in vain, but it's also a lot of touch. This wave is not a loss. Su's wife and thanked the gentlemen for their teaching. Inside the palace of the saints, a group of students are gathering in front of the sign. After a long time, a student covered his head and shouted, "Which great Confucian is this persuasion from?" And more students, after reading it, expressed regret. Since the autumn polder, I haven't had a night reading again. During the day, there are mountains and rivers. Play chess at night. What a waste of time. It's not autonomous. Zhang Tai covered his beard and said with a smile that poetry was useless. As everyone knows, poetry is the most moving. Su Ningyin is really a peerless ingredient. Then he was heartbroken, and he was so talented that he actually learned martial arts. It's a terrible thing. Now he is in the age of his hometown. It's too late to convert to Confucianism. Zhang Xin seemed to remember something. If you are not angry, just say it. The two of them, when they were young, his father decided to quit his old school and study. Ning Yin practiced martial arts. Li Mubai hated that Su Pingji was not a benevolent son. A good seedling of reading was wasted in vain. It's hateful and hateful. The more the students discussed, the more intense it became. One of the students wondered if this was a piece of advice. It will definitely spread wider. But why is there no signature? This sentence was listened to by Li Mubai. At the moment, my mind is full of unsigned words. The next moment he disappeared in place. Appeared in front of the sign, hey grinning in his mouth. So he wrote his signature. At the end of the year, Xine Cho had nothing to do at the end of the year. Mubai persuaded Shui to do this. Chen Tai and Zhang Shun were both angry, and this can be rubbed off. Shameless old thief. If you have a cheeky call. The Dean of Accord and the eldest princess after the academy had a very happy conversation. Huiqing said in a clear and cold voice, and said coldly, I haven't seen him for half a year. There is a lot of silver in the dean's hair. Zhao Shou drank tea with a smile. It's all troublesome silk. Huiqing's studio micro-movement. It's like a quiet battle. When I went up the mountain today, I heard a poem recited by a disciple of the academy. Don't worry about the road ahead. There is no one to know. No one in the world knows you. Such a masterpiece. Honggu was very pleased to hear this. I don't know which Confucian constellation it is. This eldest princess of the Daebong dynasty. It's different from ordinary women. A lady from a scholarly family. To be proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting is to be talented. And this eldest princess, she learned to play chess with Wei Yuan. Follow Zhang Shun to learn the art of war. Follow Chen Taixue to govern the country. Sage Classics. He recited it like a stream. The article is a book of the Department of Strategy, and the book of the country is a student blog post. Compulsory learning rich 5 cars. At the age of 18, the emperor granted him permission to participate in the compilation of books in the Hamlin Academy. The year before last, Huiqing tried to recompile the history books of the previous dynasty. Provoked protests from the ministers. In the end, it didn't work. Dean Zhao Shi listened. Shake your head and smile. Yunlu Academy is full of talents, but he is not as reckless as others. The entire Dafeng Ruling, all numb to thought. The bone plate lacks aura, and poetry pays the most attention to aura. Huiqing wondered what the dean said. Beckoning and sighing, the person who did this is not a scholar. It is a fictitious official in Changle County. Huiqing was slightly moved. Then Huiqing's eyes were sincere. In a serious tone, the dean really didn't think about accidents. Confucianism is people-oriented. It's just that the aid is not repaid. The dean should not waste his years again. In fact, the official position of the Qingzhou General Administration Department was originally granted to Zhao Shou. It's just that Zhao Shou is reluctant to take office, and wrote to the imperial court to recommend the Ziyang monks. Zhao Shou sighed and wasted his life. If it can open up a path for future generations to study, why don't you do it, old man? It's a pity that the bamboo forest has been enlightened for more than 10 years. Dedicated, it can't cross the damnation of the painting of Qingya. Huaiqing said calmly that the dean was too obsessed. That's not all. Father invited you to be born. It is intended to reuse Yunlu Academy. If you really think about the students of Yunlu Academy, you shouldn't say no. Zhao Shoshan said with a smile. It's getting more and more uncontrollable Wei Yuan. It's still the dragon-slaying technique of those nobles. Sharper and sharper. Huaiqing word by word. From the heart, the Tao is for the people of Dafeng, for the sake of the common people in the world. The smile on Zhao Shou's face became more and more sarcastic. The people are alive. Huaiqing sighed. After the battle of mountains and seas, Daibong's national power is weakening day by day. Natural disasters continue year after year. The guards have countless vegetarian meals. The scourge of charging is becoming more and more obvious. Zhu Gong of the court. Stop party strife. There are countless people who are idle talkers. There are very few people who work hard to prosper the country. The Dean Empire is a stutterer. After speaking, he didn't wait for Zhao Shou to speak. Keep talking. 3 years ago, the northern barbarians tore up the treaty. Repeat border violations. Plundering the people. The southern barbarians destroyed Ilu. Sneak up on the military formation. Trying to reclaim the wetlands. The countries of the western regions watched coldly. Buddhism used this to threaten the Central Plains. He gradually increased his tone. As a reader, shouldn't there be a show of revenge? Revive the prestige of the country. Zhao Shou stared at Huaiqing for a moment. Then he shook his head and sighed, not reluctantly. The time has not yet come. Eldest princess, please go back. Huaiqing couldn't hide his disappointment in his eyes. I was about to say goodbye and leave. Hurried footsteps could be heard from Jay. A gentleman from the academy hurried in, shouted the dean. It's not good. Li Mubai, Zhang Xin, and Mrs. Chen fought 3 people. You're an old horseman. He's a shameless old thief. Look, I'm really angry. Huaiqing proposed. Take me with you. Zhao Shou did not answer. None of them are within a single foot. It belongs to the Sage Academy. The next moment, Howard exhaled. Both disappeared in place at the same time. When Huaiqing opened his eyes again, they have come to the palace of the saints. But then Howard righteousness rose again. Zhao Shou's figure disappeared again. Huaiqing walked out of the Sage Academy, staring blankly at the sky. He obviously didn't understand what was going on. 3 great Confucians actually fought in order to persuade the bachelor single-handedly. Zhang Xin snorted Li Mubai. You shameless. Just grabbed the students with me that day. Such a despicable thing has been done today. The knowledge of the saints has been read into the belly of the dog. Li Mubai retorted loudly as a teacher. What is the problem of helping the disciple polish the essay and poetry? It's clear that you, the old horseman, are jealous of my talent. The minister said disdainfully, you can shut up. The old man can't stand it anymore. Li Mubai slanted at him, and his surname Zhang and I were anxious. There is a fate in the eyes, and there is you. Mrs. Chen's business. While going cool, at this time, Zhang Xin took out a book from his arms. Yo-Yo said, it seems that it is difficult to distinguish between Howren and righteousness. He tore off one of the pages. Let it burn. The moment the paper burns out of thin air, beetles with green bodies are born. Buzzed towards Li Mubai. Li Mubai did not panic at all. I also found a book. Tear off 2 pages. Ignite at the same time. The old man traveled the world a few years ago. It's not without harvest either. When the pages burn out, transform into a crimson lizard. The crimson lizard's cheeks bulged. The end erupted in a fiery flame tens of feet long. Burn the green clouds into ashes. Meanwhile, another page burns out. Conjure up a scantily clad young girl. The body is as light as a squid. A moment later, he appeared in front of Zhang Sheng. Zhang Daru's eyelids were heavy. An irresistible sleepiness swelled up. That's when it happened. Mrs. Chen also burned a page of paper in her hand. A bright golden pill. Flowers bloom with golden light. Li Mubai was suddenly stabbed. One stumbled after being hit by the golden light. And Zhang Shun was also burned by Jin Dan. Break free from sleepiness. Hurriedly agitated Howren righteousness. Shake away scantily clad young girls. The three great Confucians fought in full swing in midair. The students watched with relish below. I didn't expect to see the Confucians fighting one day. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Huai Jing was a little surprised by the methods of the Confucians. The sixth-rank Confucian students were able to learn the mastery of other systems and put it into writing, load it into the books. Zhang Shun used the means of ancient poetry. A young girl on Li Mubai's paper. It should be a wizard system. As for Chen Tai's performance, if you don't see it, it is the golden pill of the Dao men. Zhang Shun gritted his teeth and was a shameless old thief. Hugh blames me for being ruthless. Li Mubai, your pants are off. Li Mubai's crotch suddenly cooled. Stunned, I found that my pants had slipped to my ankles. Li Mubai's mentality exploded. Yelled that everyone's pants were off. Countless people below bent down in horror to lift their pants. A milky white jade pendant on Huaiqing's waist glowed. Dodge the blow. At this time, a majestic voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Cannibalism is forbidden here. Floating is not allowed here. Get the hell out of here. The voice fell. The heroic righteousness of the three big breasts automatically dissipated. Newton regained face and pulled them out of midair. Zhao Han with gray hair scattered. He walked up to the three of them with a calm face. What's going on? Zhang Shun and Li Mubai silently exchanged glances. Tacit understanding was reached in an instant. Nothing. It's just that there are differences of opinion in the administration of science. No one can convince anyone. So it was a different approach. It's just cold. Mrs. Chan was stabbed. 2 deans. I reported them as lying to you. Zhao Shou was attracted by a plate of notices. Gaze intently for a moment. See that small line? It was clear to me. Zhao Shou's face twitched. What they just hid from me. He was about to speak. Huaiqing appeared behind him. He looked at the notice and asked who wrote the poem. Zhang Shin hurriedly said that he was the old man's student. Mianyang Pavilion sent Yang Qinji's light boat was also made by him. Li Mubai added, his name is Xu Qian'an. He is a fast-hand official in Changle County. He is also my disciple. Huaiqing felt that the name was somewhat familiar. It seems that I heard who mentioned this name. I just didn't take it to heart, so I can't remember. Such a talent. Being a fast hand in Changle County is too condescending. Even if you can only compose poetry. It's enough for the palace to be a staff member in the house. Huaiqing's clear eyes swept over the crowd where others were. Chen Tai Dao went to the mountains. 600 years ago, there were people who did it on their own. Smashed a dynasty's Boyu. This person's name is Money. Zhong was active with the Great Bong dynasty. At the beginning of the country. Despised the former kings and faint. Officials are corrupt. Halfa fish and meat people. Wolves are everywhere in the Central Plains. The rebels are divided. At that time, the imperial court was a large state. With rebels everywhere. There has been a tug-of-war for more than 10 years. The people living at the bottom are miserable. Qianzhong, who is as big as a mirror, has been traveling abroad for 3 years. I witnessed the scene of the people's poor livelihood. He was full of anger and resentment to the capital of Dazhou. In flesh and blood, it has broken up one of the few national fortunes in the big state. Then Dafeng was founded. Quell the war. The 4 C's are healthy. Xu Qian'an questioned the second-grade Confucian mirror. Is it so powerful? Why didn't I see thee in the 3 great Confucians? These 2 words. Xu Qian'an instinctively replied. Who told you that the teacher is a second-grade Confucian mirror? They are just a four-grade gentleman's mirror. There are two meanings of Confucianism. One refers to a scholar who is a scholar and has a reputation. The other refers specifically to Confucianism and Taoism. The three great Confucians of the Urban Mirror Academy belong to the former. Xu Qian'an asked suspiciously. Yunlu Academy can have a second-grade Confucian. Xu Qian'an shook his head. Regret for 200 years. At most, there have only been 3 pins of life. The dean of our college is the 3 products. Xu Qian'an told Su Erlang his evaluation. The character of those 3 old gentlemen. It seems a little pompous and improper, lacking a bit of composure. Jiro groaned for a moment. They weren't like this before. After the realm of the gentleman is the realm of the 3 products. This may have something to do with the state of life. The same was true for the Ziyang lay priest before. Recently, I have suddenly changed my character. It's like a different person. I listen to the teacher. The Ziyang lay is only half a step away from his life. The brothers wandered aimlessly around the academy. Xu Qian'an took him to visit some places of interest. Walking and walking, Xu Qian'an suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Big brother." I thought about it for a long time yesterday. If it weren't for your dad having been asked, beheaded the female family, and rushed into the workshop division. If not you, Sister Lin Yu was in danger yesterday. It is likely that he was bullied by the surname Zhou. If not you, the Su family may still be immersed in the luck of the rest of their lives after the catastrophe. And then one day, it was suddenly destroyed. With that, he strode forward. I silently said thank you. Inside the Yashingsha Palace, Xu Qian'an looked at the egret and said, "He is the origin of the name of Yunlu Academy. Xu Qian is a scholar who is elegant. The egret is the mount." Xu Qian'an glanced at his cousin. Correcting the road is not a mount. It was his wife Xu Qian who re-examined Qia Sheng. Muttering is no worse. It's all writing anyway. It is recorded in the Yunlu Chronicle of the Academy. This egret is a demon. Listen to the scriptures under the saint's seat. And they were with him. One person, one demon. Get along since childhood. Very emotional. Married to each other. Female love. At that time, it was not allowed to be in the world. The same is true now. But after the saint knew, there is no stick to beat the Mandarin duck. Instead, they approved of their marriage. The sage said that great love knows no bounds. It can be seen that as long as there is affection, humans and demons can also stay together. Since ancient times, the love of demons has a mixed number, such as the unity of heaven and man. So what is the mixed name of this sub-sage? Refers to the deer as a horse. Horses of horses. The statue of the Holy Lady of Su Qian'an arched his hand. In the new year, respectfully, when the disciples of the Haja are pro-strategic. Xu Qian's eyes turned in the hall. Discover the left and right sides of the main hall. Each erects a stone monument as high as a person. It reads, "Righteous death and robbery to repay the king's grace." Famous for centuries. Chen Huisu walked over in the new year. This is the sub-saint of the country. Stay here. Xu Qian was full of interest. There are 2 words written in his eyes. Eat melon. Xu Qian'an said in a low voice. This goes from 200 years ago. That real fruit is the case. Daebong Dynasty. True Qunibin event. The real country is the position of the true prince. The foundation of the prince's country. At that time, it was the reign of Renzong. The crown prince's position is vacant. For more than 10 years, the 2 princes were strong competitors at that time. One is the eldest son. One is the prince born to a nobleman. That nobleman was very charming and charming. Deeply favored by Renzong. Renzong intends to subordinate the prince as the crown prince. However, it encountered opposition from the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty. Renzong issued orders many times, but they were all rejected by the cabinet. and at that time, he led the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty. It is Xu Qian'an, a scholar of Yunlu Academy. Yo-Yo said, "Standing tall is not young. The enemy is not numbered. This has been the rule since ancient times. Even the emperor can't disobey." Big brother, you're right. Reason is the dragon-slaying technique that scholars are accustomed to. This battle for the country's capital. The two sides have been tugging for 6 years. During this period, the cabinet capital changed by 4 people. Batch after batch of officials walked into court. Until this time, a scholar from Yunlu Academy took over the position of cabinet capital. He did not continue to adhere to the ideas of his predecessors. Resolutely devoted himself to Renzong. Resolved the matter for Renzong with insults. The uproarious battle for the national capital has finally come to an end. Yunlu Academy was disgusted by the human sect because of this incident. He was aware of the existence of Yunlu Academy, not conducive to the rule of imperial power. At this time, Chen Hui proposed the formation of Guozijian. It is up to the imperial court itself to cultivate talents. And the weakening of Confucianism began at this point. This is Yunlu Academy and Guozijian. On the origin of the Confucian orthodoxy controversy, Su Weifan suddenly realized Guozijian is a national university. Yunlu Academy is private. How can the private sector do it better than the state? Xu Qian'an finished speaking. With a tone of examination, I asked the eldest brother what he thought. I'm referring to the real Kakamoto. This matter has nothing to do with academics. Xu Qian complained in his heart. I think it's about academics. A mud-legged guy like Big Brother can't answer. Xu Qian said leisurely, on the surface, it is the real country. In fact, it is a struggle for power. Readers want to be ambitious. There must be a lot of power in hand. And the amount of power in a country is fixed. When you have more power in your hands, others lose power. The highest level of party contention is to overthrow the emperor. Become the uncrowned emperor. Xu Qian'an originally asked for advice casually. Hearing this, his face changed drastically. Xu Qian glanced at him. I'm not right. Xu Qian'an took a deep breath and continued. Xu Qian'an nodded. No matter how powerful the Confucian dragon-slaying technique is, after all, the imperial power is stronger. Controlling the government is only temporary. In the end, they will be liquidated. For a courtier is always a courtier. Xu Qian'an asked with some urgency. How to crack it? Xu Qian shook his head. This is incomprehensible. The court is like a battlefield. The party struggle is cool for a while. Family crematorium. But Big Brother has another idea here. Qianduru's deeds are a living example. When you can have an impact on foreign abandonments. You are from the scholars who are attached to Huang Quan. Has become a strong man who can be on an equal footing with Huang Quan. Xu Qian'an's eyes lit up. A look of joy just appeared on his face. I heard Xu Qian say leisurely that Erlang was very smart. Children can be taught. Xu Qian did not continue to speak. I had a question in my heart. Although the future of Yunlu Academy in officialdom was cut off, but it is still a sacred place that controls the Confucian cultivation system. As for the entire Confucian system, it began to weaken. Is it because of the 3 products? The Confucian system must be entered into the court as an official. Or does it involve something like Confucian charm? Xu Qian asked. So, what does this tablet mean? Why is it standing here? Xu Qian'an stared at the eldest brother. Sighing, this is a follow-up to the Confucian orthodoxy controversy. Or a part that is not holy. Brilliant talent. After he established the Guozi prison, it lasted 13 years. Finally created a set of blue out of blue. And the education system is better than blue. Su Qi was relieved. Preserve the principles of heaven and destroy people's desires. Su Erlang nodded. Cheng Yashing thinks. Everything in the world follows a certain law. This law is called reason. Reason is the most essential thing in the world. And the most correct. All things depend on reason. To thrive. But man is in the chaos of all things in the world. Will lose themselves. Lost reason. So he took the spine of Yaxing as a saint. A whole set of rules was put in place. Readers follow this set of rules. You can't go wrong. That's right. It is in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. This set of rules, loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness have been raised to the height of heavenly principles. The king wants his ministers to die. The minister had to die, and the father wanted the son to die. The son had to die. For the sake of righteousness, sacrifice life for cleaning. When he died, Xu Qian'an listened silently. Suddenly asked, "What does Uncle C.I. think? This is right or wrong? What do you read? What is the philosophy of the reader? Isn't it just to set a heart for heaven and earth? Establish a life for the people. For the sake of the saints, continue to learn. Is it peace for all generations? But today's Confucianism and Taoism. But it follows the principles of heaven. The concept of destroying people's desires. Xu Qian'an faced the torture of his eldest brother. Stunned, he stood still. Open your mouth to speak. But there seems to be a mysterious force stuck. There's no way to say it. Xu Qian'an understood. This power is called mental imprisonment. Xu Qian'an turned his gaze back to the inscription. That's why we have this monument. Su Erlang nodded. The dispute between Yunlu Academy and Guozijian. It's an academic battle. It's a battle of ideas. But this monument has stood in the Yaxing Palace for 200 years. Standing. As long as he exists for a day. Yunlu Academy can't win in one day. Dean of Guozijian. Trumpeter is poor. Dry college for more than 10 years. Trying to refute what is written on the inscription. Trying to create a more mature and correct set of ideas. But he failed. Xu Qian'an took it and said that because he represented the truth, it stands for being right. Xu Qian'an sighed more than the dean. In fact, the academy has been a great Confucian and Mister in the past generations. Are all struggling with this inscription. But no one succeeds. The thoughts of Yan. I want to enlighten the idle. Xu Qian'an, who could be refuted, had a guess in his heart. When he pointed to the side and said that there was a blank tablet over there. Xu Qian'an sighed and said that this is where the dean is standing. But for more than a decade, he never put pen to paper. Afterward, some students and Confucians tried to mention characters on the stone tablet. Compete with Chung Yaxing's inscription. It's just that the next day, it will be wiped off. However, the pen and ink stone on the table remained. Maybe the dean also has some expectations. It's a pity that the person the dean was expecting never showed up. I used to think I could mention the words on the stele as well. Speaking of which, Xu Qian'an did not continue. Obviously, I don't plan to take the former youth frivolously. Tell Brother Tang, lest you die once in society. Xu Qian'an faced the inscription and died to repay Jun's kindness. Famous for centuries. There was a moment of silence. Say goodbye in a deep voice. The eldest brother asked you whether the king is heavy or the world is heavy. Xu Qian'an did not hesitate. Nature is the life of the world. Xu Qian'an was asking why you were studying. Xu Qian'an subconsciously said that he was loyal to the army and served the country. After saying that, he was stunned. Xu Qian'an didn't care. Continue to ask for the name that will go down in history. Is it really the lifelong pursuit of a reader? Xu Qian'an did not answer. But his silence says it all. Two great Confucians of Yunlu Academy. For what the teacher did, it also says it all. Xu Qian'an sighed leisurely. And the king wanted his ministers to die. The minister had to die. Why should the father want the son to be king? The son had to die. Why can't this shit society have more human rights? Xu Qian'an smiled and said that I am not a scholar. But I also wanted to write something. Say goodbye to me. Mama, I'm going to write it myself this time. Xu Qian'an's mind. Suddenly, the face of the stall owner this morning appeared. Obviously, the flesh hurts to death. But they did not dare to ask for money. Poor as a dog, the accumulation of power in the Daebong dynasty. Kill the well-dressed beasts of the temple for a long time. A mouthful of loyalty and patriotism. But it was never right. The people at the bottom lowered their eyes with pity. He thought of Zhou Lidong riding a horse on the street. Arrogant and domineering posture. I thought of the record of rampant in the middle of the capital. The existence of extraordinary force. Let the ills of the feudal dynasty. The display is more and more vivid. It also allows the people at the bottom. I don't even have the courage to resist. He was in his last life. At least it is known that it provoked a vigorous peasant uprising. But in this world, the peasant uprising did not even have a chance to take shape. It was quickly extinguished. Xu Qian'an took a deep breath. Pick up the pen and write. Establish a heart for heaven and earth. Establish a life for the people. For the sake of the saints, continue to learn. Peace for all generations. After writing, Xu Qian'an only felt refreshed. The jade in his chest suddenly dissipated. Throw the pen away. Say goodbye loudly. That's what a reader should do. Xu Qi's old mind was like a thunderbolt splitting the snack of chaos. Split the shackles of the soul. He stared blankly at his cousin. I don't know if it's an illusion. Su Erlang seemed to see. The rich purple chi above the cousin's head flashed away. Suddenly there was a sound. The stone tablet on the side suddenly cracked. A huge crack appeared through the top and bottom. The brothers were taken aback. Before they could react, the entire Yashingshu palace shook and trembled. The Yashing sculpture rushed to the top of the mountain with a breath of fresh air. Dozens of miles away from the white clouds. Unusual noises. Xu Qian'an was stunned. What's going on? It seems to be in trouble. Xu Qian'an was emotional. Say out loud, what is in trouble? What does this have to do with us? We have never been to the Yashing Shui Palace. After saying that, he grabbed his head and went out of the door. Xu Qian'an chased his legs. Xu Qian'an didn't expect him to say a word casually. Will cause such a terrible vision. Still, he looked at his cousin with a shudder. I just now. Isn't it a solution to an eternal problem for the academy? Xu Qian'an instinctively replied. At most, it's a 200-year problem. Su Weifan asked that. What should we do now? If it's just me? You will be advised to stay where you are, waiting to receive the worship and gratitude of the teachers and students of the college. But now I'm here. I just want to take you away quickly. Saying goodbye is the best choice at the moment. Yunlu Academy and Guozijian are disputes over Taoism. The eldest brother accepted Yunlu Academy's gratitude to date at the same time. It will inevitably attract the hostility of scholars who were born in the country. All the princes and nobles of the Manchu dynasty are the sons of the country. A tax and silver case is full of doubts. And this is more dangerous and troublesome than 100 tax and silver cases. Su Qi sighed with peace of mind. Saying goodbye coincides with my thoughts. So he said goodbye. You're a real dog. Xu Qian'an ridiculed the rough martial arts. Then he went on to say that as long as we left. Afterwards, it is believed that the college will not wantonly publicize it. We'll keep it confidential for us. The large screen outside the Sage Academy. Everyone looked at the vision that took place in the direction of the Yashing School Palace. Wait for Huiqing to turn around. It was found that the dean and the three great Confucians had long since disappeared. In the empty hall of the Sage Palace. Hydrogen is rippling like a spring breeze. Highlight the figure of Zhao Shou. He quickly swept every inch of the hall. Then the eyes focused on the cracked city. Inscription on aria. Three great Confucians followed. They asked the dean what had happened. How did the steel crack? Li Mubai was the first to react. I thought to myself, this is a good thing. It means suppressing the seal of Yunlu Academy's charm. There was a wavering. Suddenly found that the dean's state was wrong. It's like being immersed in your own world. Corpse-like state. Zhao Shou kept muttering about establishing his heart for heaven and earth. Establish a life for the people. For the sake of the saints, continue to learn. Peace for all generations. At this time, Everyone also found the words on the stone tablet. The minister's mouth trembled. This is what a reader should really do. For the officials, for the people, for the country and the world. It shouldn't be a family with one surname. For a handful of people. This is known as a great Confucian who has a great ability to govern the country. At this moment, my whole body trembled uncontrollably. Hoarseness. Daigo empowerment. Daigo empowerment. Zhao Shou said in a low voice. The gentleman is both the last. The three great Confucians bowed down, left side by side. The doors of the store are closed. There was silence all around. Zhao Shou stood silently in front of the monument. Behind are open-work doors and windows. The sun dappled in. Much later, he bowed to the inscription. Chaowen said that he could die at night. Huaiqing lifted the hem of her skirt, finally rushed to the outside of the Yashing Shui Palace. Huaiqing looked at the academy from afar, recalled what the three great Confucians said just now. The princess asked, I don't have a clue about this matter for the time being. Huaiqing's voice is clear. Yunlu Academy is clear. The Yashing Academy Palace was banned. Tell the matter to the Emiya. Let him keep an eye on the academy. Find out about it. Beat the more people to take the test. Huaiqing continued. Check someone for this palace. He is a fast hand in Changle County. His name is Xu Qian'an. Stargazing Tower Bagua Terrace. The prisoner was sitting in front of the shore, a glass of wine in his hand, silently looking at the northwest of the capital. Chu Kaiwei, who was on the side, said, Master, when will I be able to step into the 6th grade? Become an alchemist? The supervisor replied with a smile. When do you rest in peace regardless of Chikin? The time has come. Chu Kaiwei replied while eating. It's unlikely in this life. He swallowed the food. Keep chattering. By the way, that fake silver burns easily. And if you throw it in the water, it will explode. Can't save it at all. It's not good to give the emperor an account like this. The governor said softly. The emperor is full of food and supports. Let him roll the calf. It was Chu Kaiwei who spit out the tip of her tongue. The disciples did not dare to say this. You go yourself. The master and the 4 senior brothers are almost stunned. You don't care. Always run out of the city when it's okay. Say what alchemical mysteries are the gates. It was already open to him. Master, I think Xu Qian's little fast hand is very good. Let's just take him. See you in 4 days after you receive it. Master, what is grafting? The traitor is angry, and he can't stop your mouth when he eats. It turns out, it is correct not to talk too much while eating. Chu Kaiwei asked Jianzheng while eating. All sorts of nonsensical questions. In a fit of rage, Kenshin turned all his dishes rancid. Chu Kaiwei begged the master to come back. It's just a firm smile, master. I'll teach you another truth. In the realm of alchemy, most conversions are irreversible. Chu Kaiwei wiped her tears. While crying and chirping, he left. I'm not going to be with you, old man, anymore. The accord on the edge of the bamboo forest of Yunlu Academy. Li Mubai said with a serious face. I asked. There were no students at the time. Near the Yashing Shui Palace. I don't know who got into it. Handwriting on the steel. Do not belong to any student of the college. Can write such ugly words. I don't think it's taught by our academy. Zhangshin knocked on the table. If you are not a student of the college, and today it's in the academy again, there are only the 2 brothers of the Su family who happen to be in the mountains. Li Mubai snooped and thought of the inscription. I'm ashamed. I've long since lost the idea of a career over the years. I just want to live forever. Leave your name in the history of the Qing dynasty. Zhang Shun praised it, said that the pure brother is high and bright. Leave that advice to me to guide you. Li Mubai immediately changed his words. There is no contradiction between serving the country and the people and going down in history. Dean Zhao stared at Li Mubai. The blue light flashed in his eyes. You're about to die. Li Mubai smiled and brushed his shirt. Epiphany in an instant. Enlightened. The other two great Confucians instantly became sour. Three products are in the realm of life. It is a realm of searching for purpose in life. Everyone has their own way. Dean Zhao shows way. It is to create a new genre for Confucianism. For thousands of people in the world. Break the shackles of thought. Find one. New paths. So he couldn't achieve that goal in one day. You can't break through to the second grade realm in one day. Zhao Shou's eyes are from now on. Students are forbidden to enter the Yashing Shui Palace. This matter is not allowed to be disseminated. And then said to the three of them, and the gentlemen should be the three traitors. I'm afraid that the three great Confucians will ride together. Han Shou's two horses galloped quickly. When approaching the capital, the brothers slowed down. Xu Qian'an asked the doubts in his heart. Should the eldest brother explain? You're just enlightening. How to say such earth-shattering words? Xu Qian'an raised his chin proudly. That's something that only a reader can say. Xu Qian really wanted to spit out this slot. Look at you. Everything is inferior. Only reading is high. Lao Tzu graduated from 9 years of compulsory education and police academy. And he is also a veteran keyboard warrior. Deeply influenced by keyboard culture. Know a little bit about everything. Really compete for knowledge reserves. You readers, in front of me, I can only count as a younger brother. He groaned for a moment. To put it another way, you scholars guard the edification of a certain thought. In time, even if you realize it's wrong, it's also hard to break free from it. This is mental imprisonment. Su Ci muttered and repeated these 4 words. The dean of Yinlu Academy was also imprisoned by his thoughts, influenced by the city's academics. He wants to break through, want to find a new genre, but he himself was in the whirlpool. And how to lead the world's scholars out of the whirlpool? It can really be done. Only those who are outside the maelstrom. Xu Qian said with a sigh. Maybe it's because of my big brother that I haven't read much. In order to be able to go sideways. In order to be different. In order not to be confined by urban science. Su Ci looked at Xu Qian with a radiant look. Big brother's words made me suddenly enlightened. Big brother is amazing. Xu Qian looked sneering. It's a pity. You didn't inherit the good genes of my Su family. It was Su Ci of the Leaf family who inherited it. I suddenly didn't want to talk to him. This made the mother listen to it. I want to slap the table angrily and scold the little bastard. It's against the old lady. A shop called Bao Chi Xian in Dafeng City. The former boss sent Xu Qian away like a plague god. The reason is because the store has an event. Solve the anagram to buy jewelry. Xu Qian took advantage of this. How to solve the puzzle for the mother who wants to buy jewelry. But half of the silver saved will be divided into half of the money. After Xu Qian's doing, the boss basically lost all his pants. Xu Qian not only prostituted jewelry in vain, also made a lot of money. What to do if someone is found stalking you? Xu Qian had just stepped out of the treasure weapon pavilion with his front foot. On the back foot, you noticed that someone was following you. He sensed that there was a master lurking in the shadows. At this time, you can send someone to spy on yourself. You don't have to think about it to know that it's the Zhou family. It seems that it is right to visit Yinlu Academy by yourself, even if he and his second uncle are not weak. But the ladies of the family are a burden. It seems that it is urgent to deal with the Zhou mansion. In the residence of Shifu, Little Bean Ding is rushing for gooseballs. I saw that the eldest brother was coming. Happily wants to show Xu Qian how good he is. It's just that Xu Qian wonders where this goose came from. Xiao Doubting said coquettishly, and let people buy it. It is cheaper to say that it is cheaper to raise it at home than to buy it outside. Xu Qian snorted proudly. Asked, is there no goose? Little Doubting quickly ran away, and the goose was over there. I'm going to get out. A few seconds later, the sound of a child killing a pig was heard. Little Bean Ding cried. A big white goose was dragging on his feet. Bite his little short leg. Xu Qian didn't plan to save him. I turned around and went to the study. Su Ci said, my eldest brother and I have already settled down. I can send my mother and sister to the academy tomorrow. It just so happens that the shade of the forest is also about to be enlightened. Xu Qian'an. Hey. Laughing, little doubting heard the good news. I'm sure I'll be able to cry with joy. Xu Qian'an laughed enough. He put away his smile. I have something to tell you. I was followed when I first came back. Leave you with the past. Xu New Year sighed. Even if you're being followed, how do I know? Second Uncle Xu said in a deep voice, Ning Yin. You're staying in the house tonight. Our uncle and nephew lived as much as they could. It's easy to take care of. Also, I'll be out later. Go to the Blade Guard and give a word of wisdom. Let them intensify their patrols in the vicinity at night. Dinner time. Xu Qian coughed. Attract the attention of the family. Maya was about to have a seizure. I saw Xu Qian take a box and come out. It contains jewelry that Xu Qian prostituted during the day. Annie smiled. Reach over and take it. It's just that Xu Qian turned around and put it in the girl's hand. Second Uncle Xu saw that the situation was not good. Hurriedly came out to play a round to dissipate his anger. Don't be like this stinky boy. Ning Yin, how good it is for you to have silver to subsidize your family. Can you afford to buy such flashy things? Su Lingyue said lightly. There is no shortage of short-term fathers in the family. You still have your eldest brother's phoenix rice in it. Second Uncle Su was so choked by his daughter that he couldn't speak. So he changed the topic to Ning Yin again. Where did you get your money? Su's wife on Dao. I think the jewelry on my sister's head is too cheap. Keep it in mind. Ma got acquainted and saved some silver. In addition, Bao Kixwin has a half-price game of charades. Sister Ling Yue suddenly grasped the point. Keep it in mind. This home. It seems that only the eldest brother has put himself in his heart. Auntie said lightly. After the new year, Ning Yin will be 20. The master has to give Ning Yin a marriage. Then he looked at Louis. I think she's good. When I was young, I was raised in the house. And Ning Yin are also childhood sweethearts. The delicate green he has pressed her whole life. Cheeks flushed slightly. Some are overwhelmed. Su Lingyue was a little unhappy. Don't be a precious. The eldest brother's marriage should be discussed with her father by herself. The subtext is mother. Don't you count your status in your eldest brother's heart? The aunt has a hatred for her daughter. Scolded Ning Yin and Lua Lang for their talent and beauty. I also know the roots. Also get your turn to have a sister against. Su's wife is too much to know the root of the matter. It's not there yet. Su Xinyan said that his mother felt that Louis had married her eldest brother. The bride price is waived. There is another reason for the eldest brother to move out to live. Annie was right. Speechless for a moment. Then air pass you, child. Since childhood, he has not been able to speak. Second Uncle Su's conclusion on closing the coffin has been done. You don't have to worry about that. Not too much to bury. Exhausted. It's not going to be all feminine. Louis looked disappointed. Co-authoring himself is a tool man. Xu Qian made Shun Xin angry enough today. I thought it was Xu Qian. That kid finally got his senses. I know filial piety. In the end, I was still angry with myself. After eating, I went back to my room. Auntie is still angry. That little cub of yours has no conscience at all. You know that you are angry with me. When I took him from you, he's the size of a kitten. Who pull him big? He was thinking in pieces. Suddenly, I saw my husband take out a wooden box from his arms. Hand it over, and the surface of the wooden box is engraved with the 3 words Bao Kixwin. Second Uncle Su had no choice but to say that Mingyan asked me to give it to you. Neither of you will bow your head and admit defeat. He's also embarrassed to give it to you. That's why I didn't take it out on the table. He held it in his precious hand. Snorted lightly. That little bastard still has some conscience. Second Uncle Su stood by the window on the other side of the room. He stared at the silent courtyard outside the window with a serious expression. At hand is the long knife of the warrior of the Bath Knife Guard. The night was uneventful. Second Uncle Su and his wife, who had been sleepless all night, were relieved. Wake up early in the morning. Su Lingyue is the same, wearing a single coat. Push open the window. Stretch the girl's wonderful body in the cool air. At this time, the maid behind him asked Miss, "What are you looking at the window?" Su Lingyue's face suddenly darkened. 2 hours later, all the people of the Su family arrived at the foot of Qinyan Mountain. Second Uncle Su frowned. "We are too grassy and all soldiers. It's been quiet since last night." Su Erlang, who was good at the art of war, said slowly, "If it was really the people from the state capital who followed the eldest brother yesterday. So, they've missed 2 of their best shots. But it's also possible. In the eyes of Zhou Shirlang, we're just ants that can be pinched to death at any time. There is no rush to deal with him. There are bigger troubles hanging around," Xu Qian'an said in a deep voice. "But there is one thing we have to face. That is, Zhou Shirlang does not get rid of it. We will surely die." The Su family said no more. Kiki went up the mount. Xu Qian'an said while carrying Xiaodouting, "Do you know what the front place is?" Little Beanie shook his head. Xu Qian'an pointed to the front and said that it was your second brother's academy. "We're going to send you to school? I won't be allowed to go home in the future." Little Bean Ding suddenly felt dizzy. The next moment he began to cry. Not long after, Li Mubai came out to greet everyone. Su Xinyan said that he had met Mr. Mubai. "Teacher, Zhang Sheng." Li Mubai replied absent-mindedly. He went into retreat. It's just that his eyes keep watching. Su Qixin couldn't help but think of the words on the stone tablet. But he quickly hid that thought, said that I had already arranged the yard by someone. Su Ci thanked him. "The sister is in the stage of enlightenment. Will you allow him to study at the college for a while?" What does Little Bean Ding want to say? But he was held back by Su Qian. "It's really dumb and eats coptis. I can't tell if I have any suffering." Su Lingying is 5 years old. In this day and age, scholars do not exclude enlightenment to children, even advocate such, and so it passed for 2 days. Su Qian said, "We took the information we gathered in each of these 2 days. Let's sum it all up. It is good to make a plan to deal with the Zhou government." Second Uncle Su's information is as follows. Zhou Li has been very peaceful these days, probably warned by Zhou Shirlang. There have been no violations of the law. Indulgent sex with a group of yamen all day long. In and out of gambling houses, restaurants, teaching workshops, and other places. In addition, I found that Zhou Li frequently went in and out of a certain house. There was no plaque in the house. It should be a private house he bought outside. There was a maid living in it, a mother-in-law, an old janitor, and a woman. 9 times out of 10, he kept the woman outside. Su Xingyan and Su Qian listened silently. Respective contemplations. The shape is different. The nephew and son tacitly ignored him. Su Xingyan said that the students of our college, although the students of Guozijian are not all the way, but individuals can have friendships. However, the lifters of the same period occasionally get together. Zhou Li has an arrogant personality. There are disagreements with many of Guozijian's classmates. There have been conflicts, but he is by no means brainless. The backgrounds of the people who have a dislike for him are very ordinary. Su Qian was not surprised by this. It can be analyzed from Zhou Li's methods against him, although the way of doing things is not clever, but effective and with a certain amount of scheming in the city. This undoubtedly makes it more difficult for us to deal with him. Su Xinyan continued. Zhou Li has been infatuated with the Fuxiang girl of the teaching workshop division for a long time. Every time I go to the workshop division, you must find Miss Fuxiang. But it often snowed while playing hobby. Su Qian was in good spirits. Fuka girl. The Oiran king named Font said to sleep for 1 night. A beauty worth her life in. Su Qingqing didn't notice his cousin's abnormality. Moving on, I originally thought, you can play Tiger Hunt again. Use the conflict between Zhou Li and her classmates to make a plan. But those classmates are not enough. And with Zhou Li's caution, Let him provoke the higher level Yanai. It's too difficult. It's almost impossible to achieve. Zhou went to the teaching workshop division a lot of times. If you want to get more information, that Fuka girl is an excellent breakthrough. Xu Qian'an came back to his senses on Oiran, found that this cousin had fallen into a misunderstanding. So he opened his mouth to deal with Zhou Li. We must not have too complicated and elaborate plans, because the gap between them is too big. Readers are the most likely to be clever and mistaken by cleverness. When people are counted, will make it more difficult for yourself to think about the subtlety of the layout and the mastery of the means. Especially Uncle Su Ci, who thinks highly of himself and is familiar with the art of war. Uncle Su Ci's brows furrowed. I was a little unconvinced, and the big brother had any high opinions. Xu Qian'an said lightly, naturally the simpler the better. A crime that really has no trace is a murder of passion. Let's make plans like that. First, there are not many people involved. Second, don't be too complicated. If Zhou Li had a conflict with a certain Yamen, and the father of the Yanai, and happened to be able to wrestle with Zhou Shilang, what will you do if you are to blame? Xu Qian'an fell into deep thought. Xu Qian'an hurriedly stopped it. Your silence says it all. We can take advantage of the opportunity. Directly beat that Yanai and beat him up, and then walked away. Su Pingji finally seized the opportunity to interject, slapped the table, and said loudly, Ning Yin, this doctrine is deeply satisfactory to me. Su Ci wondered, it's as simple as that. Simplicity doesn't mean it's invalid. More often than not, Lu Bai is good. The beaten Yanai will think, I've offended someone lately. As soon as I reflected on it, I immediately thought of Zhou Li. And Zhou Li will definitely not admit this kind of thing. But it doesn't matter. Everyone is free and right-minded. Anyway, the contradiction has intensified. You hit me. I'm going to take revenge too. Su Ci is a smart person. Slightly in my head. After a while, I understood what the eldest brother meant. But his tsundere. He can't admit that Su Jian is better than himself. So he raised his chin and gave a pretty good evaluation. Then he asked Big Brother, what intelligence was gathered? I found out who Zhou Shilang's political enemies were. Su Xingyan and second Uncle Su leaned over at the same time. His face suddenly became serious. Su Wifan muttered that it was the book of the household. Su Xingyu driver is just a sugar gourd. A roast goose leg. A serving of sake-stuffed meatballs, and a bowl of fishball soup. Big-eyed Lori is easy to buy. Here's the plus. The disadvantage is that he has no intention of going to politics. Si Tianjin also does not interfere in government affairs. Hence the limited knowledge available. That's not good. Miss Kai Wei, you lack a book of Su Dalong's self-cultivation. I'll write to you later. Su Qian looked at Su Xingyan. Information we collect. It's not enough to come up with a detailed plan. What do you want to do next? Su Xingyan thought about it. I recommend going to the workshop division. Find out the news from Oiran Fukuoka. I'm sure I can't do that. I never go to the land of fireworks. Su Qian also said seriously. I'm sure I can't go either, because I haven't stepped into a relationship yet. After speaking, the two stared at Su Pingji at the same time. Why am I going to go to the sect division? Lao Tzu didn't even know a word. It's not interesting to go to self-deprecation, seeing that the father was unwilling. Su Xingyan threw the pot to Su Qian again. Big Brother is bloodthirsty. The Department of Teaching is extremely popular. Second Uncle Su immediately rejected his son's proposal. Said with a frown, your eldest brother is an honest man who doesn't even go to the bar. Let him go to the workshop division to investigate. Don't get stuck in it when the time comes. The body is also occupied by the woman in the hook bar. Su Qian, who never listened to the tick bar, nodded. Indicate that you are not that kind of person. Second Uncle Su refused to call Fong Si, except that it was the territory of the literati. Don't like rough billets. There is one more reason. Su Ci refused to go to the teaching division. In addition to students should pay attention to reputation and reputation. There is another reason. Xu Qian refused to go to the teaching workshop division, except that he never goes to Golan to listen to music. There is another reason. That's social death. All three looked away from each other in good interest. There was an eerie silence. For whom the three of them went to the Jiaofeng temple to find out the news. There is an impasse, because they are all afraid of social death. There's a rule at hand here in the inner city. The inner city is not the same as the outer city. The latter did not lift the ban, and the former, because they live, are decent people. For the safety of dignitaries. After the drumming at dusk, there could be no more people on the streets. As everyone knows, the workshop division works at night. This means going to the workshop is more than just asking for information. You'll have to stay overnight. Here's why. Su Pingji objected to Xu Qian going to the teaching division. Originally, it was a young and vigorous guy who stayed in the teaching department. The girl teased. Who can stand it? So who went to call fonts? Whoever has to go to prostitution. And there are 3 men here. They are all upright gentlemen and gentlemen. Su Si didn't go to hook Su Wifen. Gu family's beloved wife, Su Pingji. The 3 of them knew one thing clearly in their hearts. Even if it happens for a reason. Prostitution is prostitution. Doesn't change that fact. In fact, they're most afraid. Or, when I was riding a horse, I met my own family. It's embarrassing. Su Qian coughed and called Fong Si to put it aside in advance. We continue to find out, and we're not sure. There will be good news from the floating incense urn. The day after tomorrow, I will redo it and summarize it. If there is no additional vending, let's think about it. Xu Qian thought it would be better to sacrifice himself. Let's go to the workshop division tomorrow night. The next day at noon, Xu Qian married back to Su's mansion. This era, those who can live in the inner city are people of status and status. It is worth mentioning. Shen Shun has always wanted to sell the property in the outer city. Move to the inner city. It's a pity that there is a nephew of the Gold Eater. Let Shen Shun be full of yearning for the inner city. But there is no chance to live in it. After a while, Xu Qian came to a market. I looked up at the archway Yongkang Street at the entrance of the street. Yongkang Street is one of the main roads in Beijing. It is important that the main road is so wide. The emperor or the nobles of the clan traveled. There will be guards who clear the venue early. Even if there were assassins who wanted to hide in the buildings on either side and let their arrows go. See this distance? I can only helplessly tap the keyboard with both hands. Hit 666, just when Xu Qian was wandering around. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage caught his attention. Directly blinded his titanium alloy dog eyes. Xu Qian thought sadly. It is estimated that he will struggle for a lifetime. I can't afford to buy a wheel. Yes. Xu Qian was attracted by the noise on the side. The soldiers are playing a game of pitchers. But apparently after a few rounds down, none of them were thrown in. A soldier walked up to Lao Dao. Lang said the old way. My master said, 60 taels of gold. Buy everything you have on your stall? Xu Qian was speechless, and the pitcher didn't hit. Is it directly kryptonite? Lao Dao opened his mouth and smiled. To put it lightly, rules are rules. Xu Qian stepped forward curiously to check. Let's not talk about what this old way puts out. But the gold and silver ingots were placed on the stall and were not snatched away. This old way seems not simple. That jia sure was deflated. I can only leave belatedly. Xu Qian took the opportunity to step forward and asked how much it cost to play once. The old man, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, handed over the 3 arrows. A penny. 30 steps away, blindfolded and thrown. Xu Qian took the arrow, thinking in my heart, 30 steps away to throw the pot for the martial arts of the alchemy mirror. It's not too difficult, but in the case of being blindfolded by too deep and shallow, it's almost impossible to hit. But he has absolute self-confidence, because he hadn't picked up any silver for days. Xu Qian threw it casually. All 3 arrows hit. There was a sound of amazement from the passers-by around them. The uproar attracted the carriage that was about to leave. A soft and beautiful voice floated out of the car window. Parking, Xu Qian'an pounced on the old road with starry eyes. Gold on the stalls. Just when he succeeded, Lao Dao ruthlessly slapped his hand away. Then pick up the Bodhi bracelet and jade trail. Smile and choose one of the two. Xu Qian'an refused. The old saying is that rules are rules, and these two are rare treasures. How can it be compared to yellow and white vulgar things? Child, don't be blinded by gold and silver. Mrs. Su thought at ease. I just want these mundane things. Still, he asked, what is the purpose of your treasure? Lao Dao is a single. I don't know. I just know that they are waiting for someone who is destined. Su Qi's abdomen was slandered. Treasures are not treasures. Who is right? How affordable silver is. Xu Qian'an is about to usher in the moment of white prostitution. He was still complaining that Lao Dao was a profiteer. A soldier behind him stopped him. This son, my master asks you for a favor. Xu Qian'an turned his head and looked at the luxury carriage not far away. What do you masters want? The armor looked at the old way. The string of Bodhi beads. My master is willing to come out. 60 taels of gold. Xu Qian'an had a warm smile on his face. Deal Jia, said the Lord. People say you can cast a few more times. All the money will be from us. It doesn't hurt if it fails. It's just that the voice is falling. He saw Xu Qian'an blindfolded. Throw it out. The swordsmen were all thrown into the lake with unerring precision. The armor is a little confused now. The unremarkable-looking young man in front of him, dressed as a scholar, but definitely a master. Xu Qian'an took off the blindfold. He looked towards the luxury carriage. Just the breeze was blowing. Lifted the carriage with a kick. It's a pity that it's not enough for Xu Qian'an to find out. At this time, Lao Dao handed over the things with a smile. After Xu Qian'an handed the bracelet to Jia, and he got 60 taels of gold, he looked at the carriage in the distance. I don't know what big people live inside. When he looks back, I found that the old way was gone. Xu Qian'an muttered, I don't care anymore. Now it's important to exchange the gold for the silver ticket first. Over here, the ratio of gold to silver is 1 to 8, 60 taels of gold. That's 480 taels of silver. Xu Qian'an was a little distressed. It is estimated that this silver can only buy a small yard in the inner city. I want to buy a mansion with 3 entrances. Don't even think about taking it down if you don't have 10,000 taels of silver. But it's more than enough to slap your aunt's pretty face. Xu Qian'an sighed. Why make money every time? I couldn't help but think about using a silver ticket to fan my aunt. The original owner's resentment towards his aunt is too strong. 480 taels. A few lower-grade Qinglu Oiran should be enough. It's just not cost-effective. 480 taels. I could alternate with several Oirans for months. And to redeem one's life. Not to mention the exhaustion of family wealth. Has to be responsible for his food and clothing. And my current salary is only enough to support a wife. Besides, I won't redeem the Qinglu woman. You must know that the private use of the bus will thunder and thunder. At dusk, Xu Qian'an came to the famous teaching workshop in the capital, a famous state-owned enterprise in Beijing. Xu Qian'an of the health club heard Lao Wang say, a normal green building is a 2 or 3-story building. There are 1 or 2 annexes. It's quite specified, but the Department of Teaching and Learning does not need to. Because this piece of the courtyard belongs to the church division. State-owned enterprises are so wealthy. There is a threshold for the teaching workshop division. The base consumption is 5 taels of silver. But that's not the price of a night out with a girl. It's a table opening fee. Therefore, there are 3 main types of customers of the teaching workshop division. One is the huge bones. This type of guest is the most willing to spend money. Because of their low social status on weekdays, has a fanatical attachment to sleeping prisoners and their daughters. The second is officials. Workshop division for them. It's a place to have tea after work, as long as there is socialization. I like to go to the workshop division. It is worth mentioning. Officials of the Ministry of Rights are allowed to prostitute for nothing, because it doesn't matter in the rules of the church. The third is a reader. This kind of person is more than the gentry. I like to write poetry, and there is no difficulty in serving as an official. Therefore, it is most liked by the girls of the teaching workshop. There are also 3 kinds of girls in the teaching division. The first is the wife of the offender. This type of woman is the worst, forced to fall into the dust, being bullied. The second is the woman who came to Lu in the war. The third is the stepson recruited by the Department of Education. Such women are willing to become honorable seafood merchants, contribute to Dafeng's abalone business. Spirit is precious. Xu Qian'an sighed that he really lived and learned all his life. The king has nothing to do with the head. He stopped outside a courtyard. The plaque at the gate of the courtyard reads, "In Mei Xiaoga." A 16 or 17-year-old porter boy stood guard at the gate of the courtyard, is looking at Xu Qian'an with scrutinizing eyes. Xu Qian'an imitated the reader. In the lower Changle County, Shotsai Yonglin. I have heard the name of the girl Fuxiang for a long time. Come and visit. Inmei Kakaku is the residence of Orin Fuka. There are a total of 12 Orins in the faculty division. Cut the color according to the rhyme. It is divided into 4 classes. Nyang belongs to the first class. It is known as a poetic and romantic stunt. I'm used to seeing the porter of the big man. The guy has a cold attitude. Stretch out your hand and ask for 10 taels of silver. After receiving Xu Qian's silver, he was allowed to enter the courtyard. There were 2 maidservants at the entrance of the church. See the guests coming. Reminded Xu Qian'an that the tea committee had begun. The family needs to be in order. Since it's a family, Su Guilin came and called Fong Si. So will the remaining 2 of the Su family be far away? The place where Ing Mei Xiaoga entertains guests is on the first floor. More than a dozen guests sat in the pub drinking and laughing. Su Weifen's mind flashed what Wang gambled about. Tea is the rule. Try to make your smile as gentle as possible towards everyone in the lower Changle County Shotsai Yonglin. Ladies and gentlemen, you are courteous. Among those present, there are gentry in brocade clothes. There are also students of Guozijian. The status is neither high nor low. Xu Qian'an sat down calmly. Gaze, always glued to the Oiran lady who acted as the blame. Her face was cold, colorful fragrance of wood. The 5-color charm is natural. This woman is very nice. Xu Qian'an, who has read countless media, was also amazed. From the facial features alone, this Oiran and auntie. There are also Su Lingyue and Chu Kaiwei at the same level. There are different kinds of words. All have their own characteristics, belong to the kind of walk on the street. A character that will definitely amaze a man. The beauty Fuxiang girl acts as the identity of the dove, also called commander. The commander is responsible for presiding over the drinking. Ling is the atmosphere on the table. This time, they're taking turns saying the right pair. The middle-aged man beside Xu Qian'an raised his glass and said cold wine. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. The voice fell. The Oiran lady clapped her hands. A compliment to the middle-aged man's uplink. After the review, it's time for Xu Qian'an. Xu Qian'an was silent on the surface. I was secretly anxious. I'm not very good at pairs, but it's hard to get it right. But he soon had an inspiration. Lilacs are hundreds of heads. The eyes of everyone in the room lit up. Immediately complimented a few words. But what Xu Qian'an cares about most is the comments of Fuxiang. Kazuka, Oren smiled. Zhao Li's downlink to Xu Qian'an. A pat on the wrist. After the evaluation, immediately looked away from Xu Qian'an. The sitting posture is also a little stiff. Drink alcohol only when you drink it. Xu Qian'an came to conclusions from these. This Oiran lady. I can't look down on our level anymore. I've been patiently accompanied. and then there was a sound of footsteps. Xu Qian'an turned his head to look over. I found this figure somewhat familiar. Isn't this exactly the Xu family Erlang? Xu Qian'an was suddenly stunned, frozen in place. Xu Qian'an felt that someone was watching her. When he turned his head, he found that it was his cousin. The two of them complained in their hearts at the same time. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. The middle-aged uncle on the side looked at them. A hellish expression, somewhat curious. Come up and ask you what you know. Xu Qian'an coughed twice in embarrassment. He said, we don't just know each other. Xu Qian'an suppressed the shame and embarrassment of overturning the river and the sea. The calm smile has been met a few times. I think Brother Xu still remembers Yang. We've seen it in Chang'an County. He deliberately declared his surname. Give Xu Qian'an a heads up. Let him use a pseudonym. Xu Qian'an immediately got the cousin's meaning. Fist clenched at the middle-aged uncle. In the next, Xu Ping'an is a student of Chang'an County. The voice just fell. Someone else came in outside the door. Both of them were startled at the same time. It can't be him. But fortunately, it was a false alarm. The person who came was a son, can be immediately followed. Second Uncle Xu, who was followed behind Brother Gongzi, also came in. As the saying goes, a family should be neat and tidy. Isn't that immediately fulfilled? Second Uncle Xu frantically complained about the two rabbit cubs in his heart. Didn't you say there was no time? It's just a matter of saying goodbye. After all, what he really thinks in his heart. I know a thing or two. Ninkyon. But Xu wife, who never goes to the fence, is the same. Didn't the second uncle say that he would be on duty tonight? I used to have a conflict with my aunt every time. He said that he could marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law in his life. It is a blessing for 8 lifetimes. Reluctant to scold my aunt. Phew, it's not like he's out for prostitution. Xu Qingqing's heart is also rich. Didn't the eldest brother never go to the checkbox? I said how my roe deer was gone. I'm a brazen person. Dad didn't say that he loved his mother deeply. Never go into the land of fireworks. Xu Qian'an felt the most embarrassing thing in his life. One more was added. That's when you go out to prostitution. I met my second uncle and younger brother. The source of the inner drama of the trio. It's more colorful than a stiff expression. Xu Qian'an simply opened the board. Anyway, I wasn't the only one who shot me. What is the filial piety of the father and the son? After everyone is gone, second uncle, Xu, let out a sigh of relief. It's hard to stay in it any longer. It's not good for people to see that the 3 of us are related. Originally, Xu Zai hid Xiaoga's words. Those maidservants only need a tael of silver. Now I can only go to the other courtyard to find other women. The first price was 5 taels of silver. This includes the money for tea. Speaking of which, Xu Pingji paused, seeing that his son did not have a habitual poisonous tongue. Ask him why he knows so clearly. But it's okay not to ask. Second Uncle Xu smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he took out 5 taels of silver from his bosom. Jiro silver. When you take it to the thorns, you will not be afraid of the cold or the heat. Even sleeping on the side of the road for a night is not in the way. Your bones can't stand the cold wind of the night. The Xu family went bankrupt because of the sleeping silver case. Even after a month. But on the whole, it is still relatively tight. After a while, the New Year's voice was a little hoarse. I don't want second Uncle Xu. Be sure to take it from your son. Pull between. Click. Xu Qian'an fell out of a certain amount of official silver. No more, no less. It's just right. Father and son looked at the silver on the ground, fell silent. On the other side, the maid pushed open the door of the master bedroom, motioned for his wife to come in. The moment the door opened, I saw a young woman with a wonderful demeanor kneel on the couch. She wears a light gauze dress, knowing that the skin like jade looms. He was smiling at the door. The two looked at each other. She bowed her head slightly. There was a shy smile on the corner of his mouth. Sue's wife sighed ashamedly and said I had heard about it. Miss Fuxiang is extremely talented. It is a rare beauty in the world. I didn't believe it before. Now I believe it. Fuka pursed her lips, said shyly Yang Gongzi. Don't make fun of the slaves. At this time, there was a protest from the tea room next door. Zhao Gongzi drank an entire pot of tea. Pang Guang protested twice. The third time was when he finally couldn't help it. Is he here for tea? I've been waiting in the tea room for so long. Why hasn't Miss Fuka seen me yet? The maid stopped the door of the house and refused to let him in. At this time, there was an Oiran lady in the house, a voice full of feminine charm. Since Pinger is not convinced, Zhao Gongzi is not convinced. You take the poem out and let him see it. Zhao Gongzi is really a bit of a brain. What a poem after a long time. Zhao Gongzi came down from the second floor in despair. The people who were still waiting around stepped forward to ask. Zhao Gongzi's face was gloomy. Muttered that I lost. The loss is convincing. What the hell is going on with everyone coming forward again? Where did the book begin? Say it quickly. I'm dying. Zhao Gongzi turned a deaf ear. As he walked out, he muttered to the declaration of Zhongfang's Sheikh of Independence. Occupy the charm to the small garden. The shadow is sparse, and the water is shallow. Dark incense floats in the moon dusk. The voice fell. One student burst into tears. The mouth trembled. As soon as this poem came out, Hugh the eternal Yongmei people. All the students will retire first. Shaosheng is going to play tea elsewhere. Spread the word about this poem. The guests dispersed in a hurry. I can't wait to go to the tea end of the annex. Then threw out this poem and made a splash. There are two kinds of people in the world who love to argue. Scholars and prostitutes. Since ancient times, there are many famous prostitutes who have been famous for centuries because of their poems. Fu Xiang's eyes flowed with affection, coquettish and moving. The slave family wants to thank the sun. If the slave family can go down in history in the future, it must be the credit of child. Su Weifan stepped forward, only lives in front of Fu Xiang. So how are you going to thank me? Fu Xiang was shy and didn't dare to look at Su Weifan. Child has a long night. You might as well listen to the slave family play a song for you first. Resident in Yaxing. Xu Qian'an took a sip of tea. Relieves dry throat caused by alcohol consumption. The tone opened the topic casually. Fuka girl, the country is beautiful and fragrant. Is there no one to redeem you? A girl named Fonts. Where is it said that the redemption of the body can be redeemed? It's to meet a lover. The Ministry of Rights will not agree to it. It's hard to ask Fonts to be a red Oiran to redeem himself. Because it's about yourself, you have to go through a lot of processes. Dotted up and down. The amount of silver spent is far greater than that of other green mansion Oirans. The Oiran of an ordinary green building is about 500 taels to 1,000 taels. Xiao Fang's Oiran may have doubled. And even more. What is the concept of 2,000 taels? I had to save for 10 years without eating or drinking. Su Weifan touted. It is also based on the beauty of the Fuxiang girl. Even Dafeng capital can't pick out the second Oiran. The lady sneered. Rejoice in the heart. Said that the sun should not make fun of others. The first beauty in this Dafeng capital is the princess of Jinbei. People are just the posture of Pulu. Princess Jinbei is this woman again. Su Qian heard it again. This legendary first beauty in the capital. In his previous life, he asked himself countless moons, and was surprised to see Su Lingyue, Chu Kaiwei, and other beauties with almost no flaws. I really can't think of how beautiful this princess is. In order to firmly rank the title of the first beauty in the capital. Su Qian's supermarket scene struck again. The liquor order continues. Su Xingyan's response is quite moderate. After all, Ju is a reader. Su Qian looked at the state. Sometimes it doesn't come up. Can only be fined for drinking. And Su Pingji was drinking from beginning to end. Was disliked by everyone. Originally, according to Su Xingyan's meaning. The eldest brother, who is good at poetry. In the Jiaofeng temple, it should be like a fish in water. Unexpectedly, it came down for half a day. Hua Jiuqian took turns to pair each other. There is just no poetry. In fact, the poems in the Jiaofeng temple have been lukewarm. For almost 200 years, there are very few excellent poems. Scholars are not good at composing poems and lyrics. When playing tea around, it is natural to avoid what you are not good at. The three of them were in this awkward atmosphere. Ended this tea fight. Next, if the Oran lady has a crush on someone, we'll let the servant leave it behind. Introduced into the house. If there is no bridge, the maid will send off the guest. Then start the next round of tea rounds. Everyone waited expectantly and apprehensively. A servant came up, called out my lady to invite Zhao Gongzi into the house to drink tea. At this time, the three men of the Su family couldn't sit still at all. Su heir was anxious. The brow is furrowed. Look at my son, let's think of a way. But the two of them remained frozen in place. Can be sudden. Xu Qian'an remembered the title of the floating fragrance orin. The piano corpse is a must. Immediately remove the contents on the table. Look at Xu Qian'an. Say goodbye. You bring blood for me. I'm going to start performing. Inside the orin boudoir. The floating incense is bathing. The maidservant on the side said, Lady. Zhao Gongzi was already waiting in the tea room next door. I heard from the guests outside that he was a talent from the country. Fu Xiang heard the words. What's so strange about the show of lightness? But Zhao Gongzi's talent. It's not a problem to take the exam. I knew that the lady liked this kind of talent. Child thinks about the annoying Zhou Li. It's not that he relied on his father's official position to show off his might. That Zhao Gongzi is talented. I hope the lady will be well entertained. Maybe it will be a good story in the future. Fu Xiang poked the maid's finger. The head sighed. Even I made fun of it. How difficult it is for a woman to go down in history. This is something that many readers cannot hope for. At this time, a servant came in to give birth to the Taoist lady. The guest surnamed Yang outside. Let the slave and maid bring the jewelry. The big girl scolded the unruly things. The lady has already chosen Zhao Gongzi. 7 can be changed. Is it a benefit from others? This directly hit the little maid's heart. I didn't dare to talk back. Fu Xiang said lightly, put it on the table. Go out and tell the guests. Fu Xiang got it. After bathing, Fu Xiang put on a light gauze skirt. The graceful figure looms. He said, go and invite Zhao Gongzi in. As soon as the words were finished, he was drawn to the paper on the table. Look at it. The breathing was a little heavier. The maid walked to the door. Was about to open the door to invite Zhao Gongzi. Suddenly, I heard the sharp shout of the lady behind me. Slow, who sent it? Which son is it? Say it. The maid was startled. Yin Confucianism seems to be surnamed Yang. Lady, what's wrong with you? The Oiran lady was desperate to rush out of the room. It's just that the maid is holding the lady like this. How can you get out? Fu Xiang was so anxious that tears came out. You let go of me. Don't let that boy go. Go chase it back. The maid couldn't figure it out. It's just a poem. It made the lady lose her temper like never before. The scholars of the past are gentle and elegant, and they don't care about it completely. The lady is a little restless. The slave and maid immediately went to ask the boy who wrote the poem. After the maid left, the Oiran sat at the table in disheveled clothes, looking at the paper in his hand in a trance. The crowd shook off. Reading the manifesto is all the rage. Like a small garden, the shadow is sparse and the water is shallow. Dark incense floats in the moon dusk. Shadow Plum Pavilion presents incense. Her pretty face rolled down. Fight big teardrops. When he was quiet, he cried. The three of them waited outside the stadium for a long time. I didn't see Fu Xiang coming. Second, Uncle Su mocked. The sarcasm is over. This Fu Xiang girl doesn't buy your account. Xu Qian'an gritted his teeth. This is impossible. There's no reason for Fuka to refuse herself. This poem should be given to the two great Confucians of Yunlu Academy, enough for them to raise themselves as their own sons. At this time, the little maidservant ran over in a hurry, looking at Su's wife. Is it a poem written by you? 3 people together. Xu Qian'an hurriedly took the exam. The little maid hurriedly welcomed Xu Qian'an in. It's just that there is something wrong with the surrounding guests. It's not in order. How to get in 2 people? Some savvy guest stepped forward to ask. What did you write with that brother just now? Su Pingji spread his hands. Shaking his head, he just said a limerick poem. I listened to the boy. Self-calligraphy student. Can't write good words. I bothered this son to help ghostwrite. The boy felt bored. Angrily left. How beautiful is the first beauty of Daebong. She was born in a scholarly family in Jiangnan. At the age of 9, follow your parents to the Jade Buddha temple to burn incense. The host gave her a poem, which was born and shocked everyone. Graceful and pure, bathed in the sunset. Respected by all as a national color. The soul is the emperor in the world. She has since become famous. At the age of 13, he was sent to the royal palace. But today, the saints are devoted to the Tao. It's long been out of the woods. 19 years ago, Shan Haiguan's eldest sister, Jinbei Wang, is the second major hero. The Holy Lord gave him the first dollar in the capital. Xu Qian'an was a little curious. Who was the first hero? Filial piety. It was the Duke of Wei, who was the commander of the 3 armies at the beginning. If it weren't for the fact that he was a eunuch. The princess is not a princess. Xu Qian'an was stunned. Wei Yuan. Su Dalong has heard of it. Although this person is a eunuch. But the talent is brilliant. One can govern the country. Who can quell the chaos? If you don't miss the opportunity early. Take the top spot. It's easy to be the capital. After a long time, Fu Xiang was finally seduced by his wife. Finally brought the topic to Zhou Li. Fu Xiang said angrily, this person is lustful and absurd. And there is no ink on the chest. The slave family does not like it. Every time he participates in the investigation of the slave family. As if he didn't exist. It doesn't matter in the rules of the church. He is the son of a household servant. The slave family did not deal with him. Su wife and showed a bit of curiosity appropriately. Smiled and asked where to start with lustful absurdity. Isn't it normal to ask for flowers and willows? Oren hesitated. Soft voice. People also heard from other officials. It's just a little bit of a too. Yang Gongzi wanted to know. And they'll tell you. But don't spread the word about talent. This has to start with last year's Lantern Festival. That Zhou Li was a ridiculous person. The Lantern Festival took a fancy to a girl. Take advantage of the crowd. Then he stepped forward to insult him. Also injured the escort next to the woman. Who thinks that girl is also a person with a background? She is the concubine of Wei Wuho, the biological mother of the concubine. The wife of Wei Wuho is a sister. Therefore, the lady was quite popular with the mistress. There is not much difference from the treatment of concubines. In the end, Wei Wuho sued the emperor. The 2 sides have been arguing for many days. In the end, the saint ruled that Zhou Shilang was not strict with his godson. Harvest for 1 year. Compensation of 5,000 taels for the Marquis of Weiwu. Zhou Li was grounded for 3 months. If there is a recidivism, severe punishment will not be granted. This sentence was like lightning slashing into Xu Qian's mind. Let him be inspired. Suppose Zhou Li has coveted the beauty of the mighty Marquis for a long time. I was beaten because I suffered a loss a while ago. Depressed mood. The brain is hot. The idea of the mighty Marquis girl was raised again. So he sent someone to kidnap the mighty Marquis and concubine. Hidden outside in a private house. Plans to kill people after the fact. Well, that's reasonable. Of course, the purpose is to frame up. I don't have to kill an innocent girl. This is the case with the first draft of the current plan. Seeing Xu Qian'an, he was stunned. The Oiran girl shouted at him. Seems to be coquettish, like complaining about the Taoist sun. Do you want to sit with people all night? Xu Qian'an instantly. Intermittent release in situ. I can't break my body yet. Don't sit all night. It's hard to sit all night. After a long time, Xu Qian'an had just arrived at the bed. Fu Xiang posted it. A hand was slowly shedding the disguise for Xu Qian'an, and he drank in his ear, shouted against the official. A faint scent penetrates into the nostrils. Xu Qian'an, an honest man who never goes to the hook bar, has a serious face. Tensed up, the Oiran lady smiled coquettishly and said with a smile, "It's not that it's unstaffed." Xu Qian'an hurriedly changed the topic. "And so on. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it." Fuka girl, have you ever heard of a magic skill? Dip your pillow in 3 seconds and you can sleep soundly. The Oiran lady naturally didn't believe it. Just if he was going to have fun. 3 seconds later, Xu Qian'an snored. Floating incense nudged him. But Xu Qian'an had already gone to Zhougong to drink tea and discuss. Fu Xiang was a little overwhelmed for a while. It's the first time I've encountered something like this. The next day, Xu Qian's biological clock woke up naturally. I noticed that there was a heavy weight on my body. Open it and take a look. Oren fell asleep next to him. A long, silver-white leg rested on his waist. Xu Weifan woke up. It's like being a thief, thinking about hurrying away. But just when it's time to sort out your laundry, I found that my silver ticket was missing. Just as he was skeptical, it's the hands and feet of the maid in the media pavilion. I saw the original clean jade mirror, something vaguely over. Xu Qian'an found out. All his silver tickets ran into the mirror. He held the jade mirror and shook it vigorously. In the sound of a bang, silver tickets appear out of thin air, float in midair for a moment, slowly landed. Silent room. Xu Qian'an held the mirror for a long time and did not speak. So this mirror is really a treasure. It's my European emperor's 7 rhymes. Or the Taoist priest deliberately gave me the mirror. What is his purpose? Why did he give a treasure away? Give it to me? Did he find out that I had an inexplicable aura? But how is this possible? Kai Wei, who was proficient in the art of looking at Qi for 4 days, didn't find me special. I'm completely unfamiliar with the Daomen system. This inexplicable gift. It's unsettling. Xu Qian'an hid the bathroom mirror in his arms, then quietly left the room. I just happened to be bumped into by the little girl. Startled Xu Qian'an. Doesn't child wait for the lady to wake up? Xu Qian'an hurriedly ran away. Say I'm in a hurry. I added a sentence in my heart. I'm afraid he'll call me a beast. A few hours. In the study of Su's house. Su Shuyang didn't complain about how he went for so long. Just got back and took a shower. Can't you wash school for? Su Xinyan coughed. It's also embarrassing. Is there a catch? Su Qian will help the news that Xiang got there. Inform them. And say your own plans. Su Xinyan pointed to the key point. Big brother, who hit the nail on the head. At the heart of this plan is, how did you kidnap the concubine of the mighty Marquis? Second Uncle Su groaned and said that he would send someone to keep an eye on it first, then look for an opportunity to do it. When the concubine of the mighty Marquis traveled, there will be an attendant who will follow, then create chaos. Take the opportunity to kidnap someone. Su Xinyan groaned, but if you do it during the day, it's hard to kidnap people in plain sight, once provoked by the ordinary sword position. Instead, we reap the consequences. Su Qian smiled mysteriously. What if I could fix this? When Lao Zhang, the porter of Su Fu's front hall, passed by the flower garden, a servant was found fainting in a flower bed. He panicked when he stepped forward to check. It was found that he just fainted. Lao Zhang asked, "Why did you faint here?" The servant's expression was blank. After a moment, he seemed to remember who he was. I was just boiling water for Daolong. I only remember that Dalang suddenly called me into the house. And then I can't remember. See, Tianjin's dark circles are getting worse and worse, Songqing. There are no alchemical experiments done today. Instead, spread out on the table and write hard. Then, A white-clothed man came in and shouted excitedly to Senior Brother Song. The alchemical wizard Xu Qian'an has come to see you. Song Qing's eyes lit up. It came at the right time. Xu Qian'an received a warm reception from Song Qing. Song Qing's face was serious. Shun groaned to tell the truth. I'm a little skeptical of you. In the past few days, I have checked all 18 generations of your ancestors. Su Qi's abdomen was slandered. Say it in front of people. Is it really appropriate to check the 18th generation of his ancestors? Smiled and asked how it was. Song Qing shook his head. Your foundation is too clean. They didn't continue the conversation. Song Qing pulled out a stack of rice paper. I'll hand it over to you and show you my recent research. Xu Qian said that I have made up the stocks of the masters of the oil mill. You didn't even ask. He took the manuscript. A few glances. I almost stood up and shouted a few times. Quintessence. In addition to the job grafting theory, he told Song Qing. This guy also draws inferences. I have done several cases with divergent thinking. Your Excellency, Mrs. Ko. The rice paper calmed down the 3 views that were impacted. Said that there was something wrong with the Tianjin room this time. I want to ask Senior Brother Song for help. You should know that I offended Zhou Shilang. Song Qing's expression was serious. Speaking of Kai Wei, I told me. I'm sorry I can't help you. Tianjin never interfered in government affairs. Let's talk about a squire who holds the power of the style. It's over the limit of my abilities. Xu Qian laughed. Senior Brother Song, don't worry. What I need you to do is simple. Then he said his idea. Song Qing was taken aback. That's impossible. Song was upright all his life. Above board. Never do such a thing. Xu Qian thought for a while. I'm ashamed to say that I didn't think it through. Senior Brother Song. Let's move on to your grafting theory. I'm HO. There's no way you're going to succeed. Xu Qian was patient. Slowly. Have you ever heard of the periodic table? The mansion of the Marquis of Mighty is in the inner city. Indeed, Fuck Street is a noble place. Zhang Yueying, the lady of the mighty Marquis, is going to travel today. She is going to the city god temple today to have a fast meal. Then go to Wen Yuanbo's house. Find a fragrant boudoir, close friend to drink tea and chat. The carriage traveled 2 streets. The maid who followed the sedan suddenly heard a commotion. The 2 carriages in the rear somehow got out of control. The coachman grabbed the reins of the horse, brandishing his horsewhip in fear. The maid was shocked. While commanding the household from the interception carriage, while ordering the palanquin driver to dodge. There are not enough guards to protect them. Only one was intercepted. The other one crashed into 2 sedan drivers. The sedan chair overturned in an instant. The scene was instantly chaotic. After a brief period of confusion, the 2 carriages continued to gallop away. The maid got up anxiously to check the sedan chair. But when he lifted the sedan curtain, after being stunned for a few seconds, he screamed that the second miss was gone. A small courtyard somewhere in the inner city. Zhang Yueying knew that she had been kidnapped. But I don't know who the other side is. It's been a while since he'd woken up. After relieving the initial headache, the heart is always in a state of fear. At this time, the door opened from outside the courtyard. Then there was the sound of footsteps. Zhang Yueying's heart instantly lifted. Fear exploded in the bottom of my heart. He didn't know what he was about to face. But it definitely won't be a good thing. Footsteps stopped outside the house. Someone groaned and laughed. This girl is so beautiful. I just secretly checked the fire. Another person said you were so cheap. Then there was a pause. He added that he didn't even call me along. The 2 figures continued to talk. He's also a cook. Nonsense. The second daughter of this mighty Marquis is still waiting to be written. What do you say Zhou Gongzi will do? Although this girl is a very good beauty, but it doesn't seem to be safe to keep it all the time. You're thinking too much. Zhou Gongzi played for a while at most. When he got tired of playing, he strangled himself and buried it in this yard. Who knows when Zhou Gongzi gets tired of playing? We can also take a few sips of soup. This is fine-skinned. The tender meat is much more watery than the woman in the hook bar. Who made the family the son of the Tobe Squire? Take a walk and drink. It's not good. It's going to be dusk soon. Let's buy wine and come back. The footsteps were far away. Then the sound of the courtyard door closing. The two seemed to have gone out for a drink. Zhang Yueying's mind. The image of a boy in brocade flashed. The son of Zhou Gongzi's household servant. He remembered what happened to the Lantern Festival last year. He still misses himself. I'm tired of drinking soup. Murder and burial in the yard and destruction of corpses. A young lady who was carefully cared for in a wealthy family. I was so scared that I was trembling all over. Tears poured out of my eyes. He struggled to make a sound, while twisting their limbs, trying to break free from the bondage. Suddenly, he noticed that the rope on his wrist was loosening a little. I don't know how long it took. He finally opened his eyes and untied himself. He immediately sat up. I tiptoed to the door. Listen patiently for a moment. Make sure there is no one in the yard. He cautiously walked to the courtyard, then run at a speed that I have never had in my life. Rush to the gate of the yard. Pull open the deadbolt. The door was unlocked on the outside. Miss Zhang let out a desperate wail. Across the street from the yard, Xu wife and was holding a bowl of noodles in her hand. Standing next to him was Xu Qian'an, looking worriedly at the courtyard door. Will he not be able to get out? Why did you lock the courtyard door? Xu Qian took a sip, explained in a low voice. A strong desire to survive brings out the best in people. Just climb the wall, and you're going to get out. If you don't lock the door, the marks are too heavy. This small courtyard is the private house that Zhou Li bought outside. There is a good-looking woman in the house. Right now, the woman and the maid in the courtyard were concierges. A total of 4 people. They were all locked in the mirror by Xu Qian. That jade path can hold items as well as live. Xu Qian tried it with the servants of the house. If it weren't for the mirror, the plan to kidnap Miss Zhang was extremely difficult. It may even be impossible to steal chickens and rice. Then, the two saw a head popping out of the wall. Zhang Yueying, who had messy hair, poked out her brain. After a cautious look at it for a while, climbed out of the fence and jumped down. She seemed to have a broken foot, lying on the ground for a long time without moving. After a long time, he cried and stood up strongly. Jumping against the wall, he fled into the street. Just at this time, a pair of swordsmen in their shawls passed by. He cried and went up to him. The captains looked back with a feeling. Zhang Yueying immediately screamed, "I am the daughter of the Marquis of Might. I was hijacked. Save me." The captain of the sword asked who kidnapped you. Zhang Yueying broke down and cried. "It is Zhou Li, the son of Zhou Li's household department, Zhou Shilang." Xu Qian smiled and said, "Let's go. Find an inn to stay for one night. Just go home tomorrow and wait for news." In the end, Xu Qingqing was not spared. The life of being urged to work. But he copied books. It has indeed touched the threshold of the self-cultivation realm. But it was when I saw Xu Qian. After the 4 sentences written on the steel. Of course, he couldn't say such a thing in public. Especially when the big brother is still there. Save yourself from the big brother who doesn't want billion. Show off your might in front of yourself. At this time, Chintai opened his mouth and said, "The 2 of you live in the capital." It can be seen that the capital has recently produced a trick-style masterpiece. Ningyan, although you have talent. But don't be complacent. It is necessary to know that the world's scholars hide the dragon and crouching tiger. The 2 Confucians were a little unhappy in an instant. This old man is jealous that we have taken in a good student. But they couldn't refute the old city's words. Zhang Shun had no choice but to say that this poem is indeed wonderful. Ning Yin didn't need to be serious with him, because Yongmei has sung through the ages. It's useless to be real. Xu Qian'an drank twice. Then he pointed to Su's wife. This poem was also written by my eldest brother. The three great Confucians will be in place. Huoran turned his head and glared at Xu Qian. Isn't the person who wrote the poem Yangling? Xu Qian snorted awkwardly. I did it under a pseudonym. The three Confucians were immediately upset. The swan song of the ages, you use it on a dusty woman. Is he worthy of Yongmei, Yongmei? Yinmei Xiaoga gave blessing incense. It's just vulgar. It's unbearable. A good poem was ruined. They say so. But what I thought in my heart was, if only it had been used on me. It's okay to change it to Yunlu Academy and give it to Mr. Mubai. Xu Qian hurriedly wrote that there would be good poems in the future. Be sure to have the two teachers revise the polish first. Mrs. Chun looked at Xu Qian at this time. He laughed. Su's wife felt a chill when she settled down. What Mrs. Chun was thinking in her heart was, since Ning Yin has two teachers, so why can't there be a third? At this time, Xu Qian'an interrupted them with a cough. The younger sister was enlightened in the academy for many days. I don't know if it's going to work. Zhang Sheng and Li Mubai immediately shut up. Chun Tai stubbornly said, your sister. It's really a firm mind. Indestructible. Between the ages, the gentleman who taught him changed for. They all vowed that they would never again be enlightened for the same in this life. The two brothers of the Xu family were taken aback. Is the little bean so fierce? The shade of the forest is worthy of you. The family in the mountain courtyard is reunited again. Little Doubting immediately ran forward and hugged his father's leg, crying, Daddy, you've finally come to pick me up and take me home. After saying that, he began to cry. Su Pingji was distressed. I touched his brain. It seems that Lin Yin suffered in the enlightenment of the academy. The gentlemen of the academy must be very strict. Su Lingle watched the family reunion. It was a lot of fun, but he was a little unhappy. The eldest brother is the eldest son. It has always been loved by mothers. Rain can also be unscrupulous in devotion to the father. The arms of the pro, and caught in the middle of yourself, just as he was thinking nonsense. Xu Qian took his hand. I didn't see my sister lose a lot. Su Lingle just wanted to say something. Xu Qian arrived first. Let's go home first. Su Lingyue at this moment. Sweep away all the bad emotions just now. He nodded heavily. At this time, the aunt asked the master. I was away from the house during this time. Have you ever gone out to fool around? The two brothers of the Xu family said in unison. No, aunt gave them a blank look. I didn't ask you again. Time flies. Kung Fu in the blink of an eye. It's been 3 days since they returned to Shifu. Lin Yu's sister looked at the eldest brother and said, Big brother, today is a day off. Go out with me. After second Uncle Su heard this, immediately jumped out. No way. What if you encounter a hooligan like Zhou Li again? I'll also repair the wood daddy to accompany you out today. Su Lingyue covered her forehead when she heard this. Forget it, I suddenly felt a little dizzy. Still don't go out. Riskulung. Come back to the same place. Here are a few meanings. At this time, the porter Lao Zhang hurriedly came to report to the master. There were 2 poor men outside the door. He also said that they were watchmen. In the Daebong dynasty, the 3 words beating people are not a good meaning. He is often imprisoned with guilt. Bloody words such as raiding the house. The 2 watchmen are not very old. The man on the left has a serious face. The person on the right is the opposite. With a smile on his face, he said, which one is Xu Qian? Come with us. It is rare that Xu Qian also has a serious scene. After the Zhou Li incident, Xu Qian said goodbye to Xu New Year earnestly. You remember, it's all under heaven, except for blood relatives. Any friend and foe. It's all because of the word interest that comes and goes with you. Especially in officialdom. No one will be nice to you for no reason. No one will hate you for no reason, even if it's your best friend, and he shall befriend thee. But your presence is for him. Serve a positive purpose. In the future, you will become an official in the court. Big Brother wants you to be a capable minister, and not a clean official. Remember to be with the light. Xu Qian'an muttered. Is it the same as the light? What if I am lost in the fog of power? Xu Qian said half jokingly and half seriously. That's your own creation. Of course, if you quit the past, you will become a traitor who is in trouble. Big Brother will clean up the portal. Xu Qian'an was for tat. If the eldest brother becomes a martial artist for the troubled side, so do I. Xu Qian coughed, looked at Su Pingji. Second uncle, you have to bear witness for us. Su Pingji directly took the case, scolded the two of them angrily, opened their mouths and closed their mouths, and their colleagues. I really don't think Lao Tzu exists. Inside the gazebo on the other side, an impatient voice came. How many times have I talked to you? Hold the pen in a correct posture. Little Bean Ding said loudly. Got it, sir. Then you should change it back. Little Doubting stared at the innocent big eyes. Looking at the gentleman, he said, Change what? The gentleman was convinced. Don't write today. You can recite the 3-character sutra with me. Human beings are inherently good. The original nature of man. What the beginning of the people. Nature is good, human nature is good. What do you stop in between? Did I forget? The gentleman is crazy. Pointing to Little Bean Ding. I'm not religious. Not you at this time. A sneering laugh came. The person who came was Huiqing. Yinlu Academy. What's more like-minded? Mr. Surrender. Like-minded and rude. The eldest princess is not strange. These two are the family members of the students of the college. Because there is something at home, then let the ladies stay in the college temporarily. Huiqing quickly analyzed the meaning of Mr.'s words. They have come to take refuge. Then he opened his mouth and said which student it was. Su Lingwei got up slowly. Saluted, said Brother Jia. Su Qian'an. Huiqing looked at the delicate and beautiful girl. Said in a gentle tone, When was this? Su Lingwei replied, It's almost a decade. Huiqing carefully. Savor this sentence. It's almost a decade. The mastermind behind the sleeping prostitution case is Zhou Shilang. And exactly 10 years ago, the son of Xu Qian and Zhou Shilang. Conflicts occur in the downtown area. Now that he knows that he has offended Zhou Shilang, wouldn't it be better to escape Kyoto with your family? But they sent their ladies to the academy. But the men in the family still stayed in the capital. This is what is being planned. Reminds me of the fuse of Zhou Shilang's dismissal and resuming the army. Huiqing narrowed his eyes. After nodding slightly, continued the climb with the guards. Accord Lane. Huiqing was slightly surprised and said that he had not seen him for 10 years. The dean's improvement is very different. Zhao Shou smiled and said, The sage said that there is no elder or younger. Answer first. Huiqing thought in his heart. It seems to have something to do with the fact that the Temple of Asia was clear in the sky. The Yashing Academy Palace was banned. No one is allowed to enter. The watchman is also helpless about it. What the hell happened that day? The eldest princess retracted her divergent thoughts. Dean of the Path. It can be known that Zhou Shilang was dismissed from office and confiscated into the army. 4 Daebong officialdom. This is only the first step in the beginning of the partisan struggle. Li Mubai has not been wronged since 3 defeats. He never played chess again. There are not many people in the academy who can talk to the old man. The eldest princess is here today. Accompany the old man in the next game. How to play chess with Hanggu. Why should the dean bring shame on himself? In the attic built on the other side of the cliff. Zhang Xin looked at the poem in his hand tremblingly. Unexpectedly, the old man retreated for several days. The capital rescued the masterpiece of the Shoujing room. On the far-reaching artistic conception, the choice of words is beautiful. The scorching of verve. I'd rather endure the world. No one knows you. It's a long way off. Who is this Yang Ling? There is such talent. I've never heard of it. Mrs. Chen discussed. Seems to be a talent in Chang'an County. Write this poem in the Department of Teaching and give it to Oren Fu Xiang. Speaking of which, the tea room was eerily quiet. None of the three Confucians spoke. A sour smell fills the air. The fermentation was pervasive, and Zhang Xin pondered for a long time. I think I should inform the dean immediately. Recruit this talent into the academy. Such talents must not be buried. Mrs. Chun and Li Mubai agreed. Outside the gazebo at this time, the two brothers who had come to pick up their aunt and sisters happened to be passing by. It also happened to be heard talking about the gentleman. Xu Qian'an covered his mouth stiffly, because he was afraid that Zhang Xin would look for him. Write the assignment 300 times. Xu Qian'an was not spared in the end. The life of being urged to work. But he went beyond that. It has indeed touched the threshold of the self-cultivation realm. But that was when I saw Xu Qian'an. After the 4 sentences written on the stone tablet. Of course, he couldn't say such a thing in public. Especially when the big brother is still there. Save yourself from the big brother who doesn't want billion. Show off your might in front of yourself. At this time, Chintai opened his mouth and said, "The two of you live in the capital. It can be seen that the capital has recently produced a trick-style masterpiece. Ning Yin, although you have lost your talent. But don't be complacent. It is necessary to know that the world's scholars hide the dragon and crouching tiger." The two Confucians were a little unhappy in an instant. This old man is jealous that we have taken in a good student. But these are the words of the old city. They can't argue either. Zhang Shun had no choice but to say that this poem was indeed amazing. Ning Yin didn't need to be serious with him, because Yongmei has sung through the ages. It's useless to be real. Xu Qian'an drank twice. Then he pointed to Xu Qian. This poem was also written by my eldest brother. The 3 great Confucians will be in place. Huoran turned his head and glared at Xu Qian. Isn't the person who wrote the poem Yangling? Xu Qian snorted awkwardly. I did it under a pseudonym. The 3 Confucians were immediately upset. The swan song of the ages, you use it on a dusty woman. Is he worthy of Yongmei? Yongmei. Yinmei Xiaoga gave blessing incense. It's just vulgar. It's unbearable. A good poem was ruined. They say so. But what I thought was that I would use it. It's good on me. It's okay to change it to Yunlu Academy and give it to Mr. Mubai. Xu Qian hurriedly made a move. There will be good poems in the future. Be sure to have the 2 teachers revise the polish first. Mrs. Chen looked at Xu Qian at this time. He laughed. Sue's wife felt a chill when she settled down. What Mrs. Chun was thinking in her heart was, since Ning Yin has 2 teachers, so why can't there be a 3rd? At this time, Xu Qian'an coughed, interrupted them. The younger sister was enlightened in the academy for many days. I don't know if it's going to work. Zhang Sheng and Li Mubai immediately shut up. Chun Tai stubbornly said, your sister. It's really a firm mind. Indestructible. Between the ages. The gentleman who taught him changed 4. They all vowed that they would never again be enlightened for the same in this life. The 2 brothers of the Su family were taken aback. Is the little bean so fierce? The shade of the forest is worthy of you. A small courtyard in the mountains. The family is reunited again. Little Doubting immediately ran forward and hugged his father's leg, crying, "Daddy, you've finally come to pick me up and take me home." After saying that, he began to cry. Su Pingji was distressed. I touched his brain. It seems that Lin Yin suffered in the enlightenment of the academy. The gentlemen of the academy must be very strict. Su Lingyue watched the family reunion. It was a lot of fun, but he was a little unhappy. The eldest brother is the eldest son. It has always been loved by mothers. Lining, you can also throw yourself into the arms of your father without any scruples. And caught in the middle of yourself, just as he was thinking nonsense. Xu Qian took his hand. I didn't see it. My sister has lost a lot. Su Lingyue just wanted to say something. Xu Qian arrived first. Let's go home first. Su Lingyue at this moment. Sweep away all the bad emotions just now. He nodded heavily. At this time, The aunt asked the master. I was away from the house during this time. Have you ever gone out to fool around? The two brothers of the Xu family spoke in unison, said that there was no aunt, and gave them a blank look. I didn't ask you again. Time flies. Kung Fu in the blink of an eye. It's been 3 days since they returned to Shifu. Lin Yu's sister looked at the eldest brother and said, Big brother, let's go out with me today. Second Uncle Su immediately jumped out after hearing this. No way. What if you encounter a hooligan like Zhou Li again? I'll also repair the wood daddy to accompany you out today. Su Lingyue covered her forehead when she heard this. Forget it, I suddenly felt a little dizzy. Still don't go out. And then the gardener. Here are a few meanings. At this time, the porter Lao Zhang hurriedly came to report to the master. There were 2 poor men outside the door. He also said that they were watchmen. In the Daibong dynasty, the 3 words beating people are not a good meaning. He is often imprisoned with guilt. Bloody words such as raiding the house. The 2 watchmen are not very old. The man on the left has a serious face. The person on the right is the opposite. With a smile on his face, he said, which one is Xu Qian'an? Come with us. Su Pingji leaned sideways in front of Xu Qian'an. Chun Dao, said 2 adults. Something wrong with my nephew. The watchman smiled. Don't do bad things during the day. Don't be afraid to beat people at night. Xu Qian'an pressed one hand on the second uncle's shoulder. Look at the 2 of you, I'll go with you. In the form of beating people, the style is not to be spoken. Xu Qian'an was really afraid that they would draw a knife and cut people on the spot. Xu Qian'an got into the carriage of the watchman. Neither side spoke. He was even more anxious. But you can find yourself what to do. Is it for Zhou Li's case? That's impossible. I don't guarantee that I can do the perfect crime. But it is guaranteed. In the Daibong dynasty, which had no monitoring facilities, there's no way they'll find out. It was Miss Zhang Jiar who was kidnapped by herself. Even if there are clues, I wouldn't lock myself in so quickly. Xu Qian'an put his hand into his arms, tapped the button across the bathroom mirror, and pull out one. The silver ticket was handed over with a smile. The villain is a good citizen who abides by the law. Admire adults for the country and the people. I would like to offer 10 taels of silver to my lord's tea. If only the adults could tell the villain what had happened. The villain is even more grateful. The rules for beating people are strict. Accepting bribes of more than 10 taels. The rod is 50 and more than 50 taels. Most when exiled. More than 100 taels. Direct decapitation. Do you think I'll be beaten for 10 taels of silver? Then he smiled and said that he had to add money. Then Xu Qian'an took out 30 taels. The watchman took it with a smile. Began to divide the spoils. 10 taels for each of the 2. The rest will go to the teaching department tonight to check the committee. After the aliquot is finished. The watchman said with a smile. I was just ordered to take you back for questioning. The exact inside story is not clear. Arrived at the yamen. You keep one sentence in mind. Don't hide what needs to be said. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Xu Qian'an felt that he was losing this wave of blood. Don't you understand this truth? It still costs 30 taels to tell me from you. After a long time, Xu Qian'an was taken to the yamen of the watchman. His office space. It was renovated from 2 3-hall courtyards. The attic towers, dressed in black and tied with gongs, watchmen went in and out. Their expressions were grim. The momentum is awe-inspiring. Xu Qian'an didn't know either. Will he be sent to Du? Who fights the watchman? It's a place where you don't spit out bones. A door creaked open. The 2 watchmen guarding the door urged them to go in quickly. Wait for Xu Qian'an to go in. The smiling watchman shouted. He forgot to tell you. Here it is. Ask for your own blessings. Xu Qi's peace of mind is collared. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. We meet again. I ask you to answer. If it's a lie, punishment awaits. This person was Li Yuqin when he slept in the prostitution case. Xu Qian'an has seen it. He pointed at Xu Qian'an and said before answering the question. You get your clothes in order first. This is the most basic etiquette. Xu Qian'an hurriedly sorted it out. Then the interrogation began. You know the mastermind behind sleeping Yinan. Is it the former Zhou Shilang? Xu Qian'an replied truthfully. I heard Si Tianjin's Kaiwei girl talk about it. That you know. Zhou Li also dealt with you out of revenge. Xu Qian'an nodded. That day, Si Tianjin's white-clothed men rushed into the criminal department. He was in full view. This one cannot be denied. Do you know that Zhou Li wants to kill you? Xu Qian'an nodded again. The strange silver luo look. The sharp light flashed away. So in order not to be retaliated against by the Zhou family, you kidnapped the concubine of the mighty marquis. Then blame Zhou Li. Su Qi's peace of mind is collared. Sure enough, it's for this. But he didn't panic at all, and even show a certain dazedness, and the panic of being wronged. What the adults say, the villain doesn't understand. The majestic marquis was abducted and unbearable. I thought I was in charge of the Yamen of Changle County. Where did it go? The villain Golan listened. The villain is indeed derelict in his duties. I often sneak up on Golan to listen. This point can be testified to by Wang Zhutu and other false examples. Because that's how everyone fishes. Li Yuchen asked, so how do you explain the storytelling? In the record of the Yamen issuing commentaries. Show many times that you went to the inner city. Xu Qian'an immediately pretended to be excited. The villain is wronged. The villain has never been to the inner city. He has never been a commentator in the Yamen. Xu Qi was relieved to be abandoned. You're still trying to trick me. When I went into the inner city, I asked someone to do a storytelling. My hands and feet are clean, and the client is Yang Ling. What does it have to do with me, Xu Qian? On its interrogation skills. Lao Tzu is also a professional, okay. Li Yuchen sighed. Yes, if it weren't for the fact that we had the evidence in advance. Just by the conversation just now. Maybe I'm already believing you. Xu Qian's face was expressionless. Slander in my heart. You're kidding me again? The tone was still very sure. Xu Qian never thought of it. I originally thought I was relying on my own modern criminal investigation methods. It's not as exaggerated as a perfect crime, but the whole Dafeng wants to catch his flaws. Is it impossible? But what about the result? But he was beaten and pressed to the ground and rubbed. The first day of October, Xu Qian returned from Yunlu Academy, and the treasurer announced the purchase of Jinbu Shao and was followed by people on the way. Suspected of being a state capital. That night, Wu Jing retired from the state capital assassins. The second day of the first day of October, because the female dependents went to Yunlu Academy to avoid the fire. On the 5th day of October, Jean Niken entered the workshop. Si Lu Su gave blessings to Mei Xiaoi. It is suspected that Xu Qian did it. On the 7th day of the first month of October, driving a carriage to collide with the mighty marquis. Take it as a means, rob the face of the mighty marquis. Born to adulterous Luo Hashang. The little book glanced at Xu Qian mockingly. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Xu Qian's body was cold inch by inch. The body couldn't stop shivering. The Dummers were following me. He followed me the day I went to the academy. These days, all the plans were seen by the watchman. It's over, but it's obviously unreasonable. Since the watchman witnessed the whole process, why didn't you expose me at the time? Instead, wait until after the fall of Zhou Shilang. Then please come over for tea. The cold glint in Xu Qian's eyes flashed. The villain pleaded guilty. Everything was done by villains. What to do with the two adults? Listen to it. The two watchmen looked at each other. Li Yuchen opened his mouth and said, Xu Qian, you are very smart. We were here to test you. If you show flaws in interrogation, or to be crushed in the face of ironclad evidence, then you will be greeted by real sanctions. And now you're greeted by an invitation to fight the watchman. Xu Qian's head was a little dazed. Li Yuchen said lightly when he was in the back hall of the mansion. I've already confirmed that you're a talent. It's just that people have rules to practice their strength, which is the bottom line. But you use your own ability to testify. Know you and now, even if you're practicing diligently. Watchmen are also willing to recruit you. Sue's wife is embarrassed. It's because their means are dirty enough, thoughtful enough. So I was admitted exceptionally. The stern-faced enro added. Of course, the main reason is that the eldest princess recommended you. Xu Qian'an was shocked again. Who is the eldest princess? Why did he recommend me? I don't even know him. Xu Qian'an asked with a stomach full of confusion and puzzlement. In addition to these, the reason why the two adults didn't report me. Li Yuchen smiled and said you should know. The duty of the watchman is to supervise the 100 officials. Greedy for ink, Qian Liang's Zhou Shirlang. It's not the same camp as the watchman. Even the fall of Zhou Shirlang. There are also watchman organizations that are fueling the troubles. Zhou Shirlang will finish sooner or later. We've already started to deal with him. It's just your little trick that helped us speed things up. Li Yuchen looked at his colleague Dao Sun on the side. As previously agreed, I'll take this guy. Please get out for a while. Ayara, surnamed Sun, does not leave. Instead, he looked at Xu Qian'an with a smile. You have the right to choose. Follow him or follow me. There is not much difference in rights between the two of us. But he is a man who admits death and does not know how to change. Follow his gong. Life is very average. And follow my gong. Up to 3 years. You could buy a decent courtyard in the inner city. After 3 years of work, you could buy a house in the capital. It's an irresistible temptation. Su's wife and politely rejected son Enloa's solicitation. When Dao first slept in the case of prostitution, Master Li gave me the opportunity to redeem my merits. I have always remembered this kindness, so I want to work under him. Son Enluo slowly got up after hearing this. When I went out, I left a sentence to understand the into newspaper. It's a good thing. Li Yuchen smiled mildly and introduced himself. Li Yuchen will be your head in the future. You could just call it that. If you don't feel used to it, you can also call him Master Li. Su's wife said with peace of mind that it would not be okay to call Brother Chun. Li Yuchen continued, work under me. Be worthy of your heart. You need to keep that in mind. At the bottom of the watchman is Bai. They are not compiled. It's also odd jobs. This is followed by a gong. They are the serious watchmen. But at least you have to cultivate to the Qi refining realm. The moon phoenix is 5 taels of silver. 20 meters up is the silver gong. I want to protect the treatment. On top of the silver gong is the golden gong. It is the highest level of position. There are only 10 in Dafeng capital. Jin Gong directly obeyed the orders of Duke Wei. The duty of the watchman is to supervise the 100 officials. Defend the capital. Li Yuchen looked at Xu Qian'an. You are now at the pinnacle of your practice. I have 2 suggestions. The first is to slowly accumulate meritorious deeds. Wait for your chance. The second is to pay 400 taels of silver. I'll open the gates of heaven for you. Xu Qian'an decisively chose the second one. Li Yuchen was slightly surprised. Are you quite rich? Xu Qian'an said that it was all Si Tianjian's. Kai Wei lent it to me. Xu Qian'an just came out of it. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao greeted them. Nicholas Song looked familiar, smiled and said, we will be colleagues in the future. Follow Li Tu to do things. There aren't that many intrigues and the disadvantage is to be cautious when fishing for oil and water in the future. Just don't go too far. Xu Qian'an gave him a roll of the eyes. Then can you give me back the 30 taels? Nicholas Song immediately pretended to be stupid. When have I ever taken your money? After Xu Qian'an completed the relevant procedures for beating the guard, one final process test qualification is required. Xu Qi was relieved. Is it the same as the TV series? At this time, Nicholas Song explained Xu Qian'an's confusion. Testing qualifications is the rule set by Wei Gongding. They are force and wisdom and conscience. The three of them entered the pavilion together. The floor can be in the lobby. Banners on pillars on both sides attracted Xu Qian's attention. I am willing to kill my ministers with my body and mind. Do not seek self-interest. Song Tingfeng said that it was written by Wei Gong. It is used to warn and admonish us. Xu Qian glanced at him. Obviously, this doesn't work. Nicholas Song didn't refute anything. Pointing to the front, he said that you are now testing and refining your combat power. There is no need to test. Let's test your intelligence first. A stick of incense and time. Guess which box has something in it and you pass. You can pick one of them to ask, but only one question can be asked, and only one of them will tell the truth. Zhu Guanxiao reminded that this problem is difficult. Think about it. Song Tingfeng was found, although Wei Gong said that it was just a small game. But there are very few people who can guess correctly. I realized it in hindsight, but the time has passed for a stick of incense. It is said that there are only adults with golden gongs. Only then can we understand this problem in the 20th century. Xu Qian was speechless. This kind of simple logic problem. I don't know how many I have gnawed in my last life. The test begins. Sure, Li Yuan ordered a cedar on the side. Xu Qian stepped forward with a smile. Ask someone if you're him. What will you tell me? The man straightened up. There was nothing in the opening. Xu Qian stretched out his hand and pressed the brocade box in the hand of the official on the right. It's in this brocade box. Nicholas Song looked at his companion with facial paralysis in surprise. How long did he take? Zhu Guanxiao's tone was a little depressed. It's not the kung fu of the ape. He only used 12 breaths. Nicholas Song sighed in his heart. It seems that he can solve the tax and silver case. It's not that a blind cat touches a dead mouse. Nicholas Song led him to the staircase. Speaking of asking, the new crown is upstairs. You just go upstairs from here and go all the way to the top floor. There are no requirements for this level. But you have to remember, go with your heart. Words that are too contrived. The rating will be lowered. Su Weifan wondered what the score was. Qualification test evaluation. There are 4 grades. They are A, B, C, D. The better the qualifications. Nature is easier to cultivate. Song Tingfeng raised his chin. I'm Zhu Guanxiao and said in a sullen voice. I'm C. I'm a big guy. Su wife played his stock silently. Then he went upstairs alone. When he came to the 2nd floor, he saw a bronze mirror hanging from the staircase directly across from him. Xu Qian looked at himself in the mirror. My heart fluttered for no reason. There's something wrong with this mirror. Xu Qian's thoughts flashed away. But soon he had distracting thoughts in his heart. Achieve peace of mind. Let go of all fame and fortune and selfish desires. He continued to walk inside. Inside is enshrined a statue of the Buddha. The Buddha's body is abundant. The treasure is solemn. Xu Qian just glanced at it simply. Then turn around and leave. Then I went upstairs leisurely. Li Yuan lifted the pen. Write the ratings on the paper spread out on the desk. The hall on the 3rd floor is dedicated to the Daoists. He was dressed in a robe, armed with a wooden sword. Xu Qian also looked at it casually. He turned and walked away. Li Yuan also put pen to paper and wrote a rating. The 4th floor is dedicated to Confucian saints. He wears the Russian mountain. Dairuguan Xu Qian looked at it a few times. The rating given is, this sculpture of a saint is similar to that of Yunlu Academy. Then he left without hesitation. Li Yuan scored again. Xu Qian then went upstairs. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Originally, the real meaning of asking COVID is to test moral character. The role of that mirror. It's about making it impossible to act against your will. Deliberately offering incense to worship. But when you think of it, Xu Qian's cold sweat came down. I didn't worship the Buddha along the way. There is no worship of the Taoist. There is no worship of saints. Doesn't this mean that he is an ungodly Buddha? Disdain the people of the 4 books and the 5 classics. But it's okay. There is also an opportunity for remedy. I thought that I must worship when I come to the 5th floor. But when he goes up to the 5th floor, here is a man in a yellow robe. He stood tall, an awe-inspiring pair of hands with a sword. As a person without a king, without a father, without a god or Buddha, if you don't copy poetry, you can write that you can lose your ears and record your ears, and you know that you are high. Mingi abuses the heavens and is difficult to deceive. Xu Qian'an thought that there was still a chance to remedy. But when he saw clearly that the 5th layer was dedicated to the emperor, he froze. He wanted to force himself to worship the king, but his knees couldn't bend down. But he knows better. A man without a king, without a father, without a god or Buddha. It is not tolerated in this era. Beat the change. It was a spy guard subordinate to the emperor. He cannot be close to the 3 teachings. But one cannot be disloyal to the emperor himself. This kind of human blood. Not only will they be kicked out of the yamen, maybe he will turn over his old accounts of framing Zhou Li to punish. But she was right. Her will would not allow her to kneel. She just stood there sweating profusely, motionless. Li Yuan sensed something was wrong, so I hurriedly went downstairs to shake the number. Not long after, he ran up again, panting, said to Xu Qian'an, "I've already exchanged reviews with my colleagues downstairs." When Duke Wei set up a new official, he had an explanation. If someone does not bow or bow on the 5th floor in a row, that must be a heinous crime. Xu Qian'an was very anxious in his heart. "Brother, give me another chance." Li Yuan continued. So Wei Gong gave another chance. A separate 6th level was set up. It's just that no one has ever been to that level. Then he took Xu Qian'an out of the 5th floor, came to a closed room. The 6th level of the qualification test is here. Xu Qian'an stared at the words engraved on the table. Kill all the enemy prisoners and millions of soldiers. The sword at his waist is still fresh in blood. Return with a golden cocoon in hand. The Manchu civil and military did not dare to speak. Su Qi thought with peace of mind. What is this old Wei Tu doing here with this poem? Do you want to be with me? Do Shi, however, quickly dismissed the idea. The poem on the pillar downstairs, and this one. It should all be from the hands of Wei Gong. Both poems contain loyalty to the country, the meaning of coercing officials. Come to think of it, Su Qian was taken aback. The poem is here. It's for empathy. If the heinous man who has no army or no division, really bad temperament, in the contemplation of the mind, he couldn't fight his own heart, forcibly writing empathetic poems. On the contrary, it shows that he still has precious virtues. Wei Yuan is willing to give another chance. Su Qian said loudly. Pen and ink waiting. Li Yuan immediately presented pen and ink. Su Qian took the pen. There is a groan in my heart, although there is no king in my heart. He also disdains to worship God and Buddha, but an out-and-out materialist. I am not a heinous person. I have righteousness in my heart. There are principles under your feet. I've never eaten the people. He has never relied on his identity to extort money. Even if this is the social norm, you have to empathize. I'll write a poem. As you wish. Su Qian'an Lobi at this moment. There is no obstacle in the heart. Written in his ugly handwriting. Loss of ears and deaf ears. Knowing that the sky is difficult to deceive. Li Yuan looked at the 4 sentences on the paper in a trance. He took the rice paper. The questioning of the new official is over. Adults defend themselves. Just before the results are out. Don't leave the yamen. The qualifications of every watchman. All need to be ruled by Wei Gong personally. The villain will send it to Wei Gong. And then, he left the level almost as a run. After waiting for someone to leave, Su Qian felt like he had collapsed. After holding on to the wooden platform for a moment, I also went downstairs. Song Tingfeng smiled and ran up to ask how many times did you kneel. Su Qian wanted to cry without tears. I just want to find a place to rest now. Nicholas Song quipped. I'll give you another tick, girl. Knock on the shoulder and rub the leg. Xu Qian'an smiled and nodded. Then go to the church division and ask for Fuxiang flowers. Kuei Song Tingfeng gave him a blank look. I had this dream when I was younger. Beat the yamen. The top floor of the Curiosity Building. Nangong Chinro sighed with emotion. The weather outside is really good. See the scenery from here. It's no more fun than when you hide indoors and read a book. Guarantee for Gongdan. There are fewer and fewer books to read. I've recently heard that Si Tianjian has an extra blue book. It records the nature of all things in heaven and earth. I'm curious. Yang Yin will be the day of His Majesty's ancestor worship in another 10 years. Inform down. Intensify patrols in the inner city. Reduce trade in the inner city. Yang Yin nodded. Nangong Chinro asked her father-in-law. You really don't plan to ask for the position of the head of the household department. Install your own people. Wei Gong still said with a salty face. This is a necessary concession. Then, the clerk came in with Xu Qian's information. Wei Gong. At this time, the qualification test results and household registration of the new causeway. Please be clear. Wei Gong took a look. The opening is soft. When you first answered the question, you used a few departments. Nangong Chinro raised her chin and said, 15 shi. Yang Yin is 19 shi. Wei Gong said with a smile. This new gong is 12 shi. Nangong Chinro proudly gave a good evaluation. Yang Yin said lightly that he could solve the tax and silver case in a short period of time. It's not surprising to have this intelligence. Wei Gong went on to say that the officials who were holding the peace were stunned for about 5 breaths. Nangong Chinro blew up directly. That's impossible. And Yang Yin, who has always been calm, is not calm at the moment. Other words, there is only 7 breaths of time to think. What a sharp mind. Yang Yin walked in front of Duke Wei Dao Dao. Give it to me. Each golden gong is in charge of 7 prostitutes. Li Yuchun is Xu Qian'an under Yang Yan. In this way, he became a person under Yang Yin and Jin Luo. Nangong Chinro said disdainfully. That kid, it's the kid who spoke wildly at the entrance of the stargazing tower that day. Wei Gong smiled and said that this person was recommended by the eldest princess. Although it is refining, strive for the pinnacle. But I see that his mind is alive. He's a man who can do things. He was allowed to join the watchmen. Just at this time, the cold glint in Wei Yuan's eyes flashed. Nangong Chinro noticed something unusual. Ask your father-in-law. What happened to you? But when he saw what Wei Yuan was holding in his hand, Xu Qian's evaluation, he was also taken aback. Questioned the new crown walked to the 5th floor in one breath. It's a crazier boy than me. What to do with the father-in-law? Wei Yuan directly pulled out the paper at the bottom. The paper is written in ugly font. Urshier Road knows that it is high. On the next thing, heaven is hard to deceive. Wei Yuan's pupils. The book emperor stared at the 2 paragraphs with a fixed gaze. I didn't speak for a long time. Nangong Chinro disdained Daowa. Urshier Road knows that it is high. Doesn't he also eat official meals? This kid is really arrogant. Wei Yuan said lightly, waiting for the future to one day. The little gong rose to the golden gong. Argue with him yourself. Nangong Chinro was slightly surprised. The father-in-law felt that the kid would be able to become a meridian in the future. Wei Yuan smiled and said that the 3 religions have their own rules. Warlocks are dragged down by the luck of the world. The same goes for witch bones. In the world, only Takefu is the purest. Although I hate the warrior to commit all the offenses with all his might. But I have to admit it. The more rebellious the warrior, the more courageous you are. There is no respect and no fear in the heart. To dare to turn things upside down. Unruly and untamed as a martial artist. Mind the world as a hero. The great man of chivalry. For the country and the people. After speaking, he was on Xu Qian's evaluation. The word Jiashang was written since the establishment of the Watchmen. There are only a handful of people who have received this evaluation. Somewhere in a secret room for the watchman, Li Yuchen pointed to the barrel and said, "Strip naked." Sitting in, Xu Qian'an suppressed the excitement in his heart. It's finally time to step into the qi refining realm. Li Yuchen asked, "You haven't broken your body, are you?" Xu Qian'an nodded. Rhetorical question. You are the divine refining mirror. Behind the divine refining mirror is copper skin and iron bones, right? The name is not good. Why not call it a diamond mirror? Li Yuchen sighed and said that the three products of Buddhism are called King Kong. Xu Qian was stunned. Then ask about the many cultivation systems in the world. But which one is the strongest? Li Yuchen gave him a blank look. They all consider themselves to be the strongest. Xu Qian understands in seconds. But there is one consensus among all systems in the world. That's the coarsest answer. The top must not be on the table. Xu Qian'an, because Takeo only has strange powers. But there is no divine will, right? Li Yuchen said lightly. And that's just the surface. There's an even bigger secret here. It involves the secrets of the online practice system. Li Yuchen asked in your cognition. Etiquette is not the limit of the system. Xu Qian wondered if it wasn't it. Li Yuchen shook his head. Not exactly. The grades of the major cultivation systems were originally vague. There are no such clear standards. Until the old age of the saint. Divide the world's cultivation system into 9 grades. And then it has been used ever since. But the saint did not put himself in the ranks. Except for the saints. There are also 4 outside the grade. They are the god of Ceres, the god of witches, and the Taoist and the Buddha. They are known as invincible. Immortality and immortality. Now Xu Qian understood. Then I asked, I heard that the saint only lived to be 82 years old. According to the head-to-head version, he should live forever. So there's no exaggeration in this. Li Yuchen couldn't answer a little. Other systems have the existence of beyond grades. But Takeo didn't. A martial artist is the sin of the world. Xu Qi was relieved. So everyone thinks that Takefu is a crude system. But he did notice a problem. No, there are no warlocks in Tianjin. Li Yuchen nodded. But there's no denying it. Warlocks are the most contributing of all systems. This knowledge point, Xu Qian knows. Warlock 9 pins. It is the rejuvenation of the doctor's hand. Save lives. Warlock 7 pins. It's a feng shui master. Participate in the terrain. Cemetery objects were selected for the common people and the princes and nobles. Quality home to make outstanding contributions. Warlock 6 pins. Alchemists greatly contributed to the development of society. It meets the material needs of the people. Among them, Song Qing is one of the best. He worked hard for the cause of teaching. Furthermore, Tianjin's warlock was responsible for updating and formulating the yellow calendar. Compared to other systems, the warlock is simply an example for the country and the people. At this time, Xu Qian frowned. My body suddenly started to hurt. Li Yuchen said lightly that it hurts. Washing semen and marrow. Another stick of incense. You'll feel like you're being slashed by 1,000 cuts. That is when I will open the gates of heaven for you. Xu Qian nodded. Our Emperor, Your Majesty. For more than 20 years, he has devoted himself to cultivation. It's for immortality. Today, the saint has enshrined a character Dao Gu as a national teacher. But he has been contemplating the Tao for more than 20 years. This is something that the whole country knows. There are even down-and-out literati. Wrote about the misanthropy of His Majesty the Emperor and the stunning Dao Gu. I know you don't like that, so I'll skip this paragraph. Xu Qian continued. Although Takeo does not have a transcendent existence, but it should be able to prolong life. Why chase ethereal immortality? Li Yuchen asked rhetorically how long it took you to practice. 17 years is a bit slower. Children of a family with sufficient resources. At the age of 16, you can refine the peak. Take into account the issue of physical development. 15 years old is the limit. But even those children of the family, it may not be possible to successfully step into the wonderland of alchemy. Because in addition to the perseverance of playing the Olympics every day, in front of them is also the level of beauty. The more bells ring the keystone, the easier it is to fall into beauty. And the alchemy mirror is only the beginning of the martial arts system. How difficult it is to reach the high-quality realm and prolong life. Xu Qian'an looked like I understood. I thought about the incense in my heart. The girl must have scolded me sooner or later, and I was not as good as a beast. I'll tell him tonight what a whip is. Lost suddenly. Xu Qian'an's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The pain was faster than he could endure. Li Yuchen looked indifferent. It's almost time to go. The effect of the medicated bath is to stimulate your body. Awaken the sleeping opportunity. It is very difficult to open the gates of heaven. I'm a good qualification. You only need to move the trigger in your body for 3 weeks. You'll be able to find a sense of engagement for yourself. From then on, both inside and outside. The worse the qualification. The more the gas engine is running, the more often it is running. And the limit for a normal person is 9 Sundays. If you can't find yourself on the 8th Sunday, then you are not suitable for the path of the 5 husbands. The golden light in Li Yuchen's hands flashed. Staring at Xu Qian'an, I am looking forward to your qualifications. Then he pressed his hand on Xu Qian'an's head. Xu Qian'an felt a warm current pour from the top of the head into the gallbladder acupoint, wander around the limbs and hundreds of corpses. After walking for a week, self-agitating starter. Get rid of the escort. I flew solo. Li Yuchen was slightly surprised. It's just a week of operation, and you can find your own cheetah. The same is true for Xu Qian'an. It seems like a pretty simple one. Li Yuchen was speechless. You run it yourself for a few weeks, try it. I'll look at the situation. Then Xu Qian'an felt it. There's a new force running around in my body. Wait until a week of running. Xu Qian'an stretched comfortably. But the result was that the gas engine was accidentally released. Knocked out the windows. This is a divine sound that only exists in the early stage of Qi training. Li Yuchen was shocked. This little brother is a bit perverted. He said to Xu Qian'an, you continue to run Zhodiyan. Carrying is a powerful way to cultivate. At the same time, we must not relax the polishing of the body. After saying that, he went out. At this moment, his heart was shocked. I have met a peerless genius. Yes, his qualification test is over. I'll go and ask Wei how many people are there. If it is above, maybe you can get promoted to the first class. The first class is a golden gong. Qualifications. He will become the target of the key training of the watchman. But he has not experienced the test of combat strength. The above is not possible. It's thinking too much about yourself. The 7th floor of the Haoqi building. Li Yuchen gave up. I've seen Wei Gong. Wei Yuan laughed. Speaking of you, congratulations on your luck with the talent. A worry flashed in Li Yuchen's heart. This should refer to Xu Qian'an. Duke Wei praised him so much. But I haven't put the thing about running a week yet. Tell him. But he still said respectfully. The villain wants to know Xu Qian'an's rating. By the way, I reported a small matter to Wei Gongyu. Duke Wei took out Xu Qian'an's commentary and showed it to him. Then he said softly, you take him under your command. You really should know his rating. But don't overthink it. Don't worry too much about it. It's good to have a normal heart. Of course, don't spread it out all over the place. Can wait for Li Yuchen to see the word Jiashang. Still scared and jumped. He has been on an errand in the Gingren organization for more than 10 years. I've never seen anything commented on by Jiashang, even if it's a golden gong qualification. It's just fake. Xu Qian'an is in the alchemy realm. The combat power level is not eligible for the test. Other words, he relied on only 2 tests. I got a fake qualification evaluation. Wei Gongdan said, the gas is tight-lipped like a bottle. What do you have to tell me? Xu Qian'an also has times when he wants to cry without tears. Just the first day of work. I encountered hard stubble. Wei Yuan took a sip of tea, said lightly, "Do you have anything else to report?" Li Yuchen let out a breath. "Dao, I have opened the door of heaven for Xu Qian'an. According to the rules, he received 400 taels." Wei Yuan said lightly, "Go back. Talents with fake qualifications have resources tilted. If you open the gate of heaven, you will have to charge a fee. What's the point of being barren?" Li Yuchen nodded. Wei Yuan glanced at him, laughing at how talented he is. A few weeks of looking for the spirit. Li Yuchen bowed respectfully. Then the allowed voices said for a week. Nangong Qianro immediately exploded, looked at Li Yuchen in disbelief. Even Yang Yan's eternal paralyzed face. There was also a rare look of shock. And Wei Yuan, who has always been elegant and gentle, was also in a trance. Then, Chen Shang, you go down. The three of them watched Li Yuchen leave like this. No one spoke. After a long time, Yang Yin looked at Wei Gong. "Do you need special attention?" Wei Yuan shook his head, and there was no need to pull out the seedlings to help them. "Let's watch." Then he looked at Nangong Qianro, said that you are not much different in age from him. He can't compare to you now. "I can't say for sure." Nangong Qianro nodded helplessly. Li Yuchen came out of the Curiosity Building. "Along the way, I met a few silver luo." Masterly laughed like this. Li Yuchen subconsciously touched his face. "I found that the corners of my mouth were almost cracked to the base of my ears." So he waved his hand and said the little thing. On the other side, Xu Qian was visibly aware. The benefits of the operation of the qi machine to the body. Let the cells become more active. Let the spirit be more and more vigorous. Physique and strength are skyrocketing in a state of euphoria. And this state continues. He felt like he could hit 10, but he also found out the second uncle didn't take it seriously at all when he was talking to him before. If only he had done his best. "I'm afraid I'll die on the spot." In the inner hall of Su's house, since Xu Qian was taken away, the family got together to discuss what to do. Just looking at Lin Yu's anxious look, just know that they haven't thought of any good way. The aunt scolded her son irritably. "Don't walk around. The shaking gave me a headache." Then he looked at Su Pingxi. "It's better for you to run and run than to sit dry." Su Xinyan said helplessly. "It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter if you run. Now even beating people. I don't know the purpose of taking away the eldest brother." The aunt scolded the little rabbit cub. "You know how to cause trouble. You know how to cause trouble." At this time, Lao Zhang of the door shop hurriedly ran in, and the old man. Dalang asked people to come back with words. Said that he had become a watchman. "I'm not going home tonight." The family was a little dazed at the moment. Xu Qian became a changer. Xu Qian's office in Yamen. "I got a piece of clothing, a waistcard, a gong, and a standard long knife." Song Tingfeng pointed to the gong on Xu Qian's chest, laughing at this gong. It is a standard magic weapon that belongs exclusively to the watchman. It serves two purposes. One is tied to the chest. It can be used as a shield. Hold on to the vital points. It can resist the power blow of the God-refining Mirror Master. The second is to strike the gong surface. The concussive sound waves can shake the spirit of the enemy. It can have negative effects such as dizziness and headaches. Sounds so average. Su Qi's heart moved, and Song Qing sent him a heart guard. However, it can resist the 3 attacks of the God-refining Mirror Master. Copper skin and iron bones once. "Isn't this an enhanced version of the gong?" Su Qian asked. "This is produced by C. Tianjian." Nicholas Song nodded, "Of course. Magic weapons can only be refined by C. Tianjian's 4-rank array master. You're going to be here on time tomorrow. Say you'll follow us in the future. The minimum number of people in the Watchman squad is 2. Up to 4 people. Defend different areas of the capital. It is usually rotated every 3 days. Each rotation is a random assignment of regions." At this time, a clerk hurriedly came over and said, "Lord Song, Master Zhu Li Yingong summoned. Li Yuchen's office is called Chunfeng Hall. Su wife and glanced inside the hall. It's clean and smell-free. The texts are neatly arranged. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Brother Chun is such a delicate old man. Li Yuchen pushed a file to the table. There are traces of demon fog in Daoingshan in Taikang County. Ate a lot of people. You go for a run. Find out if the demon fog realm is not high. Kill on the spot. The people of the 6 doors of the government will cooperate with you. The handler was already waiting outside the yamen. Xu Qian'an, you also go and gain some experience. Didn't you fail to do the combat power test? That's a real fight. Xu Qian'an wanted to cry. Is he a European emperor or a non-chief? This kind of thing happened as soon as I took office. There are 2 Fuwa counties in the capital, Taikang and Chang'an. There is a big yellow mountain in the north of Taikang County. The main peak is more than 1,000 meters high. Mountains stretch across the country. The stone base is rich in limestone, feeding hundreds of gray foxes in the surrounding area. Ashwagandha are artisans who collect lime. Starts in the middle of the year. The rivers in the Great Yellow Mountain area have produced a monster. He often goes ashore to devour living people. There have been a lot of gray households that have died in the mouths of monsters. Criminal investigation veteran Xu Qian'an was a little puzzled after reading the file. That's gone. Lack of details. This should be the case that was just reported. Therefore, they need to investigate and improve the file. At this time, Li Yuchen glared at Xu Qian'an and said that Su Ningyan was equipped with a knife. It's only 2 inches up. The position of the gong tai is not correct enough. Tilde an inch to the left. Su Qi is relieved to slander the neuropathy in the abdomen. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is in the advanced stage, but it's still hard on the mouth. Walk out of the Spring Breeze Hall. Just cross the threshold. Xu Qian'an suddenly felt a pimple under his feet. It's a damn familiar feeling. Naturally, he lowered his head and picked it up. The silver was found to be heavier than ever. Inside the hall, Li Yuchen took out the money bag that was in the box. He frowned sharply. I found that I had lost 3 pieces of silver. 3 people were outside the yamen of the watchman. I saw Jin Zhaofu's catch. There are also 3 people. The leader was a woman. His name is Lu Qing. 6 people rode in a horse-drawn carriage. It's just that the air is filled with the smell of embarrassment. Xu Qian'an glanced at them secretly. It was found that they were a qi refining purifier, a lineup of 2 alchemy nets. And Lu Qing was also looking at Xu Qian'an. He recognized Xu Qian'an. It is because the tax and silver case was also handled by the Zhao mansion at the beginning. Lu Qing felt that the person in front of him was quite a lot. Has the ability to persuade Lord Fu Yin many times on his own. Recruit him to serve in the government. Didn't expect Xu Qian'an to become a fighter. Speaking of which, Xu Qian'an didn't know until now. Why was the tax and silver case not transferred to the criminal department? Instead, the government and watchmen cooperated to handle the case. Because Zhou Shilang of the criminal department and the household department frowned. There are fellow parties. These details have only now become apparent. At this time, Nicholas Song said the content of the dossier was simple, and there are a lot of details that are not clear. The case was taken over by your government first. Let's talk to each other. Lu Qing nodded and said, the monster appeared in June and July. In the beginning, the local profligacy was often missing. When the family is looking for it, the monster's paw prints and blood stains were found near the river. After that, one after another, the gray households disappeared. There are also more and more paw prints on the banks of the river. The local village chief gathered the gray households, cast a net in the river. I'm going to hunt down monsters. But it didn't work out. Fishing nets can be easily bitten. Su Qi said with peace of mind, this is an amphibian monster. Song Tingfeng asked with a frown, I am puzzled. Why is the incident of June and July only on the list now? Lu Qing said lightly that the monster only devoured the gray fox of Jingshan. There was no attack on the village. So at first, Taikang County Ling didn't care. until more and more people die. Only then did the catchers be sent to join forces with the gray fox to hunt and kill monsters. But nothing came of it. As the reconnaissance approaches, not only did he not deal with the case, instead he planned to take it down. The ash households did not dare to go up the mountain to burn ashes. But taxes still have to be paid. There's really no way. He avoided the river and took a long detour into the mountains. But it turned out to be an accident. The more than 20 people who went into the mountain to burn ashes never returned. There is really no way to do it in the vicinity. I sued the government. Xu asked his wife, "Do you have a map of Daoingshan and nearby villages?" Lu Qing nodded, considering that the realm of monsters was unknown. "We're going to do our own first. No local splurge. So, as not to be able to take care of the accident." Xu Qian'an took the map. "Unfold slowly. This is a fish survey map of the Dahuang Mountains." After a moment of careful viewing, Xu Qian'an said, "I have a guess. There was a pattern in his attacks on the people. Or rather, there is a strong sense of purpose. This may not be a simple monster rebellion. At first, he just devoured the gray fox near the river. Then the scope began to expand. It radiates outward from both sides of the river, until the pure mountain is swallowed and restored. It's not just for predation. First of all, the river of Daoingshan stretches for hundreds of miles. There is no shortage of fish and shrimp in Hanoi. The choice of food for the beast is determined by the environment, and not to their own taste. If there is no shortage of food around, he's not going to go any further. In order to eat a bite good, he went into the mountains to hunt and eat the people. Secondly, if he is a wise monster, and he just likes to eat people, then he would not have turned a blind eye to the nearby villages. But he didn't. He only devoured the squandering that entered the vicinity of the Great Yellow Mountain. According to behavioral psychological analysis, it's a conscious drive. Everyone was shocked. Lu Qing pondered. Could it be that there is something in the Great Yellow Mountain that he cares about? A group of people soon came to the river that flowed through the foot of the Great Yellow Mountain. Xu Qian'an looked at the ground, said that these are the footprints of monsters. At this time, Lu Qing stretched out an explosive in front of Xu Qian'an. "For the three of you." Xu Qian'an took it. Lu Qing pointed to the front and said that it was centered on paw prints. "Let's go nasty and drop explosives packets. You go upstream. See if you can force the drug out of the river." The Daebon dynasty was very strict in the management of gunpowder. Not only the recipe is kept secret, even the materials needed to make gunpowder. It was also monopolized by the imperial court, even if it is a fast hand such as a watchman and a young man. I only know a little about the composition of gunpowder. It's still a show. Both sides will be fried. The medicine bag ignited and threw into the river. A dull explosion sounded. Immediately, the river splashed several feet high. A group of people on the shore were waiting for them. It seems that as soon as the monster appears, they will not hesitate to come forward and fight. But after a long time, the water calmed down again. The monster I wanted to see didn't appear. Xu Qian sighed. It would be nice if there was a warlock from Xitianjian to help. You can lock the location of the monster at once. Nicholas Song pouted. The warlocks of the Daoists heavenly sword are better than us. The nobler are only under the command of the holy. Don't expect to be able to take care of them in this kind of small case. Xu Qian wanted to laugh when he thought of the group of white clothes. The warlock of Xitianjian is noble. How I don't think. After the rendezvous of the two sides, Song Tingfeng pointed to the mountain forest road in front of him. He's not going to come out. My suggestion is to go into the mountains and have a look. Xu Qian added. First, check the area where the gray farmers collect the limestone. Not long after, they arrived at the main peak of Dahuang Mountain, the main collection area of the gray household. Song Tingfeng looked at Lu Qing. We have been searching for so long. Not a single thing of value was found. If the monster does not go out of the water to search the mountains, there is not enough manpower. What do you suggest for fish catchers? At this time, Xu Qian said to choose one person. Go to the village chief of a nearby village. The rest are left here. If there is no harvest, I'm in charge of going to the heavenly prison to find the warlock." The three were speechless. "Big brother, don't just drink. Eat some food, and you won't get drunk like this. The warlocks of the heavenly prison will listen to you." After a long time, the capture of Jingzhou Mansion returned with an old man. This old man is the village chief of Hegu village outside Dafeng Mountain. When he came up, he said in an excited tone, "You don't come again." The people in the village couldn't open the pot. Lu Qing stared at him. The look of majesty is dignified, and the official asks you. In the end, more than 10 people who entered the mountain died. The village chief pointed to the south of the mountains. "It is entered from the opposite direction of the river." Nicholas Song's heart moved. There is also a kiln for burning ash on the side. The village chief hurriedly waved his hand and said, "There are Taoist priests. There just isn't this side to hide." Lu Qingchun ascended the road and took us there. Half an hour later, the group came to the foot of a mountain. Xu Qian'an suggested going into the kiln to have a look. A few people took local materials. Torches were lit. Enter the earthen kiln cautiously. Walking and walking, Xu Qian'an and the others realized that something was wrong. "Where is this kiln?" "It is clearly a tunnel dug by the population." Song Tingfeng sighed. "The kiln doesn't need to be dug so deep. It's clearly digging something. There are no traces of smoke and fire on the stone walls." Lu Qing glared at the village chief and asked what was going on. The village chief was also a little confused. Said he didn't know. Xu Qian'an held a torch. "Observe the white or on the ground. It doesn't seem to be lime eye." Xu Qian'an pinched it gently. The white or was crumpled into powder by him. He held a torch. Sprinkle the powder onto the flame. The next moment, the torches burst into flames. Bright yellow with a dull purple tinge. Everyone was taken aback by Xu Qian's operation. Lu Qing just wanted to open his mouth to blame. Saw Xu Qian pinching the powder in his hand. The pupil shrank slightly and said that this is eclipse. Nicholas Song frowned. "What is digestion?" Xu Qian said loudly. He was the main material for making gunpowder. Nicholas Song heard this. "I was in place." Gunpowder is Taiho's secretary, one of the means to deter the countries of the four seas. But all formulations and materials related to gunpowder. Dafeng is very strictly controlled. Saltpeter ore was discovered in Daoists, and there are traces of mining. Song Tingfeng's face was extremely serious. "Now I have to go back to the capital immediately and report the matter." Lu Qing glared at the village chief. The command road was tied up and taken away. The village chief knelt on the ground and shouted that he had been wronged. Xu Qian thought that the village chief should not know. Otherwise, it wouldn't have brought us here. So the reason for the recovery of drug expulsion is disappearing madness. Xu Qian walked while thinking. Suddenly, Lu Qing shouted loudly to Xu Qian. Watch out when Xu Qian is combing through various thoughts. A whirling sound broke through the air. He didn't have time to respond. Xu Qian felt like he had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. The force of the impact sent him flying. But fortunately, there is a gong grid on the chest. Blocked the fatal blow. Otherwise, this will already be the finale. Xu Qian's momentum is unabated. It flew out like a kite with only a broken string. A large area of forest along the way was shoveled by Xu Qian. Life and death are unknown at the moment. The crowd didn't have time to react. Xu Qian disappeared from view. Zhu Guangxiao kicked the village chief into the grotto with a leg sweep. Song Tingfeng drew his knife and followed He Dao to roll in. Don't come out. The village chief also knows each other. Know it's dangerous right now, so hide tightly inside. On a boulder on the side of the grotto, lying on his stomach was a monster 2 feet long. The body is covered with heavy nail plates. He has sharp horns on his forehead. The amber pupils shimmered with a cold, brutal light. The next moment, a dark shadow that is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye catapulted out, hit Nicholas' Song directly. Luckily, his body's reaction outweighed his brain. An instinctive backward dodged a heart-piercing blow. Lu Qin drew his broken knife and jumped up. He struck the monster's tongue with a blow. Only then did I realize that the monster's tongue was covered with scales. The monster seemed to feel the pain. Retract the limbs of the long snake. Standing on a boulder with a huge body, condescending to look down on everyone. His cheeks were open. The bloody mouth let out a heavy roar. Nicholas' Song and the others were in a trance for an instant. It felt like someone had hit a mallet on the back of the head. That's when they understood. The monster in front of him has the strength to refine nerves. Nicholas' Song was uncomfortable. He tapped the gong. The next moment, the loud sound of the gong sounded. It's like the evening drum and the morning bell canceling out the sound. After the waves got out of a trance. Respond now. Lu Qing instructed 2 colleagues. You are in the aid of your crossbows. Attack his eyes, jaw, and mouth. These are relatively soft places. Song Tingfeng took off the gong and threw it to Zhu Guangxiao. You're in charge of frontal containment. Be careful yourself. He was secretly anxious. The gong can resist the blow of the alchemy god with all his might. But just now the monster was under Su Ningyin's defenselessness. The sneak attack was successful. Now, Su Ningyin may have been shattered by Yu Li's heart. The unlucky kid seems to have retired as soon as he got to work. Nicholas' Song restrained his emotions. Take off the knife and run wildly. Attack monsters from the side. The Demon Hun member Deng Si wanted to turn around and stick out his tongue. Zhu Guangxiao took the first step to tap Luo Mian, shock the spirit of the monster, and instill the blade at the same time. In the deep roar, he showed his strong sword energy. The arc-shaped knife Qi swept out. The monsters are huge and impossible to dodge. He kept his head down. Resist knife gas with a hard forehead. Then flick your tail. It's like you have eyes on your back. Accurately pumped Nicholas' Song. Lu Qing, who came over on the other side, took the opportunity. A knife stabbed the monster in the abdomen, still avoided by him like an unpredictable prophet. Lu Qing was helpless in the face of such a monster. The dancer or demon of the Eros mirror possessed strong mental energy, can radiate around. Let the surrounding scenery and immortals avoid being trapped in the brain. Any stalking, ambush, or lock-on, or killing intent can't escape the insight of the mirror dancer of love. This is the unique divine will of the Eros mirror. At this time, the monster suddenly turned over. Everyone didn't understand what the hell this monster was doing. For a while, I was a little afraid to come forward and fight. In the woods on the other side, Su Qian is holding Song Qingsong's military mother. After applying poison to it, he aimed at the monster and shot an arrow. It's a pity that he avoided it. It seems that sneak attacks don't work against nerve-refining masters. The safest thing to do now is to keep waiting. Let Nicholas' Song and a few tool people continue to consume monsters, to lower his spiritual senses. And then he had a chance. Use this to kill the divine mirror's divine mirror. Lu Qing is like a vigorous female leopard. 2 powerful long legs rush to fight each other for a lifetime. Finally, stab the tip of the high-frequency trembling knife into the monster's abdomen. Blood-soaked blades. The monster roared in pain. The head bent. The mandible is broken. An empty shadow shot out. Lu Qing's face sank. He couldn't dodge the blow. At this moment, a figure quickly attacked him. Hold the female catcher's head. His plump and muscular body rolled him sideways. Lu Qing didn't seem to have reacted yet. Su wife shouted angrily. Is it possible to increase the salary? You don't want to die. Only then did Lu Qing react. Blurted out in surprise that you weren't dead. Su Qian smiled. I almost confessed. If it weren't for the heart shield that Song Qin gave himself. By the words of the gong alone. His own boy was martyred before he broke. Lu Qin just wanted to speak, and he saw the top of his head splitting down. The monster's tail hurriedly hugged Xu Qian'an. Roll with him to get out of the way. Where he used to lie down. It's been pumped out into a deep ravine. Lu Qin didn't seem to realize it. His face was almost on the side of Xu Qian's mouth. Xu Qian smiled and said, "We are even." You cleared for a few seconds. The heartbeat was also at full speed at this moment. Blushed. Get off, Xu Qian. Seeing the companion did not reprimand. Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng's eyes lit up. Xu Qian took out the bone poison from his arms. And tell them to rub this on the blade. Nicholas Song wondered where you got this thing. It was only then that a huge tongue struck him. Nicholas Song looked back with a feeling. It's just a matter of looking at it. As a result, it was too late for him to think about dodging. Seeing this, Lu Qin directly drew his knife and slashed over. This knife, the knot slashed firmly on the monster's tongue. The monster was stabbed on the tongue. The wound quickly darkened. This is followed by a rancid odor. He looked at Xu Qian in surprise. Your corpse bone poison is effective. Xu Qian smiled. His fighting spirit was also stimulated at this moment. The counterattack begins. The four of them went straight to the monster. The monster suddenly panicked. Sticking out his tongue, he shot at Song Tingfeng. Only this time, was easily dodged by Nicholas Song, who had been prepared. Then pour all your energy into your right hand. A fierce knife slashed at the monster. The monster roared in pain. Zhu Guangxiao seized the opportunity and jumped up. Holding the long sword, it cut horizontally into the monster's abdomen. But then the monster went berserk. A tail sturdily pumped at him. Zhu Guangxiao's ribs were broken a few times. Didn't wait for the monster to breathe. Two more stabs stabbed the monster in the abdomen. Xu Qian and Lu Qin cooperated, dealt a heavy blow to the monster. Blood gushed out from the monster's abdomen like a fountain. He lay on the ground, heavy, gasping heavily. The next moment, I saw his cheeks agitate again. Xu Qian and the others had already prepared. Flying backwards. Distance. Avoid being attacked by long snakes. But who knew that after the monster forced everyone back? Turned, fleeing like claws. He burrowed into the woods, rudely knocking down tree after tree. Forge a path. Lu Qin's face was pale. Can't let him run away if he catches up. Once the monster enters the water, it will be difficult to destroy it again. It's just that they underestimated the monster's desire to survive. When the monster plunges into the river, none of them were able to catch up. It's just that Xu Qian is unwilling to give up. Step out of the air, take out the crossbow from your bosom. Pull the trigger on the position where the monster went into the water. The moment the arrow was fired, powerful gas fluctuations exploded. The surface of the river suddenly exploded with lightning. Between the flints, none of them reacted. Xu Qian completed everything. A few seconds later, a magical scene happened. The surface of the river was covered with blood-colored water. A 2-foot-long monster slowly floated up. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unaware that they have one. Lu Qin turned his head in a daze, looking at the young and upright watchman. He was able to predict the location of the monster after it entered the water, and shoot through the brain accurately. This keen insight and judgment is simply terrifying. Xu Qian shrugged. Respond to his gaze. I've always been lucky. Not much effort. The monster was dragged ashore. The village chief saw that the monster was dead. Be brave enough to come up and output a meal. Xu Qian saw that it was almost there. Ask, I ask you, when was that cave to the south mined? The village chief thought for a moment. That's the kiln left from before. There is not much limestone to the south. The road is not easy to walk. It was abandoned many years ago. Decayed. I don't know when it was mined like this. Xu Qian said again, did people often walk over there before? The village chief shook his head. Xu Qian was speechless. You go back and wait first. Wait for Huya to summon you. A quarter of an hour later, 3 horses pulled the corpse of the monster. Walk slowly on the official road. Song Tingfeng rode his horse closer. Xu Qian. He seems to have a good impression of you. Xu Qian whispered what you wanted to say. Nicholas Song said, Lu Zhutu is quite famous in the 6 gates of the capital. He is still unmarried. Every man, all aspire to be a lone wanderer on a certain road. Isn't it? Lu Qing belongs to the older leftover women in this era. Xu Qian smiled. Then you work hard. Nicholas Song sighed and shook his head. A person like me. It is only suitable to be called Feng Si. Xu Qian said shyly. Even the tree-lined trails you yearn for. Every morning and dusk is hung with hoarfrost. Zhu Guangxiao frowned. I don't understand what the 2 colleagues are laughing at. Xu Qian asked, right? What was your trick just now? Song Tingfeng said that the howling wind sword technique. Xu Qian wondered if you didn't use a knife. Song Tingfeng towered. Who said that the sword can't perform swordsmanship? Xu Qian said yes in his heart. Who said that you can't stab someone without a gun? They talked and laughed. A group of people in front of him came from Mozhang, gathered towards the official road. At the head of the group is the village chief. In the past 6 months, we really can't live anymore. If it weren't for a few adults to eradicate the evil for us. Say something lawless. Can't afford to pay taxes. We can only flee and become outcasts. It's all the eggs our whole village has put together. Sir, please take it. Xu Qian looked at the village chief's worried eyes. The sweeping cloth gray households have yellow and thin faces. He knows. That's what this village is all about. Xu Qian refused from the bottom of his heart. But I don't want to hurt that. The hearts of the poor people who are struggling to eat and wear. Xu Qian finally took the basket of eggs. The people around him smiled. They are genuinely grateful to the eyes. The former of these grown-ups. Xu Qian exhaled heavily. If you insist on not to, and tell them out loud, do not take a stitch from the people. I guess it will frighten them. Spring Breeze Hall. Brother Chun personally sorted out their clothes as a token of appreciation. Then he asked about the saltpeter mine in Daoists. What do you guys think? Song Tingfeng said, according to Su Ningyan's analysis, the drug is consciously driven to recovery. And we found a food mine in the mountains. This is definitely no coincidence. As for the rest, take it easy. If you handle the case, forget it. Xu Qian added, I'm sure now. Drugs drive away the surrounding causes of recovery. It is to monopolize the consumption minerals. There's just a catch. I can't figure out why drugs are targeting consumption minerals. This stuff can be used in addition to medicine. Then there's gunpowder. Li Yuchen heard this. The pupils constricted. The word gunpowder exploded in his heart. He quickly pulled out a piece of rice paper, spread it flat on the table. Then I picked up the pen and wrote the book. After a while, he was muttering in place that it was a demon clan. Song Tingfeng took Xu Qian to the study. Fill out the injury paperwork. You can rest for 2 days after writing this. Nicholas Song pointed to the sky. Taoist Feng Si walked up. Xu Qian looked at Zhu Guangxiao. It doesn't matter what your injuries are. Zhu Guangxiao responded in a deep voice. The women of the Department of Education know how to serve people. Xu Qian was stunned. This means that they will move on their own. Originally, Xu Qian wanted to go home. But second Uncle Su knows that fighting people requires a profession. And the aunt obviously doesn't care about whether she goes home or not. Because he will only hum and chirp at himself all day long. Xu Qian simply followed them to Jiaofeng Temple. Outside the small media pavilion of the Jiaofeng Temple, Song Tingfeng looked at Xu Qian suspiciously. What do you think? There are so many yards in the church division. You don't choose the sky. Brother Ingmei carries Miss Fuxiang's tea around. It was 10 taels of silver, and he rarely accompanies guests. Usually, there are only guests playing tea for a few days in a row, and there is no shore in the wood. Why waste money? Xu Qian pointed at himself and smiled. It's just an eye-opener. Hit the silver around the tea. I'm here. Nicholas Song and Xu Guangxiao smiled. Xu Qian's heart was surging at the moment. Fuka girl. I'm ashamed before I came to the snow. I handed over the silver for the tea round. The three of them took their seats. At this moment a voice came. It was called Xu Qian's pseudonym. A young man in a pale blue shirt stood up. Look around. Is Yangling Yanggongzi here? A middle-aged man dressed as a rich man asked curiously, Brother Tai, who is this Yangling? The young man, who was as pale blue as a mountain, said proudly, The shadow is sparse, and the water is shallow. Dark incense floats in the moon dusk. Have you ever heard this poem come out? It was the current reader. It is called the Yongmei Quatrain, since the ages. Of course, a good sentence that only we readers can make. The rich man wondered, why is the boy looking for someone here? Because of this eternal swan song. It came out in Yin Mei's little brother. This poem was given to Fuxian girl by Yangling and Yanggongzi. The people around couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder that Yin Mei Xiaoga has been a good guest recently. No wonder Miss Fuka always doesn't show up. I heard that Miss Fuxian has easily stopped accompanying guests. The mountain man lamented that Yanggongzi only appeared once in the teaching workshop division. There was no news. Guozijian sent someone to Changle County to find him. The result was no such person. I come to Imei Xiaoga every day just to wait for her. It's not just me. The students in the capital want to make friends with this person. Nicholas Song said, That's good. Fuka girl. It's not a woman we can covet anymore. Xu Qian was a little weak-hearted. Did you inadvertently coax the family? Song Tingfeng said helplessly. It's a pity that you still can't solve the case. If you could be the same as that Yangling. Write a quatrain for the ages. Fuxian girl upside down. Are willing to Xu Qian found the Huadian upside down. I heard that it was okay to prostitute for nothing. The whole person is not calm. Nicholas Song said, Poor scholars can occasionally give furniture to the dusty woman. He's going to be worth a lot. This is a good thing for mutual benefit. And those who were famous at a young age. It is the object of praise by women in the dust. Don't say you don't want silver, even if you are willing to post it upside down. The Ziyang monks of Yunlu Academy were quite talented back then. After winning the top prize, he stayed in the teaching workshop. Not even a penny of money came out in March. Just as the two continued to drink and exchange experiences. A maid who waits for a guest to drink. Xu Qian was discovered. After staring at Xu Qian for a few seconds, a look of ecstasy, he turned away from the drinkers, ran out of the house regardless of the image. Soon after, the costumed Oiran lady appeared. The souls of the diners were hooked all at once. The thickness of Fuxiang's dress is just right. It is not bloated. Highlights the delicate and convex mature figure. It doesn't make people feel coquettish. This is the same as when Xu Qian first saw him. Obviously more particular about dressing. The fragrance lady has a pair of wonderful eyes. Sweep over the guest. There was a pause on Xu Qian. Song Tingfeng was slightly shocked, and Fu Xiang looked at me just now. Zhu Guangxiao was unconvinced and said that he was looking at me. Only Xu Qian was silent, because he knew that Fukuoka was looking at himself. Instead of the two of them. When the incense came up, the diners danced a song. The guests were pleasantly surprised. Su Weifan sighed at this figure. If only I could dance a song to myself in the pure land of bliss. The end of a song. Fuxiang drank a glass of wine, retired with a red face. Xu Qian has a long aftertaste. Dao, if only I could stay in her room tonight. Just two colleagues around me. All mercilessly ridiculed her as a toad. Just as the two colleagues were laughing at Xu Qian, a maid approached. Dao Yanggongzi. My lady invites you into the house for tea. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao were shocked. You call him Ma Mei. Xu Qian waved at them. Tomorrow's day. The gate of the courtyard is not scattered. The eyes of the drinkers in the room widened. They're worth it tonight. Not only did I see the floating incense, what's even more rare is that I also saw the legendary willow. Warm as spring bedroom. Bathtub behind the screen. Xu wife soaked in hot water full of flower petals. Fuka hugged her. I haven't seen you for a few days. Child is getting more and more imposing. Xu wife and supported her goose egg face. Laugh as long as you like. My change was worth it. Fu Xiang blushed. Some shy delight. Will say something nice to coax the slave son. Obviously, they don't look down on me. How can any man hold her all night? Do nothing. Xu wife and took her into his arms. It was a tiring day. Then leaned over and asked in her ear if it was cold. The Orin nodded aggrievedly. Xu Qian pulled him into the bathtub. Fuka screamed in surprise. Fu Xiang lay in Xu Qian's arms. Coquettish said that he hated. He sat on Xu Qian's belly. There is a pair of people talking. Ask him for poetry. Although Xu Qian is a parallel import, but there are many poems in the stomach. Occasionally pop up a few sentences. It made Orin red-faced with excitement. At this time, Fu Xiang asked about Zhou Shilong's dismissal and exile. Did Yang Gongzi hear about it? Xu Qian heard about it. It seems that he was impeached by the Marquis of Weiwu. The Oiran lady raised her charming and amorous face, staring at him. It seems that it is because of the thief of Zhou Gongzi. Kidnapped the concubine of the mighty Marquis. Xu wife and said with half surprise and half emotion. Beauty is a bone scraper. As a veteran of criminal investigation, no one can easily extract information from him. Fu Xiang may be suspicious. It doesn't have to be doubtful. Heart, but certainly curiosity. Because there is no such coincidence. I just finished talking about the old days that day. Zhou Li really shot at the mighty Marquis. I need to strengthen this woman's affection for me. Let her lean toward me from the bottom of her heart, lest one day I tell an official about me. Xu Qian hugged the beauty and said that he saw the girl dancing just now. Suddenly my heart was touched. A few words of vomiting. Laughter this year and next year. Autumn moon, spring breeze, and other leisure. Tears welled up in the Oiran lady's eyes. Crying in a low voice. Is child poking the slave's heart? Child is so ruthless. Next up is the paid content. Let's skip it here. The next day, Xu Qian greeted the two colleagues with a radiant face. Nicholas Song asked enviously, "What does it taste like to be a Fuxiang girl?" The corners of Xu Qian's mouth were very moist. From now on, call me Runjushi. Xu Fuli's family was eating breakfast. Xu Qian's voice came, and I came back. Little Doubting looked out in surprise. Xu Qian hugged the satin, smiled, and bought silk for his aunt and sisters. Auntie is holding her breath in her heart. Lifted his snow-white and pointed chin. Snorted. Little Doubting tugged at the hem of his trousers, yelling at the big brother in his mouth. Big brother, I saw my sister secretly hiding and crying yesterday. Su Ling Yue's melon seed face turned red. In front of your family. It's not easy to behave. Xu Qian smiled at the beautiful girl, then kicked the shuttlecock into the air. Probe and hold it. The aunt was taken aback. Little Bean Ding giggled heartlessly. The second uncle was stunned. You've stepped into the qi refining realm. After breakfast, Xu Qian took the ins and outs of this matter. Tell your family. Xu Xinlian asked the eldest princess. Why would someone be sent to follow you? Xu Qian thought for a moment. Said that maybe the day of the vision of the Yashing School Palace. The eldest princess is also in the academy. I was the only outsider there. It was impossible for him not to pay attention to it. Xu Xinyan said in a deep voice. The eldest princess was very thoughtful. He not only studied at Yunlu Academy for many years. Yu Weiyuan is half a master-apprentice relationship. His chess skills are superb. Recommend women to be watchers. It's not a whim. If the eldest brother is summoned by him in the future, remember to be cautious. Xu Qian nodded heavily. Su Ci, Who could be arrogant? It is so important and fearful. It shows that the eldest princess is not a simple character. At this time, Xu Qian'an raised his proud little chin. Dao, I have stepped into the realm of self-cultivation. The 8 qualities of Confucianism. What is the divine meaning of the self-cultivation realm? As an open-hanging-like system, the 8-rank realm is naturally not too weak. Xu Qian'an's expression was proud, and he said where his will was. Although tens of millions of people have gone to me. The next moment, Xu Qian's heart was full of pride, burst out with the courage to face thousands of troops alone. This inexplicable courage lasted for a quarter of an hour, before it slowly dissipated. Self-cultivation is the process of sharpening one's courage. Confucianism in this realm. Words and deeds are convincing. For example, the eldest brother just felt that what I said made sense. So I will do it unconsciously. In the future, I will become an official in the court. Solving cases is no worse than you. Sue's wife said with peace of mind. No, I'm relying on real skills. You're cheating. This is the equivalent of a courage buff. The prototype of the word. Xu Qian's eyes lit up, looked at Xu Qian'an, and said goodbye shyly. The old big brother usually treats you well. Xu Qian'an didn't wait for him to finish. He brushed his sleeves and left. Xu Qian went back to his small courtyard and took a corner. Suddenly, he was inexplicably awakened. The source that alarmed him. It's a bathroom path hidden under a pillow. A line of small print appears on the prefabricated mirror. It's a message with a number 9. Where are you? Xu Qian stared at the mirror and was stunned for a long time. The mirror spoke. He is a self-aware treasure. What does shell 9 mean? This mirror is called 9. If it's a mirror of self-spirituality, that doesn't ask where you are, because I slept in the same bed as you. Bed sharing every day. Xu Qian stared at the mirror and fell into deep thought. What is a mirror? Treasure in addition to storing items. You can also receive information. And is this information? If yes, then who sent it? And then there is the old way. Why did he give me the mirror? And should I respond? Xu Qian quickly gave up the idea of responding. As long as I pretend I don't have it, then he doesn't have the idea of thinking. In the small restaurant of the moon in the green building, Zhu Xianling pulled Xu Qian and said, You read. You are a person from my yamen in Changle County. Can become a watchman. The blessing of our Changle County. This official used to be very optimistic about you. After saying that, I drank it all. Su Zian once. Zhu Xianling is probably in the officialdom himself. The first person you can trust. At this time, Lao Bao called a group of young and beautiful girls. Take it to a private room. Let the officials choose. The posture is not bad. Zhu Xian ordered Xu Qian to choose very generously. It's just that Xu Qian politely refused. After tasting the sweetness of the beauty of the floating fragrance, he looked down on ordinary women. When Xu Qian left the Xiaya pavilion and returned home, I found that my yard was still brightly lit. When Xu Qian entered the house, discover a beautiful figure. It's Lingyue girl. Xu Qian woke up the sleeping girl. How are you here? After speaking, he immediately glanced at the cabinet next to the bed. There is no sign of the sword being opened. I was relieved. Maybe I can consider writing a diary in English in the future. Su Lingyue was worried about why the eldest brother didn't go home for dinner. Dad said that the eldest brother must have gone to the Qinglu. Xu Qian was speechless, and the second uncle really understood me in pain. No, just normal socializing. I went to the Lightman, so the Yaman invited his colleagues to dinner. Lin Yu's sister breathed a sigh of relief. I see. Now that the eldest brother has already eaten, then I'll go back. It's still hot in the kitchen. Xu Qian was a little moved. In addition to the second uncle in this family, just this sister is the best for him. Xu Qian said, It's not safe to go out and walk at night when it's dark. Big brother will send you. Su Lingyue did not refuse. I saw Xu Qian'an pointing to the wall and saying, "It's close here." Sister Lingyue was suddenly frightened. "But Xu Qian'an doesn't care so much about you." Picked up Sister Lingyue, jumped into the air, and flipped over. Xu Qian'an smiled and looked. I was home all at once. It's just that the girl's heart is beating wildly at this moment. Then he hurriedly pushed Xu Qian'an away. Shameful and angry, he ran away. "Xu Qian'an doesn't care so much about you." I went back to sleep when I was done, but when he just returned to his yard, he had inexplicable heart palpitations again. Throw the bathroom path in your arms. The clean mirror slowly emerges with a line of small words. Where are you? National Anti-Fraud Center. Downloads or not? Xu Qian'an didn't download it. As a result, I received a lot of inexplicable messages. He's smart enough, though. Didn't choose to reply. But the news will come again and again. If you don't solve it, you always feel that it is a hidden danger. Still have to reply to the message. There are 2 reasons to reply. One is that the mirror is now his possession after all. If you can thoroughly understand the function and divine will of the mirror, it was a good thing that was necessary for him. The second is, he suspected that this message was sent by the old Taoist priest. If so, he'll be able to figure it out. Why did the other party give him the treasure? The gift of the unknown is unsettling after all. But how do you enter it? Xu Qian'an tried voice typing. I'm taking a shower. There is no change in the surface of the mirror that can be cleaned. Xu Qian'an changed his approach. Replace the pen with a piece of paper. Right in the mirror. A magical scene happened with this sentence. The mirror symbol is 3. Messages sent. He, in the bath. Xu Qian'an fell in a deep thought at this moment. Convey thinking through touch. Does 3 represent the serial number of my mirror? The other party is wine. He also has a mirror. Wine again, send a message of who you are. Where is senior brother Jean Lien? Dead or alive? How did you get this mirror? You are a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. Xu Qian'an stared at the mirror. It seems that senior brother Jean Lien. It should be the Taoist who gave me the mirror. This 9 calls him a senior brother. The 2 should be in the same door. As for what kind of world the heaven and earth will be in his mouth. There is also the anti-Qing dynasty and the restoration of sight. Xu Qian'an used paper to write the information. I am not a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. This mirror was given to me by an old Taoist priest. Number 9 replied, how do you prove that you are not a member of the Heaven and Earth Society? Give your name to the poor. I'm just a nobody. I don't know where the Taoist who gave you the mirror is. Poor self-pity. The Taoist who gave you the mirror is the senior brother of the poor Tao. This mirror is the magic weapon of our emperor. Since senior brother gave you the mirror, Your Excellency is no ordinary person. I'm sure you've heard of my daimyo of the Earth sect. Xu Qian'an replied, sorry. Nothing. The Daomen is divided into 3 sects, heaven, earth, and man. Xu Qian'an was in good spirits. It turned out to be a person from the Taoist gate. Then replied to the Tao Heaven and Earth Society. Heaven and earth will be a cult. He has coveted the magic weapon of our emperor for a long time. This magic weapon is also called Uncle D. It can be communicated thousands of miles. I received a distress message from senior brother Jean Lien a while ago. Knew that he went to Dafeng capital. Because only to enter the capital. In order to avoid the pursuit of the Heaven and Earth Society. But when I arrived in the capital, lost the contact information of senior brother Jean Lien. Therefore, it was summoned through Uncle D. Only then did I know that he had handed over Uncle D to you. Presumably, the senior brother's condition is very critical. I had to give up Uncle D. To protect yourself. Xu Qian'an was shocked. I mean that. The old Taoist priest threw the pot at me. Number 9 continued. I just don't know where your excellency is sacred. I can let senior brother Jean Lien rest assured that I will entrust my uncle to you. Why can the abandoned uncle protect himself? The people of the Heaven and Earth Society can lock the position of the younger uncle. This matter involves a secret room of my brother's sect. Poor road cannot be informed. Uncle Emperor is the treasure of my sect. I hope that your excellency can return it to the poor road. There must be great dangers in the poor road. Xu Qian's eyes lit up. Then he replied, "How to pay you back?" Xu Qian was a little reluctant. After all, it's a treasure that can be used as a storage ring. But considering that the risks that accompany him are too great, the poor road is in the capital. You can come to you at any time. If you can't believe the poor way, it is up to you to choose the exchange address. What you want. The Taoist chief was polite. It is the duty of the next generation to return things to their rightful owners. It's just that the Golden Lotus Tao elder said to the next at that time, "This is the most precious treasure of heaven and earth. 500 taels of gold were awarded to me. It's not about asking for money. It's just that the treasure is returned to its rightful owner. Naturally, the gold will be returned to its rightful owner. Equivalent exchange. It's been a long time." Number 9 replied, "That's how it should be." Xu Qian was immediately excited. Isn't this a post? Another protagonist of this manga has appeared. That is the little mare under Xu Qian's crotch. The Watchman Yamen is in the inner city. It's too far away from Su's house. If you can't go to work, it's almost time for lunch at the Yamen. Thereupon, Xu Qian rode the mount that was originally Uncle Su. Went to work. Of course, now Xu Qian has become his new master. Spring Breeze Hall. Xu Qian arched his hand. "I want to go to the dark poison vault." The silver gong beside Li Yuchen asked casually, "This is the new man under your hands?" Li Yuchen asked. "What a bottleneck." Li Yuchen Light Island. The following silver luo praises the island. Not bad. That's what the Yamen needs. Young people with potential. That Luo looked at Xu Qian at this time. If you have any questions in the future, you can go directly to Kurihara. The secret poison depot of the Jiagang Yamen is divided into 4 areas. A, B, C, D. The gong can only be consulted in the T-shaped room. The number of documents at the grassroots level of the Assassination Ding clan is also the largest. Because the more you go through, the fewer the number of files. Xu Qian flipped through the information of the Dao men here. The origin of the Dao Gate comes from the Dao Zun. The age of Dao Zun can no longer be verified. Legend has it that Dao Zun was a strange man from ancient times. He gasifies and clears 3 times. They are Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Moral Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, secretly combining the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. This is the origin of the 3 sects of Dao men, heaven, earth, and man. Among them, the 2 sects of heaven and man are as powerful as fire and water. They all claim to be orthodox. I can't wait to knock out the other party's brains. The land sect is the weakest. Literati style. Very low-key. Don't fight for fame and profit. On this, people who don't know think that there are only 2 sects of heaven and man in the Dao men. The salted fish is distressing. This year, the dispute over Taoism is probably the biggest contradiction. The earth worships the moral celestial. What is cultivated is immeasurable merit. They travel the world. Be low-key. Do good deeds without leaving a name. When you get merit, you go. Merit in a sense. It is cognate with luck. So the old Taoist priest of that earth sect. You can see what makes me special. I know that I am a blessed European emperor. He threw the hot potato to me with peace of mind. Xu Qian's heart that wants to kill Jin Lian is gone. Aren't you a meritor? How to clean up some immoral things. That's how he made the association. The odd luck in oneself is also a merit. But the ancestors of the Xu family have been ordinary people for 18 generations. The second uncle's generation has improved slightly. The brothers are still chopping wires with kitchen knives in their hands. Sharpay with sparks and lightning all the way. Good things didn't work. On the battlefield, a lot of people were killed. At this time, the administrator made hot tea and brought it over to chat. Dao Darren is in the information of Chaorin's zone. Xu Qian'an asked rhetorically. The officials of Renzong smiled. Don't you know? Our national teacher is the contemporary Taoist of Renzong. Lord Wei was very displeased with the woman's Daoist. Xu Qian suddenly realized, in the past, it was only known that the saints were obsessed with monasticism today. You can seek immortality. Sealed a fairy-like Taoist aunt as a national teacher. I didn't expect it to be Renzong. The capital is like a small waterhole, but it was crowded with dragons. See Tianjin's warlock, the thief, the sect, and the guard. The Confucian Yunlu Academy. Dabong Military Court Civil Official Group. No wonder number 9 said that the people of the Heaven and Earth Society did not dare to enter the capital. You come in and try it. Try it, just try it. The corners of Xu Qian's mouth twitched. Dao. You can find me the information of the Heaven and Earth Society again. There is also a book from the ground. Do you know the book from the ground? The treasure of heaven and earth. And if I want to go to warehouse number 3, A, B, C, what channels to apply? The original text of the example speaks of warehouses B and C. They correspond to gold gongs and silver gongs. As for the fake word treasury, you can only enter with a handwritten letter from a health worker. However, you are looking for the Tiandahui in the book from the ground. There is a treasury in D. Tiandahui sounds like a Jianghu organization. And Uncle D is the legendary ancient magic weapon. Neither is something classified. I'll go check the manual. Look at where it is. Not long after. So the clerk found the information. There are thousands of organizations on the rivers and lakes. Some of them operate some gray income. They are all quite obedient, willing to submit to the imperial court. Some of the rivers and lakes with particularly profound backgrounds. I don't buy the accounts of the imperial court, but they exist. It also played a role in stabilizing the side. Occasionally, they will spontaneously suppress bandits. Heaven and Earth Society. It is one of the humble organizations in the rivers and lakes. Accounts of him. It first appeared in front of Yijiazi. There was a great drought in Yunzhou that year. The homeless people fell into the grass, plundering the local rivers and lakes. The forces united with the imperial court to suppress bandits. Heaven and earth will be. One of them, Su Weifan. I thought I could exchange the book for a lot of silver, but it was discovered by accident. It seems that I have fallen into a fraud den. Not only did the money not be made, on the contrary, he almost died. He continued to check the information of the Heaven and Earth Society. The world will still seem to be quite narrow, but it could also be for fame. The Heaven and Earth Society is not an active organization. Very little is documented. But since he can force the master of the Earth sect to flee into the capital, it shows that he is a very large and powerful organization. Such an organization can hide the intelligence king of the Watchmen. It also makes sense. Should I report to Brother Chun? Enrich the arsenal of hidden poison against the Watchmen. But that's it. Isn't my 500 tails yellow? Uncle D is such a baby. In case one of the golden gongs takes a fancy to it. What if I just hand it over to the treasury? Xu Qian and the booklet. Open the relevant information of Uncle D. Uncle D is a treasure of antiquity. The origin cannot be verified. I only know that it is the Tao Venerable who cannot be verified in the age of birth. Legacy. Most of these ancient treasures were born from heaven and earth. It is not humanly refined. They have one trait in common. It's the blood that is. Xu Qian'an said, I know this routine. It's not such a boring little routine to go around. He took out the small jade mirror in his arms. Place on the table. With a knife out of the sheath 2 inches. Fingertips press lightly on the blade. Immediately, the red blood poured out, dripping on the surface of the small jade mirror. The blood lingered on the mirror for a few seconds, absorbed by the mirror. The next moment, the scene in front of Xu Qian's eyes began to blur. In its place was chaos. In the chaos, he saw 8 points of light hanging in the chaotic world. These 8 points of light symbolize other mirrors. Plus I have exactly 9 mirrors. Xu Qian's gaze swept over, trying to find number 9, but he didn't know which point of light number 9 belonged to. I ordered it casually. The ball of light followed. The point of light suddenly rippled like a ripple of water. Ripples spread throughout the chaos of it. Xu Qian seemed to be in a dream. The scene in front of you is restored, still in the reception hall of the dark poison vault. But he knew it wasn't a dream, because after the blood is confessed, Jade Xiaojing has some kind of wonderful connection with him. Then, a line of words slowly emerges from the mirror. Don't believe in number 9. Then send 3 times in a row, don't respond. It's the seriousness of the matter. Quiet reception hall. Xu Qian stared at this sentence. A cold sweat broke out on his spine. Unspeakable fear pervades my heart. This number 6. It should be the point of light I just clicked. What did he mean by that? Number 9 is lying to me. If number 9 is lying to me. And why? Number 6 now that I know that number 9 lied to me. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If the number 9 is not credible, that number 6 is equally doubtful. Lao Tzu doesn't believe anyone. Xu Qian took a deep breath. Enter information on paper. Who are you? Why do you say that number 9 is not credible? You are a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. Yes or no, reply number 6. Yes. Xu Qian was silent for a few seconds. Write what you just said. The book from the ground belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Number 9 is a member of the Earth sect. They are a bunch of ferocious and brutal madmen. Unreasonable. You must never have contact with them. I am afraid that my life will be feared. Xu Qian replied. How do you know I'm connected to the 9th? Fragment 3 was banned by the people of the Earth sect. Cut off the ability to transmit to and from us. And the people of the Earth sect can lock number 3 through the number 9 shard. That's why the Golden Link Dao commander discarded the fragments. The reason for the transfer to you. Xu Qian suddenly figured out a lot of things. No wonder number 9 is in no hurry to urge my things to return to their original owners. And give me the initiative. Let me pick the location. No wonder yesterday I asked the 9th. The people of the Heaven and Earth Society. Is it possible to borrow a book from the ground to lock my location? Instead, he changed the subject. I choose to trade. He can eat black and eat black. Kill me, I don't choose. He can also stall for time if he chooses a trade. Until I lock my location. Xu Qian's scalp was numb, and he burst into foul language in his heart. On the 6th, he continued to send a message that Uncle D was won. We can still pass the hand in. See your communication with the 9th. Until you confess the Lord with a drop of blood. A connection was made with me. I hope you can return the fragments of the book to heaven and earth. If you are not at ease, I'll give you an address. You get people to be sent there. Xu Qian looked at the news and was disgusted. Lao Tzu's 500 tales of gold are gone. Now I can't believe anyone. Number 6 is not necessarily a good person. Maybe it's also anti-routine. If you are so easy to fool, the police academy was in vain. Xu Qian replied. The book from the ground is a treasure of the Heaven and Earth Society. Number 9 is the person of the emperor. Could it be that the emperor covets the emperor's uncle? According to the internal information of the Watchman, Uncle D is the treasure of the Dao Min Emperor sect, and the Heavenly Emperor Society is just a Jianghu organization. There is clearly something wrong with this statement. On the 6th, he continued to send news that Uncle D was the treasure of Emperor Zhou. But that was before. He now belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. And the Heaven and Earth Society was formed by some of the people of the Earth sect. Together I said, this matter involves a secret of the Earth sect. I'm not from the Earth sect. Inconvenient to disclose. I understand. Leave an address. Yangshui Street in the inner city. The house opposite Zhang's silk shop. A loquat tree was planted in the precincts. Xu Qian had completely regained his composure at this time. I took a sip of the tea that was gradually losing its temperature. At the moment, he has 3 options in front of him. The first is to recognize number 6. Then send the mirror back. He can pay someone to deliver it. There is no need to consider the identity of number 6. And not afraid of the lock of the knife. I got out of it myself. The second is to trade with number 9. The downside is that you may face the danger of eating black and eating black. The good thing is that once you bet right, 500 taels of gold in hand. The third is to hand over the handover of the book to the more people, in exchange for meritorious service on this. The ancient Jibao Yamen must have been happy to accept Wei Yuan. The great eunuch would never sit idly by. I just joined the watchman. There is no credit. There are no resources. Just in time, you can exchange the book for a splendid future. After making up your mind, Xu Qian'an put the contents of the book from the ground. All of them were taken out. Curiosity building, ground floor. Xu Qian'an strode forward, said and quickly told Wei Gong. Xu Qian'an has a major incident report. But the doorman looked at him on the gong. If you have something, go to the prostitute directly under you. Xu Qian'an's temper suddenly went up, and Luo was not there. The situation is urgent. Go quickly. He didn't plan to let more people know about it. Heaven and earth will also be good. It's okay to go to the sect. These are big forces. They may not dare to retaliate against the violators. But I have a family, so you have to downplay your own traces in this matter. Let the people of the Heaven and Earth Society and the Earth sect ignore themselves. Curious about the top floor of the building, standing in the observation hall, was dressed in green clothes. Wei Yuan turned his head. What is the matter of gentleness? Xu Qian'an didn't dare to look directly. Bow your head slightly and look at Duke Wei. There is a major discovery in the lowly position. Here's a notice. As he spoke, he took out the jade path from his arms. Chen Dao said that this is a book from the ground. It is the treasure of the Taoist disciple sect. Wei Yuan was stunned, staring at the trail how you got him. Xu Qian'an did not hide it. But how to get the mirror, how to receive information, and what happened in the dark poison vault. Tell the eunuch as it is. Wei Yuan smiled and said that he was worth 500 taels of gold. Xu Qian'an was speechless. Isn't it strange that you're focusing on something? Then he laughed. The villain only seeks benefits within reasonable limits. Wei Yuan's gaze fell back on the mirror. Then, a line of words emerged from the mirror, and it was thought through. When to trade. The corners of the eunuch's mouth twitched. Throwing the mirror to Xu Qian'an. The mirror has already dripped blood to recognize the Lord. Only you can reply. Tell him that the place of the trade is in the inner city. Guiyue Lu Luanfeng and Ming room. The time was set an hour later. Xu Qian'an immediately replied in the mirror. Number 9 immediately replied. You didn't reveal your identity and address. Good response. Go down, someone will do it. Xu Qian'an asked in his heart. Then my 500 taels of gold, no. The merit is just that he didn't dare to say it. Gray left the book and retreated. Originally, Xu Qian'an planned to go to Guilin to listen to the song. Soothe yourself the feeling of losing 500 taels and mirrors. The reason why I came to the workshop division. The main thing is that the distance is close. Definitely not because of the hook. It costs thousands of silver to eat and listen to music. And the floating incense is free here. If you still don't believe me, then I'll take the personality guarantee. A total of 500 taels were given. Xu Qian'an is eating or sleeping, all thinking about it. This doesn't matter how the beauty in her arms teases. He just didn't react. That's not to say he can't. You see for yourselves. Xu Qian'an pondered the content of my chat with number 9. How did number 6 know? Shard 3 is banned. So, unable to receive messages from other shard holders. Could it be that other holders can see it? This book from the earth is an ancient version. QQ All City. I knew that after the blood was confessed. I'll try to add friends one by one. This Heaven and Earth Society seems to have a relationship with the Earth sect. Could it be a sectarian split? After a while of groping with the dollar in his arms, Xu Qian'an's train of thought was interrupted. I don't care about anything else. It's important to get down to business. Next up is the paid content. I'll skip it here. Guiwa Building, Luanfeng, and Mingya Room. A man in a black power suit walked in. There was a knock outside the door between Luanfeng and Mingya. A faint voice came from inside. Let's come in unlocked. Inside sits a Scarface. He was a death row prisoner in the Yamen. Scarface looked at the black who came in. The man in the robe was dressed like him. I definitely can't get into the infield. 80% of them were secretly replaced when they entered the Laurel Tower. There may also be weapons hidden in the robes. The black-robed man stretched out his hand and asked. Scarface said lightly, I seem to have said it. I spent 500 taels of gold on this mirror. He added in his heart. What a mirror! The special mothers asked for 500 taels of gold. The black-robed man pulled out a stack of silver tickets. Shoot on the shore. Still cherish words like gold. Open the mirror. Scarface handed him the book directly. At the same time, he took the silver ticket. I thought that the task given to me by the watchman was completed. As agreed, the watchman wants to let himself go and erase all previous charges. Just suddenly, Scarface saw the black-robed man puff up his chi and attack him. Fortunately, I was prepared. After he dodged a blow, I'm going to break the window and go out. It's just this time. He saw where he had been sitting. There was a figure sitting upright. The next moment his head flew up. The black-robed male judge laughed. Turn around and walk out of the private room. Took a certain tea shed. The black-robed man rode a fast horse. It took me an hour to get here. He took out the handbook, respectfully handed it to the old man in front. The Dao gang leader was fortunate to be killed. The gang leader Ning Mao looked into the distance. You brought back an enemy. As soon as the words fell, there was a whistling sound. The helper picked up the black-robed man, flipped in the direction of the whistling sound. The next moment, the black-robed man exploded in the air. Suddenly, the air around them was filled with the smell of blood. After a gust of wind, a figure slowly appeared behind the blood mist. The helper stared at him. Dao, you are a dog by Tsing Yi's side. I advise you not to meddle in your business. Yang Yi stared for a moment, slowly opened his eyes, and said, if I want to take care of it. The helper crushed the teacup in his hand, said sharply, then don't blame the poor road for being polite. Ancient dance in plain robes. Wisps of black smoke spilled out of him. Dancing in the air, let out a terrible cry. Yang Yin frowned, and the younger brother's sect cultivated merit. When will these ghost tricks be? The gang leader's face bulged. Cobweb-like black veins. Pupils emerge. Scarlet black. Said with a smile, poor Dao sent you to ask Dao Tianzuan. Then there was black smoke. While smirking, pounced on Yang Yin. Yang Yin was expressionless. Charge in your hands. A punch to hit the chance of rage. Centered on him. Ripples spread around, but suddenly the sky flashed black. It presents a large array like a glass bowl. The gang leader said with a hideous face, I am 100 ghosts. Shock comes easily. It's hard to get out. Even if you are 4 concubines and 5 husbands, you have to live and die here. Yang Yin frowned. This formation and Si Tianjin's formation are 2 completely different areas. Si Tianjin's formation is to borrow the momentum of heaven and earth. It can be built to last. The formation of the Dao Men is arranged by manpower. It can't last long, but this 100-ghost array is very tricky. In the major systems of practice, Dao Men is the niece of the Genshin realm. 2 gates and 6 Yin gods. In ancient times, it was also called a ghost. The night is seductive. Dominate mortal life and death. This 100-ghost array is a similar method. Takeo also has magical Genshin impact, but only stacking defenses. Make Genshin impact tough. Lack of attack vectors in related areas. Yang Yin said provocatively, I heard that Daomen Bappin is called Stone Tools. Can drive the magic weapon. Summons a celestial thunderbolt. Why don't you let me experience it? Yang Yin usually looks like a stuffy gourd. I didn't expect to be so good at pretending to be 13 in a fight. I've heard that the 8 products of Daomen are called stone tools. Can drive the magic weapon. Summons a celestial thunderbolt. Why don't you let me experience it? The old man was successfully enraged. 2 streaks of blood erupted from his sleeve, like blood-colored lightning. Yang Yin does not hide or avoid. Ren has 2 blood-colored lightning attacks, but it only tore his clothes. Then it bounced off. The old man said angrily, "The copper skin and iron bones of the 5 husbands and 6 grades. It's really rough skin and thick meat. Why not fight back?" Yang Yin said lightly, "I'm waiting for my gun." The voice fell. A bright silver meteor pierced the sky, directly pierced the formation besieging Yang Yin. Yang Yin then said lightly, "Since it is impossible to break the formation internally, then attack from the outside." Yang Yin reached out and held the spear. The old man quickly took a few steps back. He watched in disbelief as his formation was broken. The next moment, silver light flashed in the old man's blood-colored pupils. Between the electric light and flint, the old man opened his mouth and spat out a golden pill and crashed into the spear. It's just that Jean Dan turned into powder in the wings of the gun. The old man's body was churned into minced meat in the wings of the gun. Yang Yin looked at the old man in front of her indifferently. The hand is strong again. The power of the gun stirred wildly in the old man's body. The old man's primordial spirit flashed into the air. The body has become half illusory, half real. He glanced at Yang Yin as he read. Then it turned into light smoke and fled into the distance. Yang Yin bent down to pick up the bathroom path, looked at the direction in which Yin Laoing fled. There was no intention of pursuing. I turned around and went back in the direction of the capital. Black smoke escaped for hundreds of miles. Passing by a village, he stopped. Gods are incapable of long-term activity during the day. Without the physical body, the strength is greatly reduced. It may not be possible to respond to subsequent crises. The old man intends to take away a physical body and devouring the souls of the villagers. Nourish your own God. After having a plan, black smoke billowed Nana into the village. A village that was vivid a moment ago. The next moment it shattered like a wave of water. Then the golden light burst out. Only then did the old man realize that he had won the lottery. When the golden light completely enveloped him, he was shocked to find that the village was gone. Instead, there was an old man sitting in gossip. The old man hugged the bruised muscles on his face. He shouted angrily, "It was you." Jean Lian's eyes slowly lifted upward. There is not a trace of emotion in his eyes. The curiosity of the yamen of the watchman. Wei Yuan handed the book back to Xu Qian'an, then said lightly, "Since the mirror has confessed you to be Lord, then I will leave it to you for safekeeping. And also, the first person to contact you is indeed the Emperor's sex people. I also have a murderous heart for you. Yang Jinluo has already repelled the people. You won't be in danger for a while. For a long time later, there will be a hidden stake near your home." Staring at Xu Qian, he was shocked. Dad didn't get things done anymore. It can also make people run away and leave hidden dangers. But he certainly didn't dare to say these words. "I can only be guilty in my heart." Wei Yuan explained a sentence of the god of the younger sect. Invisible and invisible. Difficult to kill. If nothing happens, go down first. Xu Qian could only leave helplessly. At this time, Yang Yin was a righteous father. "I can't keep the god." Wei Yuan smiled mildly. "Why do you need to stay? You're not good at it. Naturally, there are people who are good at it." After Xu Qian left Haoqi building, sink in. Although Uncle D is a blood-dripping lord, but since the old Taoist priest can give the mirror to himself, explain that the shedding of blood to confess the Lord is not immutable. On a gong, there is no reason to put such an important baby. I left it to myself for safekeeping, since someone is secretly watching. The safety of Aunt Su Fu and her sisters. It's safe for now. Spring Breeze Hall. Xu Qian'an bought 2 bags of fried beans. Fart to please the top boss. He shouted out for a while. Brother Chun, I bought you fried beans. Li Yuchen glared at him. Xu Qian'an changed his words. Li Yuchen was puzzled. Zhu Guangxiao was recuperating from his injuries. Nicholas Song is idle. Why don't you stay at home? Xu Qian'an said tentatively. Luckily, it didn't happen. I came to the Yamen to familiarize myself with the environment. Had you checking off the live case? Li Yuchen nodded. This case is currently under my charge. I can't tell you the details of the case. I'll pick what I can tell you. Now it is initially suspected that it is the remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom, lurking near the capital. Xu Qian'an was a little shocked. He remembered the history of the Jiazi demon. Although the kingdom of 10,000 demons has become history. But over the years, the remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom, I've been trying in every possible way to restore the country. I want to reclaim my homeland. Buddhism commands the countries of the western regions. In its heyday, the 10,000 demon kingdoms were no opponents. If you want to restore the country, you must have other means. Xu Qian'an was moved. So the idea hit our Dafeng's gunpowder. That's why the monster drove away the profligacy in the neighborhood. Li Yuchen is busy. Impatiently. Is there anything else you can do? Xu Qian'an said with interest. You're not busy. After Xu Qian'an left, Brother Chun accidentally knocked over the grass beans when he was checking the information. Good beans fell right under his nose. Li Yuchen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This is destined to be a painful time. The beans spilled all over the ground. What do you do after work? Xu Qian'an just thought that he had nothing to do. I'm going to find Fuxiang tonight. It's better to look for Fuxiang. However, he soon abandoned the idea, because he wants to save money to buy a house. Take the second uncle and them to live in the inner city. It's safer that way. Although the floating fragrance Oiran has a deep affection for me. Insist on not silver. I reached a cordial and friendly friendship with myself. But the maid Wuji's reward still has to be given by herself. A penny of silver is also silver. Xu Qian'an transferred the dock with great determination. Left the inner city. When I got home, it was already brightly lit. The sky is clear. After eating, Xu Qian'an climbed over the wall and returned to his yard. In this there are no mobile phones and computers. The era of lack of nightlife. Except to go and call fonts. I just write a diary in the middle of the night. It's time to kill time. When Xu Qian'an entered the house, suddenly his muscles tensed. The body froze there. On the bed, sitting cross-legged, was an old Taoist priest in a tattered robe. We meet again. Last time a farewell. You're still a skilled martial artist. I didn't expect it to be a gas refining well now. The benefactor is indeed a person with good fortune. Xu Qian'an sank. Said that he broke into a private house at night. What does it mean? The old way is indifferent. Say hello to the donor. The poor master and disciple have been feathered. The donor no longer has any worries. Xu Qian'an was shocked you killed him. Jean Lian's tone was still indifferent, and the poor Taoist priest helped him feather. Xu Qi's heart is a bandit in the middle of the belly. Then you're here to help me with my feathering tonight. Number 9 died at the hands of this Taoist priest. If only he could deal with purple lotus alone. There is no need to give up the baby. It is very likely that the old Taoist priest came to a battle for muscles. The fisherman prophets. The question is how he showed an ambush in advance. Xu Qian'an tore for a moment. The corners of my mouth twitched. I know. He stalked me again. The old Taoist priest could touch Su Fu. The explanation has been tracking himself for a long time. Therefore, for their own identity to play a more person. For the deployment of the watchman. Of course it's clear. Xu Qian'an played the Taoist chief to take back the emperor's book. The old Taoist priest shook his head, and I already have it. This is the number 9 fragment held by the junior brother of poor Daoists. Now the goods are finally returned to their rightful owners. As for the lost side, it should be regarded as a thank you gift from the poor road. A total of 9 fragments were delivered. The poor road was given to different people. The benefactor is also a poor person. Those 7 different people. The current heaven and earth society was formed. Xu Qian'an asked who they were. Jean Lian shook her head. They had their own identities. From all over the world. Sure is mostly curious. You can ask yourself. You know how to use the book from the ground. Poor road does not reveal anyone's identity. And that includes you. Poor Dao is here tonight. It is to invite you to join the Heaven and Earth Society. Xu Qian was extremely wary. Asked, I'm just a dancer who has just entered the refining realm. How could he to make the Taoist chief value it so much? Poor Dao just said, the donor is a person who shines brightly. Su Qi was relieved, and sure enough, this old Taoist priest can see through my strange charm. Then he asked, asking the Taoist to explain his doubts. A few days ago, the poor road was hit hard. In desperation, he hid in the capital. The waiter instinctively told me, I will meet someone who can help me solve the crisis. Poor road waited on the side of the road for a long time. Finally waited for the owner. However, the poor road only knows that the blessed star shines brightly. But they don't know where their heels are. Taoist. The woman in the carriage was magnificent. There are few in the world. The donor gave him a bracelet. The 2 of you will have a relationship in the future. Xu Qian attached to the bandit said that the head was the Tao. But he didn't mention it. Isn't this a magic stick? Xu Qian asked. You're just like you're choosing me. Choose the other 7 people of the Heaven and Earth Society. Jean Lian's hands were slightly sweaty. Can I ask why? Lao Dao laughed for the first time. Can just listen to the next words of poor Dao. There is no way back for the benefactor. Xu Qian pondered for a long time. Weigh the pros and cons in your mind. Then nodded. Jean Lian opened his mouth and said everything that poor Dao had done. It's all about saving my brother. Doesn't the donor think it's strange? The benefits of the younger brother's cultivation of merit. Poor Dao, that purple Lotus Junior brother, wants to put you to death. Kill the death row inmate who traded in your place. This is completely contrary to the practice philosophy of the Emperor's sect. Xu Qian felt a chill rise in his heart. Number 9 kills his own stand-in. He was unclear about the trading process. Wei Yuan didn't explain. I don't know until now that there's such a thing. Fortunately, the mind was not blinded by treasures and gold. I chose the most heartfelt way. This crisis has been spared. And faithfulness. Jean Lian continued. This matter is related to the secret heart of the emperor. The donor remembers not to spread the word. The younger brother of the sect is a demon. Affected almost everyone. There were only a small number of literati, including me, not affected by the Taoist. And the one who sheltered us was Uncle D. Su Won felt incredulous. Enter the demon brothers' sect to cultivate merits. As the head of a faction, the Taoist sect, there must be immeasurable merit. Such people are enchanted. Is society so cold? Jean Lian Lao Dao, gazing at the flame of the candle in a trance. The look is gloomy, and the Tao is also meritorious. Defeat is also meritorious. Come out and mix. Be sure to have more vests. Su's wife will settle young Ling for a while. A moment will be under Chen Jingnan's. Jean Lian continued. When Dao Tianzuan founded the emperor, left a precept that there is no way to be blessed or mishaving. Call yourself to be a man. Retribution of good and evil. Wherever you go. Su's wife said with peace of mind. Speak human words, you. Jean Lian asked. The donor thinks that saving someone's life is not merit. Su wife asked rhetorically, isn't it? Jean Lian continued. What if you save a heinous person? He deserves to be damned. But because you came to your rescue, survived. Keep doing evil. Is this still a good deed? Su Qian pondered for a moment. Human nature is changeable. Light and darkness are intertwined. Not because you've seen the darkness. Is cynical, disgusted with its light. I can't be before I save someone. Dig into the bottom of the matter to find out about other people's past. is not realistic. The old Taoist priest looked at him appreciatively, laughing and saying that the donor can say this. I can really rest assured that I will entrust Uncle D to you. It is not wrong for ordinary people to practice this principle. But for us, this is the most terrible cause and effect. The deeper the merit accumulates, the heavier the cause and effect. Daoist has been doing good deeds and accumulating virtue all his life. But before Jiazi, he failed to cross the catastrophe. Causal backlash. Fallen into the devil's way. This is the principle that the so-called extreme of things must be reversed. I want to be on the right path with merit. You have to suffer the corresponding cause and effect. A thought becomes an immortal. A thought becomes a demon. This is every person from the Earth sect. Can't get rid of the fake. Xu Qi's peace of mind was flooded with monstrous waves. It turns out that the Earth sect still has such a gravitational pull. That's when Confucianism comes into play. The so-called gentleman is in the middle. Going to extremes doesn't last long. Xu Qian'an suddenly thought of something. His face changed. If I have the same blessing as my brother, am I also in danger of falling into the devil? Xu Qian'an took the opportunity to find out the inside information. Heaven and man don't care. Whatever you say. The Daomen Golden Lotus Dan Dao Earth sect has the hidden danger of becoming a demon. Do you think that there are two sects of heaven and man who have made their debut? There are no similar hidden dangers. Besides, this is my brother's business. What to do with them? Let them be troubled. Xu Qi had doubts in his heart. So what is the hidden danger of the two sects of heaven and man? Then he asked that Dao chief, the establishment of the heaven and earth society. What is the meaning? Golden Lotus Daoist Chen said. The killer clears the portal. Brother Zhongdao show. What a realm. Jin Lian slowly stretched out 2 fingers. Laughed at the second product. Xu Qian heard this. So he took out the mirror. Lao Tzu is ironclad. It has never been revealed. Jin Lian smiled and said that the old Taoist has cultivated merit for decades. There is no big ability. But it's still very accurate to look at people. These 8 people in this heaven and earth society, including the donor. It will not be in the pool in the future. You are in all corners of the world. We will meet one day in the future. Join the heaven and earth society earlier. Forge incense. Save the future arrogance and competition. There were casualties. Xu Qian, who was originally a little resistant to joining the heaven and earth society. Suddenly I changed my mind. If it is really as the old Taoist priest said, all of them are talents. He is the pride of the sky. Then mix yourself in this circle. There will definitely be drawbacks. Xu Qian nodded. It's a default. The old Taoist priest continued, where there was a need for help. You can ask me for help through Uncle D. You can also ask other members for help through Uncle D. If they were in the capital, help each other. This is the purpose of the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Society. In addition, the holder of the Emperor Uncle is named after the Emperor Uncle's serial number. Jin Lian finished speaking. Make a puff of smoke and escape from the room. Nanas drift into the distance. 2 words flashed in Su's wife's Anqing. At the moment, it seems, this master of the Emperor sect has no ill will towards me. But the Eagle Wall layout is far-reaching. You can never take it from the surface. See through their true demonization. He gave me a mirror. Borrow the hands of the Gung people. Deal with the same door. And then the fisherman profited. Be the biggest profiteer. This alone shows that Lao Dao is an eagle coin. But not afraid. Xu Qian has ample experience in this area. He had already figured out how to leave a way out for himself. The only one that can deal with eagle coins is eagle coins. This must only be Wei Yuan. Dad wants to mix in the capital. I had to hug this thigh. He picked up the fragment of the handbook. Consciousness is immersed in it. Chaos reigns again. In front of you is the world in the mirror. Su's wife nodded sadly. It's kind of a friend. He wrote in the mirror with a pen and paper bag, "Hello, everyone. I'm a newcomer. Please look after me in the future." But after waiting for a long time, no one responded. It's a little awkward in the atmosphere. Xu Qian re-entered the information. Under Chen Jingnan. Please advise. Facing things you don't understand. Random speculation is the source of the shooting. Xu Qian spoke on the public screen with Chen Jingnan's vest. Number 6 is also a fool. I really replied to him. Brother Chen, I contacted the Taoist chief by handing over the letter. I learned about it from the head of the Golden Chain. Thank you for helping the Taoists to resolve this crisis. Xu Qian had a spring breeze on his face. Replied proudly that it was a trivial matter. Nothing to speak of. Number 6 is right. I guessed in my heart. On the 3rd of that day, I was talking with the Purple Lotus Taoist. Ignorance everywhere. The realm is obviously not high. However, it can help the Golden Lotus Dao Palm to kill the Purple Lotus. Recapture Uncle number 9. This number 3. He may not be strong in his own right, but the background is unfathomable. At this time, Su Xian saw the mirror. Sent a text message from another member. I haven't been following Uncle D's summons lately. What happened? A while ago, I took advantage of the fact that the Taoist guard was asleep. Secretly returned to the emperor to do business. As a result, he was ambushed. Fled all the way to Dafeng capital to save his life. In order to avoid being pursued, the band mirror was given to Chen Jingnan's little brother. Xu Qian was a little angry. He could have dressed up as a she-male in the Heaven and Earth Society. Or maybe the world's masters didn't expect it. Jin Lian not only said her gender, he also hinted at his age. The 9th continued. Later, he got the help of Chen Jingnan's little brother. Killed Purple Lotus. Avoid this fate. Which Yaman is mixed up with number 3. Xu Qian was speechless. You are equivalent to a netizen asking for an address. I'll tell you there's a ghost. Xu Qian had a flash of inspiration. He replied in imitation of Su Erlang's tone. Yaman in the capital. It's just a bunch of guards who eat vegetarian food. The crowd saw the message. Speculation began. Number 3 seems to be very disdainful of the Yaman. The tone is a bit arrogant. There are only a few official forces in the capital. First of all, Renzong is excluded. Daoist Jinlian will not cooperate with Renzong. This tone is similar to the self-proclaimed group of Confucianism. The taste is very similar to that of a reading person with a high reading level. Number 2 replied. Number 1 is also in the capital. Maybe you two know each other. Number 1 I know. You're looking at your roommate in front of the mirror. Did you hear that number 1 was a little speechless? Can't you just let me play dead? Guiyue Tower in the inner city. Dead charlatans. 60 miles outside the East City. There are traces of high-grade realm battles. Number 2, has the bandits in Yunzhou subsided? Number 2 gritted his teeth. Xu Qian raised his eyebrows. It's kind of interesting. He smelled a smell of palace fighting dramas. Number 2 pulls number 1 into the water. At the same time, send him a message. Number 1, and you are in the capital. However, it is oneself of number 3. And don't know other people's information. Number 2 cannot disclose the information of number 1. Number 2 is clearly targeting number 1. And number 1 immediately retaliated with a tooth for a tooth. Throw out the message generously. Make your own channels. At the same time, it also fought back against number 2. The second continued to send messages. How could the bandits in Yunzhou be quelled? The Emperor of Daebong is a monkey without a brain. Cheng Ri thinks about cultivating immortals. I don't know the suffering of the world. Xu Qian was embarrassed. That sounds. Number 2 should not be eating the imperial court. In previous years, it was not mentioned, but this year I checked. The household registration of all prefectures and counties in Yunzhou. Rough estimates. At least 60,000 people have fled and become displaced people. Or the grass is a coward. I exterminated more than a dozen bandits. Discover that there is a deeper force behind them. Do you have eyebrows? Nothing right. What is the situation in the capital recently? Zhou Shilang fell off the horse. Jingdo began. However, the fall of Zhou Shilang is quite absurd. The cause is that the only son is faint, attempting to defile the second daughter of the mighty Marquis. Xu Qian's words were a message to number 2. Show yourself to the crowd. At the same time, he is also testing number 1. Anyone who is qualified to participate in the court struggle knows it. The real reason for Zhou Shilang's downfall was the sleeping silver case. If the number 1 comes out to correct himself, however, apparently number 1 did not take the bait. Instead, it changed the subject. Golden Lotus Dao Chief. I've inquired for you the exact time when the Yaxing Shui Palace of Yunlu Academy was banned. It's Kogo Day. That day, I was among the outsiders of Yunlu Academy, except for the eldest princess. There is also a false example called Xu Qian. Xu Qi's head jumped. There is a sense of panic that someone has been doxxed and made public on the internet. What is the origin of this number 1? Why do you want to check the events of Jiazi Day? And why did Daoist Jean Lian care about the phone number of Yunlu Academy? It stands to reason. This is a matter of concern to the scholars of Guozijian. What does it have to do with you, an old Taoist priest of an earth sect? Number 1 continued. But that one is mediocre. In addition to the teacher, it is good. It's just refining the essence itself. Not a student of Yunlu Academy. Not even a reader. I know. Xu Qian made a tentative speech. Why did the Taoists change in Yunlu Academy? I wonder if Cheng Yaxing's steel is cracked. Xu Qian was even more puzzled. It's important to ask. Have real people ever killed werewolves? Xu Qian is going through it. But he didn't panic at all. On the contrary, I still enjoy it. Jean Lian replied that it was quite heavy. I want Xu Qi to feel at ease in my abdomen. He cracked. Of course, I won't tell you about this old-ine disease. Xu Qian changed the subject. There's something I'd like to ask you. Do you say that the alchemist is Si Tian's sword's poison friend? Everyone saw Xu Qian's news. Another wave of speculation began. This question was asked by number 3. It almost ruled out his identity as a disciple for 4 days. Everyone became more and more sure that he was a scholar of Yunlu Academy. It is a student who is highly valued by the elders of the college. Otherwise, you can't invite a high-grade powerhouse to kill the Purple Lotus Daoist. And this is exactly what Xu Qian wants. As soon as these words came out, you'll think I'm a student of Yunlu Academy. But in fact, I'm a watchman. In the future, you will realize that I may be a watchman. I will also find out that I am really a student of Yunlu Academy. Or you will find out I am the life mentor of the alchemists of the Sitian prison. This realistic version of werewolf killing. It's really fun. Number 6 replied. Let me answer that question. 600 years ago, there was no warlock system. After the founding of the country, Si Tianjian just appeared a warlock. Xu Qian guessed. Other words, except for the Si Tianjian, there are almost no wild alchemists. There should still be. Just very little. Otherwise, I'll pull out a hard book. Alchemists should be weird. No wonder the alchemists. I was so demanding of my knowledge of chemistry theory. They're all very strong, because the history is short. So, there is no comprehensive set of theoretical foundations. Other than that, who is the alchemist behind the sleeping camp case? The alchemist involved in the case of the 4-day prison team. It seems to take a negative attitude. This is very unscientific. Number 6 continued. Number 3, follow the rules. You also have to answer me a question. Xu Qian was taken aback. However, this rule is still acquiesced. You ask, number 6 asked, what is the name of the second grade of Confucianism? Xu Qian'an. I want to test my social status again. Ordinary Confucian students. I don't know what the second grade of Confucianism is called. The life of that Qian Zhongdaru at that time. It is also not elaborated in the Century Cup. His realm is after Xu Qian'an's explanation. Xu Qian only knew. The reason why Jiro knows. Because he is a student valued by the great Confucian Zhang Shun. It's a lifter from Chu High School. This is already an elite level among the students of Yunlu Academy. If I am not a student of Yunlu Academy, this temptation is just as effective. Non-Confucian students also know the words of the second grade. Social status will only be higher. If I can't answer, probably will be disliked by this group of guys. The level is not enough. Xu Qian'an wrote in a pen and paper. The second grade of Confucianism is called Confucianism. It took a long time for the message to be sent. No one answered. No one double-clicked and liked. Not even the one urging the change. Xu Qian'an lay on the bed and waited for a long time. It was determined that this group of guys was offline. It's rude. A group of unqualified netizens. Xu Qian'an thinks differently. Passing the sect is a piece of money. The Heaven and Earth Society also appeared in Jiazi money. Among them, Heaven and Earth will be a relatively loose organization. Members are in contact with each other, but are on guard against each other. This is understandable. After all, they are scattered all over the world. It may not even be a person from the Dafeng dynasty. It's normal to be a little wary of each other. The benefits that can be seen at the moment are information sharing. Isn't this a chat platform? Is it good to chat online? In the future, there may be opportunities for offline machines. Number 2 is in Yunzhou. The status should not be low. Otherwise, how to check the household registration of each prefecture and county. Number 1 is also in the capital. It is a person who really has status and status. It's stronger than my kettle. It's also the most important thing I should be guarding against. Before the 6th, he warned me not to respond. Number 9 said that he was also in the capital. Number 1 and number 6 are the next ones I'm going to be on. Other members, separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Even if they know who they are, it's not a big problem either, because of the lack of conflict of interest. As for the rest, number 4578 is not online for the time being. Xu Qian'an suddenly became interested. This werewolf killing is kind of interesting. Great Phoenix Lingbao Temple. Since Renzong Daomori was canonized as a national office, the base camp was moved to the imperial city. Today, the saint is a human being. A magnificent gym was built. Ling Bao was locked outside. Wei Yuan came here under the guidance of Dao Tong. After Dao Tong left, Wei Yuan knocked on the door with his fingers. A cold voice came from inside. Duke Wei came. It's so small that it's honestly scary. The sarcasm in Wei Yuan's conversation was unconcerned. Cross the threshold and enter the house. Got the god of wealth in the temple. The color is cold and indifferent. What happened? The woman behind the screen, the national teacher said lightly, Duke Wei knows astronomy. Learn about geography. Why ask the trail? Wei Yuan was helpless. It's nothing more than scolding you back then. Only women and villains are difficult to raise. Why is it so jealous that it is still alive? The man behind the screen was silent. Wei Yuan continued. The lighter holds a fragment of a handing book. Do you want it? That's the stuff of the sect. Wei Yuan sweated his hands. Then he turned and walked away. Out of the leader. Wei Yuan got into the carriage waiting outside the door. Yang Yin asked his father-in-law, Did you find out the news? Wei Yuan shook his head. The woman was reluctant to say. But something must have happened to Emperor Zong. Natural disasters have occurred frequently in recent years. Man-made disasters are everywhere. Dafeng's qi is wrong. The major cultivation systems have also exposed problems one after another. I always felt like something was going to happen. Yang Yin frowned, and his father-in-law was too worried. On that day, we went to the 4-day inspection and supervision certificate. Say that everything is normal in the sky. Wei Yuan sighed. The words of those who spy on the heavens are the most unbelievable. Find out the current situation of the emperor at all costs. Yang Yindao Emperor's sect has always been low-key. The dragon sees the head, but does not see the end. For the light of the abyss, the light suddenly chilled me. Said at all costs. It is rare to see such a solemn and serious posture. Yangyan bowed her head. Sweaty hands are outwardly presented. Xu fully Zayadouting held a withered branch in his hand. Riding on his short legs, he chased a group of people as young as him. I saw my eldest brother coming over. Immediately said proudly Big Brother. Big Brother, I'm already invincible in my peers. Xu Qian'an looked at him. Stupid to be invincible. Xiao Doubting looked proud and said proudly, not stupid and invincible. It's invincible. My sister said that there is a child as old as me in the house. No one can beat me. I'm the best. Xu Qian'an gave him a thumbs up. Because you are the only one in the house. I didn't lie to you, Xiao Doubting is happy. Pull the Big Brother. I went to breakfast with the steps that my 6 relatives didn't recognize. At the table, the aunt was elegantly eating breakfast. Say casually, sir. Lin Yu seems to have reached the age of leaving the cabinet. Su Lin Yue immediately blew up her mother. I don't want to get married yet. Andy's beautiful eyes are horizontal. Reprimanded. It's not a question of whether you want to or not. Su Lin Yue was not convinced. Looked at Su New Year on the side. The second brother of Dao has not yet married his sister-in-law. Annie has her own reasons. Said that your second brother is going to get married. I have to wait for the spring siege. Now make your marriage final. Su Ershuchen nodded. Lin Yu has indeed reached the age of getting married. Time flies. Grown up in a blink of an eye. Immersed in the food of the little bean Ding Wenyan. I remembered what my eldest brother said to me. So he raised his humble little face. Yelled that my sister had grown up. My sister is a troublemaker. Xu Qian's scalp was numb. Immediately covered Xiao Doubting's mouth. Forcibly diverted the topic from Lin Yu. Even if you want to get married, I also have to marry a good husband like my eldest brother. After speaking, he silently picked up a meat bun. Gagged Beanding's mouth. Then he said, Annie, it's because I married a second uncle who is as good as me. In order to live a life of wearing gold and silver. Annie couldn't argue with that. The sentence can only hum and chirp. The second uncle immediately became energetic when he heard this. Su Qingqing proudly announced that he would start tomorrow. I have to go back to Yinlu Academy to prepare for the end of autumn. After speaking, her eyes swept the crowd calmly. It was as if waiting for everyone's reaction. Just except for the aunt. Nobody birds her. The aunt immediately sandwiched the meat bun and gave her son a New Year's greeting. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Then, Xu Qian heard the girl's aggrieved voice behind him. Big brother, I don't want to get married. Xu Qian grinned and turned back. I had a conversation with my uncle and my second uncle. Family matters. When? It's your mother's turn to be a woman's family. The aunt who happened to be passing by immediately blew up. Little bastard, you repeat what you just said. As the saying goes, leaning back against a big tree is good for enjoying the shade. Xu Qian only joined the Heaven and Earth Club last night. As soon as he woke up the next day, he sold them to Daddy Wei to exchange the ball for the protection of the thighs. It's a gas drain for the yamen. Xu Qian is here again. It's just that the 2 doormen looked at him a little strangely. Because of the ordinary gongs. He is not qualified to report things to the Duke of Wei. And on their heads were silver and golden gongs. And the Duke of Wei will not summon the gong. But this newcomer to the gong was treated completely differently. Come with him. Duke Wei summoned him. Ascend to the 7th floor. Xu Qian saw the Qingyi standing in the observation hall. Wei Yuan said lightly, what happened this time? The purpose of Xu Qian's here. It's about confessing everything last night. There are watchmen sitting on the backer. There are Wei Yuan's thighs to hold. There's no need to place an order in private. Both reduce the risk. Can also win the trust of Dad Wei. Xu Qian arched his hand last night. The Golden Lotus Dao Elder of the Earth sect came to the door. He didn't hurt me. I didn't take back the book from the ground. Instead, he invited me to join the Heaven and Earth Society. Wei Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Heaven and Earth will allow Qi to be secretly happy in his heart. It seems that Dad is very interested in his information this time. Xu Qian'an went on to say that he was the initiator of the Heaven and Earth Society. It was the Golden Lotus Taoist of the Emperor's sect. There are 9 core members in total. At the same time, he is also the holder of the Emperor's Shard. They are codenamed by the fragment serial number. Don't show people by their real names. At present, it is only known that number 1 is in the capital, backed by a small force. Number 2 is keen on suppressing bandits in Yunzhou, someone suspected of being from the imperial court. Wei Yuan asked, "What else did Jin Lian tell you?" Xu Qian'an replied truthfully. He said there was something wrong with the emperor. He's going to clean the portal, hence the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Society. Wei Yuan was slightly startled. "You talk carefully." Su Weifan said in a deep voice, "The Daoist hand of the Earth sect has fallen into a demon. It affected almost all the people of the Earth sect. Only a few remained awake. Escape from the sect. This is because there is the shelter of the book from the ground." So he formed the Heaven and Earth Society. Fragments of the book from the ground, bestowed upon the proud sons of heaven scattered all over the world. Support them, in order to get an assistant when cleaning up the portal in the future. Wei Yuan's elegant and handsome face was expressionless. It's enchanted. No wonder Zillion has become eerie. Then he asked with the meaning of teaching. "You feel like Jin Lian is telling you why?" Xu Qian'an just wanted to say that he didn't know. I could hear the teaching in his tone. He swallowed his words. With Wei Yuan's old scheming. Certainly not looking for answers from me. He's testing his level. Xu Qian's brain suddenly became active, laughing at the abnormality of the Emperor's sect. All the members of the Heaven and Earth Society are clear. The Golden Lotus Daoist told the truth. It's showing me sincerity. For the wrongdoers, the Emperor's whereabouts are hidden. The Light Lighter still doesn't know. The inside story of the younger brother's hand into the demon. Xu Qian opened his eyes wide, and Wei Gong met. Jin Lian Dao uses me as a medium. I want to make an alliance with you secretly. Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. There was no answer, but after the mildness. You are the Daisy of the Lantern Maker in heaven and earth, responsible for finding out others, the true identity of the member. When necessary, the Yama will give you some help. Xu Qian responded with a fist. I couldn't help but be secretly surprised. If only I had been sluggish just now. The Wei Guild will not accept the Emperor to atone for his sins. Replace yourself with a brilliant subordinate. Dive into the world. It will be 2 or 5 years. The temptation of the big man is like a breeze sweeping away. If you're not careful, you can make mistakes. Leakage is an injustice. You're already a chi refining sword. It's time to try your hand at cultivating. Let's go to the scripture pavilion and pick one. Do you use a knife or a sword? Xu Qian replied, very simply knife. When Wei Yuan mentioned the knife and chose the peerless school. Remember to pick simple and pure. Don't be overly complicated and fancy. Warriors are different from other systems. There isn't much of a supernatural. There is only strange power. Therefore, the purer the warrior, the better. In the future, you will step into the realm of high quality. You will understand this truth. Xu Qian was overjoyed. Xie Weigong pointed. After getting Wei Gong's surgery, Xu Qian withdrew from Haoqi building in a hurry. While being happy, I can't help but sigh. If you can get Wei Yuan's appreciation and recognition, your career in martial arts will benefit you a lot. I want to become such a force boss in the future. In the pavilion of the scriptures, Xu Qian handed over the handwritten letter of Duke Wei to the Yuan. Li Yuchen, who was on the side, couldn't help but say with envy, when did you hug Wei Gong's big, thick legs? Xu Qian turned around and smiled. The Tao was summoned by Duke Wei on his own initiative. Li Yuchen was a little surprised. The Wei Guild took the initiative to summon the Gong. But Su Ningyin's fake qualifications were self-assessed by Wei Gongqing. It is normal for him to cultivate intentionally. Come to think of it, Li Yuchen couldn't help but shudder. It's worthy of a large portion of the gong under my hand. Major systems of practice. Only Takefu is the purest. It can be used as a pure mastery. Met a person who is not pure. And what happens? Li Yuan led them to a bookshelf. There are a total of 407 Dao scores. It's all here. Xu Qian'an looked at the dazzling array of knives in front of him. It was also slightly shocked. I couldn't even decide for a while. It is enough to pick which one. Okay, he turned his head to look at Li Yuchen. It's just that Li Yuchen preempted him before he spoke. Said lightly, "Do you want to ask me which knife technique is the strongest?" There are two types of absolute credits. One is technology. One is the Tao. Don't think about the latter. There is no strong or weak former. Just looking at people, Xu Qian'an nodded. Just such an hour passed. Li Yuchen was a little impatient. There is no satisfied Xu Qian'an. I was secretly anxious. Had I forgot to tell you? I have a phobia of choice. Li Yuchen recruited Li Yuan. I asked if there were any new out-of-the-mill schools that had been added to the library recently. I'm referring to the knife spectrum. Li Yuan said, "Some. The Four Heavens Sword sent a few peerless schools a few days ago. Exchanged a few thousand taels of silver." A smile appeared on Li Yuchen's face. "Suning, you're in luck. A few thousand taels of silver. The quality is better than the inside. I guess there's a fragment of a certain sword technique." Xu Qian'an was a little surprised. Fragments of the word. Possess the mastery of Taoism. It is usually created by high-frequency martial artists. It contains their lifelong martial arts insights. I want to become Takeo Takahira. This kind of learning can't be touched, because that's the way of men. But the fragments can be learned. Li Yuchen instructed Kurihara. "You go and find it." Soon after, Kurihara came over with a few masteries. One of them, it's really a crippled sword path, peerless world. Xu Qi was relieved to be a bandit. The person who took this name, not Form 2. It's paranoia. He flipped through the thin book. Opening preface. Nothing in the world is cut at once. If anything, my suggestion is to run away. Xu Qian'an resisted the urge to throw away the secret book. Patiently turn it over. The second year. Anything in the world can be cut with a single sword, including the enemies of heaven and earth. The same is true. Any superfluous moves and fights. It's all a humiliation of the sword. I'm only going to make one cut. Either you die or I die. Xu Qian'an silently read the program. In my heart, I rewrote the preface to this mastery. Concentrate a little. Get to the top of the ladder. Xu wife and decisively chose him. It's getting cooler at night. Flowers fall to the ground into frost. Then, Song Tingfeng said lightly that the inspection interface was a matter of encountering a bit. We're mostly in charge of the cornice walking guys. Only go up to the roof when looking out, unless you encounter a big case. Otherwise, don't fly the eaves and walk on the wall. The water in the capital is deep. There are countless masters in the open and in the dark. If you walk around the roof, I don't know which horn will fly an arrow. Kill you. Of course, the lantern lighter will definitely avenge you and collect the corpse. And the payment of bereavement pensions. Su's wife asked how much the pension was. Song Tingfeng said that the gong was 300 taels of silver. Quitte conscience. 300 taels of silver is enough for a wife and children to live a rich life. Su's wife was speechless. 300 taels of silver. Now I can only sleep 5 times with the blessing of skyrocketing prices. Then he quipped, yes. And then your wife is to be married. Other men spend your money. Sleep your daughter-in-law. Also beat your son. Nicholas Song was scared for a long time, only to hold back a sentence. I was glad I hadn't started a family yet. Then he looked at Su Wifen. Asked Akihiko, "What is your mastery? What are the characteristics?" Xu Qian'an smiled awkwardly. My mastery is very practical. More explosiveness. But it just doesn't last long. After a slash, I will enter a short period of weakness. I added this sentence at the beginning of this mastery. It's a golden word. The essence is a real man for a second. Collapse after chopping. But the good thing is that it's explosive. Maybe if you practice to a high depth, you can cross the line. Calmly thought about it. Xu Qian'an buckled a few times on the mirror of handing over the book. Take out a book that is not thick from inside. A bad taste suddenly rose in my heart. The book is. It's noon today. Xu Qian'an was entrusted by the great Confucian to teach him. This book records the mastery of the major systems of practice. The three great Confucians collected the spells they had collected, pieced together. Xu Qian'an took the book beautifully. The air was clearly filled with the sour smell from my cousin. Xu Qian'an is not happy with the Confucian six qualities teaching. The core of the realm of Confucianism is learning. Can copy the pen end of the spell that you have seen. Write it down on paper. The eldest brother took the opportunity to ignite the paper, to cast spells recorded on paper. Xu Qi's heart blossomed, said that he would pass the word to the three Confucians for his brother. I'll come to thank you another day. By the way, discuss poetry with them. Xu Qian'an couldn't help but sigh. Confucianism is simply invincible. However, it is the so-called exchange of courtesies. The three great Confucians gave gifts for no reason. Naturally, there is a reason. At this time, Xu Qian'an directly put this cousin who didn't want Billy in. Kicked out. Xu Qian'an didn't care. Don't be jealous. Big brother still loves you. As the saying goes, it's good. If you don't die, you won't die. But Xu Qian'an, who didn't die for a day, was uncomfortable. He tore a page from the book. Hold it in your hand and ignite it with a gas engine. Suddenly, the unique qi forgetting technique of the Tianjin surgery room was made out by Xu Qian'an. Xu Qian'an felt a pain in his eyes. A variety of colors appeared in my sight. The whole world seems to be transformed into an oil painting with heavy colors. The most abundant and densest in white. This is followed by red. After that comes purple. A mist arose in Xu Qian'an's heart. It turns out that this is qi, the qi of all things in heaven and earth. This led him to see a strange color. The location is in the direction of the imperial city. It was a rainbow of colors. This qi is colorful. It is completely different from the purple qi that represents the royal family. But it appeared in the imperial city. Daoist Jean Lien said, I rode with the one in the royal carriage. Women will have a relationship. And the Taoist chief's evaluation of the woman was, the weather is magnificent, rare in the world. At this time, he saw a clear breath again, also in the direction of the imperial city. I remember Kai Wei said, Qing Qi represents Confucianism or Taoism. That should be the deed that the Runzong has in hand. Then Xu Qian'an looked at the teaching division. Discover how the color of the workshop division is turquoise. Many of the women in the church division are family members of criminal ministers. I guess I'm thinking too much. Go back and ask Kai Wei again. What does the green light mean? Just the next moment, the green light was gone. Finally, he looked at Tianjin. He was curious about what color Tianjin was, just waiting for him to look past the next moment. Xu Qian'an suddenly screamed, fell off the roof. He rolled on the floor in pain, covering his eyes and screaming constantly. Zhu Guangxiao and Song Nicholas shouted. One man drew his sword and was on guard. One person stepped forward to check. Xu Qian'an's eyes burned. At the same time, I complained frantically that my dog was going blind. I'm going blind with my titanium dog's eyes. Song Tingfeng said eagerly, What did you do just now? Xu Qian'an covered his eyes, wailing and saying that my cousin is a student of Yinlu Academy. Today, he gave me a piece of paper with a description of the forgetfulness technique. Then I looked at Tianjin with the forgetting technique. The two heard this. Look at each other. I can't stand this idiot. Nicholas Song said, Do you know? The governor loved the gossip of staying in the stargazing tower. On the stage, Xu Qian'an shook his head. Nicholas Song continued, "Do you know that? The pinnacle of the warlock system is our supervisor." Xu Qian'an nodded this time. Song Tingfeng said again, "Then you use the forgetfulness technique to watch the supervisor. Isn't this looking for death?" Xu Qian'an is embarrassed, and he really doesn't know this. Zhu Guangxiao also sighed. The warlocks of the Four Heavenly Sword and the Watchmen are in frequent contact. After slowly gaining experience, you'll see. Suddenly the sky in the east. A red light suddenly rose. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao drew their knives tacitly. Xu Qian'an, who had just regained his sight, asked what was going on. Nicholas Song Chun said that the red light was a warning to us. It is usually used in the context of manhunt and seizure. It may be that the watchman of which group has discovered the suspicious character. But he fled. The red light was very close to us. Ning Yin, your eyes haven't recovered yet. Let's be in charge of the unmasking patrol, laughing at us on the rooftop to look out. Then the two of them performed light work. Each went in one direction. They had just left. Another man came to the roof. He asked in a deep voice why you were the only one here. What about the other two? Xu Qian'an explained. Ask what happened. That Gong Chun, Xingping Yuanbo, was killed. 2 colleagues in charge of the area were wounded. The thief escaped with a secret technique. Disappeared for the time being. Xu Qian'an was taken aback. The count was killed. The gong flew away after speaking. Xu Qian'an pondered. Although the power of the nobles of the Daebong dynasty is now declining. But an earl is an earl after all. There must also be masters in the house. And the Han was able to kill the count. And wounded and beaten more people. Take it in stride. Obviously, not your average master. If only once you meet it head-on. It's definitely hard to save a small life. But with the physique of his own European emperor, it shouldn't be so unlucky. At this time, a scheming came. Xu Qian'an knew that this was a message from the book. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Which guy doesn't sleep in the middle of the night? Fried group, Xu Qian'an took out the book and looked at it. It was found to be a message from the 6th. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in trouble in the capital. Can you help? Golden Lotus Road is back for a long time. What trouble are you in? I'm stuck in the inner city, facing the search and arrest of the watchman. Up to 1 hour. The warlock of Xu Qian'an's sword will arrive. When the time comes, I will not be able to escape. Xu Qian'an saw this information. I was stunned for a moment. Then I instantly thought of the killing of Uncle Ping Yuan. Number 6 is the murderer. The 12th sent a message to try to break out by force. No, it's too far from the city gate. Along the way, there are watchmen and royal sword guards patrolling. And in addition to the inner city, there is also an outer city. Is there a magic weapon on the body that conceals the breath? There is no poor road, but there is. It just can't be delivered to you. The Taoist chief is relieved. If I can't escape this, I'll leave Uncle D where he is. You'll be able to find it tomorrow by following your breath. Number 2 said angrily, Don't say anything sad about a dead bald donkey. Xu Qian'an pondered. In the capital, he wanted to escape the search of the watchman. It's almost impossible. That's when a new character comes in. Number 4 spoke. I have some friendship with the Taoist hand of Renzhou. It's just that the Lingbao Hall is in the Imperial City. Monk, I can't help you. Number 2 Air Rush Road. Isn't that the equivalent of not saying it? Xu Qian'an silently spied and commented. Number 4 has a relationship with a female countryman. Daoist Jin Lian didn't lie. The holders of the handover are not ordinary people. Number 2 tube number 6 is called a bald donkey. Number 4 tube number 6 is called a monk. So number 6 is a person from the Buddha Gate. The younger uncles are all on their own defenses. But it does have a gang of incense. Number 2 sent a message again, bald donkey. You go and ask number 1. He is from the capital. He should be peeping at the screen again. See number 2 take out yourself. Number 1 is no longer silent. What did you do? I killed Uncle Ping Yuan. Xu Qian'an was shocked. Sure enough, it was him. Number 6 admitted it so quickly. It's too upright, isn't it? That day I asked him if he was a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. He didn't hesitate to admit it. It's really a monk who doesn't speak. But monks don't commit murder. You went to Uncle Ping Yuan's house in the middle of the night. There are several meanings of slaughtering people. After a long time, number one replied, "Sorry. I can't help you." At this time, Jean Lien sent a message that number one was with him. Heaven and earth will. If you can help, you can help. Poor Dao believes that number six will not kill for no reason. After Xu Qian'an saw the news, lost in thought, the meaning of the words of the Golden Lotus Dao chief. He thinks number one has the ability to help number six. Even if there is a blockade of Shohido and Mikengard, and the warlock of the Si Tian sword, he still thinks that number one can help number six. Also, the old coin was the only one who knew the identity of everyone. Number one's status may be higher than I expected. Number six killed Uncle Ping Yuan, so number one is reluctant to help number six. Number two is a warm-hearted one, at least on the surface. Number six is a member of the Buddhist gate, very upright and doesn't lie. Number four has a friendship with the Taoist hand of the human sect. Identity unknown. Number 9 is the head of the Golden Lotus Road. Number 1 is a person from the imperial court. Love the peep. The status is very high. This werewolf killing is quite interesting. Xu Qian suddenly had a bad taste. I'll pretend to be a 13 too. No, it's a narrow victory in front of people. Xu Qian used a ghostwriter to enter information number 6. I can consider helping you, but I have to know why you killed Uncle Ping Yuan first. You cannot answer and refuse my kindness. But don't lie. If number 6 is a wicked person, Xu Qian threw him out. Reduce the lives of wolves in the Heaven and Earth Society. Before that, of course, he had to trick himself into finding number SIX's hideout first. Guaranteed to avoid future troubles. Yichuang Yuanbo mansion kills. It also hit the Gung people hard. Then calmly hide. This is definitely a master of the middle grade. Even stronger. If there is a reason, I will help as much as I can. The Wulongs of the Heaven and Earth Society saw Xu Qian's speech. Strange surprise, 3 can help. So speculation began. He can be hunted by the Lantern Bearer and the Imperial Sword Guard. Do you take number 6 calmly? What is his identity? Is it just a disciple of Confucianism? This time, if there is no reasonable status, even walking in the inner city, they will also be arrested on the spot. Or rather, he can put the Phantom Jade in place. Or hit the more people. After a moment, Jean Lien spoke. If number 3 was willing to help, then no problem. On the 6th, you don't hide it. Wulong has open one. Wave guessing. The Golden Lotus Daoist is sure that number 3 can help number 6 resolve the crisis. Number 3 is no ordinary Confucian disciple. He must have a more secretive and higher level of identity. The newcomers recruited by the Golden Lotus Daoist this time are not trivial. Traffickers, both in reality and in comics. It's all the same damn dog thing. I hope you have encountered this kind of scum in the world. Please fight to the death. Number 6 said, one of my junior brothers is missing. Disappeared for a year. I suspect he was trafficked. It was sent out of the capital through secret channels. After many investigations, I've locked down a Yazzie organization. They specialize in abducting and plundering women and children, sold to Qing Lu and the beggars, and other places where women and children are needed. They don't just sell children and women. He also abducted the practitioners. I haven't found out what it's really used for. Finally, I found out. The owner behind that Yazzie organization is Pinjiwanbo. I infiltrated Pinjiwanbo's mansion. Ask about the whereabouts of the junior brother. If nothing happens, they will be killed. Transcendent sins. Number 1 wondered, Eli had done his wrong. Why didn't you report to the official? Number 2 instinctively scolds nonsense. If the law is useful, Uncle Ping Yuan has already been sanctioned. At court, one hand will wash the other. There is no God in the head. Justice is only in the sword. Su's wife said with peace of mind that this is an angry young man. In fact, it can be reported, Ping Yuan was, it is unwise to kill. But it can be inferred from this. Number 6 is a straightforward character, even reckless and impulsive. Guy who likes to convince people. Number 6 continued, I have a reason. I rescued many children in 1 year. Some of them had their hands and feet cut off, creeping on the side of the road and begging. The clever ones are trained to be thieves. And the most outrageous thing is, I once rescued a child. The palms of his hands and feet were cut off. Boil the skin in boiling water. Then wrap yourself in black dog skin. After the injury healed, the dog skin was born into the child. Yako disguised him as a black dog. Teach a few more words to please good fortune. To please the unknown. The people of love beg for money. Number 1 was shocked. That's true. But he knew that number 6 was a monk. It's impossible to lie. But the information given by number 6 made him unable to calm down for a long time. Xu Qian'an's anger was also stimulated. You managed to convince me. Although I hate it when the 5 husbands do everything they can. Do things without using your brain. But I'm still willing to help you. Number 2 teased. I'm kind of identified with number 3 now. Number 4 praised. Temperamental man. Free time for drinks together. Number 6 recited the Buddha. Number of replies. Xu Qian'an asked, where are you hiding? Number 6 immediately replied to the canal outside Pinjuwanbo. I understand. You wait for my news. Xu Qian'an took back the bathroom path. Now here's the problem. How can we help number 6 survive this crisis? Take people out of the inner city. He couldn't. Along the way, there are people who meet bits and fight more people. I'm only in the precinct I patrol. Open your eyes and close your eyes. Press for time. Gotta think of a foolproof solution. Otherwise, wait until the sword guards and watchmen block the surroundings. Investigate layer by layer. At that time, there was really no power to return to the sky. I want to save number 6. You have to hide from the warlock who beats the guard and see Tianjin at the same time. Xu Qian'an has to do 2 things. One is to help number 6 find a place to hide. The second is to help him cover his breath. The former is not difficult. Just deal with it tonight. Tomorrow morning on the 6th, you can disguise yourself as an ordinary person and leave the city on your own, with the status of Ping Yuanbua. Not so much that the gates of the inner city are kept closed. When the day dawns, the gates must be opened. The difficulty is how to mask the breath of number 6. After killing someone, it is inevitable that you will be contaminated with anger. This is definitely not hidden from the heavenly warlock. I hope that Chishu will have another PY deal with Songqin. No, I haven't paid for the last PY transaction. The periodic table to the present. I haven't sent it to see Tianjin yet. And Songqin is as ironclad as me. It's a bit hard to get him to help with this kind of thing, unless I take Chu Kai. Wei, that little beauty, fell asleep. The man received the handbook. Although you can receive a book, but none of the members of the Heaven and Earth Society mentioned this stubble. Xu Qian'an guessed that the aura could not be concealed. Will be found by the forgetfulness technique. Now there's only one last option. He pulled out the booklet. Tear off the page with a page of accounts written on it. 1 page of accounts. It allows the caster to conceal his body and aura. Achieve the effect of erasing existence. Then Xu Qian'an came to the Qinshu Inn. He flew to the ridge on tiptoe. Listened to the window. There was no movement inside. It should be an empty room. He used the matching little by little to pry open the latches of the windows, and so on to open the window completely. The first step is complete. Then, he rushed towards the Pinjuwanbo mansion, which was not far from him. After a while, they were in front of the door. He stood on the ridge across the street and looked out for a while. Found the canal. Xu Qian'an pulled out the arrows in the cowhide bag on his waist. Tie the torn paper to the arrow. Throw it hard. The arrow was nailed to the earthen wall by the canal. At the same time, number 6 was also taken aback. Xu Qian'an hurriedly took out a small jade mirror. Deliver message number 6. The earthen wall by the aqueduct where you are hiding. There was an arrow. They're all you need on it. I prepared a room at the Qinshu Inn on the street. The 6th window on the 2nd floor is open. Hurry up and go. Number 6 immediately stepped forward and pulled out the swordsman. The 6th of the Tianhui was officially unveiled. Is really a bitter Lu Jishan. He pulled out the swordsman that Xu Qian'an shot in. Unfold the paper on it and look at it. There is a page of accounts written on it. Peng Yuan seemed to have figured out something. There was a sense of relief on his face. Number 3 is indeed a Confucian student. He immediately set the paper on fire. An inexplicable force enveloped him, restrained his breath. This ability to restrain the breath. Large bald head with constricted pupils. Shocked. Of color. This is not something that can be achieved by the ordinary 5-grade virtue realm. At least a 4-grade gentleman's realm. Number 3's identity can't be wrong. Not only Confucian disciples. And he was also a student who was favored by a certain Confucian. Daoist Jin Lian said, each holder of the book fragment. They are all the pride of the sky. I can't afford to do it all. Hengyan slashed the surface of the water. In an instant, the whole person flew out of the sewer. He had to get out of here. Delay any longer. It is dangerous for the master of the lantern maker to gather here. Then he saw the ridge of the roof facing the street. There stood a straight, young man, wearing a watchman's suit, one-handed hidden knife. Look ahead in the night breeze. Heng Yuan can't help but feel the artistic conception in his heart. This gong is restrained and deep. Extraordinary. The watchman is really full of talents. He looked for the words of number 3. Found a relative. The 6th window of the inn was indeed open. The big bald head jumped lightly. Enter the room silently. Immediately after that, the window and door were shut. Xu Qian'an let out a sigh of relief. No more pose. Although I know that number 6 is a disciple of Buddhism, I don't think it's going to be a girl. But after meeting the real person, I was still a little disappointed. Number 9 is the old silver coin of Jin Lian. Number 6 is a bitter and hateful Lu Jishan. Several other netizens should always have beautiful girls. Then, dozens of black shadows appeared in Xu Qian's sight. Paint on the ridge up and down. Rush this way. Xu Qian'an squinted. The investigation of the watchman has come. Let's get through this. The 6th is safe. Jin Luojiang, the leader of the team, asked. After the murderer kills, the breath must be stained with blood. A few of them found no anomalies. Si Tianjin's white-clothed people replied none. Jiang Luzhong's expression paused. In the end, I chose to endure it. At this time, a white-clothed person saw Xu Qian's figure. Then the ecstasy was Xu Tiankai. Hurry down after a while. They all came to Xu Qi's body. Bian Jiang Luzhong secretly glanced at Xu Qian. The enemy may be hiding nearby. Attack at any time, and this gong didn't even pull out the knife. Professionalism is evident. Just the next scene directly surprised him. Saw these white-clothed men who were so proud in front of him that they were boundless. They all walked in front of Xu Qian, an expression on the face of an idol when he sees it. What's going on? A white-clothed man said excitedly, Su Gongzi. It's been a long time since you've been to Sitian. Senior brother Song Qing has been talking about you. Xu Qian smiled reservedly. I'm trying to ask me for a debt. Bai Yi then said Su Gongzi. Another day, you must come to see Tianjin for tea. We would also like to ask you about alchemy. Zhang Luzhong was a little confused. Ask him for alchemy. The Si Tian supervisor warlock, who has always been proud to look down on martial artists, was so respectful to a gong. Xu Qian waved his hand and said another day. Now the case is important. It's a few troubles. A few white-clothed people turned around. It was much more polite to the fight. Without further ado, let's move on. Zhang Luzhong and the watchman around him was shown off by this wave of operations. Then he said that he left a few people to check the street. The rest of me followed. Then, the white-clothed people were beaten again and ran around on their backs. At this time, Agong couldn't help but be curious. Ask, our colleague knows you. Bai Yi lamented that we knew him. He may not know us. Su Gongzi is a super genius in the field of alchemy. The blue book he wrote was classified as a first-class secret by Senior Brother Song. Ordinary disciples can't see it if they want to. Senior Brother Song Qing, you've heard of it. Mr. Kanamasa said, he is a once-in-a-century genius of alchemy. But you know, what is a sentence that Senior Brother Song often says recently? Su Ningyin is really untaught. The Gongs were shocked when they heard this. At this time, Zhang Luzhong opened his mouth and explained, let's go and ask who the Gong is from. Give me someone to come. Nicholas Song, after meeting with Xu Qian'an. Chun Xingdao's imperial sword position has been blocked. We have to strictly investigate the surroundings. At this time, I happened to walk to the side of the light inn. Xu Qian's eyes flashed slightly. Dao Ai, Ting Feng, and Guang Xiao searched from this inn. It doesn't make sense for you to go elsewhere and check on a few of your colleagues. Raid hotel rounds. It's really Xu Qian's last life. It is usually the case that you will go to the ward after receiving a report call. And the reason for the report. It is often those young ladies whose acting skills are too exaggerated. I don't feel a toothpick. I'm going to shout a mace-like scream. It makes the tenant next door unable to sleep. Angry and report. Xu Qian stepped forward and knocked frantically on the door. After waking up the little two inside, sleepy-eyed came over and opened the door. The shopkeeper just wanted to have a seizure, but he was stunned by the scene in front of him. A moment later, the shopkeeper stammered and said a few bad masters. Can I help you? Su's wife shouted angrily. Surprise rounds. The shopkeeper was still a little confused. Nicholas Song said about searching for criminals. The shopkeeper welcomed people in. 3 people in a room to find over. When I got to the 6th room on the 2nd floor, Song Tingfeng wondered why this room was locked. There is no one living here. Check whether you live there or not. The shopkeeper took out the key and opened the door. Xu Qian was taken aback. This is the hiding place of number 6. You're going to have to hide from me, Big Bald. Just waiting for them to go in. The room was empty. Xu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the number 6 is not stupid. Although there was a night when the accounts deepened. But if something in the room is moved, the shopkeeper will feel strange. That must not be able to hide the delicate Nicholas Song. And silently observing Zhu Guangxiao, who doesn't like to talk. The search by the trio was fruitless. I had to leave the inn. Xu Qian found an excuse to get into trouble. Feng Lai does not leave at the inn. Lu Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao each went door to door to investigate. Xu Qian found out the Jade Path. The lantern bearer entered the inn. Didn't find out. Moments later, the 6th replied. I hid on the beams. Didn't move anything in the house. Xu Qian complained in his heart. The old wanted man is out. Number 2 asked, what is the situation now? Number 6, are you safe? There was no news for half a day. I didn't even dare ask. Peng Yuan replied, it's safe for now. How did you get saved? Peng Yuan did not reply in a hurry. Instead, he asked Xu Qian, number 3, can I say that? The gentleman is frank. Why not? But number 2, if you want to know. Equivalent intelligence is required in exchange. My history of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom and the remnants of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom are very interested. Xiao Shermine case. It is suspected that the remnants of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom are plotting in secret. I have to help Brother Chun myself. Try to look into the case. Number 2 was a little helpless. I don't know much about the history of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. At this time, a new mission emerged. I know the history of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. The corners of Xu Qian's mouth were raised. Okay. Group chats are meant to be lively. This allows messages to be shared. It is currently bubbling up the number 12456, as well as the number 9 Golden Lotus Old Silver Coin and himself. This number 3, only number 7 and number 8 are missing. Ping Yuan input information. Number 3 gave me a page. It records the magic of Confucianism to conceal the breath. That's how I can get out of the water. Number 2 wondered, you've made it out of the inner city. No, number 3 had a room for me. Spells have hidden my breath. That's how I can hide from the eyes of the people along the way. Hide in the inn? After the Wulongs saw the news. Another wave of mystery speculation has begun. Number 3 gives number 6 a spell of Confucian concealment. It seems that number 3 is really a Confucian disciple, and he is also a disciple who is highly valued by his teacher. Our heaven and earth society finally has disciples like home. It's just that number 1 is still wiser. He immediately noticed that something was wrong, and the fight has already reacted. Mobilize manpower to cordon off the surrounding situation. How could the number 3 give help to the number 6? Unless he himself lives in the inner city. It happens to be in the same area. Recently, there are disciples of Yinlu Academy who have stayed in the inner city. Go back and send someone to check it out. At this time, Xu Qian'an spoke. You tell the inn. Aren't you afraid that number 1 will report you? Number 1 will not. If he wants to report it, I'll just say it. Number 3, I owe you my life. I will repay you in the future. Xu Qian'an guessed. Big bald head. This is in the form of revealing number 1 to me in disguise. Style Xu Qian'an replied. It's just a matter of effort. On the 5th, it's time to exchange information. The kingdom of 10,000 demons fell 500 years ago. Buddhism is handsome, and the countries of the western regions have leveled the 10,000 demon kingdom. It is said that in the final battle of the Burning Mountain, the Buddha himself took action. Xu Qian'an was taken aback. Wait a minute, you just said the Buddha. That's right, Xu Qian'an wanted to say. Are you sure that the Buddha really exists? Only the immortals and Buddhas who jumped out of the grave. But that kind of character really exists. Number 5 continued. That's what my elders said anyway. The credibility is extremely high. As long as you are clear. What is the realm of the leader of the 10,000 demon kingdom? Number 4 asked. EP number 5 said disdainfully. Daddy told me. That's half a Valkyrie. Xu Qian'an was taken aback. Half of the Valkyrie. It means that it almost surpassed a product. Become the god of the martial arts system. Number 5 seems to know the history of the 10,000 demon kingdom very well. He can't be the remnant of the 10,000 demon kingdom. This is the Golden Lotus Dao chief, who has been diving appearing. The Empress of 10,000 demons is a half-martial god. It is recorded in the imperial classics of the poor Daoji. He's a good thing. I don't know the specifics. After all, that was 500 years ago, after the fall of the Empress of 10,000 demons. The demons of the 10,000 demon kingdom continued to fight for a long time. In the end, he had no choice but to flee southern Xinjiang. But for 500 years, the remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom have not been destroyed. They have a strong cohesion, with the dream of recovering the country. And the reason for all this, it's the princess of the 10,000 demon kingdom who is still there. She is the widow of the Empress of 10,000 demons. He is the leader of the remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom. What realm she is, I don't know about this. What are the powerful demons in the 10,000 demon kingdom? I only know the history of the 10,000 demon kingdom. But the current situation of the 10,000 demon kingdom is not very clear. After all, the 10,000 demon kingdom is secretly accumulating. The forces are not active. Xu Qian'an helplessly thought about your situation. At most, it gave me a science about history. It doesn't help Xiao much. At this time, number 2 temptation road number 3. You ask the intelligence of the 10,000 demon kingdom what to do. Confucianism has no intersection with the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Xu Qian'an did not answer him. Instead, it changed the subject. Golden Lotus Dao Chief. I have a friend. He's been out of trouble lately. Not sure why. He always went out to collect silver. The number of times is mundane. This is no longer described as lucky. Let me put it this way. He doesn't do anything. Just by collecting money, you can live a prosperous life. The younger brother cultivates merit. There could be something like that. The Wulongs were envious. Pick up money when you go out. And listen to what number 3 says. It's not pure luck, but often see silver. Jean Lien replied to the meritorious family and pleaded his case. It means that the stars are shining. The feedback given in the dark is that things are going well. No disease and no disaster. Every time you can turn evil into good fortune. It will not be specifically to pick up silver. Xu Qian'an was silent. Other words, people who are full of merit. Things will be smooth sailing. But it's just a general blessing, rather than simply picking up silver. So to speak, is shit luck. The merit with the emperor is not a concept. No one spoke for a long time. Xu Qian'an squatted in the stinky thatch hut and waited for a long time. It was determined that these people were offline again. Xu Qian'an is angry with you unqualified netizens. Early the next morning, the inner city gates. The gates were guarded twice as many as before. There was even a white cloth present for 4 days. Number 6 mixed in the flow of people and walked towards the outer city. The white clothes of the 4 days also looked at him. Just looked at it for a moment and let it go. Peng Yuan was secretly frightened. Fortunately, number 3 bought himself very valuable time. As a disciple of Buddhism, naturally, there is a way to eliminate the evil qi after killing. Number 6 all the way to the east. It was close to noon before returning to the accommodation. Yangtze was a welfare institution of the imperial court, specially taken to widows and lonely. Although it is government-run, but there are only a few old clerks in the courtyard. I can barely see the orphans and the elderly in the hospital. For more than 10 years, the imperial court has a welfare institution such as Yangtze. Growing disregard. Often, even these months have not been able to spare money. The government-run institutions have long since existed in name only. And he just stepped into the yard. Then an old officer came up to meet him. Master Heng Yuan, who was bitter. You don't have to bring the kids in again. The pot could not be opened in the hall. Heng Yuan folded his hands and said that the poor monk would solve the problem of silver. Speaking of which, Heng Yuan remembered the friend on the 3rd. I also want to go out and pick up silver every day. In the firewood room in the backyard of the health hall, Heng Yuan opened the door. Inside lay a black dog. He walks extremely clumsily, but a pair of eyes sometimes shine brightly. The black dog clumsily walked to the monk's feet. Raise your black and white eyes. Slurred speech, intermittently blessed as the East China Sea. Good luck. Master Heng Yuan looked at him with pity. Put your hands together. Recite the Dharma horn in a low voice. The murder of Uncle Ping swept the court the next day. The Xuangui group was furious. A civilian bureaucratic group that has always been at odds with Sun Gui also attached importance to this case. The inspectorate impeached Wei Yuan, Emperor Yuan Jing. He severely reprimanded the commander of the 5 guards in the capital, and Wei Yuan, the commander of the watchmen. Strangely, however, beat the watchman yamen. The attitude towards the case was extremely negative. In the film hall, Xu Qian'an and his colleagues drank tea and chatted. When he asked, "Why is the yamen so negative about this case?" Nicholas Song said disdainfully, and there is no need to be surprised. Uncle Ping Yuan is not a good person. I heard some insider information from other colleagues. Uncle Ping Yuan raised a Yazi in private, specializing in human trafficking and lack of morality. Wei Gong wished that these imperial moths would die cleanly. He also counted on the watchmen to avenge him. But after all, it was the face of the imperial court. The court Zhugong will not stop there. It's about to be examined. No one cares about the dead Uncle Ping Yuan. After a while, it stopped. It's just hard work. Our Yamen has just ordered to intensify patrols in the inner city. I don't know how the Imperial Hall Zhu Guild will deal with Duke Wei. They have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Beat the Yamen. The dark poison Xu Qian'an came to consult the files of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. There is a lot of information about the 10,000 Demon Kingdom recorded in the book. But it's all history. The only valuable information is a description of the Empress of 10,000 demons. The nine-tailed sky fox can fight more people. There is no record of the Buddha acting in the dark poison storehouse. So how does the number 5 know? What kind of force does number 5 belong to? Xu Qian'an asked at Li Yuan. Are there any other dossiers about the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Li Yuan replied, yes. But it's not in Ding Hao's warehouse. In other words, it's just that Xu Qian'an's authority is insufficient. He had no choice but to leave the dark poison vault, then go straight to Haoqi building. He's going to make a bold move in order to win more trust and appreciation from Wei Yuan. The specific draft has been finalized. Xu Qian'an loudly asked Wei Pingping to resign from his humble position. Something to tell. Hearing this, Nangong Qianro raised her eyebrows. Looking at Xu Qian'an's gaze, his eyes were full of hostility. He is Jin Luo, was asked to retire by a mere gong. Wei Yuan's face paused slightly. Nod slightly, you two leave first. You supervise each other. No eavesdropping. Nangong Qianro looked at Xu Qian'an deeply. This little gong. It's only been a few days since I joined the Watchmen. He was frequently summoned by his father-in-law. In order to talk to him, the father-in-law also separated himself and Yang Yan. This made Nangong Qianro very unhappy. Obviously, I came first. 2 golden gongs. Leave the curiosity building. Nangong Qianro sneered and said with a dignified golden gong. It was crossed by a gong under his hand. He obviously didn't take you seriously. Yang Yan was silent. Nangong Qianro said unhappily, I'm sowing discord. You're giving some face. Yang Yan said lightly, you know what his qualifications are. You know that Gong Wei wants to cultivate him. But he doesn't take you as the truth. Yang Yan asked rhetorically, do you think I will care? Nangong Qianro was completely angry. Yes, it's your soldiers. This incense is alive. After speaking, the sad smile was really boring. Or go to the prison and have fun with my toys. The inspection room on the 7th floor of the Haoqi building. Xu Qian'an said. The subordinates have a report on the case of Ping Yuanbua. Wei Yuanshan said that the heaven and earth would meet. It was the number 6 of the Heaven and Earth Society who killed Ping Yuanbua. Wei Yuan was silent for a moment. I asked why. A junior brother of number 6 was abducted by the Yazzie organization and taken away from the position of life and death. He followed the clues and touched the melon. Locked up Pinji Wambo. Xu Qian'an will tell how he helped number 6 escape. How to avoid Tion's supervision. All of them were spoken, just waiting for his voice to fall. Wei Yuan waved his sleeves and swept down the teacup. Then the resignation splashed all over the ground. His expression was no longer gentle. The pupils are as sharp as knives. Then he shouted Xu Qian'an. Privateers. Guilty concurrently. Xu Qian'an pleaded guilty on the spot. Speak out for the sin of degrading. He knew that he was guilty of sin. I was terrified for a day and a night. After all, there is no escape from the condemnation of conscience. Chose to confess to Wei Gong. Suicide or exile. Let Duke Wei call the shots. But the conscience of the lowly office does not. It's against that damn Uncle Ping Yuan. But he felt ashamed of his trust and cultivation in Wei Gong. Wei Yuan's face was expressionless. Like dyed frost. Xu Qian'an's tone gradually became sincere. Humble and chatting with colleagues today, I learned that the Duke of Wei was reprimanded by His Majesty. Was grabbed by Zhu Gong of the court. Take the opportunity to end the humble position. When I think of Duke Wei, I am as kind as a mountain. Wei Yuan interrupted him lightly. It would be too much to be as heavy as a mountain. Let's talk about the reason. Su's wife's face froze. Not a big guy. Why don't you speak according to the routine? Are you still mixed officialdom? He paused. Said that Ping Yuanbo secretly cultivated the Yangtze organization, trafficking in human beings in the capital. Violence is sought. The Yamen abducted children and women, sold to the greenhouse, sold to the black workshop, trained to be a thief, even cut off hands and feet, wrapped in black dog skin. He repeated the explanation of number 6. He did not hide his hatred for Uncle Pingyuan between his words. Wait for Xu Qian'an to finish. Wei Yuan and Qi calmly talked about the details of pouring tea. It shows that Wei Yuan has forgiven Xu Qian'an. Xu Qian'an immediately poured tea for his father. It's like serving the leader in the police station in my previous life. Wei Yuan was silent for a few seconds. Tell me how much you know about the Emperor of Heaven. How much do you know about the Golden Lotus of the Earth sect? According to the Yamen survey, Uncle Pingyuan does raise the Yangtze organization. But that number 6, it's really for the so-called junior brother. And for no other purpose. Maybe Uncle Pingyuan was involved in other things. Maybe the Yangtze organization has done something. Hence the fire of death. Have you ever thought about this? During reconnaissance, the demons are dancing. In 4 days, it will be the day for His Majesty to worship his ancestors. Nothing can be taken lightly. Xu Qian'an was slightly moved. Dad, this is teaching himself to do things. Analyze yourself. He really wants to be with me again. He treated me like a subordinate, and I wanted to call him Daddy. I'm so despicable. Xu Qian'an bowed his head. Wei Gong taught a lesson. Wei Yuan said approvingly. How you're doing well. Let's go down first. I'll send someone to investigate this. You continue to lurk in the Heaven and Earth Society. The short-term goal is to find the number 1. Xu Qian'an said loudly. The lowly duty must go all out. Leave Haoqi building. Xu Qian'an let out a breath. I know I got the bet right this time. One Wei Yuan's trust. I want to be in a solid position. I want to climb up. You have to learn to stand in line. Learn to hug your thighs. For a long time to come, he had to keep brushing Wei Yuan's favorability. Earn his trust. And what Wei Yuan said to himself at the end. It's also my own thoughts. I'm right on the 6th. There is not 100% trust in the Heaven and Earth Society. It's still the old silver that can deal with the old silver coins. So when you encounter confusion, it's right to find a place. Of course, a mature 2-5 boy. There has to be something else. Xu Qian'an arrived at a hidden corner where no one was around. Pull out the jade trail. Enter your information. Number 6, I just got the news. The lantern bearer has a clue of unknown origin. It is likely to be bad for you. You have to be prepared. Evacuate in time. After Hing Yuan saw the message, solemnized, leads were tracked down only 1 day later, and may threaten yourself. It's really fast. Wait, how did number 3 know about this? At this time, number 1 took the initiative to speak for the first time. Number 3, how did you find out about the inside information of the Watchman? Xu Qian'an guessed correctly. Sure enough, as long as it involves the high-level affairs of the capital. Number 1 cares a lot. Xu Qian'an did not answer immediately. Rather, the wording was thought about once. Write on paper. Enter your information. What do you think? He knew that the other holders of the handing fragments were watching the screen, waiting for Xu Qian'an to give a reason, and enough to explain it. The debate over Confucian orthodoxy continued for more than 200 years. We can't sit still. Time. The holders of the fragments of the book became excited. This sentence is what? What do you mean? Yunlu Academy planted a plate in the yamen of the Watchman. It's a big melon. Xu Qian'an said tentatively. Number 1, you can try to find me. This is both a provocation. It's also a temptation. If number 1 responds, or do it secretly. So, Xu Qian'an can reverse lock his identity from this. The Watchman is a yamen that only belongs to the royal family. It is also an idle force such as Yangtze who has not been wronged. It doesn't get in at all. Even if there is a situation where the plate is inserted, it will definitely not be the middle and high level. And the guys at the bottom, there is simply no resources and ability to troubleshoot the plates. However, number 1 is a smart man. Ignored Xu Qian's provocation. Very far-sighted. No one spoke for a long time. Enter the information, and I will pay extra attention to number 3 these days. I owe you a favor again. Your Excellency is chivalrous. Scenery Festival Moon. It is the object of imitation by those who are being emulated. Great goodness of the benefactor. Xu Qian said that you don't want to be grateful too early. Sooner or later, the favor will have to be paid back. This wave deepen Wei Yuan's trust in me. I sent a big favor to the 6th, and in the hearts of all the congregations of heaven and earth, leave an image of helpfulness. This wave of blood. It's just that number 1 seems to be getting more and more interested in me. If it is really the top of the imperial court, I will definitely check it in Yunlu Academy. But he couldn't find it. Even if the number 3 is really locked, it could be Xu Qian. This truth. I can also push Jiro out and pass it. After all, I'm a person in the imperial system. If the true body is found by number 1, I'm going to be passive. Erlang is the son of Yunlu Academy. More confident than me. And at present, there is no grudge against number 1. All in all, it's not a big problem. Say goodbye. Big brother loves you so much. You should give back to your big brother a little. Return to the side hall of the Spring Breeze Hall. Nicholas Song ridiculed Xu Qian for being a bastard who prostitutes. Zhu Guangxiao nodded in agreement. Xu Qian thought for a moment. Said that today, I will go to the Dark Poison Library to send it. A huge secret has emerged. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao suddenly came to the spirit. What a secret. Xu Qian said, you call me Dad. I'll tell you. Nicholas Song called without hesitation. Xu Qian was happy. The secret is that you are not my own. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao blew up directly. But at this time, a silver gong came in at the door. Xu Qian came out with us. Xu Qian and his 2 colleagues followed out blankly. Spring Breeze Hall. The silver gong smiled and said to Li Yuchen, Lord Li, I took this gong from your hand. From now on, he will work under my hands. Let's make a deal. Li Yuchen exploded and made a joke when he heard it. Naked robbed of my treasure boy. I would agree. Li Yuchen waved his sleeves. The door of the Spring Breeze Hall closed. Tao Yinluo was shocked by his reaction. What does that mean? Li Yuchen ridiculed Lord Tao, and what did he mean? You and I are not under the same golden gong. There is no such rule. Tao Yinluo pointed at Xu Qian and said, it was Master Jiang who asked me to come and pick up someone. He had a crush on this kid. Then he greeted Xu Qian. Why are you stupid? Come here. You'll be my man from now on. Jiang Jinluo has taken a fancy to you. This is a blessing for you. Xu Qian was speechless. How did this sound strange? Does Master Jiang still have to carry me through the door with a sedan chair? I don't even know him. Li Yuchen blew up. Then you go and reply to Lord Jiang. I disagree. Tao Man suspected that he had misheard something. You dare to refuse Lord Jiang. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Lady Jiang is still waiting. I'm going to kick someone right now. If you have any opinions, find Lord Jiang yourself. If you dare to touch my person's surname Tao, try it. If you step out of that threshold today, Lao Tzu is not called Li Yuchen. You surnamed Li are really stunned today. Do you know what you're talking about? Nicholas Song and Zhu Guang. Filial piety and the gong brought by Tao Man. Several people squatted in the yard eating fried beans. Listened to the scolding in the street. Then, a gong asked what your bronze was. Nicholas Song shook his head, and there was no reason. It's just that he went to the church and privately said that the girl didn't want money. The 2 gongs were taken aback. Really fake. How he did it? Nicholas Song added that he couldn't say anything. I promised to keep it a secret for him. He gave us a tael of silver as hush money. The two gongs generously gave 2 taels of silver. Tell Nicholas Song to continue. Nicholas Song took it, said with a smile on his face, because we were in for a treat. No surprises. The voice fell. They scuffled together. At this time, Zhang Luzong was sitting in the hall. Looked at Xu Qian's household registration and information. That's when he knew. Originally, Xu Qian was outstanding in the original sleeping prostitution case. Chang'an County's small Kuaishou. I am responsible for the murder of Uncle Ping Yuan. Although Duke Wei resisted the pressure of all parties in the court for me. But I can't let that slack off. This would make Wei Gong question my abilities. This person is good at arresting and handling cases. Exactly what I need. And he has a close relationship with Si Tianjian Warlock. I can buy magic weapons from Si Tianjian through him. Armed subordinates. Then there was a sound of footsteps. Tao Inluo said angrily. Li Yuchen just doesn't give it to people. And drove me back. Also said if you want someone, you can go to him in person. Jiang Yuzhong slapped the information on the shore angrily. Say yes without anger. I'll go personally. Li Yuchen on the other side also found Yang Yin. Yang Jinluo has something to report. Yang Yin sweated slightly. Brother Chun said Jiang Jinluo with some emotion. To rob our gongs. Su's wife, and Yang Yin, raised her eyebrows. Looked at Wei Yuan's father-in-law. Wei Yuan smiled and said, that's a matter for the two of you. Yang Yin immediately got up. A gong with fake qualifications can't be handed over. Who dares to rob people? He's going to knock out whose brains. The 2 golden gongs touched each other at the door of the Spring Breeze Hall. Zhang Luzhongchen said Yang Jinluo. Can Xu Qian be transferred to Wuhui Gorge? Yang Yin did not speak. Instead, he shook his head. Zhang Luzong said, then what if I want it? Yang Yinshin said that it would be done according to the rules. What rules? Fights, of course. This is an unagreed rule. It doesn't matter if it's a golden gong, a silver gong, or a brass gong. As long as there is a contradiction, then solve it by force. But it must be in the martial arts arena of the yamen. You can't fight in private. Takeo wants to be pure and righteous. Do not have 1 or 2 golden gongs for the sake of a small gong. It is necessary to compete in the martial arts arena. The news spread far and wide. The watchman who heard the news came to see the excitement. Xu Qian was also a little speechless. How do you feel like you've become a red face? However, Xu Qian also noticed the anxiety on stage. It was found that it was when Uncle Ping Yuan was killed that day. This Jin Luo had a relationship with him. I think it was because I saw that he had a lot of friendship with the warlock of Si Tianjian. I want to take myself under my command. And Yang Yin disagreed. 9 times out of 10, the reason is that they have fake qualifications. Li Yuchen talked to him. Duke Wei generously gave him a fake evaluation. Dad Wei is so generous. It's purely because of my poem. Xu Qian looked like a green tea. I'm under pressure that I shouldn't have. The attic near the martial arts arena. A couple of golden gongs watched it all from the window. Yang Yin and Zhang Luzhong didn't have a holiday. Probably not. Settle old accounts from the beginning. Could it be the problem of the gong? He seems to be called Xu Qian, right? It seems that he is also the one who solved the tax and silver case. That's just the case. It's not going to be a big deal. After the 2 golden gongs entered. Just do it. There was no hesitation at all. The ground caved in a few inches. Anxiety disappeared from everyone's eyes. The next moment, Yang Yin raised her elbow and hit the left side. Blocked the momentum. A raging punch. Then the hands and feet of the 2 turned into afterimages. The sound of flesh colliding is endless. If you compare the human eye to a camera, the battle of 2 high-frequency martial artists, the limits of shooting have been exceeded. It's the reason why I can't catch it with the naked eye. It is also an ability unique to high-frequency martial arts. If it's the latter, that's the exclusive ability of a few martial artists. It should be after the 7th grade, because the 7th grade refining of gods is also aimed at spiritual tempering. In addition, the 2 Jin Luo were restrained during the battle. If you let go of your hands and feet, you can do it. It is estimated that the guards in Yamen will have to be raised to the ground. Song Tingfeng patted Xu Qian'an on the shoulder. It's just a bit of a fun. Don't be so serious. The battle between the golden gongs. Not a few times a year. Su Weifan Dao, who do you think will win? Song Tingfeng smiled at the simple fight between flesh and strength. There is not much difference between the golden gongs. So every time the golden gong fights, there is no winner or loser. This fight lasted more than an hour. He Li Yuan, the watchman of the Yamen, walked batch after batch. In the 5-husband system, the characteristic of Jiopin alchemy is physical strength. It is known as an endless source of physical strength, although there are exaggerated ingredients. But it is enough to prove the terrible physical strength of Takeo. This is what the Oran lady thinks deeply. Beat the Yamen. In the Haochi building, for Yuandan's ballistics, Yang Yin has to continue to fight. Stay in good health, or it will be another 10 years. Qi and blood declined. You have no hope for the rest of your life. Enter the 3rd product. The law is too concerned about his own qi and blood. I want to maintain the top physique all the time. But what you really have to do is to put the knife and tin into your fists and kicks. In this way, the combat power will be greatly improved. Zhang Luzhong was unconvinced. Listen to what Wei Gong means. I'm hopeless. Wei Yuan said that the 3 products have become an extraordinary human realm. It's a matter of chance, and not penance. Our king of Jinbei. 10 years of fighting on the battlefield, wandering on the edge of life and death dozens of times. Born to die. You're all a little out of steam. Since there is no victory, I won't mention the transfer of personnel. Zhang Luzhong gave up, but he asked for advice on one thing. What is so peculiar about the gong Xu Qian? Let young Jinluo value it so much. Unwilling to give up. Wei Yuandan's Dao is not a big deal. No, you're going to ask. I prepared it purposely. See for yourself. After speaking, took out Xu Qian's test qualifications. When Zhang Luzhong saw the 2 big red characters, he shouted at Yang Yin again. One more fight. I'm going to have this guy. Wei Gong, you can't because Yang Yin is your adopted son. There is some partiality. If you don't give, I'll spread the word about it. Let's see if Yang Yin can hold on to other meridians. Wei Yuan coldly said presumptuously. The reason why he is under Yang Yin's hands. It's not because of Yang Yin. It's Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen can test Xu Qian's character. Xu Qian also needs a person with a stereotypical personality. Be a leader. Changing any of them will contradict him. How did you get this piece of gold? Don't hide it in your anxiety. Ping Yuan's case is quite tricky. Inferred from current clues, it is very likely that people in the rivers and lakes are seeking revenge. But people have long since fled. Die young, die and die. Die young. Young. I can't wait for her to speak. The film and media brother of the teaching workshop division, Su did not return home after finishing his street patrol. Instead, he went to the workshop division. Su's wife sat in the tub, sighed that Fuxiang is quite reserved today. There is no halfway service from Brother Su. I took a shower and looked at the beauty through the screen. He just looked up. Yin Ran smiled. In an instant, there are all kinds of styles. Xu Qian thought that he was wrong through the screen. It was just that moment. The inexplicable feeling was gone. The next morning, when Xu Qian woke up, I found myself in a rare oversleep. The stables of the church division. Xu Qian'an has just been in the hands of the service staff of the teaching workshop division. Lead the horses. Suddenly, I heard a hearty laugh. He looked for it. A few men crossing knife uniforms. Walked to the stable. Isn't it second Uncle Xu? The uncle and nephew looked at each other in silence. Silence is better than sound at this point. The silver bottle burst into the water slurry. History is always strikingly similar. There was a pause for a few seconds. The uncle and nephew turned their heads at the same time. Pretend not to know each other. The second uncle's colleague said with emotion. What a blessing it was to the guest that Fuka accompanied last night. The second uncle subconsciously looked at Xu Qian'an. The news says that you envy the object of jealousy and hatred. It's my nephew. Not long after, Xu Pingji and his colleagues said goodbye outside the Jiaofeng temple. At this time, Xu Qian'an was also indignant and said to the second uncle, "You are married to such a beautiful person as your poor aunt. You don't cherish it. So that Feng Silai fooled around." Xu Pingji said in 3 more days. It is the day when His Majesty worships his ancestors. There will be more socializing during this time. Don't tell your aunt. After saying that, she ran to sell green oranges not far away. Turning his head, he said, "I'll go buy some oranges. You are waiting for me here." Xu Qian'an was coldly taken advantage of. I can't argue with that. I could only nod helplessly. On the way home, Xu Pingji peeled an orange. Deliberately smeared the juice of orange peel on the body. The old prostitute is gone. Xu Qian'an secretly admired second Uncle Dao in his heart. "Give me one too." Second Uncle Xu handed over oranges. He asked curiously, "You don't need it." Xu Qian'an said that you were a woman who lied to you. "I'm lying to your daughter." After the 2 smeared orange peels, only then did he enter the house. Second Uncle Xu peeled the orange that he hadn't eaten. It was handed to Li Ru. After the aunt ate it in her mouth, returned it to second Uncle Xu with an expressionless face. Second Uncle Xu saw his wife share. Half of it was peeled off too. Then he handed it to Xu Qian'an with an expressionless face. "An orange. I also want everyone to share the food. It's very cozy." Xu Qian'an ate half of it, then handed it to Su Lingyue. Su Lingyue also ate half of it, beckoned to run around the hall. "Little bean cubes to have fun by yourself." Diced beans took the orange. "Pick up half of it and stuff it in your mouth." In an instant, the little face was wrinkled. The sour one shivered. The family didn't cry when they saw Xiao doubting. All relieved. So he handed over the whole bag of oranges to him to dispose of. Xu Qian'an went back to the courtyard to change into his errand clothes. Took a shower. At this time, the porter Lao Zhang came over and shouted to Lang. "A guest arrived. The Lord called you over." Xu Qian'an responded that he knew. Closed the courtyard door. "Come in." Lao Zhang was stunned at first. I remembered the last time the servant was called into the bath. Inexplicable fainting thing. Lao Zhang didn't respond. Instead, he quietly left. Xu Qian'an walked out of the house. Seeing that Lao Zhang was gone, he still wants to carry Lao Zhang over the wall. Save him a detour to go back. Xu Qian'an came to the front hall. Found out that Chu Kaiwei was here. Xu Qian'an was surprised why he came to my house. Chu Kaiwei sat on the main seat. While eating, he complained that you would not go again. 4 days to see that the next time it will be senior brother song. Xu Qian'an suddenly realized. I remembered that I really hadn't fulfilled my promise. Hurriedly said, "Another day." "I'll go another day." Chu Kaiwei questioned. "You won't be left unprepared." Senior brother song said, "In arrears for so long. You'll have to pay it back. The alchemical knowledge you wrote in the blue book is somewhat esoteric." The alchemists of the 4 days were momentarily unpredictable. At the end of the year, Senior Brother Song wants you to go for 4 days. To the alchemist of the 6 grades, and the warlocks under the 6 grades to give lectures. Xu Qian'an nodded, and he owed the debt to pay the money. Unalterable principle. But I need to prepare for half an hour. Chu Kaiwei smiled and smiled. "I will supervise you." He's in a good mood. towards the side of the stand. Xu Qian'an, whose big eyes flashed with longing, said, "Does the little sister want to eat her sister's pastry?" Xu Qian'an pecked his head. The kid had been coveting his cakes. A little wolf ambition. Chu Kaiwei didn't want to give him food. But Xu Qian agreed, so happily. He's in a good mood. Anyway, it's a little baby. I can't eat much. The two came to Xu Qian's small courtyard. In addition to the color for the probe looking out of the kitchen. You said that day you were going to make something to eat for me. Xu Qian had no choice but to do it next time, and so on to make a low-profile version of the essence of chicken. I'll give it to you below. Half an hour later, Xu Qian wrote a good manuscript. Wait until they get back to the antechamber. Chu Kaiwei found. All the pastries were wiped out by the small bean cubes. Little Bean Ding burped. Thank you, sister, with a smile. The pastries were so delicious. Chu Kaiwei is also not good at losing her temper with a child. Can only puff up and Xu Qian back. See you in 4 days. Xu Qian sneered and said with a smile, Are you ashamed? My sister will eat some pastries from you. It's like this. Chu Kaiwei snorted. I'm going to keep it for you to eat. Xu Qian thought about it. Isn't it just a pastry? I'll buy you a few bucks. Chu Kaiwei said in a deep voice, 2 taels of silver. Xu Qian decisively waved the horsewhip and ran away. Don't let senior brother Song wait. Drive the capital of Dafeng. Tian saw Song Qing with 2 dark circles under his eyes. A look of overindulgence. Say, you're finally here. If you don't come again, I'll go to your house in person. For Xu Qian's delay. He was dissatisfied. I violated the principle of being a fair and honest person. Done bad things for him. The results are left and right. I just can't wait. Xu Qian smiled awkwardly. Isn't this coming? How is the grafting technique that senior brother Song has studied recently? Song Qing spread it out with a manuscript. This is my most recent grafting philosophy. I heard that you joined the Watchmen. Help me get a death row inmate. Xu Qian saw that it was a centaur. Directly slapped off the paper in Song Qing's hand. Smiled and said this back to talk. I'm going to redeem my promise now. Xu Qian didn't want to be slapped to death by the traitorous government. Recite the practice of the senior brother. Alchemy is obviously crooked. I'm going to have to straighten it with my deep knowledge of chemistry. The teaching location is located in the lobby on the 7th floor. The white-clad warlocks brought in the case. Sit upright like a student. Xu Qian had a hunch. This lecture ends. My status in Tianjin will be raised again. Wait for me to copy poems to please the great Confucians of Yunlu Academy. Hold your dad's thighs steady. In the near future, can I walk sideways more often? There are 3 forces behind it. As long as you don't do big things against the grain. He was as steady as an old dog. Erlang, Big Brother still loves you. The road to your capital has been paved. And you are stingy and refuse to give your eldest brother a promise. Xu Qian swept over the white-clad warlocks. Before the start of the course, let's talk about alchemy first. Do you know anything about alchemy? At this time, Tianjin was at the door. 2 extravagant carriages were parked outside the stargazing tower. Wei Yuan and his 2 righteous sons respectfully luggage. Huaiqing said lightly, Duke Wei also came to find the supervisor. Wei Yuan sighed and said that it was in Taikang County. Eliminated stone was discovered, but it was all collected. It is suspected that it was committed by the remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Qin suspected that there were still demon clans lurking in the capital. I want to ask the supervisor to open his eyes. Search for the ghost. What about the eldest princess? Huaiqing replied, I'm here to find Kai Wei. Wei Gong felt that Ping Yuan's death was related to the demon clan. Wei Yuan shook his head, and Uncle Ping Yuan had nothing to do with the demon clan. He doesn't have that value. The 2 sides entered the stargazing tower together. To his astonishment, the building was empty. No one came to greet the 2nd floor, and the same was true for the 3rd floor. Got to the 5th floor. I finally saw a busy white dress. Huaiqing asked, The palace committed suicide. I've only seen you. What happened to the 4 heavenly sword? Bai Yi listened. I don't want to see the eldest princess. No, I want to go to the 7th floor too. But I still have business to do. The brothers wouldn't let me go. It is simply not merciful. He grumbled and explained. Dao Su Gongzi gave a lecture on the 7th floor. Teach alchemy. The brothers and sisters all went to the class. Huiqing and Wei Yuan both secretly speculated. The surname Su is none other than him. Wei Yuanxi thought that Song Qin once told me. Xu Qian'an is an amazing alchemy wizard. It's just that I didn't care too much about it at the time. After all, Song Qin was the first person in Si Tian's alchemy. Nangong Qianro was puzzled by the righteous father. When did Si Tianjian come out with a surname Su? Wei Yuan smiled. Go upstairs and take a look. Clever white-clad sorcerers. Answer his question in the words of Xu Qian'an. The essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Extract the essence from things. Turn trash into treasure. There are also alchemists based on their own experience. Give an answer. Song Qin shook his head. Sighed. The white-clad sorcerers were puzzled. What does senior brother Song mean by this? At this time, Xu Qian'an clapped his palms. The crowd immediately paid attention. Threw himself at the alchemy device. Xu Qian'an met everyone's gaze. Snooped on the entire Si Tian sword. In the field of alchemy, only senior brother Song makes me admire. Regarded as a superior person who can be compared. Senior brother Song actually meant that. All of you are right, but not comprehensively. So it's not right. Su's wife, Angel, said. Originally, I only promised senior brother Song Qing. Teach you a piece of knowledge. As a result, senior brother Song Qing insisted that I pay back the principal with interest. Then I'll talk a little bit more. Speak a little broader. Be thorough. I just finished saying that. The eyes of the white-clad warlocks instantly lit up. Loud noises. It happened to reach Huiqing and Wei Yuan, who had climbed to the 7th floor. And they paused. Didn't go in right away. But at the same time, they all showed his expression. Yang Yin stared at Xu Qian'an for a moment. It turned out that Zhang Luzhong was telling the truth. He secretly made up his mind. This gong can only be under his command. No one wants to snatch it. Xu Qian'an said alchemy. The essence of the art is equivalent exchange. This is the criterion for the plagiarism of the outline. But he doesn't have an image. There are only alchemy masters like senior brother chanting. In order to understand the true meaning of this sentence, alchemy is mentioned. The layman subconsciously thinks of elixirs and potions. Those who know a little more must think of metal. But these are just 2 of the areas of alchemy. I classify them as the medical field and the materials field. Most of the alchemists, they only delve into these 2 fields, occasionally jumping into other areas. But only senior brother Song. His eyes are already in another separate field. Song Qini is like finding a confidant. Do you want to focus on the field of grafting organisms? Maybe this time for the lecture. It will also be him, an important step into a new realm of alchemy. Brother Song Qing's research direction is in the field of biology. Alchemy is not just for dead things. Living creatures are also in the realm of alchemy. A white-clothed warlock Chen Sheng said to Su Gongzi. Mr. Kanamasa said, life is outside the realm of alchemy. Su's wife on Dao. That's because senior brother Song Qing's method was wrong. So the governor criticized him. But he wasn't wrong in the right direction. We extract metals from ores. Harder metals are extracted from metals. Refining elixir from medicinal herbs. But we can't extract the agent from the metal. Metals cannot be extracted from medicinal herbs. Here's why. A white-clothed man said proudly. Medicinal herbs are medicinal herbs. Ore is ore. Su Gongzi's question is so strange. Metals can be extracted from medicinal herbs. Shall we not extract gold and silver from white rice? But Song Qin was in the same place. Then he breathed heavily, urging you to go on. The white-clothed men watched this scene in disbelief. It was very rare for them to see such a senior brother song. Also aware of, Xu Qian'an said, "It is outside of the truly advanced knowledge of alchemy." Huaiqing, who was headed, couldn't help but look at Song Qin. This is a strong personal disciple. He is also recognized by Si Tianjian as the first person in alchemy. Immersed in the field of alchemy, he refused to be promoted, disdain for the high-grade realm. Other senior brothers of 4 and 5 grades, none of them are as good as him in the field of alchemy. He always tinkered with some terrible alchemy. He was even imprisoned for this. Xu Qian's alchemy, it's really advanced to this point, can actually guide Song Qin. Just as Xu Qian'an was about to say it again, found the eldest princess and Father Wei standing behind him. Xu Qian'an was almost scared to pee. Zhuang 13 was being watched by the leaders when he was energetic. His strategy against the white-clothed warlock was to win narrowly in front of people. The more pompous it is, the better. And the strategy for Wei Yuan is to show loyalty. It's a harmless little 13 within a reasonable range. But the current situation is not a small outfit 13. It's a straight one-word horse. But think about it another way. Demonstrate your value in front of your leaders. It's also a way to get noticed and increase your chips. And who is the girl next to my father? Promoted so beautifully. Xu Qian coughed. Go on, and that's what I'm going to talk about. I want to talk to you about the main points. There are some very subtle substances in everything. These substances make up the myriad worlds as we see them. There is a connection and a pattern between these substances. Explain with the simplest example. An elixir. It needs to be refined with more than a dozen or dozens of medicinal herbs. However, the efficacy of each herb is obviously different. Why? Because the properties of some of the subtle substances are similar to each other, so they can react and merge with each other. The same is true for refining metals. In that mutilated book of alchemy, a mantra is written about the similar properties of subtle substances. I call this mantra the periodic table. For a moment, the sound of rapid breathing was loud. The hall echoed in the hall for 4 days, and the white-clothed people were excited and ecstatic. Song Qin even ran directly to Xu Qian. Excitedly, I know. The reason why my living alchemy failed. It is because they have no similarity between them. Yes. How can cats and trees have similar characteristics? It's two completely different things. Xu Qian smiled and said with a smile, "It is barely reasonable for you to understand it so well. Senior Brother Song is worthy of being a genius in alchemy. Outstanding comprehension." Song Qin frowned, "Although I understand your reasoning. But how to verify the similarity between living creatures? Where is the right direction for the alchemy of living creatures?" Xu Qian said that it was a good question. "I'm just waiting for this time to point fingers at you." Then the direction of Yo-Yo Dao's living alchemy is cells. The relatives were stunned. Again, a strange word that has never been heard before. Xu Qian was secretly weak-hearted. "I don't know much about cells. It's none of my business anyway. Success is what I taught. If you don't succeed, you're stupid." Xu Qian took out a booklet from his arms. "This is the second blue book I have given to Si Tianjian. It contains the formulas of the periodic table and my personal annotations. There is also Senior Brother Song Qin. The right direction for living alchemy is in it." Song Qin couldn't wait to grab the booklet. Eagerly read the first sentence of the opening paragraph. "Cells are the beginning of a life. Look at it." Song Qin held the booklet tightly. Yang Tian laughed. The blazing gaze of the white-clad warlock looked at the booklet in Song Qin's hand. "I was curious about what was written in the booklet. It feels like there's a cat making trouble in my heart." Song Qin restrained his smile. In a calm tone, Su Ningyan said it just now. "The realm of national objects is too profound. You haven't reached your realm. Wait for my brother. I will understand it thoroughly. Naturally, it will be taught on behalf of the teacher." The white-clothed people could only reluctantly give up the idea of checking. Chemistry encompasses all aspects of the field. For example, electrochemistry. and nuclear chemistry as well as quantum chemistry. Xu Qian himself is also half understood. He wasn't going to go any further. It's also not good to put the inventory in the stomach. Dig it all out in one go. They are not a blessing. It's not worth his teaching. Equivalent exchange. This kind of thing has to be done in a long way. The white-clad warlock stood up. The movements are uniform. Towards Xu Qian. Thank you for the grace of Gongzi Su. Huaiqing outside the door witnessed everything. His expression was slightly dazed. The warlock of Xu Qian'an's sword gave a disciple salute to a martial artist. I'm afraid it's since the establishment of Xu Qian'an. For the first time, this is the only person Xu Qian. It is enough to leave a small mark in the history books. Song Qing let out a breath. Chao Kai Wei said, Junior sister, the eldest princess is here for you. Xu Qian hurriedly stepped forward. Hugfist Dao has seen Wei Gong. Wei Yuan smiled. Gestured to the woman in the gorgeous long dress beside her. This is the eldest princess. Li Yuchen told him. I can do my best. The eldest princess raised her sword. Take a closer look. Xu Qian was peerless by this graceful one. The appearance of the eldest princess. Amazed. Hug your fists and thank the eldest princess for raising her sword. Huaiqing smiled and sweated his hands. The sound is pleasant. The alchemy cheats you just mentioned are. Xu Qian replied. It was a lowly young age when he had to meet the guidance of a master. A book of alchemy secrets was taught. Next, if Huaiqing or Wei Yuan offered to cut him, said that he accidentally lost it. But the content is already in my mind. By the same knowledge. After prostituting Xi Tianjian's white clothes. Prostitute the eldest princess and Wei Yuan again. Who knew that the eldest princess just smiled. He asked no more. The words are good. There's something about this princess. At least a very smart woman. Wei Yuan said to this little gong. Come with me to the superintendent. Xu Qian's breathing was uncontrollably short. See the supervisor of the Warlock's Peak. The top floor of the star-picking tower. Xu Qian followed Wei Yuan. Come to the octagonal terrace. I saw him sitting at the table. Witnesses were given to them in white. At this moment, an old voice came to you. I don't know if it's an illusion. Xu Qian produced the illusory feeling that he was talking to me. Wei Yuan walked to the edge of the octagonal platform. Said lightly, I'm here. I haven't played chess in a long time. Can the supervisor talk to Wei about a game? The superintendent did not speak. Wave his hand. A chessboard and 2 boxes of chess pieces appeared out of thin air on the shore. Wei Yuan sat opposite the prisoner. During this time, the superintendent can concentrate on looking at the world. The superintendent said that he was old and faint. I can't see clearly. After a while, Wei Yuan said in a deep voice, Brother Zhong, the Taoist hand is enchanted. The superintendent, as always, is indifferent, and things are extremely opposed. Merit becomes immortal. It's not that simple. Wei received the message. There are remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom lurking in the capital. It's all small roles. Wei Yuan heard this. He nodded reassuringly. Then he said something in a casual tone that was not mistaken. Zhong moved to the imperial city 19 years ago. Before, His Majesty begged for immortal paths. The 3 sects of heaven, earth, and man ignored it. Firm and silent. Wei Yuan went on to say recently. The remnants of the 10,000 demon kingdom have taken action around the capital. In 3 days, it will be the day for His Majesty to worship his ancestors. The supervisor should take a good look at the capital. Xu Qian has been standing aside, watching them chat. I can't interject myself. The situation is very awkward. The 2 of them fell faster and faster. In the end, there was almost no time to think, until the 2 sides draw. At this time, the supervisor Chun Dao said that day, you practice martial arts. I have prophesied that the Great Bong will produce a 2nd grade. But in the end, you gave up your cultivation. Wei Yuan shook his head meaninglessly. Why not follow the Confucian path? I can't get along with the scholars of Yunlu Academy. Uninteresting 25 years ago. I ask you if you would like to be my disciple. Wei Yuan said lightly. Wei had no intention. Warlock testimonial. Silent for a moment. Looking at Xu Qian'an, the road is wonderful. My little friend taught me to my students. Also give a gift to a little friend. Xu Qian'an was stunned. In this kind of good thing, he was stunned. Suddenly, I heard the sound of breaking the air. 1 black and 1 gold. 2 iron mounds galloped in, swept past Xu Qian'an's side. Fly to the firm. The 2 pieces of iron melted during the flight. When it falls into the hands of Jianzheng, it is already the embryo of a long knife. Hold the blade firmly and firmly. The other hand was wiped on the blade of the knife. A long, dark, golden knife became firm and bent to the fingers. The knife embryo swirled and landed in front of Xu Qian'an. Xu Qian'an's 3 views were strongly impacted. This is alchemy. It's magic. Alchemy. It should not be extracted in bottles and cans. Isolate the substance. Xu Qian'an realized. Stick to this hand. Is it just a gift? No, he's hitting me in the face. He's talking to me. Young man, you don't know anything about alchemy. But it doesn't matter if you can prostitute your face or something. Xu Qian'an immediately thanked him. Righteous Lord. Xu Qian'an took off his robe. Wrap the blade. Hold in your arms. With this knife, raise your own power by at least 1 or 2 steps. When going downstairs, Xu Qian'an met Chu Kaiwei and the eldest princess. When she went upstairs, she immediately invited Chu Kaiwei to go on a date. Are you free at night? I invite you to Guiyue Tower for dinner. Who knew that the foodie Chu Kaiwei refused in 1 bite? Later in the imperial city, I'm going to rest in the eldest princess's mansion tonight. The implication is, the eldest princess's mansion has endless pastries and delicacies. The food at Guiyue House is delicious. But how can it be compared to the chefs of the imperial city? Xu Qian'an thought for a moment. I will practice in 2 days after the TD. The day after tomorrow is the day when the emperor worships his ancestors. The watchman is responsible for security. Then come to my house for dinner after His Majesty worships his ancestors. He thought he might as well just throw it to pick up the leaky version of the fund. The consumption of Guiyue Tower is still a bit expensive. Chu Kaiwei remembered. Can you give me something to eat? Xu Qian'an nodded, waiting for the good news. The 2 separated. Chu Kaiwei led the eldest princess upstairs. Xu wife and followed Wei Yuan downstairs. Xu wife looked up. I happened to see the eldest princess looking down on him. The 2 looked at each other. Xu wife and grinned. The eldest princess was expressionless. After I couldn't see Xu Weifen's figure, he glanced at his lips slightly. Out of the stargazing tower, Yang Yin glanced at Xu Qian'an, asked if you can drive. Xu Qian'an shook his head, who is driving a serious person. Yang Yin nodded, put Ma Jiang into his hands. Then he got into the carriage himself. On the gossip platform, Huaiqing's voice was cold and pleasant. There has always been a question about the main palace. Jianzheng said lightly, Princess, please say. Zhang moves into the imperial city, bewitching his father and the emperor to cultivate. For 19 years, he ignored the government. The bandits in Yunzhou are in trouble. Disasters are frequent. The imperial court's control over southern Xinjiang was getting weaker and weaker. The northern tribes of the wolves are ambitious. Internal and external troubles. The eldest princess sighed and said, What are you waiting for? Huaiqing waited for a long time, but no one answered. He looked back. He was found asleep with his eyes squinted. Chu Kaiwei didn't have a good Qi Dao princess. Ignore this old man. I'm getting older. How many years can I live? I guess it's a few years. Huaiqing glanced at him. Si Tianjin saved him from a female disciple. Everyone spoiled him. That's what he dared to say. Treacherous government. Huaiqing changed the topic. You are very familiar with that gong. Chu Kai smiled. and said that Xu Qian'an is a talent. It sounds good? I think he's funny. The health hall is in the surrounding residence. I've been waiting for 2 days of Yuan event. Finally waited for one. A petty wine officer in a green robe with quail sleeves led a group of craftsmen into the health hall. It didn't take long for the sound of ping-pong to be heard. It lasts until dusk. Master Huan waited until the night. Make sure there are no ambushes around. And see Tianjin after the white clothes. That's when he left Mingdo. Enter the health hall to view. But he was amazed to find it. The door of the health hall has been renewed. It's not just the outside. Even the inside has a new look. Lao Liyuan discovered Yuan. Surprise Master Dao Yuan. You're back. You don't have to go to the fete. The imperial court has just allocated money. It made up for the arrears of silver taels in previous years. In the afternoon, craftsmen were also sent to repair the yard. Master Yuan said in a low voice, funding for labor aid has not yet arrived. Yes, 200 taels of silver. Children and old people in the yard. The expenses for the coming year are there. I'm going to give everyone a winter coat tomorrow. It's just in time. Otherwise, many old friends can't survive this winter. In the backyard of the Xu mansion, Xu Qian'an was awakened in the middle of the night. There was a pang of anger in my heart. What's new? Which neuropathy? Bombing in the middle of the night. Xu Qian'an looked at it. I found out that it was a message from the 6th. Number 1, number 3. Have you discovered my hiding place? Dead bald heads don't sleep in the middle of the night. What a noise. Jean Lien asked suspiciously. What happened? Yuan continued to enter the information. I didn't expect the hiding place to be exposed so quickly. It doesn't hurt to say that. I'm at the health hall in Dongcheng. I brought all the children I saved here. The health hall has been struggling to survive. Here are a few laborers who also have nowhere to go. There's also a group of homeless children and lonely elderly people. But today, the court suddenly remembered this place. Someone was sent to repair the yard. It made up for the arrears of silver taels in previous years. Before that, Lao Kasawara has been there a few times. Complementarity has been driven out. I know if there is no special reason. It is impossible to have 2 pieces of silver to be set down. Yuan secretly guessed. If it's a watchman, come to me. Number 6 will not be surprised. But number 1 and number 3. To find out where he was hiding so quickly. Lu Zhishan was taken aback. Number 1 immediately said it wasn't me. The Wulongs immediately started another wave of analysis. Not number 1. That's only number 3, number 3. He is worthy of being a scholar of Yinlu Academy. He was because of Ping Yuanbu's case. Number SIXS heel was found, but nothing was done against the 6th. Instead, he silently helped number 3 behind his back. He is worthy of being a reader. Number 2 spoke. Number 3, did you do it? Xu Qian remained silent. It's not me, I don't. Don't lift me up. But suddenly, Xu Qian thought of something. The day before yesterday, he sold number 6 to Wei Yuan. By Wei Yuan's means. According to the clues he provided, it is not difficult to find out the location of number 6. Number 6 saved so many children. How to place? Replaced by Xu Qian. The first choice must be to check the health halls all over the capital. Except for Wei Yuan, who can summon the people of the court. The murderer who killed Ping Yuanbo was found, but he was not arrested. Instead, it made up for the silver taels owed to the health hall. He was sent to forsake. In the dim candlelight of the courtyard, Xu Qian said in a low voice, Hey, Dad. Xu Qian, who got up early, just came to the back hall. I heard the noisy voice of little Doubting. His little white face. There was a bright red pimple. It hurts to press it. The ant lied to him. It's a bug on the face. Bugs are eating its flesh. Tomorrow, it will be disfigured. I won't be able to get married in the future. Su Wifan comforted you. This is not disfigurement. You're bubbling up to beauty. Little Bean Ding asked suspiciously, What is the bubbling of beauty? It's definitely prettier than your mother and sister in the future. Little Bean Ding believed it. I was very happy to eat 3 more bowls of porridge for breakfast. Arrived at the yamen of the watchman. Song Ting Fong said enviously, "Your knife is good." Su wife impressed the knife with one hand. "Thumb up." Let the black gold knife come out of its sheath. The 3-inch smile was proud, and the Dao Si Tian supervised it. He didn't say that it was sent by the superintendent, because no one believed it. In case it is believed, spread the word. It will also attract the attention of pretenders. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao's eyes lit up. This is the Dharma instrument. Xu Qian'an shook his head. It's not a ritual weapon. He didn't inscribe the formation only. One is characterized by being like me. The two were speechless. This girl is shameless. Then, Xu Qian asked, "The day after tomorrow is the day of His Majesty's ancestors. You've probably had a few experiences. We just need to guard the edge of Sambo." The ancestor worship ceremony was held in Sangpa. You know this. Sambo is outside the imperial city. Xiaohu happened to be among the guards of the 5 guards in the capital. The ritual process is in charge of Taijoji Temple and the Ministry of Rites. The task of beating the guard is simple. It is to maintain order, protect the safety of the royal family. The patrols on the periphery include the Imperial Sword Guard and the Golden Guard. Imperial City Forbidden Army. Today's mission is to patrol the day. Day patrol has the benefit of day patrol. In addition to beating the guard, there are also sword positions for patrolling the city and catching axes for quick teeth. This gives them time to touch the fish. If you are tired, you can go to Golan to listen. This made Xu Qian's feet come with a familiar feeling. He bent over and pretended his shoes were dirty, reached out and patted it. Nicholas Sung untimely turned around and urged a big man. Also shoot shoes. Is the little life so exquisite? They talked as they walked. Suddenly, I saw a pair of axe teeth in overalls in front of me. After catching Lu Qing and seeing the 3 of them, the voice said contemptuously to Su Gongzi, "Meet again. There are 2 more. Don't come unharmed." The 2 were speechless. Call him Su Gongzi. We're just 2 of us. Co-authored me and Guangxiao are just 2 small horns without names. Then, in the early morning of the brigade, there was a murder on Sanshui Street. It's also within the scope of your patrols. Since I met it, let's go together. The 3 of them turned pale. There was a murder. Xu Qian and his colleagues rushed to Sanshui Street. Stop at the door of a house. Su wife and entered the courtyard, looking at the mother and son in front of him. The deceased was the woman's husband. He has an 11-year-old only son under his knees. The deceased's name was Lu Han. It's a small organ of King Fearless. At this time, the early morning sound of the study was intact. There are no signs of being prying. There are no footprints of the window either. There is also no wife on the beam. It should have been done by an acquaintance. Doors and windows are in good condition. There are no footprints on the beams. The basic rule out is to break into the study and commit murder. The deceased sat upright, from the point of view of the table. It's an instant death. There was no struggle. A normal person sits in the study at home. It should be relaxing and pleasant. It shouldn't be such a proper sitting position. This shows that the deceased and the murderer knew each other. Not only knowing, or someone who makes him very awed or afraid. In addition, the cause of his death at first glance was the throat. But I guess the real cause of death was the forehead. The murderer's methods here are very neat. There is no cut pipe. Instead, the carotid artery on the side was directly severed. At first glance, he is a veteran. Cutting your throat does not kill you on the spot. And this little organ died directly on the desk. There was no struggle. Didn't let the blood spill everywhere. It is inferred from this. The cause of death was not singing. What really made him die on the spot? It was the killer who shattered his forehead. The brain was fatally wounded, resulting in the deceased having no chance to react and struggle. Died on the spot. Posthumous stiffness spreads throughout the body. Corpse spots no longer displace. The cornea is quite cloudy. The time of death should be more than 17 hours. Other words, the killer killed in the night. I suggest tracing from these aspects. The first is to investigate the government's recent night travel commentary. The second is to ask about the bit, whether you have encountered suspicious people in the vicinity. The third is to ask the watchman who is responsible for patrolling the area at night. Fourth, ask family members. The deceased's recent interpersonal situation. No one spoke for a long time. Lu Qing and the others looked at him stunned. That's it. It only takes a long time to make a clear and unambiguous reasoning. And build on that. Directions for the investigation of the case. Not long after, a servant reported that the deceased had not made any recent enmity with anyone. There were no guests last night. Visiting Su's wife, and frowned. The deceased is just a small organ. Vendetta is ruled out. What could be the reason for the murderer to enter the house late at night? Murder and murder. Lu Qingxi sensed something, sharply said, and brought the sweaty lady over. The official hurriedly ran out. Not long after, Lu Qin looked at the woman. Shun Dao said that there was suddenly more silver at home. Or maybe Lu Han said something to you. The woman recalled, wailing a few days ago. Husband, he said that he would take us out of the capital. Go outside and live a chic life. Su asked his wife. How many days ago? The woman didn't remember it very well. About 10 years. I didn't get any key clues. They had to leave the yard first. At this time, Lu Qin guessed. He must have accepted a bribe before he was killed. Song Tingfeng did not arrive. But a small organ can be destroyed because of something. Su Qian thought for a moment. If I am not mistaken, Jin Wudao is in charge of the east gate of the inner city and the eastern gate of the imperial city. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed slightly. Su Qian continued, perhaps we should go and meet Lu Han's immediate superior. Lu Han's boss is Kim, Fearless Protection. Although they're all hundreds, but Kim's fearless status. It's much taller than the Blade Guard. The latter is the unit security guard, and the former is the leader's bodyguard. But Su Qian and others wanted to come to the door for questioning. You have to have a ticket issued by the Yamen as a certificate. Su Qian returned to Chunfeng Hall. Report the matter to Li Yuchen. Brother Chun Chenin said that this matter is very strange. However, the imperial city was heavily guarded. A small organ can't make any waves. As usual, the question is, Jin Wu will check for himself. In addition, the day of His Majesty's ancestor worship is coming soon. Our focus should be on that. After saying that, he immediately gave Su Qi a ticket. The east gate of the imperial city. Su Qian and the others waited here for an hour. Just a little now. When you are impatient, the protagonist returns. Jin Wei, 100 households. Zhou Qixiong took the lead. What are you doing? I'm not here. Song Tingfeng said unhappily. 100 households per week. There is a spectacle called Lu Han under your hands. While he asked, Su Qian took out a piece of paper from his arms, ignited by a gas engine. The next moment, his pupils were dyed with a layer of blue. Zhou Baihu was quiet, restrained Mei Yujian's irritability. There is such a person, Nicholas Song said. He died, and Zhou Baihu couldn't hide his surprise. What Lu Qin asked. Lu Han may have had an abnormality recently. Zhou Baihu shook his head. There are no anomalies. Lu Qin then asked. He only guarded the east gate. During this period, there were no suspicious people and things entering and leaving the imperial city. Zhou Baihu shook his head again. There were many soldiers guarding the imperial city. It is useless to bribe one person alone, unless bribes are all. And this is impossible, Zhu Guangxiao said in a deep voice. What if it bribes you? Zhou Baihu's face changed. The repressed irritability swelled up again. What do you mean? Song Tingfeng said. Just routine questioning. Why should Zhou Baihu be angry? Your Majesty's ancestor worship is imminent. We also don't want things to go wrong when it matters most. I asked again, because there is a gong of the vigorous tree staring at the side. Zhou Bai, who has all questions, suppressed his fiery temper, until Xu Qian's qi forgetting technique continued. Time passes. Nicholas Song asked, "The questioning is over. How do you look at the qi forgetting technique?" Xu Qian shook his head. He wasn't lying. Maybe. Sweating is extinguished because of something else unknown. Let this case be put on hold for now. The ancestor worship ceremony is important. The day after tomorrow is the day when the emperor worships his ancestors. Everything has to be moved backwards. Say goodbye to Lu Qing and others. Xu Qian re-examined the whole process. To no avail, he put aside the sweaty things. October 15, Jiazi Day of the year of Gengzi. Pray for blessings. Sacrifice to the ancestors. Today is the day of the royal family to worship their ancestors. This time of year, the gates of the inner city will be closed. As the second uncle of the guardian of the Imperial Sword Guard, it is to worship the heavens. Pray for good weather this year. Guotai Minen. Since yesterday, the inns in the inner city were investigated one by one. Drive all the Jianghu guests to the outer city. The restaurant is closed. Overnight stays are not permitted. Xu Qian, who is a watchman, he was assigned to stand guard in Sangpa. Sambo is a small lake, right next to the imperial city. Sambo is no ordinary lake. He has a history that people talk about. It is related to the founding emperor of Daebong. According to legend, Sambo was called Xuanwu Lake in ancient times. The lake is inhabited by the mythical beast Xuanwu. Once, the founding emperor of Daebong failed to raise an army. Flee to Sambo with the remnants. The soldiers have run out of ammunition and food. In the midst of despair, the lake is boiling. Xuanwu cleaved the waves. He had a divine sword on his back that slashed the heavens and destroyed immortals. Xuanwu said he had been waiting here for hundreds of years, waiting for a man of destiny. After speaking, he presented the sword. Went on the waves. The founding emperor got the Excalibur. 3 years of enlightenment in the lake. Broke out of the coffin, regrouping forces. Since then, every battle has been won. Overthrew the decaying previous dynasty. After the unification of the Central Plains, Dafeng established the imperial capital in Sambo. Sambo is the right place of the founding emperor of Daebong. It has an extraordinary symbolic meaning. Therefore, the royal family. Every year, an ancestor worship ceremony is held in Sangpa. In the temple on the lake, enshrines the statue of the founding emperor. After Xu Qian learned about the relevant history, in his heart, Liu Bang also killed the white snake and rebelled. I don't know how much moisture this legend has. At this time, Nicholas Song said after the ancestor worship was over, "Let's go and call Feng Si." Xu Qian smiled and said, "I can also be an officer." Nicholas Song was displeased and said, "No. You have to play together. That's how we feel deeply." Zhu Guangxiao mended the knife on the side. "He wants you to call Miss Fuka too." Xu Qian ignored the two unscrupulous guys. Then, Song Tingfeng frowned and said, "What are you looking at the lake?" Xu Qian replied truthfully, "I always feel that Sangpa Lake is eerie. Makes me uncomfortable." Nicholas Song immediately made a promotion gesture. "Shut up. You are cooled by the wind. Sambo is a sacred place of Daebong. It is also the place where the founding emperor is right. Don't talk nonsense. Gao Ping warrior has a bright ear and eye. If your words are heard, to be punished." At this time, Chunwang's heavy bell and drum sound came, echoing in everyone's ears. A sense of solemnity came to me. The people who had been talking easily before were immediately promoted. Serious. In the music dedicated to the sacrifice, a mighty group of centaurs, Leave the mulberry slope in Huangqing Lane. There was no horseback riding. There is no frame. All on foot. The procession involved in ancestor worship includes the royal family and the clan family, and civil and military officials. This team almost gathered the pinnacle of the power of the Daibong dynasty. Emperor Yuanjing, who was the leader, was wearing a simple Taoist robe. He was over 50 years old, but there are quite a few immortal bones of a cultivator. Xu Qian'an noticed. The eldest princess, who was as beautiful as a flower, was also in the team. The sacrificial procession came to a tent of the Ming emperor. Emperor Yuanjing of the fairy wind bone led the two great eunuchs into the imperial tent. The rest waited outside. Xu Qian'an saw a procession, holding a token covered in yellow silk. Follow the winding water promenade to the high platform. Place the token on the large table in front of the temple. When everything is ready, Taichung Siqing said loudly outside the imperial tent to calm his nerves. Greetings to your majesty. The princes and daughters and the ministers of civil and military affairs knelt down at the same time. At this time, it has been changed into a bright yellow suit. A solemn look appeared in front of everyone. Xu Qian'an couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It feels more solemn than the highest meeting in my life. It's worth the trip. Xu Qian'an watched it with pleasure. Suddenly, my heart palpitated. He peeked at it. It was found to be a message from the second. I remember that today was the worship of the ancestors of the great imperial family. Day 13. Is it time to calculate? Today is indeed a ceremony to worship ancestors. I also participated in the royal family ancestor worship back then. Number 2 said disdainfully. Number 4 of the year. You were an official back then, and the status is not low. Number 4 graciously admitted. Xu Qian'an was stunned. Number 4 has been an official. Isn't number 4 in a relationship with Ranzong's female national teacher? It's because he was an official. So I got acquainted with the female national teacher. Number 2 continued. Interesting. Number 1 did not reply. Number 3 also did not reply. The corners of Xu Qian'an's mouth, which was cold and untrapped, stinked. This little silver coin. Number 2 is transmitted at this time. I don't really care about the royal family's ancestors. It's a temptation. Tempting the identities of number 3 and number 1 to the link between the delivery and the holder. Even if you fall asleep, you will also be awakened. So there's no such thing as missing a break. Unless there is an emergency, we cannot reply. But it is not possible that there will be an emergency on the 1st and 3rd at the same time. If that's the case, that means both of them are participating in the sacrifice. I couldn't take out the fragments of the delivery book and reply to the letter in full view. Then, Xu Qian'an's actions attracted the attention of Nicholas Song. Be serious and don't make superfluous moves. Xu Qian'an recalled perfunctorily. No. He was secretly anxious. It's not good. I'm a disciple of Yunlu Academy. There is no reason or qualification to participate in the royal family ancestor worship. Now the identity is flawed. However, number 1 did not reply. Instructions are also on site. Who could it be? At this moment in the hearts of all the people of the heaven and earth congregation, isn't number 3 a disciple of Yunlu Academy? As everyone knows, Yunlu Academy has almost cut off its career. Even if you have it, you are not eligible to participate in the royal family ancestor worship. Isn't number 3 a disciple of Yunlu Academy? No. If so, how to explain what happened before that? Unless he participated in the royal family worship in some other capacity. Yunlu Academy installed people in the imperial court. What kind of identity will that be? Number 2 continued. Number 4, you have been an official. You come to analyze number 3. What's going on? I did have a guess in my mind. But why should I tell you number 2? You're not in the capital. Even if the identities of number 3 and number 1 are known. And how? Number 2 was a little displeased. Both of them are starting to talk to number 3. Xu Qian'an endured the throbbing. Don't look at the information. At this time, Xu Qian'an's heart swelled up with strange feelings again. He always felt that Sambo was eerie. There is an inexplicable sense of crisis. Suddenly, Xu Qian'an was in the music of the sacrifice. A strange sound was heard. The voice was saying, "Help me. Help me." Xu Qian'an was stunned for a moment. Asked Tingfeng Guangxiao, "Have you ever heard strange noises?" Song Tingfeng said, "You are referring to the music of the sacrifice. It's a bit deafening and sleepy." Xu Qian'an was about to speak. The strange voice came again. This time he heard clearly. It was the voice coming from the Sampo Lake. Suppressed energy. It's terrifying. It's like a demon whispering in your ear. The sound was terrifying. Let Xu Qian'an blow up the tree with hair on his back. Reflexively, he turned his head to look at Sampo Lake. He saw 3 steps and 1 clasp of his hands. Slow stage. A vantage spot in a bright yellow roll-off suit. I saw the shore. Guanli's civil and military officials and princes and princesses. I also saw Wei Yuan and his 2 sons. I saw the magnificent temple. The moment he turned around, the sound was gone. Is it your own auditory hallucination? Xu Qian'an took a deep breath. Don't dare to look more. But the voice came again. It's like there's an evil spirit lying on your back. Whisper in your ear. Xu Qian'an stiffened his neck. Invisible fear filled his heart. I got goosebumps all over my body. Sambo Lake on the righteous path of the founding emperor of Daebong. A place where the royal family worships their ancestors over the years. The saint's cry for help was heard. Xu Qian'an was creepy. The thought of running away came to my heart. He forced himself to calm down. No longer have to worry about your colleagues. Removed the jade small. How much do you know about Samber? Tell me right away. This is very important. Samber replied. You're really at the sacrificial site. In Samber. Sambo is the place where the founding emperor of the Great Bong is righteous. The candidacy of the Great Bong founding state is determined in Sambo. However, the legend of Xuanwu is not to be examined. Not very credible. But Excalibur is really there. In the temple on the high platform in the middle of the lake. It enshrines the accessories used by the founding emperors of the country. It is a divine soldier that symbolizes the great deed. Indeed it is. The Battle of Shanhaiguan that year. Emperor Yuanjing entered the temple and invited the divine soldiers. Personally gifted to the king of Zhanbei. The battle of mountains and seas can be won. Except for Wei Yuan's use of soldiers like gods. The combat power of the king of Zhanbei cannot be ignored. Xu Qian'an is enshrined in the temple. Could it be that the sword is asking me for help? Let's not talk about whether the sword is self-conscious or not. Just say what he asked me for help to do. The voice suddenly became poignant. He seemed dissatisfied with Xu Qian'an's indifference. The cries for help echoed in my ears. Shook Xu Qian'an's spirit. He developed a slight dizziness. Consciousness is also confused. He took a deep breath. Do you have any information to enter? I want more comprehensive information. But everything that is recorded in history, true or not, I want to know. I read a passage when I was revising the history books. Sambo is now guarded by the military camp of the 5 guards of the capital. Heavily defended. No one is allowed to approach without permission. It's anyone. Because 500 years ago, at that time, the prince took a boat to play in Sambo. Accidentally fell into the lake. After being rescued by the guards, he fell seriously ill. Since then, he has been depressed. Half a year later, he was found drowned in Thornbury. The royal family believed that it was the crown prince who angered the ghosts of his ancestors, only to provoke the punishment. In order to prevent such incidents from happening again, he banned Samber. It is only open during ancestor worship. Xu Qian'an was secretly frightened. The prince fell into the lake. I have depression. Did he hear the cries for help like I did? Will I do the same too? He was eventually found drowned in Sambo. Sambo must have some secrets. It's not a nonsense that angers the spirits of the ancestors. But the hapless prince didn't know about it. Otherwise, you will definitely not be boating in Sambo. It can well be imagined. This secret is probably known only to the emperors of all dynasties. But Why didn't the emperor who knew the inside story ban Sambo? The prince had to hang up before he made a move. At this time, Heng Yuan asked number 3. Why ask this? Xu Qian'an at this time. There is no room left to answer their questions. He trembled and tucked the fragment of the handbook into his arms. Then he fell to his knees weakly, holding his head and looking pained. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao noticed the abnormality of their colleagues. What's the matter with you? Can it hold on? At this time, you can't drop the chain. If you interrupt or disturb your Majesty's ancestor worship, it's a capital offense. At this moment, Emperor Yuan Jing has already ascended to the high platform. Taichung Siqing knelt down to read the blessings. One-armed moon. Emperor Yuan Jing personally burned the blessings. Bow down 3 times and bow 9 times to your ancestors. Wei Yuan retracted his gaze. Looked at the queen not far away. She is graceful and luxurious. Isn't it too natural? As the biological mother of the eldest princess, the appearance of the mother and daughter is not similar. But the queen is still a beauty who captivates the country and the city. Even today, it is still graceful and luxurious. I can imagine what kind of role it was back then. She seemed to sense something. The queen of the world looked back. The two looked at each other in the air. The queen's gaze softened for a moment. Wei Yun withdrew his gaze, as if he had been electrocuted. Hurriedly bowed. All the emotional precipitation in the eyes stops at the deep vicissitudes of life. At this time, Yang Yanchen said his father-in-law, "It's not the right situation over there." Wei Yuan followed his gaze. "I saw a gong kneeling on the ground." So he said, "Go and see what's going on." The cries for help kept screaming like a ghost. Xu Qian's spirit was torn. The cerebral throbbing pain is getting more and more intense. He was on the verge of collapse. The eerie cry for help is directed at his Genshin impact, and not the flesh. But the pain is no less than physical torture. In a strange cry for help, Xu Qian finally collapsed. He didn't care about the emperor's ancestors. I don't care about strict rules. Don't care about everything. When a soldier is on the verge of death, nothing matters anymore. He clenched his hands into fists. Pound the ground hard. The hoarse growl shut up. In a flash, on the high platform in the middle of the lake, a golden sword chi exploded to shatter the top of the rock. Soar into the sky. Emperor Yuanjing bore the brunt. Slumped to the ground in a powerful opportunity swing. The watchmen who were on guard by the lake ran towards the sacrificial procession. He shouted that there were assassins protecting His Majesty. The commotion lasted only a dozen breaths, because the sword chi that broke through the sky quickly dissipated. There were no assassins. Wei Yuan strode onto the high platform. Bow down. Wechen was derelict in his duties. Wechen should be damned. Emperor Yuanjing Chun said. Everyone exits the altar. Do not approach. Emperor Yuanjing was dressed properly. With a serious expression, he pushed open the temple door. Inside, Xu Qian, who roared beside the willow tree. No more strange cries for help were heard. Over time, his spirit was at peace. Only then did he have the energy to observe the situation around him. The colleagues around him have long since left. Put the civil and military officials and the royal family on the shore, and the clan personnel to protect it. A winding promenade. It is full of guards led by high-frequency warriors. What surprised Xu Qian the most was the temple that is said to be dedicated to the shrine. The beams on the roof are broken. A big hole appeared. It seems that there is something wrong with the ancestor worship. Sambo's secret has resurfaced. Xu Qian's thoughts flashed through his heart, while holding back the swelling of the head, while converging on the large army. Song Tingfeng complained and said, "What happened to you just now? How is your physical condition now?" Xu Qian said helplessly, "He has been practicing too diligently in the past few days. There was a backlash. Fortunately, it has eased up." "Oh, for what just happened?" Song Tingfeng said in a deep voice. Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple suddenly exploded. A sword aura rushed out of the temple. It caused the whole Sambo to boil. It's like an earthquake. But look at the current situation. Doesn't seem to be an assassin. Xu Qian's eyes looked at the high platform again. The hole in the roof of that temple was pierced by sword chi. Excalibur has power. The one who asked me for help just now. It's definitely not a sword spirit or anything like that. Who's calling me for help? Xu Qian restrained all his emotions, then hurried to the vicinity of the eldest princess. The eldest princess of Hold Fist can calm Xu Qian's throat, attracted the people around to look at it, was all shown by Xu Qian's operation. The eldest princess looked cold and said unharmed. Xu Qian was relieved. Then the lowly position was relieved. She takes it when she sees it. After brushing a wave of presents, he immediately retreated. But all this was seen by Princess Linen. So he stepped forward and mocked Huiqing. This little gong admires you very much. Linen is the second daughter of Emperor Yuanjing. She is extremely beautiful. But they are two beauties who are diametrically opposed to Huiqing. The relationship between the sisters has always been bad. Huiqing said lightly, admiration, not to talk about. Thanksgiving. Lin Anqing smiled and said with a smile the charm of Sister Huiqing. No one in the capital knows. The students of Yunlu Academy are fascinated by you. The same is true for those who read. What's more, it's a watchman. Other princes and princesses ate melons with great interest and watched the excitement. I don't comment on the words of the second princess who is free of gifts. At this time, the prince of the East Palace reprimanded Linen for being quiet. The royal family knows it. The eldest princess and the second princess have always been at odds. The eldest princess was born by the queen. The second princess was born by Qian Guifei. There is still a difference in status. However, the concubine is more favored than the queen. When she was young, the second princess liked to provoke her eldest father. The Lord finds fault everywhere. This was an ordinary celestial intrigue. However, the eldest princess is a domineering and maverick. He asked the guards to capture the second princess. The protector did not dare. He took matters into his own hands. Carrying a roll of bamboo slips, he chased after the second princess. Hit from south to north. Hit from north to south. The maids and guards in the palace did not dare to come. In the end, it disturbed Emperor Yuanjing, who cultivated immortals. Chen Guifei took her daughter with a blue nose and swollen face. Accused the eldest princess. Emperor Yuanjing planned to severely punish the eldest princess. Tell her to go to the imperial study. The eldest princess had already prepared. With more than a dozen sets of books, such as the Book of Rites and the General Dictionary, spread out one by one in the imperial study, quoting classic dramas with emotion. In the end, he won the lawsuit. Emperor Yuanjing depressed and sentenced the eldest princess not guilty. Then he went back to cultivate immortals. The eldest princess after adulthood is much more introverted. Inside the Yangtze Mountain and River Temple, a majestic man in a yellow robe and a crown stood with his sword. Emperor Yuanjing stands in front of the statue of the founding emperor, silently staring at the dusty bronze sword. The vista is like talking to itself. What about a product? You should have a long life. It's not that I'm burdened by the luck of the world. You've lived a few more years longer than the average person. I ascended the throne at the age of 20, defeated all enemies. Sit in that position. No one can stand with me anymore. But in the end, I found out. The biggest enemy is time. Emperor Yuanjing slowly looked away, gazing down at the ground beneath his feet. I watched it for a long time. Finally, Emperor Yuanjing slowly exhaled, then ascended to the altar. And the law of the founding emperor side by side, even touched the statue of the ancestors disrespectfully. Touched the brass sword. Then he exhaled as if he was relieved. Muttered in his mouth. Fortunately, the temple door of Yangtze Mountain and River Temple was slowly pushed open. The civil and military officials saw Emperor Yuanjing come out. Bow in unison. Shout hooray. Emperor Yuanjing's expression was indifferent. Open the door to worship the ancestors of dating. I continue to play the whole shift. The people quickly returned to their positions on duty. Xu Qian'an was very puzzled at the moment. Emperor Yuanjing did not explain the reason for the abnormality just now. Logically speaking, when worshipping ancestors, I encountered this kind of omen of great evil in the world. Emperor Yuanjing should be furious, but he seems to be mentally prepared for this. There was no angry rebuke at the guards and the guards' commanders. Perhaps he knew the true source of the mutation. Sambohu is indeed hiding an unknown secret. And this secret, most of it had something to do with the cries for help I heard. Even this mutation was caused by himself. But Sambo himself has secrets, and it is a secret that only Emperor Yuanjing knows. Probably, this riot itself will happen, just because of their own specialness. I heard voices that I shouldn't have heard. As for the special in themselves, it's probably this inexplicable money picking up buff. Soon the ancestor worship ended. The people who beat the shift also ushered in the distraction. The gongs gathered. I feel a lot of emotion. I was scared to death, and I thought there was an assassin just now. How could such a terrible assassin enter the capital? Our capital has traitorous governments and national teachers. It was a sword weapon just now. I've never seen such a terrible sword weapon. Even Zhang Jinluo, who suggested Yunyang, was far behind. What do you think is in the temple? Just as they were thinking, Xu Qian'an interjected. That's the founding emperor. Accessories used in the battlefield that year. The gong was taken aback. When I looked back, I realized that it was Xu Qian'an. It was the gong that made the two golden gongs fight. The gong dismissively said, "What do you know?" Xu Qian'an struck back. "You go and ask the old-timers yourself." The gong was just about to attack. Was taken away by the copper wings beside him. It's finally time to get off work. Don't go to Kyobo Temple. What time to waste here? About Excalibur. Both the old gong and the silver gong are known. The Battle of Shanhaiguan in that year. Emperor Yuanjing invited the divine sword to be presented to the king of Zhanbei. It is worth mentioning. King Zhanbei is a prince. That is, the younger brother of Emperor Yuanjing. The real title is King Huai. King Zhanbei is an honorific title for King Huai, for he guards the north. Shock the grassland departments. There are many princes, but there is only one king of Zhanbei. Beat the watchman in the yamen. Song Tingfeng smiled and said with a smile at the ancestor worship ceremony. There is no danger. We're going to the workshop division tonight. Let's go to the workshop division. The implication is to allow his wife to be invited to die without dying. There was a throbbing. Su's wife knew that the news was handed over. So he hurriedly ran away. I must have eaten something unclean in the morning. I'll go to a hut. In the thatched house of the yamen of the watchman. Xu Qian'an took out the fragment of the handover book and looked at it, only to find out that it was a message from Jin Lian's old silver coin. The ancestor worship on the 1st and 3rd is over. What happened? There was such a big commotion. On the 2nd, the melon-eating crowd sent a message. What do you mean by that? Emperor Yuanjing's ancestor worship was met by an assassin. Dead? No. I'm going to burn incense. Xu Qian'an was really speechless. He was sure that number 2 was definitely not a member of the court. Unless he doesn't plan to meet with number 1 and himself in his life. Number 2, if this angry young man lives in modern times, it will be touched along the network cable in minutes. Please come to the bureau for tea. Jin Lian continued. Poor Dao is meditating. Suddenly, I saw a sword chi breaking through the sky in the direction of Sambo. Just like the hydrogen in Yunlu Academy that day. The Zhenghua sword was an accessory of the founding emperor of Daibang. After the founding of the country, he was baptized by the fortunes of the country every day. A treasure closely related to the fortune of the country of Daibang. It stands to reason. Such a heavy weapon will not be abnormal. Number 4 is one knife short. What Xinghua Shunjian has revived? Is there a strong person who went to Dafeng capital? Triggered the artifact. Otherwise, I can't think of any reason to make Xinghua. Excalibur resurrected. Number 5 said disdainfully. I only care if the Emperor of Dafeng is dead or not. If he dies. Auntie, I told Daddy. Go scuba diving. Xu Qian's eyes lit up. This number 5 is a girl. Those who can call themselves aunts and grandmothers are generally not dinosaurs. This is definitely a big-eyed cute girl. Number 4 asked, confused. Tell you, Daddy. What do you want to do? Number 5 replied as a matter of course. Of course, troops were sent to attack the border passes. Grab Dafeng's food and women. Xu Qian pondered. As expected, number 5 is indeed an alien. Otherwise, the history of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom would not be so clear. The Kingdom of 10,000 Demons is in southern Xinjiang. Number 5 is not supposed to be from the northern tribes. So is he a southern barbarian or a northern barbarian? Number 1 said, the ancestor worship is over. The divine sword in the Yangtze Mountain River Temple is revived. There was some movement. Excalibur has now fallen silent again. Emperor Yuan Jing entered the temple. I don't know what I'm doing for a moment. Jin Lian spoke. As expected, Sambo really has a secret. This secret is probably only known to the royal family. Number 1 asked, how much does the Taoist know about it? The poor path is just a monk. I don't know what is hidden. Just before the sword rage soared into the sky, poor Dao saw that there was demonic qi condensing in the direction of the imperial city. Heng Yuan said. The poor monk also sensed that it was only a moment. Number 2 spoke. Other words, when worshipping ancestors, there are big demons or demons who are close to the capital. So let the Zhenghua divine sword be revived. Frightened the mysterious master. Number 4 said, although there is a traitorous government in the capital, but if the other party is also the top master in the world, that could indeed approach the imperial city in an instant. There are only a handful of first-class masters who will invade the capital at this time. Xu Qian secretly guessed, although everyone thinks that it is a master of the first product. But that's not the case. The real question should be the source Sambo itself. Number 4 asked, Golden Lotus Dao Chief. When did the sword chi rush happen? An hour ago. What does this do, you ask? Number 4 had a guess in his mind. An hour ago. And number 3 asked Sambo about it. Exactly an hour ago. Almost synchronous. Number 3 was very eager to know. All about Sambo. Number 3 is a Confucian student, familiar with history books. There is no way he did not know the history of Sambo. Why do you want to do this more than one to pass the book asking? If it were me attending the royal family's ancestor worship ceremony, this happened halfway through. I'm sure I'll be the first to explain the situation. But number 3 didn't. Number 3 purposefully asks about Sambo's history. Number 3 is definitely not an idiot. On the contrary, he was a very intelligent man. He is a student of Yunlu Academy. You shouldn't ask these questions too much, unless he discovers something, hence doubting the history he had read before. It's not right to doubt what you know about Sambo. Isn't it a master of the first grade? It was Sambo who had a problem, and number 3 spied on 1 or 2. As the so-called indiscriminate brain supplement is the deadliest, Xu Qian is the object of being made up indiscriminately. Number 4 thought he sensed that something was wrong with Xu Qian. Immediately rushed to lane 3. You know something, right? You were there at the time. After you asked about Sambo, Chung reacted immediately. There was such a big commotion. This is no coincidence. You are a student of Yunlu Academy. You surely know the history of Sambo. The history of Sambo recorded in the library of the Academy. We'll only go into more detail than I said. I thought it was strange at the time. Why do you ask? Xu Qian didn't know how to explain it. I really don't know. Moreover, the circumstances at the time. It is impossible to think about maintaining the character at all. Number 4 continues to pour. Because you have doubts about your own understanding. What do you think you learned about Sambo history before? Most likely wrong. Everyone suddenly realized. That's what happened. Xu Qian also suddenly realized. That's what I thought. Number 4 is really a divine reasoning plus. Although the guess is wrong. But I have to admit that he is very perceptive. He was the most responsive of all. Is worthy of being a scholar who once entered the court as an official. Number 2 wondered, and so on. The problem itself comes from Sambo. Instead of having a product master invaded, this is where question number 3 begins. Xu Qian'an decided not to remain silent anymore. Writing the road. I do know some of the best things that people don't know. He had just finished posting that. The Jade Path flashed through a series of transmissions. What an insider. You know what is hidden? Number 3 Samber. There really is secrecy. Can you tell us? Ba. Little friend, please say. Xu Qian'an squatted in the stinky thatched house and was stunned for a moment. People seem to be paying attention to this. It's also about the sword of the town country after all. Such a top-notch experience. No one is not curious. Xu Qian'an said. It's not a first-class master. I'm pretty much sure of that. But why should I tell you? Golden Lotus Dao Chief. I think there will be a drawback in heaven and earth. Do not solve this drawback. Heaven and earth will always be just a group of people who look like gods, composed of loose tissues. The help for everyone is also limited. Little friend, please say. True. Mutual help and information sharing are the tenets of the heaven and earth society. But it's too idealistic. I can tell you about this secret, but what can I get? I shared this secret, and someone like number 1 who likes to be silent voyeurs. When I gnawed at it with peace of mind, once or twice later, I would become reluctant to share information. Share secrets. Number 1 said angrily. When you say who gnawed and uncovered. Promise to be a bandit. That's you. Just your favorite peeping screen. Xu Qian'an continued to transmit. The Taoist and everyone of the Heaven and Earth Society. Each other is from the south to the north. I don't know each other. Strangers in nature. Lack of trust and a foundation for giving. Let's ask who wants to be strange. The selfless dedication of the living. Jin Lian agreed. Xiaoyou's words are very reasonable. Seeing this, Xu Qian'an said with a smile. I have an idea. Here's an example. I will be Sambo's secret. It was sold at the Heaven and Earth Society for 500 taels of gold. People who want to get news. You can transfer it with me by handing over the book. And the Taoist chief helps to ban those who want to prostitute for nothing. Of course, I'm not a person who cares about yellow and white vulgar things. But if there is no equivalent information for whom, I can allow you to trade in gold and silver. Sue's wife stared at the mirror with a thief. Buy my news with money. I'm going to buy a mansion in the inner city. Jin Lian said helplessly. Tell the truth. Although poor Dao knew the spell of banning Uncle D. However, the injury has not yet healed. Repatriated to Emperor Zong on the same day. Awakened a wisp of the Daoist spirit. Uncle D was banned. Poor Dao was also seriously injured. If not, poor Dao wouldn't be so embarrassed. The smile on Xu Qian'an's face gradually disappeared. Other words, in the near future, it is impossible to turn on the feed function. Number 1 suggested that it would be better than that. You can reveal secrets to us. We'll give you a promise. It is possible to exchange equivalent information. It can also be purchased with gold and silver. Received on the 4th. But there are still loopholes. For example, I exchanged the equivalent secret with number 3. Number 3 does not lose. But my secret. But it was absorbed by other members at no cost. Number 2 also added. In addition, we are located in the north and south of the world. Even if you want to buy your secret, how to deliver the money to you? Xu Qian'an spoke. Before the Golden Lotus Dao Chang's injuries healed. Not as good as us. I can tell you the secrets. You exchange information and business with equivalent value. But it is possible to pay on credit. There is no need to pay now. So that the worries of number 4 are gone. As for number 2's concerns, I can't think of a solution for the time being. You can still be in arrears. In the future, it will be exchanged for equivalent information. After everyone saw the news, they all agreed with Xu Qian'an's statement. Xu Qian'an continued on the 7th and 8th. Why was it never spoken? If you don't express your opinion, the deal couldn't be done. Jin Liandao jumped out to explain. Number 7 has been missing since last year. The 8th will be dead. Just exclude the two of them for now. Number 2 said embarrassedly. The fragment of the 7th delivery is with me. For some reason, he faked his death and took refuge. Xu Qian'an paused for a few seconds. Enter the information again. Then I'm fine. About Sambo's secrets. I heard that. Sambo cried out for help. Xu Qian'an said lightly. It was like a thunderbolt. In the hearts of all the congregations of heaven and earth. The righteous place of the founding emperor. In the lake where the sword of the town is enshrined. There was a cry for help. Who is calling for help? Who are you asking for help? Number 1 was the first to transmit. It can't be really unbelievable news. The value of this secrecy is extremely high. Number 2 gave a guess. Is there any existence imprisoned under Sambo? What do you think? Xu Qi was relieved. Sure enough, I'm not alone. Number 5 was surprised. Dafeng's thornberry is sealed with a peerless demon. Feed. Number 1, number 3, number 4. You are all Dafeng people. Did you remember anything? Henji Wando doesn't need to ask. Number 1 apparently did not know. As everyone knows. Number 1 was an important figure in the imperial court. This means that there may only be royalty. Even Emperor Yuan Jing knew it alone. Number 1 said, I'll try to look into it. Number 3, if I make progress. Can it be used to offset your information? Su's wife, and Qing smiled, and it depends on what you can find. Chunfeng Hall's partiality. Zhu Guangxiao is spitting. Nicholas Song. I'm looking through those misanthropic forbidden books that can't see the light. Of course, it's not Emperor Yuan Jing and Dr. Character. Nicholas Song joked. Are you going to have a baby? Pull so long. Xu Qian nodded. Seriously, the dead ghost. That's your boy. Nicholas Song ignored Xu Qian's ridicule. Instead, he suggested that he go to the night and call it presumptuous. I'll ask a few of my colleagues to go. You teach everyone about that Russian turntable. After a pause, he said with a solemn face. After the incident between Yang Jinluo and Jiang Jinluo, there are not a few people in the Yamen who are jealous of you. I can't get used to you in private. You need to socialize. Instead of just messing around with me and Zhu Guangxiao all day long. Zhu Guangxiao nodded in agreement. I often hear people speak ill of you in private. Xu Qian hesitated. He nodded. Join the Watchmen since. It is true that the entertainment between colleagues is neglected. The main thing is to meet Wei Yuan all day long. Hang out with the Tian Sword Warlock. The horizon is a little high. Xu Qian clapped his palms. Say okay. You help me find a few colleagues who know each other well. We went to the temple in the evening. I'll take care of the charter of the Shadow Plum Pavilion. Nicholas Song and Zhu Guangxiao came immediately. The fake word storehouse of the spiritual dark poison storehouse. Sandalwood burns. Wei Yuan was looking at the book intently. After the sandalwood burns out and is extinguished, Wei Yuan closed Dafeng. At 13 o'clock, Nangong Qianro asked her father-in-law. What a find. Wei Yuan pinched his eyebrows tiredly. With a sigh, I probably know what's going on. Nangong Qianro asked Thornberry. What's the secret? Wei Yuanchen said that this is not something you should know. Forget what happened today. No tracing is permitted. Do not discuss in private. Yang Yin and Nangong Qianro bowed their heads at the same time to take the test. It's approaching dusk. The watchmen began to dismiss. They all rushed to the sect division, including Xu Qian. The watchmen marched into the alley of the Jiafangxi with their heads held high. At this time, a gong asked, Do you read it? The floating Oiran really met us. Maying Pavilion will really let us charter the venue. The most welcome thing in this place is the scholars. The various entertainment programs are biased towards the service of readers. This is society. The atmosphere beats the people, although the supervision of hundreds of officials. But with officials is a relationship of mutual checks and balances. At the bottom, I can't wait to seize the opportunity to impeach and beat the changer. Therefore, if the Oiran is not willing to entertain them, the Gongs had no choice but to leave. It also lost face. It's just a Russian carousel game proposed by Xu Qian. It's so tempting. After hearing this, the people angrily accused Xu Qian'an of being unethical. When I asked if I was going, I agreed quickly. Then, Xu Qian'an slapped his ass in the small gatehouse, smiled lightly. Tell your mother-in-law. I'm going to charter a small porter to see. Xu Qian'an came. Zen's sister said, wait a minute. I'll go. Yang Gongzi is here. The lady must be overjoyed when she knows it. Xu Qian'an turned around. Thumbs up to everyone. The gongs were built. They all got excited. Xu Qian'an led them into the courtyard. Not long after, Fu Xiang personally accompanied Xu Qian'an. Seeing the gongs was disgusted. The floating incense itself is quite a famous oiran. After the dark incense came out at dusk, the tide of value rises. I heard that I don't accompany customers anymore. At least not for ordinary people. And Xu Qian'an, this kid, was able to take over Yingmei Xiaoga. 3 rounds of drinking. Xu Qian'an gave Nicholas Song a look. Stand up and say to my colleagues. Xu is not strong enough to drink. Let's go and rest first. Of course, you guys have no problem playing gongs. Make eye contact with each other. Hey, laughing. Fuka asked after bathing. Su Lang rarely brings his colleagues over for dinner. Xu Qian'an took a sip of wine. Sighing, it's a long story. A few days ago, the 2 golden gongs took a fancy to me. They all want to recruit me into the gorge. So he had a fight in the yamen. Fu Xiang hugged Xu Qian'an from behind, chuckled and was blushed by the villain. Xu Qian'an did not deny it. Pink eye has been around since ancient times. Fu Xiang said regretfully. Su Lang said early. The slave family will entertain your colleagues for you. Xu Qian'an smiled. A smile hooked his jaw and said no. I don't lack interpersonal skills. He backhanded Fuka in his arms. A glass of wine is poured. The cold liquor flowed down the fragrant snow-white neck. Xu Qian'an laughed and laughed. Drinking like this is the only pleasure. Takika blushed. Smell the alcohol all over your body. He went to the bath again. Xu Qian'an also has an excuse to go out to breathe. Leave the master bedroom and go to the wine room to take a look. Xu Qian'an jumped onto the roof. He pulled out a piece of paper from his bosom and ignited it. He looked up. There were all kinds of chi numbers in my sight. The world becomes colorful. This time, Xu Qian'an kept in mind the principle that if he didn't die, he wouldn't die. Didn't snoop on Si Tianjin, lest they be blinded by the prison again. Xu Qian'an looked at the teaching division. This time it was empty. He learned from Chu Kaiwei. The turquoise color represents the invitation. That night watch. He saw it clearly. The green light flashed in the sky above the priest. This means that there is evil lurking in the workshop division. But now there is no invitation from the Department of Education. It's the wicked who is left. Or hide it in a special way. Xu Qian'an jumped off the wall, returned to the boudoir of the floating oiran. At this time, Fu Xiang hugged Xu Qian'an from behind. Coquettish Su Lang. Where did you just go? Xu Qian'an's chi and blood came up all of a sudden. The demon was not found. There's a leprechaun here. Next up is the paid content. I know you don't like it. That's it skipped here. There's an ad here. Your sheep is a sheep? Have you passed the 2nd level? Mine is already over. Click on the link in the bottom left corner. Complete the game with me. After a fierce battle, Fu Xiang's cheeks were flushed. Curled up in Xu Qian'an's arms. Said shyly Su Lang. Is it good for you to redeem yourself for the slave family? Xu Qian'an of the sage time was unmoved. Talking about money hurts a lot of feelings. The oiran girl twisted. Coquettish Taoist people only need to be a concubine. I just want to serve by Su Lang's side. Xu Qian'an touched his head. Don't make a fuss. Our sincere emotions should not be mixed. Fragrance on the same sleeve. The bright gaze dimmed suddenly. You just want to play for nothing. I'm tired of playing. Kick people away. Xu Qian'an thought in surprise. You found out. But he said helplessly that you are the oiran of the teaching workshop. Redeem you. It's impossible without 4,000 or 5,000 taels. And the Ministry of Rights may not agree. Fuka put her arms around him and pleaded softly. The slave family has also saved some money over the years. And I've asked for someone. It only takes 3 years for Tong Luo to buy a yard in the inner city. Will Su Lang redeem me? Su Weifan frowned. I have also met this kind of girl in my previous life. I know how to be coquettish. To buy this, to buy that. It's just a little weird. A famous oiran. The business is booming. It's a prime year again. Even if it's a good one, it's a little early. Besides, I'm just a worker. With Fukuka's rank. It is more than enough to be a concubine for the 4 grades. Xu Qian'an said casually. This matter is not in time. Until I have saved up some silver. Redeem yourself again. After speaking, Xu Qian'an performed again. The skill to put yourself to sleep in 3 seconds. In the darkness, Fu Xiang quietly stared at Xu Qian's face. The eyes are clear. Early the next morning, a group of people left the workshop division. A gong envied Dao Ningyan for being really talented. Let me know how ignorant and boring I used to be. Xu Qian shrugged. I'll go back and teach you a few more interesting ways to play. The eyes of the people lit up. Beat the yamen. Xu Qian and Nicholas Song. Come to the side hall of Chunfeng Hall. Li Yuchen took the card ticket and said that he was going to raid his house today. You will go on my behalf. I'm going to repeat the same thing. Don't do superfluous things. A quarter of an hour later. Meet in the front yard. Go with the rest of your colleagues. Xu Qian was taken aback. It turned out to be a copy. Raiding a house is one of the businesses of beating people. The object is a convict. The so-called raiding of the house. It is to confiscate the family property. All family finances will be confiscated. The object of this raid is the head of the Ministry of Household Finance. Exile and raids on charges of corruption and malfeasance. Li Yuchen looked at Xu Qian. This person is a subordinate of Tob Zhou Shilang. This is telling Xu Qian. This incident is a follow-up to the tax and silver case. The fall of a court boss. Bound to a company. Dismissal and punishment of officials attached to him. It's like pulling out a turnip and bringing it out. Song Tingfeng said proudly, you are the first time to participate in the raid. There are some rules that I don't understand. I'll tell you about it. When the family property is taken, Li Yuan will light the paint in the front yard. The previous object is recorded in the book. Then bring it back to the yamen. But they are not involved in looting. Speaking of which, Nicholas Song gave a look that you understood yourself. Xu Qian is such an old fritter. I immediately understood the meaning. He tried to hear what the head meant. Song Tingfeng waved his hand and said, don't worry about him. It's just brainless. I don't know how to work. We have to be reasonable in our own interests. This is indeed a more reasonable pursuit of profit. Song Tingfeng is the same as him, unwilling to extort merchants and extort the people. But now it's a raid. It was the house of corrupt officials and corrupt officials. The silver itself is not clean. It is the wool of the wind, and not of the people. This time, the raid was led by a silver gong. Each of the 3 gongs belongs to a different gong. The multi-team system is designed to supervise each other. Mutual whistleblowing. It's just been a long time. Everyone knows it. Taking a little more is equivalent to taking no one at all. At this time, Nicholas Song took out the bottle ticket in his arms. Iara, who was the leader, saw the 3 of them coming. His eyes suddenly sharpened. Shin said that the 3 of you are late. Xu Qian was stunned and said, we're not late. Iara listened. His eyes suddenly sharpened. After taking off the saber from his waist, went straight to Xu Qian. Xu Qian's cheeks leaned back. He avoided the whipping. Ronan smiled and said, you still dare to hide. Nicholas Song hurriedly inserted between the 2. Licking his face and laughing, my lord. It was us who was late. Don't be angry, my lord. Delayed business. There's still a lot of work waiting for you. Who knew that Siam didn't give face at all? Raised his foot and kicked Nicholas Song's lower abdomen. Kicked him out. Nicholas Song clutched his chest and struggled. But he couldn't stand up. Xu Qian's heart instantly swelled with anger. He subconsciously pressed the hilt of the knife. He's targeting me. But I didn't offend him. Enluo didn't laugh angrily. Another pry came over. How to think about drawing a knife. Are you worthy? Xu Qian'an raised his hand to block it a few times. Bigu was beaten, and it hurt hotly. Seeing Xu Qian'an's confession, Enluo sneered and said, "Get in." After Xu Qian'an and the three joined the team. One after another, gongs came. But that Enluo didn't care. Let them be in the ranks. See this scene. Xu Qian'an was very sure that this Enluo was targeting him. Oddly enough, I didn't offend him. At this time, someone behind him said, "It's good that you didn't draw the knife just now. Otherwise, you're doomed." Xu Qian'an said helplessly, "I'm not that stupid. It is a great sin to draw a knife against Enluo." Gong nodded, whispered that his surname was Zhu. It is the youngest silver gong in the yamen. Xu Qian'an was depressed. I don't know him. Tong Gong Haid, his father was also surnamed Zhu. Xu Qian'an said that this is not nonsense. I listened to Zhu Guangxiao beside me, whispering Zhu Jingong. The gong nodded. He added that he was the youngest silver gong. It is also our capital yamen, the most promising young Toshihiko. But before Xu Qian'an appeared, the other day I was drinking with his gongs. I heard him say that Zhu Enluo doesn't like you very much. More than once it has been said that you are nothing more than a mere gong. At this time, Zhu Enluo's eyes scanned everyone sharply. Gong dang. That is, Xu Qian'an touched his swollen arm. Anger is rising. He remembered his career in his previous life. The experience of being led to wear small shoes. That's fashionable and can be said that Lao Tzu is gone. But the guards are strictly hierarchical. It cannot be dealt with in such an extreme way. You put on little shoes for Lao Tzu, right? Then don't blame me for fanning the flames in my father's ear. The watchman soon arrived at the city. Zhu Enluo drew his knife and cut the plaque of the city government in two. He waved his hand holding the knife. The robbers kicked open the middle door, swarming in. The servants in the palace were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. They all stood trembling. At this time, Zhu Enluo glanced at the trio who were talking and laughing. Anger came up at once. Kicked at Xu Qian'an. Then he said, "You guys stay here. I can't go anywhere. When it is over, I will search your gods. If you dare to protect Shiro, all penalties will be imposed." Xu Qian'an gritted his teeth and glared at him. Fortunately, Nicholas Song kept reassuring on the side. Otherwise, Xu Qian'an was afraid that he couldn't help but go up and hack him. Wait until everyone is in. The three of them could only stand still and wait. At this time, Song Tingfeng angrily cut off people's financial routes. This son didn't split the crooked dog thing. Xu Qian'an said guiltily, "I couldn't help it. I'm the one who has caused you a burden." Nicholas Song rolled his eyes. "What do you mean? Your hand doesn't hurt badly." Xu Qian'an rolled up his sleeves with a wry smile. "The arm is already red and swollen." Song Tingfeng's face changed. That dog thing actually ran out of gas. Ordinary bosses beat up their subordinates. At best, it's skin trauma. Never let the opportunity go unnoticed. It can be seen how narrow-minded the surname Zhu is. Zhu Guangxiao said in a deep voice, "Just because of this injury, you can go sue him. Go back and look back. He won't put up with it." Song Tingfeng sighed and said goodbye to causing trouble. "Forget it. Next time you see him, walk around." Su Qi said in his heart, "I'll go sue. But it's not Brother Chun. It's Daddy Wei." Suddenly, three people heard. There were high-pitched cries and pleading voices from women. Su Qian's face changed. Asked what was going on. The document clearly says that the paper copyists do not even do it. Song Tingfeng hesitated. Maybe it's the beauty of the lady in the house. They want to have fun. This kind of thing is also common. Su Qian scolded bullshit. Then he strode into the backyard. In the backyard, the woman's shrill cries rang out in multiple rooms, accompanied by the lewd laughter of men. Su wife and kicked open the door of a room with the principle of proximity. I saw a bronze gong with a raw face. The woman's dress was being torn. Su Qian stared at him coldly, glancing at the waist tag that the gong hung on his waist. "You go on and I remember your name." When I went back, I personally looked for a way to make a complaint. Xu Qian concocted the ground as he did. Kick open the doors of the other rooms. In the same way, it scared off colleagues who wanted to do wrong. It's just that I didn't see the surname Xu. Xu Qian's heart sank. There was no hesitation. He kicked open the last room. Sure enough, I saw Zhu Yinluo inside. Zhu Yinluo's face was gloomy. Get the hell out of here. Xu Qian ignored him. Instead, he looked at the girl. He was 12 or 13 years old at most. There were tear stains in the corners of his eyes. This moment, Xu Qian's anger burned to the top. But he was not reckless. Just stared at Zhu Yinluo. The conflict here has led to other gongs. They stood in the doorway, looked at this famous little gong in amazement. Confront the silver gong. At this time, Zhu Yinluo suddenly laughed wildly. Then he glared at Xu Qian with angry eyes. I don't know what is alive or dead. Zhu Yinluo pinched the girl's neck. Lift him up in midair. Xu Qian felt the surging breath. Subconsciously hold down the hilt. Vigilant retreat. Avoid edges. Zhu Yinluo was holding the girl in his hand. Step by step out of the room. Xu Qian held the handle of the knife in his hand. Embattled. Zhu Yinluo carried the girl to the courtyard. Ning said to Xu Qian with a smile. Something exciting occurred to me. And then there was a bang. Pressed the girl down on the stone table. The green tendons on Xu Qian's forehead jumped. Zhu Yinluo said with a smile, What can you do now? Tears welled up in the eyes of the girls under him. Those who are scared can only try their best to control themselves. Does not make a sound. Xu Qian held the hilt of the knife in his hand. His eyes also sharpened at this moment. Nicholas Song rushed over with an ugly face. He pressed Xu Qian's right hand to press the knife, gritted his teeth and said, Don't be impulsive. You know the consequences. There was a pleading tone in his tone. Xu Qian regained some composure. Understand the meaning of Nicholas Song's warning. It is a great sin for a gong to attack a silver gong. It's to kill on the spot. It's also self-inflicted. The girl surnamed Zhu dragged the girl to the yard and humiliated her in public. In fact, it was stimulating Xu Qian. Force him to make a move. The second is to refine the strength. How to refine the divine realm. Neither status nor strength allows. This surnamed Zhu wanted to put him to death. It's just that Xu Qian didn't give up. Rather, it's serious repetition. You dare to touch him. I'll make a complaint to Wei. Zhu Yinluo laughed wildly and said, You can go and sue. But after I've enjoyed the little beauty. Other gongs may succeed the threat of Xu Qian. But he wasn't afraid. There is a father who is a golden gong. Basically, you won't encounter problems that can't be solved. Besides, so many convicts raid their homes and are exiled every year. Even if the female dependents of the family are not taken away, you can really get out safely. There's always something to give. Zhu Yinluo laughed contemptuously, and he tore open the girl's dress. This young girl who has just entered junior high school. The fate that is coming. It deeply stimulates the soul that has traveled through the 21st century. Song Tingfeng stopped Xu Qian to death. Don't let him draw his knife. But at this time, Xu Qian said in a cold tone, and let go. Nicholas Song. Seeing that his expression was so firm and determined, the demon made the god take a step back. Holding Xu Qian's hand was also released at this moment. All of Xu Qian's emotions precipitated. He pressed the thumb of the hilt. Gently lift the gauntlet of the black gold long knife. Let him out of his body an inch. At this moment, Zhu Yinluo laughed maniacally. I'm waiting for you to draw your sword. His figure flashed. In a few breaths, he was in front of Xu Qian. He shouted a gong attack in his mouth. Yinluo was killed on the spot. A furious blast of air surged in, like the tide of the sea. Xu Qian is like a rock. Standing still. Concentrate a little. Get to the top of the ladder. A sound of unsheathing rises. Everyone only saw a thin line of knife light. Fleeting. Zhu Yinluo's figure froze in mid-air. I only saw Xu Qian's hand pressing the knife. It seems to just move. The sonorous sound just now seemed to be an auditory hallucination. A few seconds later, Xu Qian'an's chest cracked. The silver luo on his chest was also shattered at this moment, and his life was broken. Xu Qian'an didn't even see Xu Qian's knife clearly, and he was defeated. He fell backwards weakly, in a dead silence. The crowd also reacted to what had happened. After a while, Nicholas Song was the first to react. His face turned pale and shouted for help. Then he threw himself beside Xu Qian'an, touched the artery. It was found that the person was not completely dead. The scene was in chaos. After a part of the gong rescued Xu Qian'an, carry him away. I plan to send it back to the yamen for treatment. The other part draws the knife. In the continuous sonorous sound, the group surrounded Xu Qian. The taciturn Zhu Guangxiao held down the handle of the knife. Protect in front of Xu Qian. Xu Qian didn't seem to have recovered from his impulse just now. The whole person gasped and froze in place. At this time, Nicholas Song's face turned pale. He struggled to squeeze Ning Yin out of his throat. You run away, Su Qi, and shook her head. The knife drained all the traces of qi from his body. There was exhaustion between the eyebrows and eyes. Not to mention that he escaped. What about uncles and aunts? Song Tingfeng was furious. He grabbed Xu Qian by the collar. Is it worth it to gnash your teeth? Just for a woman I don't know. Is it worth it? Xu Qian's eyes were tired. He was still a child. There is always something that is higher than life. Now, Song Tingfeng's hand grabbing Xu Qian's collar slowly let go. After a while, Xu Qian took off his waistcoat and saber, and put them on the ground. Then look out at the sky in the distance. He made a gesture that no one could understand. Xu Qian stood up straight. A military salute was made into the distance. Nicholas Song looked solemn. Xu Qian's men can't be allowed to do it first. Then he let out a loud shout. Be the first to pounce. Press Xu Qian down. Then look around at the crowd. Red Rosh Qian attacked his superiors. Lawlessness. It must be handed over to the yamen for trial. This man came with me. It should have been committed by Luo's subordinates for such a grave crime. We have a responsibility too. We will escort him back to the yamen. You continue to search your home. Wait until you get out of the city. Said to Zhu Guangxiao. You find a few of our colleagues. Take him back to the yamen. I'll go first. Tell the head about it. Don't let Xu Qian'an's men escort you. And took care of Su Yunyan. After that, Nicholas Song rode his horse and galloped. While whipping the horse's butt. While roaring and beating the guard. Get out of the way. Pedestrians retreat in panic. Cursing came and went. Spring Breeze Hall. Nicholas Song was sweating profusely, panting and running in. Before Li Yuchen could say anything, Nicholas Song shouted hurriedly. Xu Qian almost killed Xu Qian'an. Complained to save him. Zhu Guangxiao and Zhu Wei's colleagues were pressuring him to return to the yamen. Xu Qian'an will get the news soon. I'm afraid that Xu Qian won't even have a chance to enter the yamen. Li Yuchen suddenly got up. Led Nicholas Song out of the Spring Breeze Hall. His goal is clear. Yang Yan's Divine Spear Hall. The two of them walked quickly. Li Yuchen talked about what was going on as he walked. Song Tingfeng gasped and said quickly, surnamed Zhu. Insulting the relatives of the offender. Su Ningyan stopped. The two clashed. Su Ningyan slashed Zhu Qian'an with a knife. Now life hangs by a thread. After Nicholas Song finished speaking, continue to add details, including before departure. Xu Qian'an deliberately targeted and made things difficult for Xu Qian and others. Li Yuchen's eyes were full of light, and he insulted the relatives of the offending officials and daughters. I'll see you Yang Jianluo later, and you'll say it again. But one thing to keep in mind. Can't mention Xu Qian'an's deliberate difficulty for Xu Qian. Song Tingfeng was stunned for a few seconds. Instant realization. If you talk about the conflict in the yamen, Yang Jianluo might think. The conflict between Xu Qian and Xu Qian'an. There is a personal element mixed in. This is equivalent to a feud and brawl. And not mention Xu Qian. It is purely impartial law enforcement. The composition of the raiding team. It is to prevent the private pocket. mutual supervision. But Xu Qian still made mistakes. Very serious bug. His correct operation was to go back to the yamen to report, not a private automaton. It also caused serious injuries to superiors. Below any yamen, committing a crime of killing a superior. It is a felony to be betrayed and cut off. Nicholas Song's lips are dry. Can he still be saved? Li Yuchen shook his head with a sigh and didn't know. The two of them came to the spear hall. Li Yuchen said in a deep voice, Yang Jinluo had a big incident. Yang Yandan, who was spitting out difficult luck, said, What's the matter? Li Yuchen glanced at Song Tingfeng. The latter immediately confessed. The dispute between Xu Qian and Zhu Yinluo when they quarreled concealed the personal grudges at the time of assembly. Li Yuchen then added Zhu Jinluo's temper. I'm afraid Xu Qian won't be able to come back. Yang Yin showed a solemn expression. I know. He got up and stepped out, disappeared into the hall in an instant. The Eagle Hall of the Yamen. Zhuyang is the capital. One of the 10 gongs of the Yamen, 4 concubines and 5 husbands. Joined the army in his early years. Start with a big soldier. Accumulate military merits along the way. It became 100 households. Was then favored by Wei Yuan. Recruit and organize key cultivation. It can be regarded as Wei Yuan's descendant. The status of the Golden Gong is only a little worse than that of the 2 sons of Ming Ling. Zhu Yang has 3 sons. The boss can't be literate. The second child is a half-baked student. Served in the Ministry of Officials. Only the third child, Zhu Chengzhu, has excellent talent. He is the youngest prostitute in the Yamen. It is very valued by Zhu Yang. The 2 doctors were scrambling. Stitch up Zhu Chengzhu's wound. A doctor said he was wounded by a knife. Half an inch of the heart was dissected. Then, even the warlocks of Si Tianjian were powerless. Okay. The magic weapon in Luo blocked the deadly attack for Lord Zhu. Luckily saved his life. But the knife invades the viscera. We do not pull out the opportunity. Lord Zhu will hold on for another half an hour at most. Zhu Jinluo's voice suddenly rose. When will the warlock of the 4 heavenly sword come? Luo said. Someone has already been sent to invite it. Soon to arrive. Zhu Jinluo nodded. Shen said in a deep voice, Who did it? Luo replied to Xu Qian, the gong under Li Yuchen's command. Zhu Jinluo was surprised. Because he heard of this little person. Zhang Yuzhong and Yang Yin. It's because he fought. Just a small gong can hurt my son. Gong said again. When it comes to assembly. The little gong was late. Zhu Gong taught him a lesson. I didn't expect him to hold a grudge. When it comes to raiding the house. Zhu Gong just molested a eunuch's wife. And he drew his sword and smote them. That Xu Qian was already on his way back. I guess I'm about to get to the Yamen. Xu Qian rode a little mare. Was escorted back to the Yamen by his colleagues. The following offenders will be killed by their superiors. Will be sentenced to be cut in half. Regret all the way. Xu Qian has asked himself this question countless times. But to be afraid of death is to be afraid of death. He will not regret the offender. The family members were not reunited. They could have walked away with all hypocrisy. I used to tell myself all the time. To adapt to the rules of this era. Try to fit yourself in. And the light and dust are what he said to Xu Qian'an. At the same time, it is also said to himself. On the other side, Zhu Jinluo just rushed out of the Yamen. Look in the direction of the long street. I saw 6 or 7 coming slowly. One of them rides. Sitting Xu Qian, whose hands were tied with ropes. Zhu Jinluo was not angry. There is no killing intent. Instead, use your fingers to pull the opportunity. Bang! Zhu Guangxiao's matching knife was automatically withdrawn. At the opportunity, he manipulated the next knife to Xu Qian. But at this critical moment, the knife of the other gong was then unsheathed. Block the blade that killed Xu Qian horizontally. It's only half an inch. Xu Qian had to hide his hatred on the spot. At this time, the 2 swords clattered twice. Kiki landed. Zhu Jinluo suppressed his anger and tried to kill his boss. According to the law, it should be beheaded. You can't protect him. Yang Yindan, who is paralyzed. I'm going to cut it. When will it be your turn to move, my people?